Hello all, welcome to part 1 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain what is TestNG. In other words, it's an introduction to TestNG to understand what exactly is TestNG to get started. So let's get started. So what is TestNG? TestNG is a unit testing framework. Okay. So to get started, we can call TestNG as a unit testing framework. But by the end of this topic, okay, when I complete this topic, I'll be calling this TestNG with a different name. But to understand it in a sequential manner, to get started, let's call TestNG as a unit testing framework. But I'll change it by the end of the topic. I'll call it by a proper name by the end of the topic. Okay. So here in TestNG, NG stands for next generation. Okay, next generation, guys. So, and this TestNG is a unit testing framework for now, can be used with only the Java programming language. You cannot use TestNG with other programming languages like C# or Python. Okay, only with Java, only when you are working with Java programming language, TestNG can be used. Okay, why TestNG has to be used? What is this unit testing framework? Everything will be clear for you guys. Just understand at a high level for now. TestNG is a unit testing framework for now. By the end of the topic, I'll give a proper name for what I'll explain what exactly is TestNG. It's not just that unit testing framework. It is more than that. That I'm going to explain you or okay or show you by the end of the topic. Okay, and in this TestNG, NG stands for next generation. I told you, and it only supports the which programming language? Java programming language. If you are a developer or software tester who is working with Java programming language and you want to implement this unit testing framework in your project, then you have to go for TestNG. Okay, because TestNG only supports Java programming language. But if you are using any other programming language other than Java, let's say for a developer or tester is using C# or Python or any other programming language other than Java, can you use TestNG as your unit testing framework? No, in your project you cannot use TestNG. So what if in case you are using other programming languages? For example, if you are using C#, so if not TestNG, what I have to use? I have to use NUnit. Okay. So there are other things also. And if in case of Java, we have JUnit and TestNG. In case of Python, we have PyTest and many other stuff. JavaScript, we have Jasmine or Jasmine and many other stuff. Okay. Many other unit testing frameworks are there. But if you are working with Java programming language, we have to use TestNG as the unit testing framework for now. Okay. So the developer of the TestNG, the one who is the creator of the TestNG, okay, has got inspired with JUnit and NUnit, and then has come up with this next generation unit testing framework known as TestNG. Okay, so due to the limitations that are there in this JUnit, and that particular creator is unable to do something that JUnit using JUnit, because JUnit is not supporting that person to do something that particular person wanted to do. In that case, okay, from that space, this TestNG got evolved. Okay, so finally that person decided to create a new unit testing framework. Okay, by getting inspired with JUnit and NUnit and its limitations, to overcome the limitations of JUnit and NUnit, TestNG got created. Okay, by the developer of the TestNG. Fine. Developers, okay, the developers who are developing the applications use TestNG for automating their unit tests. You see, there are different levels of software testing, if you remember. Okay, if you are into software testing, there are different levels of software testing like unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and user acceptance testing. The first level of software testing is unit testing, and second level is integration testing. Both this unit testing and integration testing are generally done by developers. So developers actually use TestNG as a unit testing framework while performing or automating, okay, or automating this unit test and run them. Okay, so there will be thousands of unit tests, and with a single click, with the help of this test and unit test, all these unit tests will run. And unit tests are like, unit is a piece of code, guys, which cannot be broken further. You see, entire code has been written for the application, and that entire application code can be broken down into smallest parts known as units. You cannot broke further, guys. Okay, one of the example of a unit can be as simple as a method. Okay, so method in taking some parameters and giving some result. Okay, so such kind of code can be called as a unit, guys. That method cannot be broken further for testing. Okay, we pass different values to the parameters and we'll get a different result. we will try all the varieties or all the testing we'll do. Like what if I give positive values, whether this particular method is giving me a proper result. If I give negative values, if I don't, if I give zeros, what's happening? Okay, so all those stuff we'll test as part of the unit. Unit is a kind of code, piece of code which is broken from the complete application code and which cannot be broken further. Okay, such kind of units can be tested by the developers with the help of unit testing. Okay, and for automating the unit test, we need a unit testing framework known as TestNG, guys. Okay, the first level of testing, that is unit testing, can be automated by developers with the help of the unit testing framework known as TestNG. Okay, but it's not only meant for the developers for performing or automating the unit test, but also same time the software testers can also use TestNG for automating the UI, API, and mobile tests. Okay, the testers, you can specially call these testers as also automation testers or normal testers, whatever it is. Okay, they can use this TestNG. Okay, that we are for now calling as unit testing framework. Okay, not only for unit testing but also for UI testing, automating the UI tests. Okay, functional UI tests, API tests, and mobile application tests can be automated, guys, with the help of as part of in the projects. The projects that are being used for automating the UI, API, and mobile tests can also use TestNG to make this automation more better. Okay, more organized and all those stuff. A lot of benefits are there. Okay, the reason why we use TestNG in this automation projects. Okay, so in case of UI automation, the famous tool we have is Selenium test automation tool, which generally is used for UI testing automation. TestNG can be used with Selenium. Okay. At same time, for mobile automation, we use a tool known as APM. Okay. Selenium can be used with, sorry, TestNG can be used with APM. Okay. TestNG can be used with APM. For API testing automation, we use a tool known as REST assured framework we can call, and TestNG can be used with REST assured. Okay, for automating the API test. So not only automating the unit test, but also we can automate the UI tests, mobile tests, API tests. So, and TestNG is free and open source, guys. On the top of this, TestNG is free and open source. You don't have to pay a single rupee or buck. Okay, single buck to use this TestNG because it's free and open source. Okay, and TestNG is powerful than JUnit. Okay, to overcome the limitations of the JUnit, the creator of the TestNG has created this TestNG. It's the next generation. NG stands for next generation. You already know. So how TestNG has become powerful than JUnit? What makes TestNG powerful than the JUnit? Okay, JUnit mostly intended for only unit testing purpose. Here I told you TestNG can be not only used for unit testing, but also can be used for UI testing automation, mobile testing automation, and API testing automation. Not only unit testing automation, but also UI, mobile, API. But JUnit, okay, mostly used for unit testing only. It's designed for. Okay, I cannot say that it cannot be used for UI testing automation, but I can say that JUnit is actually designed for. Okay, specially designed for unit testing automation. Okay, but does not support end-to-end test automation much. That means it supports, but not really. Okay, not really to the extent where TestNG is supporting the end-to-end test automation. Okay, that's where is the limitation of the JUnit, guys. TestNG has the ability to write more flexible and powerful tests. How can I say that TestNG has more flexibility and it's a powerful than JUnit? So these are the reasons I can give you to prove that TestNG has the ability to write more flexible and powerful tests. First of all, TestNG is easier to use. Okay, TestNG is easier to use. If you use JUnit and TestNG, you will feel that TestNG is more easier than JUnit. Okay, and easy annotations, because TestNG has easy annotations. Okay, the naming of the annotations is very good in TestNG when compared to the JUnit. And grouping of the tests. Okay, we can group the tests. For example, if you want to run only the automation test related to the smoke testing, that is possible with TestNG, guys. Okay, you can mark those automation test cases. Okay, which are used with TestNG. And group them as smoke testing and run only that set of group. Okay, set of group automation tests. Sequencing, the order in which they get executed. Okay, there are some different attributes in TestNG which sequence, like in which order. Okay, if you go to JUnit and try sequencing, right, that is very difficult in JUnit, guys. Okay, there is no proper mechanism in JUnit. It has a limitation where you know, right, you have to change it alphabetical and all those stuff. But in case of TestNG, they are providing some attributes. By providing the attributes beside these annotations, we can achieve the sequencing properly. Okay, which one should be executed first, which one should be executed second, all those things we can, that control we have, we'll get more control we'll get in sequencing in terms of TestNG. Okay, parameterizing the tests, data driven testing is possible using TestNG, guys. Okay, so there may be some automation test, okay, and but multiple sets of data, that automation tests need to run the number of times the test data is there. For example, admin credentials, the same login test has to run. Login automation test has to run. Teacher credentials, same login automation test has to run. In this case, you should not write the same automation test 100 times. If 100 credentials are there, which need to be checked whether using 100 credentials we are able to log in or not. Okay, all these 100 credentials users are able to log in or not. If that is a requirement, you should not be writing 100 automation tests. Only one login automation test you will write, and with the help of this parameterizing test using TestNG, that is data-driven testing is possible, where to the single automation script, okay, you'll create another method which is going to pass the test data, 100 sets of test data and get the output. Okay, such kind of things are possible in TestNG, guys. Okay, this data-driven testing, how parameterization testing is possible, I will explain practically, guys. All these things I'm going to explain practically. For now, it is a theoretical. Try to understand at your level. Okay, it generates HTML report, guys. Some test results report will be generated, TestNG results, to see how many tests got failed, passed, and skipped, and all those results will come in this HTML reports. Grouping the test cases is possible, already done, right? This is grouping the test cases, and more annotations are available, guys. Okay, more annotations are available. So compared to JUnit, TestNG comes with more annotations like before suite, after suite, or suit. Okay, before test, after test, before group, after group. Because of this more annotations available in TestNG, hence more flexibility is possible. I was saying here, right? TestNG has ability to write more flexible and powerful tests, I told you. Okay, because of this nature of having more annotations than the JUnit. Okay, because of having more annotations, more flexibility is coming to TestNG than JUnit. Parallel execution, guys, at the same time you can run multiple automation scripts. Okay, multiple automation scripts. Okay, instead of running one automation script after another, using TestNG we can enable the parallel execution, where you can run 2, 3, 4 automation scripts at the same time, just to save the time. Okay, and many more things are there, guys, which makes TestNG more flexible and powerful than the JUnit. Okay, so now finally, to conclude, in the beginning I was saying that TestNG is a unit testing framework, but I will change this. Okay, I'll change this line, guys. Okay, I should not be calling the TestNG as a unit testing framework. Just to get started, because you are new to TestNG, you have to understand that TestNG is a unit testing framework. Okay, just for understanding, we are calling in the beginning as unit testing framework, but by end I'm calling it as a testing framework. Okay, instead of I'm calling it as a unit testing framework, we need to call TestNG as a testing framework, because TestNG is not only used for automating the unit test, but also for automating the UI tests, API tests, and mobile application tests, right? TestNG is not just limited to unit testing automation, but also we can automate the UI tests, UI functional tests, API tests, and mobile tests. Hence, TestNG is a testing framework. We have to call it as a, since it can be used for unit testing, integration testing, end-to-end functional testing, UI testing, and API testing, and all mobile testing and all. Okay, we can call TestNG as a testing framework rather than a unit testing framework. Okay, we have to hence call TestNG as a testing framework. When someone ask you in the interviews, okay, what is TestNG? Okay, you just mention that, okay, TestNG is a testing framework. Instead of saying that it is a unit testing framework, you just mention that as a testing framework and say that, okay, it automates the unit tests, and hence it also can be called as a unit testing framework. But since it also uh, 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 since it also supports automating the UI test, mobile test, and API tests at the integration and end-to-end testing level, okay, it can also be called as a, it should be called as, you can say, okay, instead of calling that as a unit testing framework, we have to call TestNG as a testing framework. So finally, what is TestNG, guys? It is a testing framework. Okay, it's not just a unit testing framework, it is a testing framework. With this explanation, you should understand, okay, what exactly is TestNG. That is, TestNG is a unit testing framework. And also, I compared TestNG with JUnit and showed you how powerful the TestNG is when compared to JUnit, and the limitations of JUnit, and the flexibility and power of TestNG over JUnit I covered in this what is TestNG topic. So hope, guys, you understood what is TestNG in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 2 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to install TestNG and further use in projects. So let's get started. The previous session, I covered what is TestNG. Now I am going to practically show you how to install TestNG and use in our projects. Okay, day-to-day projects. So first of all, this TestNG, I'm talking about installation, but TestNG is not a software, guys. Okay, it's not an exe file. So for example, if you have to install Java, you have to download Java exe file and double click and install it. But TestNG is not such kind of software which can be installed with the help of the exe file. Instead, it's a library. Okay, instead it's a library similar to Java. Java is also a library, guys. Okay, when you install exe file of Java, you'll get this Java library. Similarly, TestNG is not a software, guys. It's a library. Okay, it's a library, contains a lot of predefined classes and interfaces. Okay, and those classes and interfaces further contain predefined methods and variables. Okay, TestNG is not a software, instead it is a library. So I'll show you guys practically like how TestNG is a library and all. Here is a link. Okay, here is a URL that you can refer to. Okay, so which contains, okay, TestNG is a library. Let me show how the TestNG is a library. It's not a software, it's not available in the form of exe file to download and install. Rather, let's go to this website. Looks like it's taking some time. Okay, the website has loaded, but there is some problem. Okay, you can still see the library here if you want, but the UI is not good. Okay, UI is not good. There are packages, org test engine and all. Under this package, there are classes. Okay, there are several predefined classes and interfaces and all those stuff. Okay, otherwise you can do one thing, guys. Okay, TestNG library Java doc. You just Google search for this, you will get something out of this. Okay, you see something is coming here. Java.io and just latest and something is coming. So you see here we have the packages, and in this if you go to one of the package here, okay, you see some interfaces are coming here, some interfaces are coming, some predefined classes are coming here. This all belong to the TestNG, guys. Okay, TestNG is built, this predefined classes interfaces of TestNG are built by the developers of the TestNG, and of the official website of TestNG is testng.org, guys. Okay, the official website of TestNG is testng.org. Actually, this Java doc has to work, but that Java doc is also not working here. So it's better to Google search the way I have done. Simply Google search saying the TestNG library Java doc. Okay, the best way of going was to the library was clicking on this Java doc, but it's not taking us to a proper page. Okay, so for a while, temporarily, you can Google search like this TestNG library, and you'll get this library. And here in this library page, you will find all the predefined mm, classes, packages, and under each and every package, there are predefined interfaces and classes. And if you go to any of this class, let's say, and this class contains some predefined you see constructors and methods and all those things are coming, okay, which we can use in our projects. Fine, that's how TestNG is not a software, guys. It's not available in the form of exe file. Rather, it is a library which comes with a predefined classes interfaces containing some predefined methods, etc. Okay, that we can use in our programs. So this TestNG, as I already mentioned, can be used with Java programming language. You cannot use TestNG testing framework with any other programming language like C# or Python or Ruby or whatever it is. TestNG testing framework can only be used with one programming language, that is called as Java, guys. Okay. So in order to use this TestNG library with Java, first we have to have Java installed in our machine. If you don't have Java installed in your machine, then how can you use TestNG library with Java programming? So let's first, okay, as a prerequisite for TestNG, as a prerequisite for installing TestNG in Eclipse IDE or whatever the editors and all coming going ahead, first we have to have Java installed in our machine. How to install Java in our machine? So I'll simply go to this Google and search for Java JDK download. Okay, I can simply say like this, but which version of Java we have to download? I always prefer downloading the latest LTS version, guys. Okay, so how to know about the versions of Java? So search here Java versions. Okay, you will get a Wikipedia page somewhere here. Click on the Wikipedia page, guys. Okay, you will be taken to a table which consists a complete list of versions of Java. You see, the first version of Java got released in 1995, the way long back. Okay, now coming down, so the latest version, as you can see, will be released in 2023. Okay, the time has not come. While I'm recording this video, it's still September 3rd, 2022. But in September 2023, LTS version, long-term support version, is going to get released. Okay, but this is not yet released, guys. So what is this LTS version actually? Long-term support means after you install this and for a period of time, Java developers are going to give you the updates. Okay, so you don't have to worry about the updates and move to the other version. So you can use this version for long period of time. Such kind of versions are LTS versions. So if you see this latest LTS version, whatever that is available for at this moment, okay, so is Java SE 17, guys, okay, which is released in 2021. Okay, September 2021. That is this month only it got released, guys. Okay, Java SE 17, September 2021. It got released in this month only. Okay, in this sorry, 2021, right? Last year it got released. Sorry, it's 2022, right? So next year, Java SE 18 is also released March 2022. It's September. So September 2022, Java SE 19, but these are not LTS versions, guys. At this moment, the latest LTS version is Java SE 17, which got released in 2021 September. That is almost 1 year back. Okay, almost 1 year back, the latest LTS version. And but this particular version, if you install once, you're going to get updates till 2029. You don't have to worry till 2029, guys. That is 7 more years. You don't have to worry. Okay, you will get updates on this version. Okay, so but these versions only 6 months they are valid. Okay, after that you will not get updates. You see they are blank. Here the last column is blank. But this one, if you install, you can use it till 2029, no problem. So let's go with the LTS version. So let's go with the Java SE 17 LTS version. So how to download this latest version of Java SE 17 here? Download, just say 17 here, okay? Java JDK download 17 LTS, and you'll get a link, Java SE 17 downloads from Oracle. Scroll down here, and here we got the latest version in that 17 is 17.0.4.1. Initially it got released as 17, guys, as you can see here. Java SE development kit 17 is there. JDK, guys. Okay, you have to install JDK. Java JDK stands for Java Development Kit. Okay, 17 version is released, but you see updates will come till 2029. You will get updates 17.0.1. So over a period of time, you'll get lot of versions. At this moment, when I'm recording this video, the latest version or latest update of Java JDK 17 is 17.0.4.1. Tomorrow, when you are watching this video, it may not be the same version. You may have a latest version. Whatever the latest version of 17 is there, you can actually go even more than 17. If you see any LTS version, you can go with that also. That's also fine. And my machine is Windows machine, guys. So this is Linux, for this for Linux, this is for Mac. Okay, these are for Windows. Okay, I'll go with this Windows 64 installer, guys, and I'll click on this exe file. Okay, you see exe file is getting downloaded. Let's wait for this particular exe file to get downloaded. JDK 17.0.4.1. Okay, after this exe file is downloaded, we are going to double click and install it. Okay, so it's a prerequisite for TestNG, guys. If you want to use TestNG, first you need Java. Okay, without Java you cannot. Okay, stuff. This exe file, I'll double click. In a while, I'll get the installation wizard. First, it will ask me yes or no. Some kind of confirmation dialog will come. User access control dialog. And after that, you see I got the user account control. I'm just selecting yes. And after that, I'm getting an installer. Click on next. You see this particular version of Java that I'm trying to install is going to be installed in program files, okay? Because it is a 64-bit version. In C drive program files folder, a Java folder will be created soon. Now, before installing, let's go to the C drive. Here there are two program files folders. There are two program files folder. This program files x86 and normal program files. This is 32-bit. This is 64-bit, guys. Okay. So since our Java version that I'm going to install here is a 64-bit version, it's going to go into the program files. And here a Java folder is going to be created. At this moment, there is no Java folder here. But the moment I click on next here, a Java folder will be created. Under that, another folder JDK with the version of the Java that I'm installing, JDK 17.0.4.1 will be installed. Click on next. You see, in a while, you will see a Java folder being created here. You see, Java folder got created already while the installation started. Let the installation finish. It will not take much time, guys. You see successfully installed, just click on close the Java folder. Inside that JDK 17.0.4.1, and inside that we have the bin folders and all. Okay, fine. This is how we have to install Java, guys. It's not only about installing Java, guys. We have to configure the Java. Okay, after installing Java, okay, we have to configure the Java. How to configure Java? Here it got installed. Okay, this is the home. Okay, home path of the Java that is installed in my machine. Copy this home path, and here click on this search icon and type edit system. Okay, just type edit system. You'll get this edit system environment variables from control panel. In the latest versions of Windows, Windows 10 or Windows 11, you can search for this kind of thing and you'll get this option on the top, and you can directly go to this system environment variables. But in the older versions of Windows, right, if you're using any older version of Windows, you have to Google search, guys, and go to the control panel and find this option. Okay, or you can right click on this PC and then select properties, and there's another way to get it. Okay, but you can Google search it out, and most of the people will be using Windows 10 and 11, so it's better to search it, and you'll get this dialog, guys. When you say edit system environment variables, you'll get this dialog. Okay, and here advanced tab is selected by default. Just select environment variables, and here there are user variable section. Under environment variables there are user variables and system variables. Let's focus on the system variables, guys. Click on new. Here create a variable known as system variable known as Java underscore home. Okay, and give the path of this home page, home path of the Java JDK. Okay, just give this path where these bin folders are available. Okay, so after we install Java, we got this folder, and inside this folder, these bin folders are there. Up to that, give the path and say OK. So this system variable that we have to manually create like this and give the path. And there is one more system variable known as path, which comes by default in your operating system. You don't have to create this. Just find this and find this path system variable and click on edit. And here click on new and say percentile. Okay, Java underscore home. Okay, we created a system variable, right? Java underscore home. The Java underscore home path. Okay, backward slash followed by this bin folder. Inside the bin folder, till inside the bin folder we have to go. Okay, either you can give the full path also, or you can give this shortcut path like this. It will take the Java home path till here, and under that bin folder it will go and say okay, 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 okay. Till bin folder we have given the path in the path environment system environment variable. Okay, till here we gave the path. So after doing that configuration, guys, to see whether the Java is properly configured in your machine, from anywhere in your machine, open the command prompt. Okay, open the command prompt and say Java hyphen version, and see whether the whatever the version of Java that we have installed is showing here or not. 17.0.4.1 version is being shown, Java hyphen version. Okay, it has been installed. Okay, Java hyphen version is coming. The whatever the version. This is a successful installation of Java, guys. Okay, this is how we have to install Java successfully. Now to write the Java programs. Okay, even though you install Java, Java will not give you any editor to write the Java programs. Okay, rather we have to go with some kind of editors. Okay, we cannot go with basic editors like Notepad or Notepad plus plus. They are basic editors. Okay, but to work with Java programs, to run the Java programs, to compile the Java programs automatically and all, with a lot of smart smart features available in the editor for writing the Java programs, we have to choose Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ kind of editors. I'll choose Eclipse IDE for now. So for installing Eclipse IDE, Java software should already be installed. So we already have installed Java software. So there's no problem now. Now we can install Eclipse IDE. Okay, let's install the latest version of Eclipse IDE now, whatever that is available as per this particular date and all when I am recording this video. Okay, so Eclipse IDE is an advanced editor where you can write the Java programs, where you can Eclipse IDE will automatically compile the Java programs. Eclipse IDE will auto generate a lot of code for you. It has IntelliSense. Even though you type partial letters, it will give you the predefined class and interfaces of the Java programming and all those stuff. Okay, and you can run them easily, run the programs easily. You can create the Java projects. Many advantages are there with this editor. If you use basic editor like text file or notepad, you will not have options to create the project or do whatever that I just now mentioned. Okay, so let's install Eclipse IDE where I'm going to write the Java programs, and this TestNG also we are going to install in Eclipse IDE editor only. Okay, so before we install TestNG, first we have to install Eclipse IDE. Okay, so how to install download and install Eclipse IDE? Simply say download Eclipse IDE. Okay, just say download Eclipse IDE. You'll get this link, guys. Click on the link and you'll be taken to this home page, guys. Downloads eclipseid.org downloads page you will be taken, and if you scroll down a bit, you will see the latest version of Eclipse IDE. June 2022 the latest version is there. As per the recording date, It's September, but the latest version is in released in June 2022. When you are watching this video, you may get a latest version also. Okay. So whatever the latest version that is available here, click on the download button. In a while, the Eclipse ID will be downloaded in your machine. Okay, just wait. Sorry, it has taken you to another page. Again, download button is coming. Again, click on the download. Now it will download the exe file. Okay, it's a free one, guys. Okay, Java is free, Eclipse ID is free, everything is free. Whatever I'm showing is free. An exe file is getting downloaded. Now, once it is downloaded, guys, we are going to double click on this exe file and install Eclipse ID in our machine. Okay, that's what we are going to do next. Let's wait for the download to complete. I'll pass and resume the video once the download of exe file is completed here. So the Eclipse ID exe file got downloaded now. Let's go to the location where it got downloaded, my downloads folder. Double click on this exe file. In a while, you will get an installation wizard here. Let's wait for the installation wizard to appear. Eclipse ID installation wizard. Okay. So this Eclipse installer is showing us different options, guys. Eclipse ID for Java developers, Eclipse ID for enterprise Java and web developers, and so on. So this one is a basic one, basic version of Eclipse ID. If since they are providing enterprise for free, so why not go with the second option? Okay, it has a lot of options, a lot of advanced features compared to the first version. So let's go with the second option, Eclipse ID for enterprise Java and web developers option. Select that, and now you'll get this install button, and it will be installed at this location, guys. See, users are my username folder, Eclipse. At this location, it will be installed. Okay, it has detected Java version. You see, whatever the Java I have installed, it has detected from my program files folder. So this is a folder where Eclipse will be installed in my machine. So click on install button. It will take and it's asking for license agreement. Accept now, and installation has started. It will take some time, guys. Okay, I'll pause and resume the video because this installation will definitely take time. Okay, once the installation is done, I'll resume the video. Okay, so the installation is done, completed successfully. We can launch the Eclipse ID, guys. We can launch the Eclipse ID. Okay, so just click on launch. The Eclipse ID will launch. Once it is installed, we can launch. So it will ask for in the next screen, it will ask us to provide the workspace where you want to store the Java projects that you are going to create using this Eclipse ID. Okay, that is going to the next step. Let's wait for the workspace options to be displayed here. You see the workspace, Eclipse ID launcher workspace. Okay, this is a place where by default Java projects will be stored, but I want to choose a different place. Okay, if I want to choose a different place where I want to store my Java projects in my machine, I can still do that. Click on browse, I'll go back and I'll just create a new folder where I want to store the Java projects in my computer. Okay, so I'll say this as TestNG Eclipse. Okay, ID something. Okay, select folder and click on launch. So that location, okay, that I have given here in the workspace, that workspace is the place where all the Java projects that I'm going to create using this Eclipse ID editor will get stored at that location. Okay, we can go to the location also, guys. Okay, not a problem, we can go to the location, but here our main focus is on TestNG, how to install TestNG. Okay, so TestNG need to be installed in this Eclipse ID editor, guys. Okay, let the Eclipse ID editor to launch, and later I'll go step by step with TestNG and why we have to install TestNG in Eclipse ID. Everything I'm going to cover in this session. So Eclipse ID has been launched. Okay, and welcome screen has been come. Just close the welcome screen, guys. You will get the project explorer and this place where the files that are opened will be shown here. You can minimize the remaining stuff, not required. Minimize the remaining stuff. Okay, only these two are enough, project explorer and this part. Now, guys, what next step is, let's create a Maven project. Okay, before installing TestNG, let's create a Maven project. Okay, in real time, we create Maven projects, guys. We work with Maven projects. Okay, so we'll not use the traditional Java projects. Rather, we'll use the Maven projects in real time. So we'll start with the Maven projects. File, new, select this project, guys. And in this select a wizard, new project wizard, just go for the Maven folder and select this Maven project option. Okay, click on next. So to write the Java programs, I am creating a Maven project, guys. I'm instead of using traditional Java projects, I'm using Maven project. So click on next without changing anything. In a while, you will get some archetypes. So we have to use an archetype known as okay. So here we're creating a Maven project. We have to use this Maven archetype kickstart here. Okay. Let's wait for the archetypes to be displayed first of all. Retrieving the archetypes. These are like templates for the projects. Guys. Different project templates are there. So we'll be choosing one of the template. Okay, a lot of templates came here, but the template that we need is this template of from Maven archetype quick start project template. So let's type Maven just to filter out, guys. Let's type Maven hyphen archetype hyphen quick start. Okay, quick start. Now select this Apache 1.4 version, Maven archetype quick start Apache version. Next, and give the project name here. Give the project name. Let's say TestNG demo, I'll say for now. Okay. TestNG project, TestNG demo, I'll say the project name. You can give any name. I'm just giving this. I'm giving the group ID as TD. I am giving the package name as TPack. Okay. But this is a project name, guys. Artifact ID is a project name that you are giving. Okay. TestNG demo project. If you want to have more clarity, you can say TestNG demo project. Okay. This is a Java project actually. But the main reason why I'm creating this Maven Java project is to, okay, explain you how to install a Eclipse ID in sorry, TestNG in Eclipse ID editor. Okay, click on finish. In a while, a Maven project will be created with the given name TestNG demo project. Okay, let's let it complete 100% here. Let's wait for that to finish. Okay, we'll follow with the next steps. Okay, once it is 100%, we'll go with the next steps. So it's 100%, guys. Maven project got created. We can expand this now. And here, delete the default package and class file under src test java. Okay, there is src main java, src test java. I'll go to src test java. A default package and file came. I'll delete this default package, guys. I'll delete this default package. I'll right click and say delete here. Click on OK. It got deleted. Delete the default package and class file under src test java. And without now the next part is without TestNG, okay, without installing TestNG, if I have to work with the Java projects with this Maven project, how I'm going to work, okay, that I'm going to show you. I'm going to create a main method and run the Java application. Here, guys, under src test Java, I'll create a new class file. Okay, I'll name this as demo file. Demo name of the Java file I'm just giving as demo, and I can auto generate the main method. I can type this main method automatically. I mean, automatically I can auto generate and I can type it manually. Public static void main. So now if you go here and see here, guys, a class will be created, demo class will be created. Under the demo class, main method will be there. Okay. So the font size is bit small. So what I'll do is I'll go to the project. Okay. Properties, select properties. And here under resource, I'll expand resource. I think this is not the one. So I think I have to go to window, guys. Okay. Window preferences. Okay. I went to the project. I should go to window preference. I expand the general. I have to select appearance, colors and fonts, first option, and basic one you expand here and go to text font, click on edit and change the font size to 18 so that you can see the difference here in the editor. Okay. Now the font size has increased. The class has been created as demo class. Under that main method has been created. Okay. Remove this part. Inside the main method, you can write whatever the code you want. Okay. System.out.println. I'll say I'll give my name here, guys. Okay. So if I want to run this code, since there is a main method, as you know, in Java, the execution will start from the main method, guys. Okay, execution starts with the main method. So without main method, I cannot run the classes. Okay, so only if these Java files have the main method, then only we can run the Java classes. Run as Java application. If you say, always say okay. So my name will be printed in the output. You see, my name got printed in the output. Okay, my name Arun Motri got displayed in the output under the console. Okay, you can drag it here. Otherwise. So in the output, we got I got my name. Okay. Okay. So fine. So what if there is no main method? Okay. If there is no main method, and can I run the Java file? Right click run as, you see. I'm not getting any Java option. Okay. Again, Control Z. Now right click run as. You'll get the Java application. Okay. You'll not get this Java application option without this main method. That means without main method, you cannot run any Java programs. Okay. When the main method is there, you can run the Java programs from the using this right click option Java application, or you can right click on the demo.java and say run as and select the Java application, or you can even select this run option from here. Okay, run demo file. Okay, different ways you can run it, but main method is compulsory, guys. Main method is not there, you cannot run this class, okay, at any cost. That's the thing. So without TestNG, it's compulsory that we have to use the main method inside the class, and we have to write the logic inside the main method and run the Java application. As just now I showed you, right? Run this, right click, run a Java application, you'll get the output here. Okay, you got the output done. Now, second thing is, now the next thing is, now I don't want to use the main method. Okay, I want to create a normal method and still want to print Arun Moturi. Okay, public void. I'll create a normal method known as sample method, guys. Okay, it's not a main method. You see, this method is not a main method, guys. I'll just name provide. Okay, sorry. I'll remove this. I'll just create a main instead of main method, I'll create a sample method here. Same system.out.println and I'll provide and say Arun Moturi here. And can I run this code? Right click, run as. I'll not get Java application option. You see, I'm not getting an option to run the code because without main method you cannot run the Java programs. Okay, right click here on the demo.java and say run as. Here also you'll not get Java application option. Here also, if you try to run, it will show you some run configurations dialog and it will not allow you to run. Okay, so the problem is there. Normal method cannot be run. But what we can do here is there is a option. There is a method, that is, let's add TestNG dependencies, guys. Okay, let's add the TestNG libraries. Okay, to pom.xml file. What does it mean? So you see, when we created this Maven project, we got this pom.xml file by default. Open this pom.xml file. Okay, sometimes it will show you the overview tab. Okay, if it shows the overview tab like this for some people in the beginning, right, it will show the overview tab. Just go to the pom.xml at the end and you will see this XML content here. Okay, there is section known as dependencies. Okay, if you are using the same project template, Maven project template, Maven archetype kickstart, right, you'll get all this XML content. Otherwise, you'll not get. Okay, better use the same Maven template while you are creating this Maven project. And here there is something known as dependencies. Under the dependencies, there is one dependency which is coming by default known as JUnit dependency. Okay, as explained in the previous topic, JUnit is also a unit testing framework or testing framework, you can say. And the latest next generation testing framework is TestNG. TestNG is resolving the limitations of the JUnit, and TestNG is powerful and flexible than JUnit. Okay, it's by default this Maven project is coming with JUnit library. So I don't want this JUnit, guys. I want the TestNG library. So I'll remove that from the dependency tags from the pom.xml file. To get the TestNG libraries here, what I have to do here is, okay, I deleted the JUnit. Now I have to go to mvnrepository.com, and from there I need to search for TestNG. Then I'll get the TestNG dependencies. You just see here what I'm trying to do. Here I'll go to MVN repository. I'll go to MVN repository and search for TestNG, guys. Okay, TestNG, and I'll get TestNG here. Click on this, and here you'll get the latest version. Click on the latest version of TestNG, and here Maven, Gradle, and everything is there. Select Maven, and this is the dependency tags of Maven. Okay, this is the dependency tags of TestNG. Okay, so by adding this dependency tags in this pom.xml file, okay, just organize this so that it looks good. Just press tab so that it will be arranged, and just click on the save button. You see, TestNG libraries will be downloaded under the Maven dependencies. These are the TestNG libraries came. Okay, TestNG libraries came. So once you add the TestNG libraries, okay, once you added this TestNG library to the pom.xml file and saved it, now along with the Java library, you see by default when you create a Maven project, by default you got the Java library by default. Okay, without adding the dependencies here, you got the Java library and JUnit library. But I removed the JUnit library, and in place of the JUnit, I provided the TestNG library. Okay, so when I provided the dependency tags and clicked on the save all button here, under the Maven dependencies, we got the TestNG related libraries and automatically configured there. Okay, so now go back to the demo. Now we have the TestNG library, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to convert this normal method into a test case or test method. How to do that? In TestNG, there are different annotations, guys. There are some concepts known as annotations. I'll explain more about annotations later. For now, just to convert this, okay? Without this annotation, guys, right click here, run as. You will not get any option to run it, okay? Java application option or something you will not get. But here I need to add an annotation from TestNG library known as @test annotation. Hover the mouse on @test, and you see you'll get an import option where you can import this annotation from TestNG library. Okay, these are annotations, guys. You'll get more idea like in the upcoming sessions of this training series of TestNG. I'm going to show you. Okay, for now, I'll show you how to install TestNG in Eclipse IDE. For now, we added the TestNG library to this project, and hence we are able to use this @test annotation from the TestNG library. Now right click, run as. Still you are not getting TestNG option. Even though you converted this normal method into the test method, still you are not able to run it. You are not getting any option. The reason behind that is we have to install TestNG plugin. Okay. So what I did here is we no more require the main method, guys. Okay, in order to run this code, these methods, we no more require the main method. Instead, we'll use normal method and convert that method into the test methods, TestNG test methods. Okay, unit test methods you can say otherwise. Okay, unit test methods or UI test methods or whatever the methods. Okay, for that we added @test annotation and convert that normal method into the TestNG test method or unit test method. Okay, in that print sample print statement is there, but when I try to run the TestNG test method, we are not able to run it, right? I'm not getting any run configuration options to run it. Okay, run configurations won't be available. So hence we have to install TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin. Okay, we need TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin to be installed. Just adding the TestNG library and converting this method into the TestNG test method is not enough, guys. In this Eclipse IDE, we have to install this TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin. How to install TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin? We have to go to the official website of TestNG, guys. I'll show you. Just go to the official website of TestNG, testng.org. Under that, which is the editor you are using? IntelliJ IDEA or Eclipse? Eclipse. So just select Eclipse, guys. Then select installation. You see, select installation. Here I provide everything. Install the plugin. Just click on install the plugin. Just follow it blindly. Then install from update site section. Go to the install from update site section. And here you will see a link, guys. Copy this link. Copy this link. And here the instructions are already provided, guys. What you have to do in Eclipse IDE. Select help new install software in Eclipse IDE. In Eclipse IDE, go to Eclipse IDE and select help install new software. Okay. After selecting install new software, what you have to do next? Then enter the updated site URL. Okay. Copy this URL and paste it here. Okay. Paste in the display dialog here and click on the add button. And here you can name it as TestNG, guys. You can name it as TestNG and say add. In a while, TestNG will appear here. Okay. In a while, after you click on add, in a while, it is loading TestNG. Pending is coming. In place of pending, you'll get TestNG in a while. Okay. Just wait. Just wait for the TestNG option to be displayed. Select TestNG option. Click on next. It will take some time to install, guys. Let's wait. Let's wait for the TestNG to be installed. So we are now installing TestNG plugin in Eclipse IDE. This is the process of installing TestNG, guys. Without installing this plugin, we cannot run anything using TestNG. Okay. So without main method, I want to run the method. So I converted the methods into TestNG test methods, but still I am not able to run because this TestNG plugin is not installed. Now I'm trying to install. This is the process for installing. Click on next. Accept the agreement. Click on finish. Installing software. It's installing the software, guys. We got some trust option here. Always trust all content. Yes, I accept the risk. No problem here, guys. Just blindly go with the trust selected. And it will ask you to restart also. Let's wait for the restart to happen. Once the restart is done, this TestNG plugin will be TestNG will be installed in this Eclipse IDE. Restart now. Save this file. No problem. In a while, it will be restarted, guys. An Eclipse IDE will be restarted, and TestNG plugin will be there for us. Okay. So these are the steps, guys. Okay. And restart the Eclipse IDE. Now, whatever the TestNG test method we are not able to run here, we'll be able to run now. Okay. Some extra options also will come, guys, after restart. It will show the workspace option again. It will show the workspace option again. You don't have to change the workspace. That's the place where the projects we decided to store our projects. Okay. Whatever created projects. Let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to show the workspace. The next screen. Okay, it's not showing the workspace directly. It went on somehow. That's okay. If you want to change the workspace, you still have this option, switch workspace and say other, and then change it if you are not getting that workspace option. Not a problem. That's okay, guys. So it has Eclipse ID got restarted here. Eclipse ID got restarted here. Now I'll close this pom.xml file. Now you see some extra options came. Run, debug. Under the header test annotation, run, debug, and run all options came because we have installed TestNG plugin in this Eclipse ID. Now run this. Right click on this sample method and say run as. You see now you are getting TestNG test. Earlier you got Java application when main method was there. Now anymore we are not going to use main method because we are going to use TestNG testing framework to run this particular methods. Okay, this is a test case, you can say. This is a test method or test case method. And if you want to run this test case method or test method, you have to use TestNG. Okay, click on this test and the sample, see, allow the access, and you will get the output, guys. You will get a output. Okay, you will get an output. You see, output came. So output will be bit different, guys. Okay, from the normal general Java output, right? It will be bit different because you are running using TestNG now. So first of all, this whatever the print statement is there that got printed and Arun Motori got printed, and one runs, no one pass, no failures. Okay, this is what. Apart from this console tab, you'll get this TestNG tab here. Okay, you'll get this TestNG tab here. I'll just move it right side. So apart from this, you got the TestNG tab, and here you see the sample test got executed and it got passed. Okay, one passed. Okay, done. Minimize this. Done. So guys, now without main method, we are able to run the programs. Okay, Java programs. Okay, that is possible with the help of TestNG. Without installing TestNG in your Eclipse ID, we will not be able to run the Java programs with the help of TestNG. Okay, so this is all right. Okay, so also some extra options like run all came, and we are able to, okay, we are able to run the Java programs using in Eclipse IDE with the help of TestNG. Okay, the test methods. This is called as it's not a main method. No, it's a test case method or test method. Okay, because TestNG is a testing framework. So all the methods we will provide the test kind of annotations and then convert them into the test methods and run them instead of using the main method. Okay, in TestNG we don't use the main method, we use the test methods. Okay, which have the test annotation. Okay, so what else is left out? So this is a Maven project, guys. Whatever I showed you is a Maven project. Okay, whatever I showed you is a Maven project. What if you have to uh, configure this TestNG? Okay, already you have installed TestNG in Eclipse ID, guys. You don't have to do that again. But if you are working on a normal traditional Java project, okay, normal traditional Java project, if you are working on, then already TestNG is installed. But how to add the TestNG library? Already you added TestNG library to Maven project by adding the dependency tags from MVN repository. But if you go to traditional Java projects, if you want to add the TestNG library, how you are going to add? For example, this is a Maven project. But instead of Maven project, if I create a normal Java project, okay, I'll select new and file new and say project and go to the Java folder. I'll go to the Java folder, guys. Okay, Java folder and select Java project. Click on next. And here I have to give the project name. TestNG traditional, TestNG traditional demo project. Okay. So traditional Java project, guys. Okay, it's using Java latest version, whatever we have installed. Click on finish, guys. It will give you this dialog for module dialog. Don't create. Okay, just remember that, don't create. Remember my decision and open perspective. That's okay. So a traditional TestNG Java project got created. A traditional Java project got created. So under SRC, if I create a new class, say demo, and with main method, again with main method, I'm saying. And here, if I write a print statement, system.out.println, and I'll give my name here, Arun Motori. And if I run this code, right click run as Java application. If I run this code, you see I got the output as Arun Motori here. Okay, whatever the print statement that got executed and printed here. That's fine. But I don't want to use the main method. I want to use a normal method like public void sample. So and still use the same print statement, system.out.println, system.out.println. I'll give Arun Motori here. And if I try to run this, I will not be able to run this. You know, right? Right? So without this is not a main method, so you cannot run this. Okay, in Java. Okay, in Java, if you have to run the Java programs, you need main method. But what I have to do is I have to add the TestNG library to this project. Okay, by default you are getting the Java library, but this traditional Java project doesn't have the TestNG library. In order to add the TestNG library, right click here and say new and create a folder here and just name that as library or libs or whatever it is. Okay, and now go back to mvn repository here. Go back to go to mvn repository and search for TestNG here. Click on this. Now instead of going for let's go to the latest version first of all. And instead of going for this Maven dependencies and all, here you see they're providing you one jar file. Okay, some jar file is provided. Click on this jar file, guys. TestNG jar file will be downloaded. Okay, a jar file will be downloaded. Okay, if you are using traditional projects instead of Maven projects, this is the process, guys. Copy this jar file and go to this Eclipse ID and paste it here. Okay, and paste it here. Under the live, the jar file has come. Now, this is not configured automatically, guys. Right click on the project, select right click on the project and select properties option. You will get this properties for something. And here Java build path option will be there. Select that and select the libraries. And if you see the class path, if you don't see the class path, directly add the jars. If you see the class path, select the class path. In your Eclipse ID, if you see the class path, select the class path. If you don't see the class path, directly add the jars. If you see the class path, it's compulsory for you to select the class path and say add jars. And the projects will be displayed in this Eclipse ID. This is a traditional project. Under that, we created the libraries folder and we added the TestNG jar file. Click, select the jar file and say apply and close. That's it. Okay. Once you did that, do that. Now add @test annotation here. You don't have to install TestNG plugin in Eclipse IDE because it is already installed, right? As part of the Maven project, we have already installed, so you don't have to install it again. Okay, TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin is already installed. Only the library was missing in this traditional project, so I was adding it. Now hover the mouse and import this test annotation from TestNG, and now save this and right click. Now you'll get TestNG option, TestNG test option, and you can run it. You'll get the output, guys. Okay. So here you got the output, guys. Unable to initialize main. Okay, there is an exception here. Some exception is coming. That's okay. What is the problem here? I don't know. In the traditional projects, there is a exception coming. Right click run as again. TestNG test. It's not working. Okay, maybe the jar file that we added is not working fine. So right click properties. We'll remove this jar file. Generally, it has to work, guys, but okay, it's not working. So let me delete this. Okay. Otherwise, it would have worked for us. Okay. So otherwise it would have worked. Adding the libraries, mvn repository is not supporting. TestNG.org will go and we'll go to download. Let's see what will come in the download. Dependencies and any library is there. Let's see. TestNG dependencies is there. Gradle is there. Snapshots are there. Okay, there's no jar file available. Okay, if you have the jar file, you can configure that in the. But that okay. That's the problems, guys. These are the problems. Okay. TestNG jar file. Is there anything that will come? No, it's again taking us same page where we don't have the TestNG library. But we can do one thing, hover the mouse and here add TestNG library, one option will come in Eclipse ID, guys. Okay. So this is another way, guys. Okay. So if you don't want to add the libraries and you can add from here, add TestNG library. It's another way. Let's see whether it will be, yeah, now errors are gone. Right click, run as TestNG test. Let's see whether it will work. This time it is working, guys. Okay, this another way is working. Jar file method is not working, so I am adding the library directly from the Eclipse ID. Eclipse ID is giving an option to add the TestNG library. After adding the TestNG library manually here in the additional project, I'm getting the output. I'm getting the TestNG output, and so here more things like TestNG results also will get, and this particular test is passed. This is how we have to work with the traditional projects, guys. Okay. But in real time, guys, we'll not use the traditional projects. In real time, we use Maven projects only. So stick to the Maven projects only. Traditional projects is for additional knowledge I gave. But how to install TestNG Eclipse ID plugin, I showed you. That's only one time you have to do in Eclipse ID. Even though you are using multiple projects here, only one time you have to install TestNG Eclipse ID plugin in Eclipse ID editor. Okay. So hope guys you understood how to install TestNG Eclipse ID editor, TestNG plugin in Eclipse ID editor in this session. So we'll move on to the next topics, the next sessions. Okay, this much is enough for now. So hope guys you understood how to install TestNG in Eclipse IDE and use in projects and run the Java programs using the TestNG annotations and all. Okay, TestNG methods, test methods, or TestNG at the rate test annotation provided methods, whatever you can call. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic, session or topic for you or concept for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 3 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to practically show you how to auto-generate a Java class having at the rate TestNG test method in Eclipse IDE to save your time. Okay, in Eclipse IDE, if you want to create a class having at the rate test annotated TestNG method, it will take some time, right? First you have to create a class, then you have to go inside the class code and then write a method, and on the top of the method you have to write at the rate test annotation. All this you have to do, but there is a shortcut where you can directly create a class with at the rate test, one of the sample method, okay, having at the rate test annotation. How to do that in Eclipse IDE, I'm going to practically show you. Okay, auto generating TestNG class with test method in Eclipse IDE. Okay, how to do that? A class with a sample at the rate test method will be automatically generated on selecting to create a TestNG class in Eclipse IDE. How this is possible? Okay, let me show you practically. In the previous session, we already have created this Maven project. Okay, and also in the previous session itself, we have already installed TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin. To confirm whether TestNG Eclipse IDE is already installed in this Eclipse IDE, you can see on the right side there is a TestNG option. This will not come if you have not installed TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin. On the top of that, if you want to double confirm, you can go to Window, Show View, and select Other and search for TestNG. If you are getting this TestNG option, that means TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin is already installed. On the top of that, if you go to the pom.xml file of this Maven project, you can see that under dependencies, the library of TestNG is already added. Okay, so by making sure that all these things are already there, now I'm going to show you how to create a class. Okay, having at the rate TestNG test method directly. Okay, so for that, I'll choose src test Java. I'll create a package first. Okay, so let me create a package, say pack1. Now right click on this package, select new and select other option. Okay, select other option. There are two ways, guys. Either you can directly search for TestNG. Here TestNG folder with TestNG class will come, or other way is you can manually scroll down until you find something known as TestNG folder and select this TestNG class. Anything is fine. I feel TestNG typing and selecting the TestNG class makes more sense. Okay, and click on next. So under the pack one, okay, I will name this class as sample class. Okay, and click on finish. I'm just creating the TestNG class, guys. I nowhere mentioned that at the rate test method need to be created, but since it is a TestNG class, it's not a normal Java class. Okay, just click on finish, guys. The moment you click on finish, you see a sample class with at the rate TestNG test method. Okay, is already created. I don't have to create again. I want to modify the name. Okay, sample method one like this. If I want to modify the name, I can modify. You see, this much simple it is to auto generate a class having at the rate TestNG method. Okay, so otherwise, guys, if you have to do the same thing, what do you have to do? If you don't create TestNG class, then you have to create a normal Java class. Right click new class like this. Okay, I'll say sample 2. Okay, this sample class, and here TestNG test method will not come by default. You have to create it manually. Okay, public void. I have to type everything. Okay, sample 2 method, and then on the top of that, I have to provide at the rate test annotation over the mouse, and I have to import this from TestNG. All these steps I have to do. This will take time. But this process of creating the TestNG class directly, having a TestNG test method whenever you are need and whenever you want to save time is more beneficial in Eclipse IDE. Eclipse IDE is providing this option where you can directly create a class having a TestNG test method and go with the process. Okay, so much easy it is. Whether this sample class, which is having a TestNG test method auto generated, is working or not. Let's see system.out.println. I'll just give my name here. Okay, Arun Moturi or something. Okay, I'll just give my name. and then right click here and say run as TestNG test. And if you get getting the output here, okay, you're getting my name in the output, and the results also you can see TestNG results are coming here. The test got passed because nothing got failed here. Okay, so this is working fine, guys. TestNG class, which is auto generating the at the rate test TestNG test method, is working fine. So that's what I want to show you in this session, guys. This is going to save time. Okay, this kind of concept is going to save time in Eclipse IDE. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 4 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how to use TestNG testing framework for Selenium automation. So let's get started. So we can use TestNG testing framework for Selenium automation for UI testing purpose. Okay. So here is the thing. We can use it for Selenium, we can use it for Rest Assured, we can use it for APM, and so on. Okay. So first I'll show you how to use TestNG testing framework for Selenium. In the next session, I'll show you how to use TestNG testing framework with Rest Assured framework. Okay. Rest Assured automation for API testing automation. Okay. First UI automation with Selenium, how to use TestNG testing framework is the thing. Then the same TestNG testing framework, how to use with Rest Assured API automation, I'll cover in the next session. Okay. Fine. So coming with the Selenium, guys. So there are some prerequisites here, which I have already done in the previous sessions. Okay. So install and configure Java. Java is already installed in my machine, guys. Okay. If you want to confirm that, we can go to control panel. Okay. Whether Java is already there or not. Okay. In the previous sessions of this series, I already installed Java in my machine. You see, Java is already there. Okay. Java software is already there. You can, and also configured, guys. Okay. It's already configured. Okay. But we have downloaded and installed Java latest version, JDK latest version, and we have configured Java using environment variables. Okay. We can go to edit system environment variables, and I'll show you how it is configured. Here you see Java underscore home is created with the Java folder path where the Java has installed in my machine. Okay, till the folder path we have given, and also in the path I have provided Java home bin folder. Till bin folder I provided the path. Okay, I edited the path. Okay, this I already covered in the previous sessions, guys. So I'm not going to cover. So we can check whether Java is properly installed and configured or not for Selenium by opening the command prompt anywhere in your computer, any folder and anywhere in your computer, and type Java hyphen version here. And you see 17.0.4.1. Okay, we got the version of Java. Then install and launch Eclipse IDE. Okay, so I have already installed and launched Eclipse IDE, and also how to install and launch Eclipse IDE already covered as part of the previous sessions, guys. Okay, okay, as part of previous sessions, I already covered this. Here I already covered how to install Eclipse IDE, how to launch Eclipse IDE. Here we already have the Eclipse IDE, guys. I directly launched it. Java is there now. Eclipse IDE has been launched. Okay, these things I already covered, guys. I don't have to cover again. Okay, so they are covered as part of the previous sessions. You can follow the previous sessions, like it acts like editor for Java programs. Java is required, which is already installed and configured. We have downloaded and installed latest version of Eclipse IDE from the official website of Eclipse, and finally we have launched Eclipse IDE like this. Okay, if you don't know the process, you can follow the previous sessions. Okay, done. Then we have to install TestNG plugin for Eclipse IDE. Okay, that is already done here, guys. Okay, installing TestNG and using in projects. Here I showed you how to install TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin. That is also there. To confirm whether in this Eclipse IDE TestNG plugin is there, you can see here there is a TestNG icon coming. That means TestNG plugin is already installed. Another way to confirm that is go to window, say show view, and select other. And here type TestNG. If you are getting a TestNG option, that means TestNG plugin, TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin is already installed in your Eclipse IDE. So this part is also done. Now let's create a Maven project, guys. After all these presets are done, let's create a Maven project. File, new, just select file, new, and go to project, guys. And here type Maven, okay, which is a shortcut, and select Maven project here. Click on next, and again click on next. Here let's wait for the archetypes, that is a project Maven project templates are getting downloaded here, guys, retrieving. Here some list of archetypes will come, templates will come. We'll choose one of the good template, okay, that I generally choose for every project or something. Okay, let's wait for these archetypes to be downloaded, guys. Let's wait for some more time. It will be done in a while. Let's wait. Yeah, we got the archetypes. Now here I type Maven hyphen archetype archetype hyphen quick start. Quick start. Like this, I'll type Maven archetype kickstart. I'll get this org.apache Maven archetypes with 1.4 version. Okay, quick start one. This one we have to select from Apache, guys, having the 1.4 version. On next. And here we have to give the project name, guys. I'll give the project name as, since I am trying to show you how to use TestNG with Selenium, I'll say Selenium TestNG project. Okay. Like this, I'll give STP, I'll give, and here SPAC, I'll give. Okay. Some package name like SPAC, default package names. Click on finish. A Maven project will be created, guys. You already know how to create the Maven project because I already covered as part of the previous session. But I created the Maven project again freshly to show you how to use TestNG testing framework with Selenium automation for UI automation purpose. Next, what? Once the loading is done, Maven project is successfully created. Expand this, guys. Expand this. Okay. Let's run few sample or UI automation tests for login feature of tutorials in the application. Okay. We'll be using TestNG testing framework along with Selenium, guys. Okay. So here I'll go to src test Java first, and here there is a package with the default file. I'll delete this package with default file first of all. Okay, I'll delete this default file with package file first. Now let's create a new package. New package. Generally in real time we create the packages like this. For example, if you're automating this application like tutorialsninja.com, this application, if you're automating, we'll write the package name in reverse way. com.tutorialsninja like this. Okay, we'll create the package like this, guys. Okay, so let's create this. And also here under this com.tutorials ninja, I'm going to create a sub package, create package. I'll say dot test package. That is sub package. Dot means sub, guys. Okay. Under that test package. So you can delete. Let that be. Okay. Com.tutorials. Once you have more sub packages, right, it will be divided properly. But for now, com.tutorials ninja tutorials ninja dot test. Okay. Under this, I'll create a new class. Okay. Under this, I'll create a class, say demo class. Otherwise, login, right? I want to automate the login. So login functionality. You see here, this application is there, and here there is a login. If I have to go to the login page, I have to go like this, and you have to give the valid credentials, invalid credentials, without credentials, valid and invalid credentials, invalid is email and valid password, like that. Different test cases I can create, guys. Okay, different test case I can create. That is what I want to automate. So I want to give the class name as login, guys. Click on finish. I don't want to use main method, as I already mentioned in the previous sessions why I don't use main method. When there is TestNG testing framework, you don't have to use main method. Okay, you are going to use TestNG test methods. So first let's create a TestNG test method, guys. Okay, first let's write some Selenium code inside TestNG test methods of the class for few login tests of tutorials in Java. Let's create some test cases. Okay, so expand this anything TestNG. I'll tell you this one will come naturally, guys. These things will come naturally. So here in this particular class, I'll create a method first, public void. First test case I am going to create, verify login, verify login with with valid credentials. Okay, verify login with valid credentials like this. Is a normal method. It's a normal class and this normal method. If you want to convert this normal method in this project to TestNG test method, okay, because I'm not going to use main method, I have to use TestNG test method. I have to provide an annotation from TestNG. I will explain more about annotations later, guys. But this particular annotation, I cannot wait. Okay, so I'm directly using. Before the topic of annotations in TestNG is covered, I'm directly using the @test annotation from TestNG, guys. In the TestNG library, we get this @test. Over the mouse, you see you are not getting an import statement because this Maven project is by default coming with Java library, but it doesn't come with the TestNG library. You have installed a TestNG Eclipse IDE plugin, which gives you options like TestNG results tab and running the TestNG files and all those stuff. But it will not give you an option to import this annotation class annotation. Okay, this is from JUnit, guys. You are getting from JUnit. I want to import this @test from TestNG. Don't select the JUnit. Okay, go to the pom.xml file in Maven, guys. Okay, and here under the dependencies, you see JUnit is by default coming. Remove the JUnit. I don't need JUnit. I want TestNG. Okay, which is more powerful than JUnit, as I already explained in the previous sessions. Now here, in between the dependency tags, I need to add the TestNG library first, okay? As per the need, we will be adding the libraries and all, okay? Ambient repository will say. Here, simply type for whatever you are looking for, that is TestNG. Click on this TestNG, guys, and take the latest version and copy this Maven dependency tags, okay? Just click on this, it will be copied to clipboard and come back here and simply paste it here. That's it. Press tab, save. TestNG libraries will be downloaded, guys. You see Maven dependencies came and here TestNG library has been downloaded and automatically configured by this pom.xml file in this project. Okay. Now go back to login.java, hover the mouse, and you see before @test, if I right click here and say run as, you will not get any run options to run this. Okay. But either you should have main method here or it should be a TestNG test method. Okay. Since we are using TestNG framework here, we also added the libraries of TestNG just now. Now you'll get the options to import this test annotation from TestNG. You see TestNG annotations importing. Okay, done. Once you import that, since Eclipse ID, TestNG Eclipse ID plugin is also installed, we are getting some additional options like run all, run and debug options. Okay, it's got selected, guys, somehow. That's fine. So here, now in this TestNG test method, let me write some Selenium automation code. Okay, let me write some Selenium automation code. So how do I write? Okay, so here we need this in for Selenium automation code. If you're new to Selenium, guys, okay, just blindly follow this. What I'm trying to do, you'll learn something out of this. Okay, but I want to show you the practical purpose of TestNG with Selenium. Okay, that's the reason I am covering this session. Okay, it's better that you learn Selenium Java and then come to this series of TestNG training series so that you will get more knowledge on TestNG, guys. Okay, because I'm going to cover partially like TestNG with Selenium, TestNG with API, like that. I'm going to cover here and there. Okay, for examples and all. So you will learn both API and UI automation in this as part of this training series of TestNG. Okay, but anyhow, let's use WebDriver Manager, another library, guys. Okay, so here I have to type WebDriver. Okay, this is a Selenium code I have to write. Before writing the Selenium code, I need WebDriver Manager to manage the drivers of Selenium. WebDriver Manager dot nothing will come. Okay, this will not work because in the pom.xml file that WebDriver Manager library is not mentioned. Okay, I have to mention the library of WebDriver Manager. So here go to MVN repository again and search for WebDriver Manager. Okay, and you'll get this cat symbol WebDriver Manager. Go with the latest version and go to the Maven dependencies, copy this, come back here, paste it here, that's it. Now press tab and organize, save this, done. Now come back here, now say WebDriver Manager dot, you will get it. It's taking a while, but you'll get it, okay? Let's say I want to use Chrome driver, okay? Chrome driver, okay? Dot setup. It's so easy to use, guys, okay? Chrome driver dot setup, okay? So I want to run my Selenium automation scripts on Chrome browser. So this is the first line I have to write WebDriver Manager dot Chrome driver dot setup. After that, I'll write WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. In Selenium, Chrome driver is a predefined class and I'm creating an object for the Chrome driver predefined class in Selenium library. I will import this. You see, I'm unable to import this Chrome driver class from Selenium because this project is not yet configured with Selenium library. Again, go to pom.xml file. Here, add the dependency tags for Selenium and that to Selenium Java, guys, because we are using Java here. Okay, say Selenium Java. Okay, Selenium space Java, and you will get the Selenium Java now. Click on the Selenium Java, guys. Go to the latest version and copy this dependency tags for Selenium Java and come back here and paste it here. That's it. And just organize this stuff and save this. Once you save this, the dependency tags for Selenium Java will be added here. You see a lot of jar files got added already. Selenium, Selenium Java also got added. Okay, you can see here Selenium Java. Okay, 4.4.0 and all those stuff. Okay, fine. Now come back here and here hover the mouse on the Chrome driver and sometimes it will not come, it will take some time. Hover the mouse again. Hover the mouse on Chrome driver and you'll get this import statement, import Chrome driver class from Selenium library. You are creating an object for the Chrome driver class and assigning to the variable of the parent interface known as WebDriver interface of Selenium. WebDriver is the interface, guys, which can store the object of the Chrome driver class or Firefox driver class or Edge driver class or whatever the class. Okay. Generally, when you are writing Selenium automation scripts, we don't create Chrome driver. Driver is called new Chrome driver. We generally write WebDriver driver is called new Chrome driver so that we can assign object of any driver to the WebDriver interface. That's the funda. Now, driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. This particular line is going to maximize the browser window. Okay, if you are new to Selenium, also you can learn from this session, guys, because I'm explaining each and every line. This new Chrome driver will launch this constructor will be called here and it will launch Chrome browser. Okay, it will launch Chrome browser. Okay, I'm not going to explain Selenium in detail, but at least I'll tell you what lines are going to do. Here, this will maximize browser as the name speaks, right? Maximize browser window, Chrome browser window. Okay, then I want to open the application URL. I want to open the application URL. Further, I have to use a command from Selenium known as get command. So this object reference dot get command. Okay. So what is application URL here? This is application URL, guys. Okay. tutorialsninja.com/demo is application URL. Provide that application URL in the double quotes. Better to copy paste, guys. When you type, you'll miss out HTTP or something and you'll get errors. Better to copy paste this URL into this and you'll get all the protocols and all the stuff. Okay, without any mistakes. Now this will launch the Chrome browser. After launching the Chrome browser, after maximizing the browser, this will open the application URL. Okay, here application will URL will be opened in the browser. Application URL is opened in the browser. Okay, application URL is opened in the browser. Then after that, what I want to do? After that, I want to click on my account. Okay, I want to click on my account. So in order to click on the my account, Selenium is by default blind, guys. Selenium is by default blind. Selenium provides a method known as driver.findElement, but this find element is without the help of locator, it cannot find. This particular method without help of locators will not find. So what exactly locators are is out of topic for this session, but locators are the ones that will help Selenium in locating this particular UI element on the web page. Okay, Selenium cannot directly locate this element on the web page. Selenium with the help of locators will locate this element on the web page. Okay, you can do one thing, guys. You can install a plugin known as selector sub plugin. Okay, so if you are already have installed, guys, but if you are not installed in your machine, you can install a plugin on it. Just type selector sub and you'll be taken to this chrome.google or you will be taken to the official website. Chrome.google is better because you see this official website, you can go from official website or directly chrome.google is also fine. Since I already have installed, launch option will come for me. Okay, remove from Chrome or something will come from me. I already installed, you will get add to Chrome and it will be added, guys. Okay, so that's simple it is. So how to use this selectors of for creating locators for this my account, so that locators will help Selenium in locating or finding this my account option. Inspect this, guys. Okay, inspect this or inspect this, or you can also do one thing is right click and selector sub. You see a lot of options are coming right click only. Okay, I'll say copy relative XPath. Okay, I'll say copy relative XPath. Otherwise you'll say inspect here and see the HTML code, and if there is no ID, there is no name, look, no name attributes and all, directly you can say right click and select copy relative XPath. Come back here. Here you mentioned by class. Okay, there is a by predefined class in Selenium which will help us in accessing these methods known as XPath and all. So since I have to provide the XPath of that my account, I'll just provide double quotes here. And this is static method of the by class, guys. That's why you are able to access by dot XPath directly. Okay, you don't have to create object for the by class to access this XPath method. Now you see this is the locator, and with the help of the locator, Selenium is able to find the my account. And what I want to perform on the my account, I want to click on the my account. For that, there is a command in Selenium known as dot click. Okay, this will click on my account option. Once it clicks on the my account option, I have to select the login option. Okay, inspect this login option, guys. Here HTML code, this is a hyperlink. Whenever it is a hyperlink, if ID attribute is not there, name attribute is not there, okay, class attribute is not there, then fourth option we generally have in for locators is the link text. Okay, the text between the anchor tags. Okay, it is a hyperlink. The text between the anchor tags can be used, guys. Okay, copy this text and here that you can use as a locator, guys. Okay, that you can use as a locator. I'll simply write driver dot find element by dot link text. Okay, there's another method known as link text. Okay, if you are not able to understand all this stuff, guys, okay, go back to my another course on Selenium Java and come back here. Okay, you'll get it. Okay, dot what I want to do, I want to select the option. So again click. If I click on the login, you will be taken to the login page. After you are taken to the login page, guys, okay, you have to enter the email address, password here. That too valid email address and valid password you have to enter. Okay, so how to enter the valid email address and valid password? So for that, you have to inspect this email address field, and here just see the attributes. ID attribute is not there, but name attribute is there. If name attribute is there, you can copy the name attribute and here say driver dot find element. I think ID attribute is there. Okay, ID attribute is there, ID and name are there. If ID is there, we will give preference to the ID, guys. Okay, copy the ID here. I will say by dot ID for the email field, double quotes, provide the ID attribute value. and say dot send keys. Send keys is the command for typing the text into the fields, guys. Here I want to type the email address as this one. Okay. Double quotes of send keys, you provide the email address. So we are just giving the instructions to Selenium. Okay. So Selenium is there. We are writing the Selenium code inside this method, but this method is a TestNG test method. Okay. We are using Selenium and TestNG together. That's what I am meant to say. You don't want to give the space. You don't have to give the space actually. Then next one. Next one is what? I have to enter the password into the password field. Inspect this password field. And if you see any ID here, okay, ID is there, guys. Okay, copy the ID for the password field and say driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID of the password field dot send keys, provide the password. Okay, provide the password. That is 12345 is the password. Okay, done. 12345 is the password. I provided the valid password, guys. This is a valid email, valid password. I have to click on the login button. Inspect this login button. This login button doesn't have ID, name, class, or it's neither a link text or hyperlink. So the better way is that right click on the login, select a sub, and copy relative XPath. Okay, and just say driver dot find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath of that login button, guys. Okay, provide the XPath of that, paste it, and say dot. What I have to do on the button? I have to click on the button. So once I click on this button, you will get logged in. Okay, with valid credentials, you will get logged in. If you are logged in, then only you will get this edit your account information option or change your password option. Any of this you can take and verify whether this option is displayed or not. If this particular option is displayed, that means you see the purpose of any automation test is to verify whether, okay, when you are logging it with valid credentials, are you able to log in or not? We have to verify. Then you can pass the test. If you are not able to log in, you have to fail the test. So for that, TestNG is providing some assertions, guys. Okay, some assertions. So there is a predefined class in TestNG known as assert. Assert dot assert uh, true. I'll say. Okay, true. There are a lot of methods under assert, guys. All these assertion methods I'm going to cover later, guys. Okay, only one assertion I'm using for now. This assert class, predefined assert class, and predefined assert methods I'm going to okay cover in the upcoming sessions. Okay, so this at the rate test is one of the annotation. In the TestNG assertions annotations topic, I'm going to cover this at the rate test and other annotations possible. And also assert class is a predefined class and assert true is one of the method of the assert class. Like this assert true, there are other methods also under assert class of TestNG, okay, which we can use for asserting, that is verifying whether the test has been passed or failed. Okay, so judgmental, okay, judging whether this particular test has been failed or not. For that we generally use assertions, guys. Okay, I'll cover more about assertions later. Okay, for now as a sample I'm using assert true here from TestNG. Here I'll be writing inside the assert true, it is expecting true, guys. Inside this I'll write down whether this option is displayed. If this option is displayed, pass the test. If the option is not, if this edit your account option is not displayed, then fail the test. That's what I want to do. So I have to create a locator for this edit your account information. This is a link text. As you can see, copy this driver dot find element by dot link text, provide the link text. There is a command in Selenium, guys, to check whether this particular element is available on the web page or not. Okay, that is nothing but is displayed. If the element is displayed on the page, is displayed will return either true or false. If the element is displayed, this will return true. If the element is not displayed, is displayed will return false. You are asserting for what? True. If you are getting the result as true from the statement, true, true, then the test will pass. What if this edit your account information is not coming, somehow the credentials are not working? In that case, as a true is expecting true, but it will return false, guys, and your test will fail. Okay, that's what will happen. And finally, guys, we have to close the browser. Okay, driver dot quit. We have to quit the browser. Okay, we have to close the browser. For that command, quit command we'll use, which will close the browser. Okay, this will close the browser. Okay, here I'm writing commands. Close the browser. Okay, closes the browser. Now, one of the tests is completed, guys. Okay, one of the automation tests is completed in Selenium. Like this, we can create any number of automation tests. Okay, so we can run this if you want. If you want to see this, how this is working, fine. Save this. If there are no errors, then that's fine. Just click on this run button. There are multiple ways to run this, guys. Okay, you can either click on this run button, or you can right click on this login.java and say run as TestNG test, or you can click on this run option, run login. Okay, anything is fine, but I prefer single test is there, right? Better I will go with the run option here. So this will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL. Then it will click on the my account. Then it will click on the select the login option. It is very fast, entering the email password, and then verifying whether edit your account information, and finally closing the browser. It was very fast, and you see the test has been passed here. Okay, you can see that in the results. Console also it's saying test run 1, passed 1. Okay, one test has been passed. Only one test has been done, that is passed. And also you can see here clearly under login class, verify login with valid credentials, test method has been passed. Similarly, okay, another test method you can create, guys. This time I'll create another test method. The same class, public void, verify login with invalid credentials. Okay, invalid credentials. I'll give invalid credentials, guys. So I'll write at the rate test here. Okay, so I already imported, don't have to import. These steps will be same, guys, till I go to the login page and all those stuff. I'll copy everything. I'll modify that accordingly. Okay, according to my needs. Okay, we'll open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL. Then we'll click on my account. Then we'll click on select the login option. Okay, I'll log out here. I'll show you. So here from the home page, what I'm trying to do from the home page, I'm clicking on my account. After that, I'll select the login option. Then I'll enter the, here I have to, after going to the login page, I have to enter invalid email address. I should not be entering a valid email address. But what's the problem with entering the invalid email address is, if you're running this test multiple times, you'll get a security error saying that, okay, uh, it will treat like as like a hacker, and it will lock our account for 1 hour. For example, if you go to ATM and try to give wrong pin for 3 times, what will happen? Fourth time, you'll not be able to enter the pin, because it will say that your card has been disabled for the next 24 hours, right? Same thing will happen here, guys. If you're using the same invalid email address multiple times, it will lock your account and the test will not run, and it will fail with a different warning message. Okay, so that's the reason what we are trying to do is, instead of giving some one sample invalid email address, I'll try to generate the email address, guys. Okay, I'll try to generate the email address. So here I'll create a method, guys, to generate the email address. Public void generate email timestamp. Okay, generate email timestamp. Whether you understand or not, this is from Java, guys. The method logic will involve Java date functions. If you don't know about date in Java, you just refer to my Java course. Okay, detailed Java course I created. Okay, where I explained about the date and all those stuff. Okay, you have to create an object for the date. This is from Java, guys. Import this date from java.util package, and now return date dot to string. Convert that into string. Say dot replace. These are the string methods, guys. String methods in Java. Okay, date dot to string. Replace. Replace what? I want to replace space. Okay, in the timestamp you will get spaces, guys. Okay, in the timestamp, this date dot to string will print a timestamp like ist Tuesday, like that. Okay, some date, some month and all it will print. So there will be some spaces. I'll replace the spaces with underscore symbol. Okay, because I want a single word. A dot replace, there will be some colon symbols which email address will not accept. So replace the mold character. Colon symbols also will be coming in this date timestamp. Okay, colon, also replace that with underscore. Okay, if you are very curious, guys, just try to print date.toString by yourself and see how it is coming, and why I'm writing space and why I'm replacing space with underscore, why I'm replacing colon with underscore. You try it. Okay, first you print this one, you will get the idea. Tuesday, TUE space, then okay, some other thing, month or year or something will come with spaces. Okay, and colon symbols. Timestamps will come, time like 12 colon 13 colon 14, like that time will come. Okay, that colons I am replacing with underscore symbol, and I am at the end appending at the rate gmail.com. Okay, every time you run this, guys, okay, uh, at least seconds will change, right? Okay, when you run this code, at least seconds will change. That's why every time you run this code, okay, what will happen? A new email address will be generated. Okay, unique email address will be generated according to the timestamp, guys. Okay, here you have to return string, guys, then it will work. Now this generate timestamp method I will call from invalid email address here. Okay, send keys. Here I'm providing a new email address every time. Okay, invalid new email address. Here invalid password also I'll give 67890. It's an invalid password, and click on the login button. So what if I give some invalid email address here? Okay, what if I give invalid email address and invalid password here, and click on the login button? I'm getting a warning message. I'm getting a warning message. I have to verify whether this warning message is coming or not. If warning message is not coming, that is a That is a defect in the software. Okay, if a user is giving invalid credentials, the user should not be allowed to log in. Rather, a warning message should be displayed. That is the actual functionality of the software. So how to assert that? How to assert that this warning message is displayed? Inspect this warning message, guys. Inspect this warning message. Where is the warning message? Uh, Here is the warning message. Warning message is inside the div tag, guys. Okay, warning message is inside the div tag. So if you are good in XPath expressions, creating your own XPath expressions, so for that I have another okay video created. You can check another video, guys, where I created how to create your own XPath expressions and CS selectors, and don't depend on these tools like selector sub, because sometimes we have to customize our XPath expressions according to our needs. Okay, selector sub will not be able to generate everything for us. Okay, if you inspect this, okay, so and auto generate, so it will generate something for us. Okay, it will generate something for us. That's okay. Okay, so relative CSS, something is coming. Still fine, we can use it, but I don't want to depend on this. I want to create my own, right, XPath or something. So what I will do here is I'll copy this portion alert dismissible and say double slash div div. I'll say at the rate class, sorry, contains. I'll use contains function, contains. All this knowledge, if you want to get, guys, you watch my other videos on locators, like how to create your own XPath and CSS locators. Okay, at the rate class having value as alert dismissible, like this I'll give, and put a semicolon here. You see it will locate the div section only. This warning part only it is locating. And under this div we got the warning. Okay. Copy this XPath expression, and here I'll write down assert dot assert true. Here I'll write down some code, guys. So just see here what I'm trying to write. Driver dot find element. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath. I'll say there is a method known as getText, guys. Okay, there is a method in Selenium known as getText method. This purpose of the method is to get the text between the div tags. Okay, this is the element that is located, right. You see here div XPath is equal to 1 coming here with selector sub. That means this particular portion has been selected, and in between the div tags there is a I tag and there is some warning. Okay, so here warning text is there between the div tags. Okay, so getText will retrieve all this I and warning and everything. So I'll say contains function from strings I'll give. Okay, after get text I'll say 1 minute dot, yeah, T is missing, get text dot contains, I'll say, okay, dot contains string method contains what, some string. What is the string that you are expecting here? A warning message. What is the warning message? This warning message. Copy this warning message, guys, and paste it here. Okay, that's it. If it returns true, that means the warning message is displayed on the web page. Okay, warning message is displayed on the web page if it returns true. Okay, assert true we are saying. Fine. Okay, so two test methods we have created for sample now. Okay, and now I want to run the two test methods, guys. Okay, I want to run both of the test methods. Okay, so here also we'll follow the process. Selenium library run single test method. I showed you using run option we can run, or using right click on file on code. Okay, on code also you can say right click and say run as TestNG test. This is one way, or you can click on run here, or you can click on this run option. You can right click and say run as. Multiple options are there to run the code. Okay, and I'm now showing, I'm creating multiple. I have already created multiple TestNG tests here. For sample, I created two TestNG tests. Okay, two TestNG tests having the Selenium code. Both are separate TestNG tests. Okay, one is in with valid credentials we are verifying, with invalid credentials another test case we are verifying. Okay, by default, if you run the code, how they will be executed? Okay, right click, run as, or run all. You just say run all here. Better. Just click on run all, guys. It will run all the automation test methods inside this login class. Okay, run all will run all, or you can say login and run as, and right click on the file and run as. Anything is fine, guys. Okay, first test what it is running, and second test what it is running, we have to see. So in the test results, if you go and see here, first one is login with invalid credentials, but I have written login with valid credentials method first. How come login with invalid credentials is executed first, then login with valid got executed? This is because of alphabetical order, guys. Okay, by default the automation scripts, by default this TestNG test methods will be executed based on the name, that is alphabetical name. You see verify login with up to here is same, verify login with is same. After that what is coming? V is coming. After that here I is coming. I comes first in alphabets or V comes first? I comes first. Alphabetically I comes first. Hence this particular test method is executed first. Okay. Invalid credentials is executed first, then valid credentials. Internally what happens is this V will be converted to ASCII number. Okay. You see every character has a ASCII number. Okay. Let me take you to the ASCII table. ASCII table. Okay. Every character has a number, guys. Okay. Just go here and click on this link. You'll get a ASCII table and check the ASCII number for this capital V. What is ASCII number for capital V? You just check here, the ASCII table, capital V. Capital V 86, guys, okay? And capital I 73. Which one is greater, 73 or 86? 86 is greater. And which one is lower? 73. So lowest will be, okay? Lowest alphabet, alphabetical order means lowest alphabet, okay? Converted to ASCII number and then which one is lowest, that will be tested first. That will be running first. Hence, this is what is happening, guys, okay? But if you want your own priority, guys, if you want your own priority, okay, you can set the priority also. There is an attribute known as priority attribute, guys, which I will be covering in the upcoming sessions also. But here, as a situation came, if I want to change the order, first I want valid credentials automation script to be executed first. So I'll give the priority as, I'll change the priority. I will change the order of the execution. This is how the TestNG works with Selenium, guys, okay? You can change the priority of the execution and all the stuff, okay? Here priority is equal to 2. You see the login functionality may have more automation tests, more test cases to be automated, like 27, 28 for this application. Let's assume, for example. So I can create 27 test methods inside the same login class. Okay, I can create 27 test methods inside the same login class. Okay, but for sample, I'm creating only 2, guys. Okay, so for sample, I'm creating only 2. Like that, you can create 27 test methods here. And if you want them to be executed in a particular order, like this one to be first and this one to be second, then you have to give the priority attribute, guys. Provide the circular brackets before the beside the test annotation and provide the priority attribute and is equal to 1 for the test method that need to be executed first and priority is equal to for the test method that need to be executed second. Okay, I'll explain more about priority in depth in the upcoming sessions. Okay, now run this code, guys. This time run all. You see this one will verify with valid will run first and then verify with invalid will run second. Okay. So this is how we can use TestNG with Selenium, guys. Okay, this is one of the examples so that you'll get a kind of right feel like how Selenium can be used with TestNG or how TestNG can be used with Selenium, okay, for automation. Okay, it plays a major role in frameworks, guys. TestNG plays a major role in frameworks. With it is a backbone, you can say. Verify login with valid credentials, verify login with invalid. You see now priority came to the valid and then invalid because we manually mentioned priority is equal 1, priority is equal 2 here. Okay, now check results. We can also check the results, guys. Okay, we can also check our results. Okay, where we can check the results, we can check our results in one of the places output console here. Okay, here this is a place where you can get the results. You see passed 2 test cases got passed and 2 test cases got run, nothing got failed, nothing got skipped. Two got run, 2 got passed. This is one place where you can find the results. Second place is this tab, guys, results of TestNG test. You see under the login there are 2 test methods, @TestNG test methods. Both have been executed and both have been passed. Password is equal to here. Okay, fine. This is another way. And also you can generate a report, guys. You can generate a report. Right click, refresh the project once, refresh the project one. I'll delete this folder, guys. I don't know whether this is the latest one or older one. I'll run the scripts again. Another way to run is right click, run as TestNG test. Okay. Both the tests will be running, guys. Or you can right click on the login.java and run as. Anything is fine. First test is running. Sometimes, guys, this is a demo application. This may struck. Just press enter, guys. Just press enter. But in real time, you should not press enter. Just for the sake of demo, you just press enter so that it will not waste your time. Okay. Sometimes it will be fast and sometimes it will be like this. Okay. So now you see the same order and now refresh the project. Once you before refreshing the project, there is no test output folder. Now I'll refresh the project here, guys. I'll refresh the project here. I'll say refresh and get a test output folder. Under the test output folder, you'll see this index.html file. Let's say open with web browser. You see this is the TestNG report. We'll get the TestNG report also. Okay, TestNG results tab I showed you, and now TestNG report also we are getting. Refresh the project and test output folder index.html. So next time when you run the scripts, if you want to get the latest report, you delete this folder and run the scripts. Okay, so that you'll get a latest report. You see what the report is saying. Report is saying that we have run 2 test methods, 2 got passed. Okay, here one test means one class, guys, login class. Under the login class, there are 2 methods. Okay, under this test, you have two methods and two got passed. Login test, login with valid credentials, invalid credentials, and login with valid credentials, like that. Okay, like that you got the report. Report is done. That is the TestNG results report. This is how TestNG works with Selenium, guys, by generating the report and showing the results of the automation scripts. We have verified here. You see, using assertions, we have verified whether the test, this particular test is passing or fail. Here also we have put an assertion. I'll explain more about assertions later, but this is just to get a feel of Selenium and TestNG, how they work together and all, guys. Okay. So, and in the next session, guys, I will show you how to use TestNG testing framework for with the rest assured automation for automating the API tests. Okay. Selenium for UI test automation, whereas rest assured automation tool for API test automation. How to do that, I'm going to demonstrate in the upcoming session. Okay. Till that, you can wait. So hope guys you understood how to use TestNG testing framework for Selenium automation for automating the UI tests. So that's all for this session. In the next session, okay, I'll be covering another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 5 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how to use TestNG testing framework with rest assured framework automation tool for performing or for automating the API tests. So let's get started. Okay, how to use TestNG with rest assured for API automation testing is something that I'm going to cover in this session. So let's get started. So let's go here using TestNG testing framework for API automation using rest assured tool. Okay, so I'll just expand this. In the previous session, guys, I covered how to use TestNG testing framework for automating the UI tests using Selenium automation tool. Now I'm going to show you how to use the TestNG testing framework for API automation using REST Assured tool. Okay, how to use TestNG with REST Assured for API automation is something I'm going to cover. So for this, guys, we have to first install and configure Java for REST assured API automation. This we have already done, guys. Okay. So no matter you have installed and configured Java for any other stuff, it is same. Like for Selenium, it's same. For REST assured, it's same. Okay. In the previous sessions, if you have gone through the previous sessions, I have already installed and configured Java just to confirm whether Java is successfully installed and configured. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open the command prompt and type a command. Okay. So I already have downloaded and installed Java JDK latest version, and I went to the environment variables, and I'll show you like after like which version of Java I have in my machine at least. Okay, even though I'll not show you how to install, but I'll show you like it's already there in my machine. Just to confirm, just say J and you see Java JDK 17 version, latest LTS version is available in our machine. Then configure Java using environment variables. I already configured, guys. I'll just type edit system environment variables. And here this dialog will come. Advanced tab will be selected by default. Environment variables you click. You'll get user variables and system variables. Focus on the system variables. As you can see, Java underscore home is already there. Okay. The path of this JDK folder is already set. Okay, this is what is meant by configuration. If you go to C drive, Java got installed in my C drive program files, 64-bit program files means 64-bit here, and in that we have this version of Java that got installed. This is a home location, you can say. I copied this and I provided here for. I created this Java underscore home like this, new Java underscore home, and gave the I pasted the path here. Okay, and after that there will be an existing system variable known as path which I don't have to create manually. It will be there by default in your machine. Click on edit, and here I just added this percentage Java underscore home slash bin till the bin folder path. I gave the path. Okay, here till the bin folder path I gave the path like that. Okay, so this what is meant by configuration. Now to see whether Java has been successfully configured in our machine, I just have to open the command prompt. Just type cmd here, you'll get the command prompt, guys. Okay, open the command prompt and say Java hyphen version. That's it. Okay, and if you're getting the same version that you have just now installed and configured, then 17 version we are getting, we are good. Okay, that is the LTS version. So Java is installed. Okay, this is a prereq side, guys. Okay. Then second thing is that after installing and configuring Java in your machine, you have to install and launch Eclipse IDE. Okay. You have to install and launch Eclipse IDE, guys. How to install and launch that I already covered in the previous sessions. Okay. So to download, guys, we have to download Eclipse IDE. We have to say download Eclipse. Okay. I'll not show you how to install because it is already demonstrated in the previous sessions. But yeah, I'll show you the high level steps. Download Eclipse ID. You'll get this link, eclipseid.org, eclipse.org downloads. You'll be taken there. And on this downloads, you'll be seeing this button. When you click on the download, you'll be taken to another page. You'll get a download button. Just click on that. Eclipse ID will be downloaded. Okay. I'll cancel this because it's already downloaded and I just have to double click install the enterprise edition. That's it. Okay. I've done that. And I showed you this how to install and download, install, and launch Eclipse ID in the previous sessions only. For now, let's launch it. Okay. So I am launching in a new workspace. Okay. I'm launching in a new workspace here so that I can show you everything freshly. So here, this Eclipse ID, whatever I launched here, will act as a editor for Java programs. Okay. So I can create a Java project or Maven project and or Gradle project, whatever the project type, and I can write the Java programs. Okay, in that projects. That's one thing. And it is an advanced editor, like when compared to Notepad or Notepad++, they don't have the default options to compile automatically, or they don't have the default options to run the Java programs, and they don't have the default options to create a project and all those stuff, maintain the files in different packages and all that you will not get in the normal editors. But Eclipse ID or other advanced editor like IntelliJ will generally provide this kind of features for us. Okay, so that's I went with the Eclipse ID because most of the people use Eclipse ID for its simplicity and all. Okay, so we will be writing the Java programs in this Eclipse ID editor for its benefits. Now prerequisite is Java, guys, which I already have installed and configured Java and confirmed that version of Java. So prerequisite is already done. And how to download and install the Eclipse ID I already showed you. You have to go to the website of official website of Eclipse ID. From there you have to download and double click and install the enterprise edition. And how to launch, just click on this and it will launch, guys, or you just search for Eclipse ID here and you can click on the option and it will launch. Then we have to install TestNG plugin, guys. How to install TestNG plugin is already covered as part of this using here installing TestNG plugin in Eclipse ID is covered as part of the second session of this training series. You can refer that, guys. I don't want to cover it again. Just go here and just to for now, let's see whether TestNG Eclipse plugin is already there in this Eclipse ID or not. For that, one of the option here you see is uh, here just click on this TestNG, guys. Okay, there is a TestNG option coming. Okay, if you're getting this option, that means TestNG plugin has been TestNG Eclipse ID plugin has already been installed. And also another way to confirm whether TestNG plugin is installed in our machine or not is in this Eclipse ID or not is click on window. There's a show view and select other. And here type TestNG. If you are getting any TestNG option, that means TestNG Eclipse ID plugin is already installed. So you don't have to install again. If you want to know the process of installing, you can go to the previous videos. Now let's create a Gradle project, guys. Okay. For Selenium, for demonstrating TestNG testing framework with Selenium automation for UI automation, I have used Maven project. For a change, guys, for rest assured, I am going to use Gradle. You can also use Maven project also for rest assured API automation. But for a change, so that you'll get more extra knowledge on Gradle, I'm just using Gradle here instead of Maven. Okay, you can even use Maven also, not a problem. Okay. Gradle is actually a more simplified version of Maven, guys. Okay, compared to Maven, Gradle is even more simplified. But let's cover this. Let's try different things. Okay, so run like now. Let's run few sample API tests, automation tests of this website. Okay, in this project of Eclipse ID. So for that, what we have to do, step by step, we'll follow, guys. First, let's install the BuildShip Gradle integration. Okay, in order to create a Gradle project, we need BuildShip Gradle integration. But no need to worry, guys. If you have installed download and install the latest version of Eclipse ID, this particular plugin, BuildShip Gradle integration plugin will come by default in Eclipse ID. Okay, how to check that? Mostly coming as installed in the latest version of Eclipse. How to check that? Just go to the help and select Eclipse Marketplace. In a while, you will get a marketplace dialog coming. Just give it a second. You'll get a marketplace. Let it load, guys. Okay. In that, we'll search, guys. Okay. In that dialog, we'll search for the name BuildShip Gradle, like that we'll search. Okay, let's wait for the dialog to open. Let's wait for the dialog to load. It's still loading, guys. Let's wait. Click marketplace dialog. After it got loaded, here we have to type, guys. Okay, what happened? Just give me a second. I just selected something. Okay, here I will type what is build ship, right? Build ship. Okay, build ship. What was other name? Build ship Gradle. Okay, build ship Gradle, or you can even simply search Gradle also. That's also fine. If you see search for build ship Gradle, let's wait. It will take some time to display the plugin here and show us whether that is already installed or not. Let's wait for some more time. Yeah, now it's showing some plugins, guys, but scroll down. You see here an elephant symbol is there with build ship Gradle integration 3.0 and it's showing as installed. You see for other things you are getting install button, but you are getting installed means it's already there, guys. Okay. When you have installed Eclipse IDE, it came by default. You don't have to manually install it. Okay. So this is another cross check you have to do. And now let's since this plugin is installed, now we are allowed to create the Gradle project. Okay. So file, new, just select file, new, and select project option, and here you can type Gradle, guys. Okay, so here manually you can go to the Gradle folder or select this Gradle project, or if you want it very fast you can just type Gradle here and you'll get the Gradle project, Gradle folder on the Gradle. Just select the Gradle project and click on next. Nothing much, guys, just click on next, and here you have to give the project name API API rest assured. Okay, rest assured TestNG. Using TestNG, right? Using TestNG testing framework project. Okay, project. Like this, I'm giving the project name. I'm using the default location here. That's okay. So click on finish, guys. Click on finish. A Gradle project will be created in a while. So if you are getting console performance warning, never remind me again. Just say that. No need to worry. So a Gradle project will be created in a while. Okay. After the Gradle project is created, we have to follow the next steps. Okay. Just by following the next steps, we'll be able to automate the API automation tests of this particular application using REST assured tool using TestNG testing framework. Okay, along with TestNG testing framework. How we can use TestNG testing framework with the REST assured automation tool for automating the API tests is something I'm going to cover in this session. Fine, that's great. So API REST assured TestNG project, something we got, and no loading is going on. Just expand this, guys. Expand this. You will get a library lib folder. Expand that lib folder. Under the lib folder, you will get build.gradle. Okay, this is how it will be. So the next step here is we have to open the lib folder. We have opened that lib folder only, and under that we have build.gradle file. So now let's watch the dependence. Open this build.gradle file. In Maven, we have pom.xml file, right? In Gradle projects, we'll have build.gradle files. Okay. So here we'll have dependencies like this, and some default dependencies like JUnit is coming. Okay, we can remove this JUnit, guys. We don't need JUnit. Other thing is Apache comments, some math is coming. Don't worry about this. Okay, it doesn't make any harm for us. Let's keep it like that. Other thing is like Goa, some kind of dependencies there. Let's leave the remaining dependencies, but JUnit I will remove. Save this. Just for saving, it will not update, guys. Okay, in just like in Maven, right? If you save the project, it will automatically do the modifications whatever they have done in the dependency tags, but here it will not be like that. You have to right click on the build out Gradle and select Gradle again and say refresh Gradle project. Then it will do the changes. It will remove the JUnit now. Okay, it will remove the JUnit libraries now. That's how the updation need to be done. Okay, now go to src test java. Go to src test java. And in src test java, delete the default package, guys. We don't need this default package. Just delete that. Okay, and fine. Now let's add a package, guys. You can add a package like test scripts or test package, whatever you feel convenient. I'll just add the package. First of all, I'll create a package known as test scripts. Here I'll say right click test scripts package. Okay, test scripts package or test package also, anything is fine. And the package name should be in lowercase, so you have to give test scripts here like this. So here also I'll do the modification. It should be in lowercase. Package name generally should be in lowercase. Okay, fine. Create class and TestNG test method under test scripts package. I'll just make it lower cases. Create a class and TestNG test method. Okay, let's create a class. Right click new class, and I'll say API. I'll name that class as test API class. Test API. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate the API testing automation. So I'm just naming this class as test API for now. That's fine. And after that, in this, I'm going to create a method, guys. Okay, which method I have to create? The method name I'll decide based on what I'm going to automate, which API I'm going to automate. Let me take you to one website known as request.in, guys. Okay, there is a website known as request.in. Scroll down a bit. So you will see a list of example APIs here. Okay, assume that this is a documentation given to you by the developer, and you have to automate these APIs. Okay. So here the first one is list users, and in the page 2, what the list of users in the page view, there are is the response we are getting when you hit this API request. We are getting this response. Okay, we are getting this response in the page 2. There are 6 records of users. There are 6 users. Okay, total 12 users are there. In that, 6 users are coming. Total pages are 2. Now we are in the page 2, and these are the list of 6 users that we have retrieved. It's saying, okay, when you hit this URL, request URL, you get this response. Okay, so even though you don't have the basics of basic knowledge of APIs and all, you can still understand like this. Okay, okay, so it's very simple, guys. Okay, here UI will not be there. What exactly this API request is, for example, if you go to any application, right, for example, I'll give you small heads up of API testing. You go to this tutorialsninja.com/demo, and if you click on this login, here, the moment you give the valid email address and valid password and click on the login button, what happens when you click on the login button? A API request will be sent to the server machine, guys, and server will process the request, and server will check whether these credentials that are sent to the server. This is a client machine, and server machine of this particular application may be anywhere in Singapore or somewhere, but over the internet, this email address and password will travel along with that request and hit the server machine that may be in Singapore or US or wherever it is, and server will process the request, and server will check whether these credentials are there in the a user record with these credentials are there in the database or not. If they are in the database, then the database will respond positive signal to the server, and server will get a positive response to the our laptop, that is this browser in the client machine. Okay, that is our laptop browser. Okay, and we'll be able to log in. This is what happens in the background, guys. Okay, inspect this. I'll show you. The moment you click on the let's click on the network tab. Okay, the moment I click on the login button, a request will be sent to the server, guys. Okay, so which request? Let's see here. What is the request that has been sent? Maybe it is. Let me just scroll up so that you can see all the requests. This is the request that has been sent to the server. This is the request URL, guys. Okay, and along with this request URL, some data is being sent. That username, and you see the email address and password are sent. Okay, this is under the payload. Along with this API request, username and password are being sent to the server, and 302 found. Okay, you got a positive response. 302 found. It is a post method. It's a post method. You are posting the data to the server, and you got the positive response that okay, the user is found, and you got logged in also here in the UI because of you getting the positive response here. And this is the response you got, guys. Okay, maybe here you can see some response. This is a response you got in HTML format, and browser will understand that HTML, and I will display here it for you along with the details. Okay, this is what happens in the background, guys. But here the UI part is not there. Only the API requests are there. First, the developers build the API request, then they will go with the UI. Okay, they will build the UI on the top of this API request. That's what happens. And as a software tester, if the API documentation is given for you before UI is taking a lot of time to be built, so we should not be ideal, right? So developers will first give you the APIs, and we'll be testing. Meanwhile, we are testing. Developers will be developing the UI for this application and give for us. If the APIs underneath the UI are working fine, you know how stable the application UI application will be. Okay, that's all the theoretical part of the API testing is. Okay, this thing how to automate. Okay, how to automate? We can instead of automating in this Eclipse IDE, we can manually test this APIs in Postman tool without the help of the UI. How? So online Postman tool, I'll search here. I'll get this web version of Postman here. Just click on that. Just click on this link, guys. Okay, you don't have to download any software for now. Scroll down, and you see try it here is there. Try it here. Click on try it here. Okay, once you say try it here, you will be taken to this website. Be taken to this website. If you already have an account, you will get logged in, guys. Okay, I already got logged in because I already have an account. If you don't have an account, you see, let me sign out from here. Let me sign out from here. And if you don't have the account, what will happen is when you do the same steps, okay, when you do the same steps like online Postman tool, when you are not logged in, if you click on the web version of Postman here, and just say it right here, then you will be taken to this website where it will ask you to sign in, guys. Okay, it will ask you to sign in. If you don't have an account, you can sign up. Okay, you can create an account, and right, then come back. Okay, you can also use your Google account, guys. If you everyone has a Google account, right? You can Google account and log in also, not a problem. Okay, you can create an account here instead. Okay, already have an account, guys. Okay, let me give my account details here so that I don't want to waste your time. So for now we are using this online tool. I'm giving my password, and stay sign in for 30 days. That's okay. Click on sign in button. Click on sign in button and it will log me in to the Postman tool. Okay, it will log me into the Postman tool. Okay, never done. So here we need to create a workspace, guys. We need to create a workspace first. Create a workspace. I'll say sample workspace, sample, and here I'll say team for now and say create workspace. Okay. First thing is that we have to create a workspace. Once you create a workspace, you have to create a collection here. Click on collection, a new collection. You can rename this collection if you want. Where is that rename option? Okay, rename. Uh, this is a request, right? Request website. Okay, request website collection. Okay, because I'm showing you request related documentation, this sample APIs and all. So here on the right side we have this close all the stuff. Under this collection, add a request, guys. Add a request. Okay, it will be open like this. By default, get method is there here. So here for this particular API request, which method is there? Get method is there. For API, for some APIs, get post method is there. For some APIs, put method is there. For some API request, patch is there. Okay, for some other things, get different methods are there. Let's not dig deep there. Okay, you can watch my other course on API testing if you want to know more about API testing. For now, I'm going to show it a high level. Okay, I'll take the first API, guys. List users API. So here this API is having which method? Get method. So just see whether get method is selected or not. Yes, selected. Here I have to give the request URL. How to get the request URL? Right click on this request and say open link in new tab, and you'll get this URL, complete URL you'll get, guys. Copy that URL and come back to the Postman tool here and paste it. Okay, like this you have to paste. So that's it. Is there anything else I need to provide apart from this get method and the API request? Nothing, guys. And you see, this is the request section. This is the request section. Response is empty. You see, there's no response. Click send button to get a response. Response has not come. Only request is there. Now, if I click on the send button here, I'll get a response, guys. Okay. Let me click on the send button here. The moment I click on the send button, this request will be sent to the server, and server will process the request and send a response back. You see, I got 200 okay. As per the documentation given by developers, I should be getting the response as 200 okay. Okay, I got 200 okay as the response. 200 is the response I got. Okay, and along with that, you see, this particular JSON response should come. JSON response should come with 6 records and all those stuff. 6 records, total 6 user records I should get. Whether I got the same response or not, let's see. Here in the bottom, guys, you can see that there is a response coming. I'll just make it up so that you can see the response properly. Close this. Okay, you see we got the response here, guys. Under the body of the response, body tab of the response, you see page 2, page per page 6, total 12 records are there. But in this page, second page we began only six user records are there. Total pages are 2, and 6 records you got, guys. Okay, 6 records you got. First record having the ID as 7, then second record, then third record, fourth record, fifth record, and sixth record. Total 6 records we got. We got the expected response properly. We can verify in more detail also. That's okay. This is how the API request will be tested manually. Okay. You will request, and whether you got a 200 okay and you got the proper response or not is something API testing is all about. Okay. Whether you got the proper data in the response and a proper number of records, and whatever that is expected here that is coming in the response or not, we generally test. This is the documentation using which we are performing testing using the Postman tool. But here I don't want to use Postman tool. I want to automate this API testing. I want to automate where I want to verify when I hit this request whether I'm getting 200 as a response or not. I want to verify. I want to automate that portion. Okay, when I hit this request whether I'm getting 200 okay or not, I want to check. For that, I'll use Eclipse IDE, guys. Here I'll create a test method. So I'll say public void. I'll just name that as guest user, get users. If I want to be in detail in page 2, otherwise in page 2, right? Get users, user records in page 2. Okay. So here this is a normal method, guys. This is a normal method. So it's not a main method. Okay. If in Java, you already know that in Java, if you want to run the scripts, what you have to do in Java, you should have a main method. If I right click here, okay, you're getting Gradle test here. Uh, okay, you're getting Gradle test. That's fine. Okay, so but this is not a main method, so you're not getting Java application option here, but instead you are getting Gradle test. That's okay. What else we have to do next? Let's see here. Create get users. And now I don't want to run this particular test using Gradle. Okay, right click run as Gradle test. I don't want to use. I want to run with the help of TestNG. Okay, so for that we have different annotations in TestNG, guys. Before I explain all the different annotations as per, you see there is a topic known as annotations here. which I will be covering in the upcoming sessions. You see, there is a topic known as annotation somewhere. You see, TestNG annotation. There are different type of annotations, guys, like this. Uh, Test before method. These are different varieties, but only one annotation I'm going to show you. That is either a test, which will convert the normal method into the test method. Okay, you're converting this normal method into the test case or test method. Okay, for the mouse on @test and for the mouse on @test, and I cannot import this TestNG. So the problem here is this Gradle project, when you create it, by default it is coming with the Java library, but it's not coming with the TestNG library. So what I have to do is I have to open under the lib, I have to open this build.gradle file and go here, and under the dependencies I have to add the Gradle dependencies for the TestNG. How to add the Gradle dependencies for a TestNG? Here, go here and type mvn repository.com and search for what is that, TestNG, right? TestNG, and click on TestNG, and here you will get the latest version of TestNG 7.6.1. Go to the latest version, and here Maven is there. I am not using Maven project this time. I am using Gradle project. I'll go with the Gradle, and you see Maven. How many lines are there? But dependencies 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. For Gradle only just one line, guys. Another line is a comment actually. Okay, copy that Gradle thing, Gradle dependency thing, and paste it here, guys, and just align it properly. Save this. Saving will not help, guys. Saving will not help. You have to do one thing. Right click on the build.gradle file here under lib, select Gradle and say refresh Gradle project. Then only this TestNG libraries will be downloaded. After loading is done, TestNG libraries will be downloaded. Now go to TestNG API. Now hover the mouse on @test. Now this time you'll get import test from TestNG. Okay, library. Now this particular method got converted to the TestNG test method. If I right click and say run as, I'll get TestNG test. Okay, earlier I am not getting, now I am getting. So inside this method, I will be writing the code for testing the API, guys. Okay, what is the code I will be writing? Here is the code that I will be writing, guys. You can see it here. Sample code is already provided here. We just created a TestNG API class get users, and we provided the TestNG test annotation because we are using TestNG with rest assured automation for API automation. Okay, so add the latest version of TestNG. We added for the Gradle, and refresh this build.gradle. Right click and Gradle and refresh the project we have done. Now we have imported the TestNG library also. Now add the dependencies for latest version of rest assured. Okay, here only Java library is there, and just now you got what is that, TestNG library. Now just now you got TestNG library. Apart from that, guys, you need to get rest assured automation libraries also. Again, go to the MVN repository, guys. Again, go to the MVN repository, this MVN repository, and search for what? Rest assured. Okay, rest assured. Rest assured is an automation library using which we can automate the API tests. Okay, just click on this rest assured, IO rest assured, and click, take the latest version 5.1.1, and again select the Gradle only. Only one line will be there. It's a simplified version of Maven where you see just in one line it's doing the job. Go here and go to the build.gradle, and under the dependency tags, add this Gradle thing. Okay, add the rest assured thing. Okay, add the rest assured thing, and once you save this and right click on the build.gradle and say Gradle and refresh Gradle project, the libraries of the rest assured will be okay downloaded. Okay, now come back here. Now here, what you will do is you will write a statement like response. Response is a predefined class in rest assured. Response is equal to, there's something known as given method. Okay, I'll talk about given method. Given when. Okay, for this given when to work, first of all, response. Let's see the response. I can import the response from rest assured library. That's okay. But given is not working still. You see over the mouse, it's not able to identify. For this given to work, guys, what we have to do is here for the given to work, rest assured and add the dependent we have done. Refreshed. Okay, for the given it will not work, guys. Okay, in order for the given to work, given when then three things are there here. Okay, in rest assured we have given when then, but then we don't use because we have TestNG assertions. Since we generally verify the API automation test using TestNG assertions, that is assert true, assert equals, like that. So those assertions, I'll explain more about assertions here, guys. Okay, I'll explain more about assertions in TestNG here. But till then, I'll explain some basic assertions which will be used to verify whether the test is passing or failing. Okay, so we'll be using TestNG assertions. So we are not going to use the then method. Okay, then method of rest assured we are not going to use. So ignore the then. Okay, but you should have an idea that then method will be there in rest assured, but we don't use because TestNG is providing TestNG assertions, we'll be using TestNG assertions over the then method, okay, to verify the test. But given is for given section, that is given is generally for this request section, okay. Here there are request section. This top portion is the request section and bottom portion is the response section. To represent the request session, we have to use given, guys, okay. But given is not working, so I have to use this import statement, import static IO rest assured dot asterisk symbol, okay. Copy this import statement, blindly copy this import statement, go to the Eclipse ID and here somewhere add it, okay. The moment you add it, now given dot, you see it is working now, okay. Given dot when contains the request methods, okay, the request methods and URI, okay. In order to provide the request method and URI, I have to use when given when dot, there's a method known as get, okay. There's a method known as get. I have to provide the URI here, okay. It's a get method, guys, okay. So when dot, you see there are different post methods. Get method is there, post method is there. These are the API methods, right? In this postman tool I showed you, there will be different methods like get, post, put, patch, delete, copy, like different API methods will be there. Along with that URL will be there. To pass that, we have to give given dot when dot, and finally you have to say which method this API request is, which method this API request is, get method. So I have to use which method? Get method here, dot get I have to say. And here in this get, I have to pass the URI. URI means nothing but URL only. Okay, URI is nothing but the URL only. This particular API request is nothing but the URI. Paste it there. That's it. So what happens when I say given dot when dot? What happens when I say given dot when dot get? It will give you the response, guys. Okay, okay, get. It is giving you the response. From this response, I want to retrieve the status code. Okay, response contains a lot of things. Like you will get a status code. Okay, status code you can say there is a method known as status code which will give the status code. What is the status code we are getting? When I hit this request, I am getting 200. It will return the integer that is 200. Okay, int actual status that we got by automating this API request using the get method and all those stuff is actual status. Okay, what is expected status? 200 is the expected status. From where you can get the expected status? From this documentation of request.in. You see 200 is expected. Okay, copy this 200. Now here you can write assert is from TestNG, guys. Assert equals, okay, assert equals assert equals, first we have to give the actual and then expected. Okay, what is actual one? Actual status is expect actual one. Okay, what is expected status? From the documentation we can easily know that 200 is expected. Copy this 200 and provide in the double quotes and paste it here. Actual status is if actual while automating this API test, if this request is hit by this TestNG and Java and rest assured automation, okay, it will give you some response. In that response, if you are getting a status code method of rest assured is actually giving you the retrieving the status code that you actually got when you are hitting this URL using the automation code. Okay, if that actual status code is matching with the 200, then we have to pass the test. That's it, nothing much. It's a very simple API automation test I have written, guys. Everyone can understand. Okay. But in detail, if you want to learn the API automation using rest assured, you have to find my other courses, guys. Okay, this is only a sample example. Here, focus is on TestNG, guys. How to use TestNG testing framework to automate the API test is the thing. Now, how to run this? How to run this? Let's run this, guys. Let's run this. So we already have written the code. If you want to see the code is here. Okay, so same code we have written. And not only we can retrieve the status code, we can also retrieve the what you call status body and all those stuff. Okay, a lot of things are possible. There's only one method. From the response, we got the status code here. Sample test, run single TestNG test using run option. I can say there are different ways of running, guys. I can right click here and say run as. I can click on this run button. Just click on the run button. You see, TestNG is running the test. You should get some response. Yeah, you see one test has been run and the request has been made, and if the 200 is came, you see failures is equal to 1 is coming. There is an exception here. What is the exception we got? Get users in page 2 expected to but found expected 200 but found 200. Okay, so maybe this should be in numerical format. Okay, sorry guys, sorry guys. Okay, yeah, This should be in numerical format. You see here actual status is numerical format. Here also it should be in numerical format. That's the problem. Now you can already showed you how to run from here, or you can right click here and say run as TestNG test. This is another way. Always save. Okay. This time it should pass. Yeah, it passed this time. Okay. We are getting in numerical format, so we have to verify in numerical format. Okay. Actual status is in integer format, so we have to verify in integer format only. And another way to run is right click on the TestNG API and say run as TestNG test. This is another way. There are different ways of running the scripts, guys. Okay. This run all, right click on this test API and run, and also here run button is there. This also will do the same thing. Okay. You'll get the same response. Okay. You'll run the same automation test and you'll get the response. Okay. Different ways of running. And on the top of that, the run option, different run options I'm providing here. On the file, you can right click and do that. On code, you can right click and do that. Okay. And using the run option, using the, okay, like different options. You can run multiple TestNG tests also. You can run multiple TestNG tests also. Let's quickly create the multiple. We already have checked the results, guys. Okay. Output console. Here in the output console, we are getting the result. This is the output console, guys, where you're getting the TestNG results. Okay. You see, TestNG results are coming like this. Okay, this particular test has been executed and we got the results. And go to the results of TestNG. Here you see this particular test method under the test API class has been passed. And also, if you refresh the project here, and you'll get a test output folder. Go to the test output folder. Here you'll get index.html file. Right click, open with web browser. Just say open with web browser, and you see here. You see, I think this is the older one. This is the older one, guys. Older report. So every time it will not generate. So you have to delete this, guys. Okay, before running, you just have to delete this test output folder and run this again. Let me run this again. This time it will pass and you will get a proper report. You have to run the older report and you have to clear the older report and run it again. Okay, this time it has passed. Now refresh the project again. And you'll get test output folder. Now go to the index.html. Right click, open with web browser. Now you'll get the proper report. Okay, you see, one test and containing one test method has been passed. Okay, get users in page 2 has been passed. Okay, this is a TestNG report we got. Okay, so checking the results is done, guys. We can also run multiple TestNG tests, guys. Here only one API test is there. We can create one more test also. Let's see the documentation of regress, and here single user, retrieving a single user API test is there. We'll do that. Okay, public void get single user. Get single user is a method, and similarly I'll provide at the rate test method here, at the rate test method here, at the rate test annotation of TestNG here, and already I have imported this, so I don't have to import again. So here again, guys, I'll write the same codes. Response is equal to response is equal to given dot when dot which method it is, get method. Okay, so dot get, in get, inside the get, guys, you have to provide double quotes and provide the this URI. Open this URI new tab and just copy this and paste it here. That's it. You got the URI. Now from the response we'll get the status code. Okay, from the response we'll get the status code. Get status code, and it will give you the status code int. Here also I'm verifying a simple test, actual status. Okay, so is there any other thing? Actual status is equal to, is there any other thing I can verify here? Response dot get, get status line, get time. Okay, get time will be different always. Okay, get body. You see, you can get the body also. Body will be retrieved in the form of string, guys. What is the body? Will get generally, if you go here and see the body, this is the body. Okay, I'll see whether every time we hit this single user, what is coming, jnet is coming, jnet is available or not, we'll see in the body. Okay, this body will be retrieved and stored in the form of string. I'll not verify the status code here. You can verify the status code also. Two assertions you can put. Get body I'm getting, and this is the response body. It is saying response body. Let's try response body. Response body is equal to, for the mouse, import this response body. Copy this response body dot hash string. Convert that to hash string. Then what happens? This will be converted to string, guys. String response body. string actual response body is equal to, okay. Now here I'll do the assertions. Assert dot assert true. This is like assertions, guys. Okay. Here earlier we have used assert equals from TestNG assert class. This is one of the example of assertions. To verify whether the test is passing or failing, we have to use that assertions. Now here I'll be using another assertion, guys. That is assert class dot assert true. Okay, another assertion. It will verify whether true output is coming or not. I'll say actual response body, which is converted to string dot contains string known as contains string known as here what is there, Janet is there, right? Janet. I'll copy this Janet and put it here. If it contains, that's fine. Okay, it will be true. Okay, if it doesn't contain, it will be false. What is the problem here? No problem. Response body as string. Okay, let's see whether this will work or not. Even I am okay. Let's see whether it will work or not. I'm running only this test now individually. It has passed, guys. It's working. If I give anything like Janet ABC, it should fail most probably. Expected Janet but found Janet ABCD should come in the results. Yeah, fail because here they expected true but found false. Okay. So if you give Janet, it is working fine. In the response body, it's checking. So here we have verified the status code. Here we have verified the response body. Okay, something in the response body in the Janet is coming or not, like that. So here multiple API tests are there. If I click run all, both the API tests will run. Both the API tests will run, guys. Okay, two API tests will run. Let's wait. Two API tests, everything got passed, and in which order they have run? Let's see. First, get single user has run, get user in page two. But this particular method is provided in the first place, and this method is provided in the second place. But how come this got executed second and this got executed first? In alphabetical order, guys. Get users. Here U. Okay, get is same. Get is same. So get is same, and next letter is U, and next letter is S. Which comes first? S comes first. QRSTU. Okay, so it will be converted to the ASCII number. Okay, internally, and S ASCII number will be lower than the U ASCII number. If you see in the Google, you search for ASCII table and you'll find that. Hence, this particular method got executed first, and then this. If you want to change the priority, you can use a priority attribute, guys. Priority is equal to 1. Then no matter the alphabetical order and all, here whatever the priority you give, the order of the execution will change. Okay, priority. Okay, priority. Okay. Now you see first get users in page 2 will run, then get single users will run. So save this. You can run all, or you can say right click on the TestNG API and say run as TestNG test. Anything is fine. First, this method will run, then this method, because priority 1 is there for this one, priority 2 is there. I'll explain more about priority in the upcoming sessions. Everything got passed, go to the results, and you see get users in page 2 got executed first, get single user has been executed second. Okay, like this. What else is left out here? Anything? Okay. So I think everything is done, guys. This is how we can use TestNG with. This is how we can use TestNG framework for automating the API tests using REST assured automation tool. Okay, TestNG testing framework with REST assured automation tool we are using for automating the API tests. Okay, so you can also do the same thing with APM, guys, but APM, you know, right, configurations and are more big. So I'm not taking that example. Maybe if I really feel like doing that, maybe I add at the end the video for APM. Okay, for how to use the TestNG testing framework with APM. If everything is going well, if my system is not getting slow by installing all those softwares, then I'll do a session here. But it's not compulsory, guys. Okay, I'm just saying it's optional. Okay, so but TestNG testing framework can be used with Selenium automation for UI automation, and TestNG testing framework can be used with REST assured automation tool for API automation, API test automation, and TestNG framework testing framework can be used with can be used with REST assured for API and can be used with APM for mobile automation. Okay, but with Selenium for UI automation, with REST assured for API automation, with APM for mobile automation. Okay, that mobile I'm not covering in this series, but if possible, I'll cover. Okay, I'm not compulsory. I'm saying. Okay. So by the end of this series, I may try to cover. Okay, but not compulsory. Fine. Okay, guys. So with this, we are done with this session. Okay, how to use TestNG testing framework with REST assured framework automation tool for automating the API test. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 6 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use priority attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. So how to use priority attribute which belongs to TestNG. By default, all the tests, that is all the test methods, test means test methods which are provided with @test annotation. Such kind of test methods inside a class, if there are multiple tests inside the class, they will be executed in alphabetical order, guys. Okay. Internally, you can call it as ASCII order. Okay. They look like alphabetical, but ASCII, there is something known as ASCII table. If you Google search here, ASCII table. Okay. So according to this ASCII table order, okay, you see if I go with some A is having a 65. If I go with Z is having 90. Which one is lower? A. So this test method which is having A in its name will be executed first because it is having the lowest number. Okay. So this is the ASCII table. It follows the ASCII table, guys. Okay. So the order of the execution of the multiple test methods inside a class will be executed in alphabetical order, which is indirectly internally ASCII order, guys. Okay, whichever ASCII number is small for that particular alphabet, accordingly it will be executed. Okay, I'll show you practically now. Okay, this statement I'll show you practically. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample project, which is already configured with Java and Selenium, guys. Okay, Java library is there. Sorry, Java library is there. TestNG library is also there. Just here, if you go here, there is a TestNG library, guys. Okay, there is a TestNG library. So Java is there, TestNG is there. Okay. Now let's create a class under src test Java. Let's create a class, guys. So I'll just name that as a demo test or something. Okay. Some class name. And in this, let's create some methods. Public void sample one. Okay. Sample one method. Here inside the sample one, I'll write system.out.println. I'll say sample one method. Okay. Test method. This is a test method. Till now, it's not a test method, guys, but I am writing test method here. I have to convert this method into a test method, TestNG test method. As you already know, you have to provide @test annotation, one of the annotations in TestNG. I'll explain other annotations of TestNG in the coming sessions of this series. Okay, @test. Similarly, let's create more methods. Public void sample2. Okay, public void sample2. System.out.println sample2 test method. Okay, and here again you have to provide @test annotation. Here you see this particular single class is having multiple tests. Single class is having multiple tests. Public void sample3 system.out.println sample3 test method. Okay, sample3 test method. Let me write @test. Public void sample4. Okay, next one is sample4. Provide @test sample4 annotation. Okay, @test annotation for sample4 method. Sample4 test method. One more method, final method. Okay, public void sample5 @test annotation and provide system.out.println sample5 test method. Okay, like this I have written multiple test methods inside a single class. If I run this file using run all or right click and run whatever it is, you see these methods will not be executed in the provided order. Sample one will not be executed first. Sample2 will not be executed second. Okay, it will not be like the order in which you have given the test methods. Okay, just see here, it will be very fast because I just took some dummy methods only, right? Just some simple print statements. You see, this proves that in which order the test got executed. You see, first Selenium 5, sorry, sample 5 got executed. Okay, sample 5 method got executed. Sample is same, but F, okay, Fi is coming before Fo. Then A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, so out of all these things, F is coming first. Both have F, so they'll check the next thing. ASCII number of this I and O, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Okay, I is coming first, right? O is coming late. So 5, 4. Then G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, O, O. It stopped with O. Okay, so 1 got executed, then 3 and 2. Okay, H is coming first, then W, right? So this alphabet, it looks like alphabetical order, but internally it is using ASCII order. Okay, this is the order in which the test methods got executed, guys. But is there any way in TestNG where we can have our own order or specify our own order? Yes, there is an attribute in TestNG known as priority attribute, guys. Okay, this main topic is priority only, right? You can provide this priority attribute, guys. Okay, beside the test method. Okay, what you have to do, simply do is just provide the circular brackets beside the test method, and here provide the attribute of TestNG, that is priority attribute is equal to 1. That means this particular test method need to be executed first. Okay, don't go with the default alphabetical or ASCII order. Go with the specified priority. If I want this order of the execution of this test methods to change, I have to give the priority. Okay, that's what is the intention. Then priority is equal to 3. Then priority is equal to 4. Then priority is equal to 5. Okay, and so on. Okay, so now if I run this, they will be executed in this provided priority order only. Okay, run all. Just see here, this time sample 1, sample 2 will come. You see, sample 1 test method got executed first, then sample 2, then sample 3, sample 4, sample 5. Because why? Because we provided the priority. This is how in real time we provide the priorities to the test methods, and whatever the test method that we want to be executed first, we'll provide a better priority. What are the test methods which need to be executed later, we need to provide the later priority. Okay, that's what is the intention. But let's speak a more about this priority attribute. Okay, so uh, this much is enough, guys, to understand the priority attribute. This much is enough, but in interviews they may ask you some tricky questions of priority attribute. That is the reason I'm covering these things. What if the priority is 0? If you don't give any priority, for example, here uh, for the second test method, okay, the priority is equal to 1 is there, but for sample 2, I'm not giving the priority. What will be the priority by default for this test method? Priority, if you don't specify the priority, then priority will be by default 0. Remaining all test methods have the priority as 1, 3, 4, 5, but this particular test method, second test method here, doesn't have the priority. So it will priority will be taken as 0, guys. 0 comes first or 1 comes first? 0 comes first. So sample 2 method will be executed first than sample 1. Okay, so this is some kind of tricky interview question that may be asked. What if I don't provide the priority, and for remaining test methods I provide 1, 3, 4, 5? Then in which execution order these test methods will be executed? Means you have to tell that the the method which is not provided with any priority will be taken as 0 priority. So this one will be executed first, then priority 1, then priority 3, then priority 4, and priority 5 will be executed. So sample 2, then sample 1, sample 3, sample 4, sample 5. Okay, let's see that. It won't take much time. You see, as I mentioned, first sample 2, then sample 1. The sample 2 is having the 0 priority, which is coming before the priority 1. Priority 2, priority 3, priority 4, priority 5. Okay, done. So that is one interview question that you may face in the interviews. Okay. So if you mention the priority for all the test methods and don't provide priority for one of the test methods, the method which doesn't have the priority will be set to 0 priority. Test will be 0 priority test will be executed first, even before the priority 1 test method. Okay, that's what you have to understand. Second thing, can we provide negative priorities? Can I provide a negative number in? These are all extra additional stuff, guys. Okay, it's up to you. If you don't want to follow, you just leave it. Okay, you may face this kind of tricky questions in the interview, so I'm covering. Okay, negative values like -1 or something if I give, then is it possible? First of all, yes, it is possible, guys. Okay, yes, it is possible. So what I will do is for one of these, I'll give -1. Okay, I'll give -1 here. Now there is priority 1, priority 4, priority, or I'll change it to priority 2 and 3. Otherwise, it will be easy for us to understand. Priority 1 is there, 2 is there, 3 is there. The one which doesn't have the priority is 0 priority, that comes before the 1. But here we have priority is called -1, which is accepted. Okay, -1 comes before 0 or not? Yes, right? So first sample 3 test method will be executed because it has the least priority, then 0 priority, then 1, 2, 3. That will be the order. So 3, 2, 1, 4, 5 should be the result. Okay, that should be the order. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 5. Okay, as expected. Now, so more or less the value, the first the test method will be executed. If you give negative values, -5, -6, like that and so on, the more the less the value, the first the test method will be executed, guys. And next thing is sample priority to multiple methods. Okay, next thing is sample priority to multiple methods. What is the sample priority? Sorry, same priority to multiple methods. Okay, So what if I give the same priority to all the methods? Okay, all the test methods. Same priority is equal to one, priority is equal to one, priority is equal to one. Is it possible to give duplicate priorities? First of all, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. You see, no errors are coming, right? That even proves that that itself proves that the test methods can have the same priority. But in which order this methods will be executed? By default, what was the order? Alphabetical or ASCII order, right? If every test method has the same priority, then automatically, okay, it will go with the default order. That is, what is the default order? Alphabetical or ASCII order. Okay. So first sample 5, then sample 4, okay, then sample 1, then sample 3 and 2. 3 and 2, that's it, right? Okay. Alphabetical order or ASCII order, whatever you can say. Okay. So if every test method has the same priority, then in that alphabetical or the same thing. Okay, it's nothing but not providing the priority itself. Okay, right? What is the use of providing the priority here? Because every test method has the same priority, means it is equal to not providing the priority at all for all the test methods in the class. So this is all about this is the additional section. Okay, and this one is very much important. Okay, so priority, you just need to understand about the priority attribute at a high level, guys. But just to have some extra knowledge, these are covered as part of the interview questions in this session. Okay, so hope guys you understood how to use priority attribute in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG concept for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 7 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically show you how to use TestNG XML file for batch execution. So let's get started. So how to use TestNG XML for batch execution. So let's get started here. So first of all, what exactly is this testng.xml file or testng XML file? Okay, it's better to write as testng XML file. So what exactly is this testng XML file? It is a configuration file, guys. Okay, testng XML file is a configuration file containing the details of the different tests that need to be executed. Okay, when you run this testng XML file, whatever the test details that you have provided in this testng XML file, all those tests will run. Okay, that's what is a testng XML file. I'll show you practically, guys. Then you will understand exactly what is the advantage or purpose of using this testng XML file. Okay, the main purposes of testng XML file are for batch execution or for customizing of tests which need to be executed. Okay, so let's say you have three classes. In the three classes, in each end of in one of the class you have three tests, another class you have another three tests, and in another class you have some four tests, like 4 plus 3 plus 3, it's almost 10 tests, right? So let's say overall in 10 at the rate test annotated test methods are divided across three classes. So in that case, you if you have to run the 10 test methods, you have to individually, okay, you have to individually run the classes generally, right? Without testng XML file, you have to individually run the classes. I'll let me put this as testng XML file, guys. Okay. So I'll show you this practically, guys, why TestNG XML file is required, why it is a configuration file, and how it is helping us in batch execution. First, I'll show you practically. Okay, let's not go theoretically. Let's go practically. So I'll open this Eclipse ID, guys. Here we have a project, sample project, which is already configured with TestNG. Okay, so let me double click and open. I just pick something there. 1 minute. Yeah, here if you go to the dependencies of this project, guys, there is a TestNG dependency. Okay, TestNG dependency is there. So this project has both Java library and TestNG libraries for now. Okay, under src test Java, I'll create a package, guys. I'll create a package. I'll name this package as sample package. Okay, any package name you can give. I'm just giving the package name as sample. And right click on the package and select new and create a class. I'll just name this class as class A. Okay, class A. In the class I'll create some test methods. Let's say three test methods I'll create. Okay, public void uh, method A1. Okay, method A1, like this one random method I'm creating. I'm just converting this method into, instead of a normal method, since this project is already configured with TestNG libraries and all. Okay, I'll just put at the rate test annotation here, as you have already seen in the previous session. I'll import this test annotation from TestNG library. Okay, and I'll click here and system.out.println. I'll simply say class A hyphen method I'll just print out this. Okay, instead of writing the serious Selenium code or API automation code here, generally we write the Selenium automation code or API automation code in these methods, but I'm not going to do that, guys. Okay, I'm just providing a sample print statement. Assume that this print statement is your Selenium automation code or that API automation code, whatever it is, or APM. Okay, APM automation code. So I'll just create some three methods, guys. Three methods. Let's see. So at the rate test. When you have only one class having some methods, there is no need of creating any TestNG XML file here. Okay, you don't have to create any TestNG XML file when you only have one class here under this package, class a.java, and all the tests are part of the single class. Then no need of creating the TestNG XML file for batch execution. Okay, here we can simply run the class so that all the tests inside the class will run. So what is the use of TestNG XML file? The main use is for batch execution, but here only one class is there. If you have multiple classes like class A, class B, class C, class D, class E, like that kind of multiple classes are there, and if you want to collectively run all the test methods of these different classes at a time, then you have to go for TestNG XML file, guys. Okay, let me show you. First, let's create this class A, method 2, method A2. Okay, now one more method, public void method A3. Here also at the rate test, and here I'll say system.out.println class A method A3. Okay, method A3. Three test methods. Fine, save it. Now, is there any need for do I have to do any batch execution using a single class file? Not required. If you have to run all the tests, all these three tests inside this class A, I have to directly right click on the class A and say run as TestNG test case. Okay, TestNG test option is coming. All the three tests will run. Okay, A1, A2, A3, A2. Okay, if you want to give the priority, you can give the priority also, guys. That's not a big deal. You can give priority. I covered this in the previous session, right? Priority thing. So you know by this time why we are using priority. Okay, priority is equal to 3. So that first test method A1, method A2, then method A3 will run. Now run this code, run this single file you are running, guys. Here for single file, you don't have to use any TestNG XML file for batch execution, guys. Okay, you don't have to create any TestNG XML file for batch execution. What if? Okay, here only one class, so no need of any TestNG XML file. But here, what if I have multiple classes? Like one more class I'll create, guys. Let's say class B, and in this class I'll create some 4 methods. Let's say 4 methods. So just to save the time, guys, what I'll do is I'll copy paste all these methods. Okay, I'll just copy paste the things that will save my time. Method B1. Okay, here I'll say class B method B1. B B B. Okay, here also B B B. One more method. In this particular class, I'll create one more method, guys. Okay, so priority is equal to 4. B4 I'll say B4 class B method B4. Okay, like this. Now we have 2 classes. Let's create one more class. Okay, just 2 are also enough, but I want to just give you more idea, so better idea. So I'm just creating one more class. Let's say class C. This class C, let's create only 2 methods, guys. Okay, class C, let's create only 2 methods. Okay, so just to save time, I'll copy this 2 methods here from here and then paste in the class C with all the annotations and all. And here I'll simply say C C C. Okay, C C and C. Done. Now save this. Now close all these things. Now we have 3 classes. If I have to run these 3 classes, if I have to run the test in these 3 classes, I have to right click on the single class and say TestNG. Only class A related test methods will run. If I right click on the class B and run as TestNG test, only the class B, the 4 tests which are there under the class B will be run. Okay, if you just see here, guys. Okay, if I say class A dot run as TestNG test, only the class A related 3 tests will be executed. Okay, in the class method 1, method 2, method 3 are there. Only those 3 will be executed. Okay, only 3 tests got executed. What if I right click on class B? Here 4 test methods are there. Class B and run as TestNG test. Only those 4 test methods inside the class B will be executed. Okay, method b1, b2, b3, b4. Okay. Now if I right click on this class C and run only this class C, only these two methods from the class C will be executed. You see, method C1, C2. That's the problem. So what if I want all the methods in all the classes to be executed? Then I have to create a TestNG XML file. How to create a TestNG XML file? There are two ways, guys. Either you can manually create the TestNG XML file, or you can auto generate also. Okay, let's not go to the auto generation directly, guys. Okay, first to understand what is the advantage of auto generating. It's better for me to auto generate a TestNG XML file. First, I'll show you manually how to create a TestNG XML file. Okay, thereafter I'll show you how to auto generate it. Okay, so after I explain the disadvantages of manually creating the TestNG XML file, then I'll show you how to auto generate it. Okay, that's right click on the project, guys. Okay, select new and select other. You'll get this dialog here. Type XML, guys. XML. When you type XML, guys, there is XML folder with XML file coming. Just select this XML file. Click on next. Just you can give any name, guys. Okay, there is not compulsory that you have to give only testng.xml file. Okay, for now to get started, we'll give testng. You can give any name. Arun.xml is also fine, not a problem. Okay, but for now, since concept is about testng, right? Just to get started, we'll give a proper name, testng.xml file. Click on finish, guys. You see here testng.xml file got created and the prologue came by default. Okay, the prologue in Eclipse ID, the prologue has been, this is called as prologue in XML, guys. If you are new to XML, guys, I recommend you to watch my XML videos. Okay, I recommend you to watch my XML videos. Okay, but that's not that much important. If you are really serious about XML, then you can watch those videos. Okay, it's not compulsory. So this is called as XML prologue, guys, technically. So manually creating the testng XML file, create file by giving an extension as XML. I just showed you. Already this is coming by default. I don't have to add it manually. So when I created this XML file in TestNG, this project, automatically this XML prologue, this is called as XML prologue came. If doesn't come, you can copy paste this. Okay. Now we need to first add the suit tags, guys. Okay. Here we have to create something known as suit tags, like this. Suit. Okay. Done. Then suit tags, add test tags inside the suit tags. Okay. Then inside the suit tags, what will be there? We should have test tags. Sorry, suit. Just give a tab space here so that it will be organized well. Test tags. So there can be multiple tests, guys. There can be multiple tests. Here only one test I am taking for now. Okay, like this, we can add multiple test tags if required. For now, we are only adding one test tag. Later, I'll show you how to create multiple test tags. Under test tags, add classes tags. Okay, next level of tags is classes tags. Here, add classes. Under the classes tag, add class tag. Okay, add class tag. Here this can be self-closing tag, guys. Class tag can be self-closing tag. Okay. Under class tag, add, sorry, class, right? For now, let's put it class. Under this class tag, now add methods tag. Okay, methods tag. Under methods tag, this is hierarchy, guys. Under suit, test will come. Under test, classes will come. Under classes, multiple classes can be there, guys. Okay, here only one class I'm taking, and here methods tag. Under the methods tag, you will not have method tag. You will have something known as include or exclude tags. Okay, here we have include or exclude tags. This is the hierarchy, guys. Okay, under the method tags we can. Okay, fine. So here I can say include or something. Include or something we can say. Okay. Okay, fine. So this is how the hierarchy will be there, guys. Okay. This is how the hierarchy is there. But the problem with this hierarchy is you have to remember all these levels of tags and all. Okay. First you have to create two tags and attributes you have to remember and all those stuff. So that's the problem, guys. Okay. Let's better auto generate it. Why to create it manually? Though you are able to understand the structure here, hierarchy here. Under the suit, test will be there. Under the test, classes will be there. Under the classes, class will be there. Under the methods, include and exclude will be there. This is a complete hierarchy, guys. Okay. But for now, let's not go with the manual creation, guys. I'll delete this file. Okay. Let's go with the auto generation. You don't have to do this hard work, guys. Okay. So you see, you have to manually type all the tags and all. That is a time wasting thing, right? So when Eclipse IDE is giving you an option to auto generate an TestNG XML file, okay, some XML TestNG XML file, why we have to go with manual process? Because it auto generates in a better and proper way for us. With you don't have to remember all the tags, or you don't have to remember any attributes required internally for each and every tag level. Okay, so I'll simply right click, guys, and select TestNG here. Now, this is the process, guys. Right click on the project and select TestNG and say convert to TestNG. This is so simple. There are how many classes? Class A, Class B, Class C. You see, all the three classes came here. Automatically, it has detected, right? The Eclipse ID has detected that three classes have been added. Okay, click on finish, guys. Okay, it will be created under the project directly, guys. If you want any other location, you can. Some people will create SRC test resources, and under that they will put the testng.xml file. For now, to get started, we are just learning the XML file, right? Testng XML file, right? I'll be directly creating under the project. You see, beside the pom.xml file, you'll get that testng.xml file here, and this will be the auto-generated code for us. Okay, you see, I'm not typing anything. Suit tag is being coming by default, test tag is coming by default. Don't have to remember the hierarchy also. Classes, under that classes we have the different class. There are three classes, we are getting class. So we can go deep inside these classes also, but for now let's work at the class level. Okay, for batch execution. So guys, I just generated this TestNG XML file. First, which class test methods will be running? By looking at this TestNG.xml file, if I run this TestNG.xml file, which classes? There are three classes: Class A, Class B, Class C. Which classes test methods will be executed? Class C test methods will be executed because it is coming first. So what I will do is, I don't want this test methods of the class C to be executed first. I want it to be last. So I'll put it last. Okay. The next one, guys. I want Class A test methods to be executed first. Okay. So I'll give class A test methods here. You are changing the order of the execution here, guys. Okay, not only the order of the execution can be changed inside the class, but individual test methods like priority attribute. But at the TestNG XML file also, we can change the priority of the running of the test according to the classes. You see, class A test will run, class B test will run, class C test will run. After class A test, then class B test, then class C test. Okay, here also we are changing the order of the execution of the test. Okay, flow of the control of the execution, and at same time, what's happening is, instead of individually running the test methods of individual classes here, okay, separately here, we are with a single file, we are batch executing all the test methods of all the classes here in a particular order. Okay, so that's what is the batch execution, guys. If I right click, you see how many test methods will be executed if I right click and run this testng.xml file. 3 plus 4 plus 2. How much? 4 plus 2 are 6. 6 plus 3 is 9. Total 9 test methods have to run. Let's see. Right click, run as testng suit. Here testng suit option is coming. When I individually run this test class A, testng test option will come. You see, right click, run as testng test is coming. But if I right click on testng XML file, it will say suit of tests. Okay, suit of tests. Run this again. You see, all the 9 test methods from the different classes have been executed in the specified order. First, class A related test got run because in the testng XML file, I provided the class A. What is this actually? Sample is the package name. Okay, you should not directly provide the class A. Here, you have to provide name is equal to sample dot class A, package name dot class A, package name dot class B. It's auto generated anyhow, so you don't have to worry much. But you have to understand sample is a package name under which these classes are available. Okay. If this class B belongs to another package, class C belongs to another package, you have to provide the appropriate package name here and the class names here. Okay, fine. So you see, now you understood that the main one of the main purposes of the testing XML file configuration file is to include all the test methods. Okay, where you can perform, you can achieve batch execution. Okay, you see, if I want to run all the 9 tests which are divided across these three classes, simply create a testng.xml file and run it. All the test methods got executed. Now you can even customize also, guys. What is customization of the test which needs to be executed means, let's say I don't want to run all the 9 tests, but let's say from the class A, I want to run, let's say only one test, that is method A3. Okay. From class B, I want to run 1 and 2. 3 and 4, I don't want to run. Okay. From class C, I want to run 2. That's what is my requirement. Okay. Okay. Or I want to run both 1 and 2 here and 1, 2, 3 here, and here only 3 I want to run. Okay, if you want to customize anything, guys, anything. Okay, you don't want to run all the test methods of all the classes, but you want to run only few test methods of individual classes here. We can do that, guys. Okay, how? Instead of providing this tags at the class level, what I will do is I'll remove the self-closing tag and here add slash class here. Okay, in between that, I'll create methods Okay, next hierarchy methods. And here I'll use include tag. Include tag. Okay, include. So include what I want to include, guys. Only method A3 from the class A I want to run. Remaining 1 and 2 I don't want to run. Okay, so what I will do here is I have to say include. This is not the way. So include name is equal to, what is the name of the method? Method A3. That's it. You don't have to do much. Include method A3. So what will happen from here, from class A, method A3 will be running. Remaining 1 and 2 will not be running from the class A. Then coming to the next class, here also I'll remove this self-closing and just name this class here. And here I want to run 3 test methods from this class B, except let's say method B3. Except method B3, let's say I want to run 1, 2, 4. But 3 I don't want to run. So what I want to do here is, again same thing, guys. I have to write methods here, methods, and here you see here I don't have to write include 3 times, because only one test method I don't want to run, that is method B3 I don't want to run. I'll use exclude. That is a better way, right? Or else I have to write 3 include statements. Okay, if you want to especially mention 1, 2, 4, you have to write 3 include statements, or other ways use the exclude tag, so that remaining all test methods will be executed excluded by P3. Okay, P3 will not be executed. Name is equal to method B3. Okay, method B3 done. Okay, exclude method B3. Remaining all test methods will be executed except this method B3, guys. Okay, that's what is the intention. Now coming to the last class, in last class I want to run all the classes. I don't have to go with the method level and include and exclude. I don't have to provide, or if I want to provide also, uh, if I want to provide also, I'll just remove this. And it's not compulsory, guys, I have to provide here, because if you want all the methods in the class, what's the use of you just provide the class, that's enough. Okay, but still if you want to provide, you can write this include statement, methods, again methods. Okay, it's optional, guys, because you want to run all the test methods inside the class. This part is optional. You don't have to mention this, but still, just for the sake of learning, I'm okay. Include name is equal to method C2 I am writing. Intentional I am writing method C2. Okay, that means which test method will be executed first? Here, which test method will be executed first? Method C1 or C2? Priority is 1 for 1, but 2 has a second priority. But here I changed the priority of the test methods. Okay, here method C2 need to be executed first, followed by method C3. Okay, method C1. Sorry, method C1. Okay, C1. So order I am changing. Here also I can change the order of the execution of the test methods, guys. Okay, not only using the priority attribute, but also like this. Okay, at the method level, this will be given more important than the priority attribute. So 2 will be executed first, then 1. Okay, so let's see, guys, how it goes. Okay, first method A3, then 1, 2, 4. 3 should not be happening in the class B. Remaining 3 methods, so total 4 methods by this time, and here 2 methods, but in a different order, that is 2 and 1. Okay, I changed the order. Like this we can work, guys. Okay, here you see doc type is automatically generated, guys. Okay, in manual creation of XML file, this doc type will not come, but here it is coming automatically. That's another advantage of auto generating the TestNG XML file instead of manually creating that. Now let's run this. Right click, run as a TestNG suite. Okay, so customized classes, whatever the classes I want, those are only coming from the class A. Only method A3 is coming. Okay, what about 1 and 2? They are not coming because I didn't include them. You see here I included only method A3. So from the class A, only method A3 is coming. Remaining 2 are not coming. From the class B, you see, except 3, all the 3 things will come. Okay, 1, 2, 4 are coming from class B, but I explicitly excluded the method B3. So remaining 1, 2, and 4 came here, as you can see, from the class B, 1, 2, and 4. And coming to the class A, I wanted to execute both, but here I thought of changing the order, right? But it's not changing the order, guys, because it's taking the order of the priority here. Okay, inside the priority, it's not changing the order. If you have not provided the priority here, it would have been executed in like this. So for example, if I go here and remove the priorities here, if I don't specify the priority here and then provide testng.xml file like this, then it will work. Okay, then method C2 and C1 will work in that order. Let's try this time. Still it is not working. So I think we cannot change the order of the methods here, guys. Okay, we are just able to include that order is being decided by priority only. So let's change it to priority. If you want to here priority is equal to 1 should be provided here. Let's ignore that. Okay, let's ignore that, guys. So order is not being changed for the test methods inside the TestNG XML file. No matter which order you are providing, it's taking whatever the order that is there in the class files. Okay, fine. By default order or maybe priority attribute is taking. So that's one small mistake. That's okay, guys. Okay, so it happens. Fine. So anyhow, now you need to understand the high level purpose of this TestNG XML file. That's customization of tests which need to be executed. Choosing tests from classes. I was able to choose the tests, right? I don't want to run all the test methods from all the classes. Rather, I want to flexible. Okay, flexible with creating different test methods from different classes I want to run. In that case, also TestNG XML file will be useful. Okay, that is another advantage, guys. That is another advantage. Just at the end, let's run it again. Right, run as TestNG suit. Same thing you'll get. A3, 1, 2, 4, 3 is not coming and 1, 2. Okay. Total 6 test methods out of the 9 test methods because we have either excluded them or we have not included them. Okay. Fine. Next what? Next is what? Next is manually creation. I showed you, right, how to create the all those stuff and all. Okay. If you want to execute all the methods inside a class, for example, here I want to include all the test methods inside the class. Is there any need of providing the methods? It's not compulsory, guys. Okay. So remove this, and no need to put just self close the class tag here. Okay. If you want to run all the test methods inside the class B, there is no need to include these methods. Okay. Simply provide just remove this and provide the like this. Okay, self closing tag here. Also, if you want to include, if you want to run all the test methods inside the class, there is no need of providing these methods and include and all those exclude statements, and simply provide like this. Okay, now what happens? All the 9 tests will run. Okay, all the 9 tests will run. Right click, run as TestNG. That methods and include things is an optional thing, guys. Okay, whenever you really need to customizedly take test methods from selectively take the test methods from individual classes, you have to go with that approach. But otherwise, this level is enough. Okay. Next. So I showed you how to auto generate the testng.xml file already. Right click on the project testng and convert to testng. And we got doc type. That's another advantage. And auto suggestions are coming. We can create methods inside the class tags. So if you want to customize it, okay. If you want to customize it, we can provide it. So already demonstrated, guys. How to run as test engine is also covered. Now, last thing, last two items are there. Most of the things are completed. The main purposes are covered, guys. But this additional stuff you need to understand. The naming of the TestNG XML files. It no need to be always TestNG.xml file. You can give any name, guys. For example, for this file, I'll refactor and rename. Okay. So here directly rename option is coming. Rename that to I'll give Arun, guys. It's okay. It's okay. Nothing to worry. Okay. It should not be TestNG.xml file. It can be Arun.xml also. It can be smoke.xml, sanity.xml, regression.xml. Okay, depending on your needs, you can name the file, guys. Okay, TestNG, so it still works. It will still work, guys. You see, it's still working. It's not compulsory to name this okay XML file to TestNG, but by putting the TestNG, it looks good, guys. Okay, so otherwise, if you have any smoke test, so for example, uh, the other thing that you have to understand from this session is that you can create multiple TestNG XML files. Okay, for example, here all the tests we are running, right? So I'll rename that. Okay, I'll rename that to all tests, all test XML file. Okay, I'll copy this. I'll create one more XML file. I'll say smoke.xml file. Okay, smoke.xml file. I'll create smoke.xml file, guys. Okay, if I go to smoke.xml file, for example, here there are two XML files, all test.xml file, smoke. Like that, you can have any number of XML files, okay, and run them. Okay, you can run using this TestNG suite option, or you can run this XML file also using TestNG like this. Okay, for example, in this smoke, let's say you want to do one thing like, for example, here again, let's go back to the same process. Okay, slash class here I'll say methods I'll say exclude, guys. Okay, I'll say exclude. Okay, exclude I'll use, or include I'll say include is better here. Include name is equal to name of the test here that you want to, name of the smoke test that you want to run. For example, here I mentioned smoke.xml. So which smoke test? For example, in this 1, 2, 3, 1 is a smoke test. Okay, I'll give method 1 A1. Okay, only one method from this because method A1 is the smoke test in the class A. Remaining two methods are not smoke tests. Okay, they are the general regular tests. Okay, and in the class B, let's see. Uh, let's say method B1. B1 is a smoke test. Okay, remaining all are not smoke tests. So this kind of situations may arise where you have to run only the smoke test and all. So you have to create multiple TestNG XML files. Okay. For running the smoke test, you can create another separate XML file. For running all the tests, you can create one TestNG XML files. And depending on your needs in real time, guys, it all depends on the needs in the real time. Here also I'll include only one. Include name is equal to method B1 method B1, or else we'll create two test methods out of this class B are like smoke test. So B2 I'll write. 3 and 4 are not smoke test. And coming to the class C here, okay, here methods and say include only one method, that is method C1 is a smoke test. Okay, done. Like this, if you want to create your own different TestNG XML files having different you know uh, customized tests, okay, that's also possible. You can have any number of TestNG XML files. They can have any name, and there can be any number of, okay, depending on your needs of running the tests in different formats, in different ways. You can create any number of TestNG XML file. For example, if I run the it will work smoke.xml. uh, from class A, only one. From class B, 1 and 2. From class C, only one. These are smoke tests that got run. 4 tests got run. For example, if I run this all test.xml file, all the 9 tests will run. Okay. All the 9 tests will run. All the 9 tests got run. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Okay. All the 9 tests got run. So hope guys you understood. We can name it anything based on our requirement in the project, and also we can have multiple TestNG XML files. Okay, we can create for our purpose. Okay, for our purpose. So this how guys we can use TestNG for batch execution, and also for customizing the tests which need to be executed based on our requirements in our project. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello. Welcome to part 8 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use assertions in TestNG. So let's get started. So how to use assertions in TestNG. Before I practically demonstrate how to use assertions in TestNG, you need to know the purpose of assertions in TestNG. So what is the purpose? Why assertions? You have to understand. The purpose of the assertions is to verify whether that test annotated test method is passing or failing. Okay, we generally write these assertions of TestNG inside the methods which are annotated with test annotation of TestNG. That is test methods. Okay, we provide the assertions in the test methods to verify or to test or to check whether these particular test methods are passing or failing. For example, when you give valid username and password, click on the login button. If the user is able to log in successfully, then we'll pass the test, right? But if you give valid username and valid password and click on the login button, and if the user is getting a warning message and is not able to log in that case, we have to report failure for that particular test, right? So we have to verify whether the tests are passing or failing. How to verify? We have to use assertion statements. Okay, we have to use different type of assertions in TestNG using which we can verify whether the tests are passing or failing. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this for you. Before I practically demonstrate with a real-time example, at a high level, I'll show you how the assertions and assertions will work. Okay, so there are different type of assertions in TestNG, guys. Okay, the purpose of the assertions is to verify whether the test methods are passing or failing. But there are different type of assertions in TestNG using which we can verify whether the tests are passing or failing. So in different situations, we'll use different type of methods. Okay. Okay, different type of assertions or methods. Okay. So I'll practically demonstrate this. not with real-time example first. First, I will explain with normal example, guys. Okay, so very basic Java examples I'll take and show you how the assertions are working and all. After that, I'll go with some real-time examples using Selenium automation or API automation, and okay, then show you how these methods can be these different assertions from TestNG can be used. Fine. Okay. All these different assertions are coming from a predefined class in TestNG library known as assert class. So if you have to call this method, all these methods are static methods of the assert class of TestNG, guys. So assert dot assert equals, assert dot assert not equals, assert dot assert true, assert dot assert false, assert dot assert null, assert dot assert not null, assert dot fail. Okay, assert is a predefined class of TestNG library which has all these methods, and all these methods are static methods. That's why we are calling with the name of the assert class. Okay, that's why we can directly call these methods with the help of the or with the name of the assert class. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this without any real-time example first, so that it will be easy for you to understand how this assertions of TestNG will work first. Okay, for that I'll take the sample project which is already configured with TestNG library. Okay, in this pom.xml file you can cross check whether TestNG library is there or not. Yes, TestNG library is already there. Now here there is a src test java. Under that we have a package, guys. Under that package I'll create a class. I'll just name that as a demo test class. Okay, demo test class, guys. Okay, demo test, and here I'll create some method, one sample method. Okay, public void sample method. Okay, sample method like this. I'll create a method and I'll convert this method into the test method. Okay, at the rate test annotation from TestNG. This is one of the annotation. I'll explain more about other annotations in TestNG in the upcoming sessions. So after importing that, after converting this normal test method into a TestNG test method, TestNG test method, okay. So it has unexpectedly run. Okay, I just clicked on something and it has run. Anyhow, there is nothing inside this method to run. Fine. Okay, so we'll go with the first one, guys. First type of assertion. Okay, assert equals. So I'll say something like this: int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 4, or you can give string also. String str1 is equal to, let's say, Arun, anything. Okay, string str2 is equal to my last name. I'll give, okay, Motori. And now here I'll write assert statement saying assert is a predefined class from TestNG library. Assert dot, over the mouse on this assert and see whether it is coming from, over the mouse on this and see whether it is coming from. Okay, for now we'll use a method assert equals method. Okay, just take one of the assert equals here. Assert dot assert equals. In the first one, uh, here we have to provide the actual from the automation, whatever you are getting, that is actual value you have to provide. Expected, what you are expecting is expected, and is actual and expected both are same or not, we are checking. Okay, you see, when I hover the mouse on this assert, it is saying that it is coming from which library? TestNG library. It is a predefined class in TestNG library, and this is a static method, guys. Assert equals is a static method of this assert class of TestNG, where we are passing the string actual text and string expected text. In real-time automation, this is some actual thing that came from the automation, guys, and this is what is the expectation is requirement is, you can say. Okay, this is expected as part of the requirement. This is the automation script is retrieving this particular text. Assume that for now. I'm just making the example simple to demonstrate this assert equals, guys. I'll give you a real-time example also. Okay, so I can give you a real-time example also for this assert equals. For now, I'm just without real-time example, I'm showing you so that you can understand in a simple way. So if I run this, whether this particular test method will pass or fail. You see, str1 is Arun, str2 is Motori. Okay, which both are not equal. Okay, my first name and last name are not equal. So assert equals, if both are equal, then assert equals from assert will pass the test. If they are not equal, assert equals will fail the test. Okay, we'll see that TestNG test will fail now. Okay, because they are not equal. It will fail the test, guys, and you'll clearly get, you see, failure is equal to 1. You go here into the results and you can see that sample method expected Motori but found Arun. Okay, okay, expected Motori but found Arun. Okay, that's what is the problem. So expected is what? Motori, but found what? Arun. That's the problem. So what if I give Arun here? In this case, it will pass the test. Run this again. This time it will pass the test, guys. You see the test got passed and you can go here. Okay, you see there is no error. Okay, fine. Now I'll take a real-time example for assert equals, guys. Okay, so now itself I'll demonstrate the assert equals real-time example, guys. How to go with the real-time example? For example, guys, I want to verify whether, okay, I want to retrieve this. I'll use Selenium, guys. Okay, you can use Selenium or you can use what you can say API. Okay, anything you can use. Okay, Rest Assured or Selenium, any tools you can use. Rest Assured is generally for API automation, whereas Selenium is for web application UI automation. Okay, let's go with Selenium for now. Your story is there, guys. Your story is there. This is the title of this page. Okay, I'll go to the title of this page and get the title using the Selenium code. Okay, okay, so get the title of the title of this page using Selenium code. That will be the actual title. Expected title maybe expected title. Let's say is yours, like your store. Let's say. Okay, so then how we have to write the code? I'll show you. Okay, here I'll write WebDriver manager dot. So this is WebDriver manager library, guys. If you have to use Selenium, guys. Okay, so just go to MVN repository and search for WebDriver manager. Okay, if you don't know Selenium, just understand this at a high level, guys. How real time we can use that should be your focus. Mostly the people who are coming to TestNG may already know, okay, Selenium. So assuming that I'm just explaining this, I'm copying this Maven dependency and I'll come to this pom.xml file, go to the dependency stacks and paste it here. So save it. Now go to the demo test.java and say WebDriver manager dot some sample script I'm writing, guys, nothing much. And next, the next line I'll say WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Now we need to import this WebDriver from Selenium. We don't have that Selenium regarding libraries here. So let's go to the MVN repository again and search for Selenium Java. And you'll get this Selenium Java and click on this 4.4.0. Copy this MVN repository related dependencies tags for Maven and paste it here. Now save this. Now you'll get the Selenium libraries also apart from the WebDriver. Anyhow, it already has TestNG. So fine, let's go demo test and hover the mouse on WebDriver and it will take a while, guys, sometimes. Hover the mouse on WebDriver and import this WebDriver from Selenium library and Chrome driver also from Selenium library. Okay, just hover it properly. Yeah, then afterwards you can say driver.manage.window.maximize, then driver dot, okay, get. Let's provide the application URL that you're trying to automate here. Okay, so let's go to the application that I was talking about, this application. Copy this application URL. So what I want to do in this method, guys, basically, I want to verify the title. I want to check whether title is correctly there or not. Okay, using Selenium, I'll retrieve the title of this page. Your store is the title here. So after going to this page, I'll simply say driver.getTitle. I'll use the Selenium command known as getTitle command, Selenium WebDriver command. It will return you in the string format. It will return the title in the form of string. I'll say string actual title. Actual title that we got while the automation script is running and retrieving the title of the page from the tab. Okay, this is the actual title. So what is expected title? Expected title is your store. Your store is the expected title. Now, how to verify whether we got the expected title in this particular test or not? For that, we have to use assertions. Assert predefined class in TestNG dot assert equals. And here we have to give the actual value, actual title you provide here. It can be any data type, guys. It can be Boolean and it can be anything. So I'm just giving the string format and here expected title and giving like this. Okay, this is one of the sample test, guys, very simple sample test where we are retrieving the title of the page and checking with the expected title. If retrieve title using Selenium automation is matching with expected title, then the test will pass. If it's not matching, the test will fail. So let's run this and see whether the testing is passing or failing. Okay, This is how assert equals. One of the assertions in TestNG can be used in real time. Okay, this is one of the example. Okay, so it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser. So it's a demo application, guys. Sometimes it will take a lot of time to load. Just press enter. Okay. Now go back here and see whether the test has been passed or failed. Yes, it is passed, guys. We got the result as passed. Okay, we got the result as passed. So what we can do is after this assertion is completed, we can quit the browser, guys. Otherwise, the browser instance will stay like this. Okay. So better to quit the browser. Let me run it again this time. Okay, again it's loading. Just press enter. Sometimes it takes a lot of time. Yeah, this time the browser instance also has been closed and pass is equal to 1. But if your expected title is something different, for example, if your expected title is my name, okay, so the actual title will be different from the expected title, and this assertion will fail, guys. Okay, this assertion will fail. Just save this and run this. This time the assertion will fail. When the assertion fails here, an exception will be thrown. Okay, let's see what will happen. You see, the assertion has failed. That's why the browser has not closed despite of I writing it's got failed, guys. Okay, despite of I writing the driver.quit, it got failed. And just before quitting the browser itself, we got an exception known as assertion error. Okay, assertion error we got. This is nothing but a kind of exception from TestNG, guys. Expected Arun motor but found your store. Okay, this is what happened. That's why the next steps didn't get executed. Okay, this is what is the problem. When something assertion fails, then the next step will not be executed, guys. Here itself assertion error we got. The program stopped here only. When both the titles were matching, driver.quit got executed. No exception or error got displayed here, and next steps got executed. But when the titles didn't match, it is giving an exception called as assertion error exception from TestNG. Okay, so that's what is the thing. So how to deal with this kind of still after, like even after you got this kind of error or exception at the previous line, still if you want to close the browser, what you have to do? What you have to do? That I will not cover now, guys. Okay. So let's keep it like this only. We'll manually close the browser. But I'll give you the solution for this. Okay. If you're getting an assertion error because the assertion is failing and the next step driver.quit is not working, further what we have to do, I'll explain as part of the annotations, guys. Apart from the error test, there are other annotations which can be used for, okay, which can be used for creating other methods which can run after the test method, whether the test method passes or fails. Okay, that I'll cover later, guys. Okay, this is not the right time. Let's focus on assertions now. One of the assertion I covered here is assert equals from assert predefined class of TestNG. Okay, the solution for driver.quit to happen, whether the test will pass or fail, whether the assertion gives an error or not. Okay, I'll cover later as part of the annotations topic. Fine. So let's move back. Assert not equals, which is an opposite of the assert equals, right? You understood assert equals. So I'll not give a real-time example for the assert not equals, but I will give a uh, kind of non-real-time example. Okay, so what I will do here is I'll say string, okay, string str1 is equal to Arun and string str2 is equal to, okay, last name. And then here I'll say assert equals, okay, assert dot. When I say assert equals, there are a lot of overloaded methods. Sorry, I'm not typing it properly. Assert equals, let me type it properly. Assert equals, you see boolean, various string. Just scroll down, you'll find string also. You see different data types possibilities are there here. Let's go with the string, string actual, string expected, like this. In actual one, I gave Aruna, and expected one, I gave Moturi. So they'll not match. So here assert equals, if I say assert not equals, which is an opposite, if they don't match, then the test will pass. If this str1 doesn't match with str2, then the test will pass. So this time, guys, the test will pass because Arun is not equal to Moturi, right? The test will pass, guys. You see, the test got passed because it's expecting a different thing than, okay, than Arun. Okay, expected is something Moturi, and it actually is Arun. Okay, So they are not matching. So asset not equals is actually expecting the same thing. But if they match, the test will fail. Okay, they should not match, guys. Then only the test will pass. Assertion will pass the test. Okay, if they are matching the assertion, this particular assert not equals assertion will fail the test. Okay, so run the test. The test will fail, guys. This time the test will fail. You see failure one. We got the assertion error again. Okay, did not expect Arun but found Arun. Okay, so that's what is the problem. So I'll not be giving a real time example because in real time we generally use asset equals most of the case. Asset not equals that much not we will not use. Okay, maybe in rare case we may use it, but I didn't come across such kind of situation. Then assert true is also very important, guys. Assert true is also very important. Okay, we generally use this also in real time. So I'll first give a non real time example and then I'll give a real time example. Okay, so first let's go assert true. Okay, string str is equal to my name is Arun Motori. Okay, like this I gave some text, guys. So how do I write this assert statement? Assert dot assert true. Okay, here boolean condition, guys. Here boolean condition. There are two overloaded methods. So another method is for another purpose. I'll tell you. Assert true. What I want to do is str dot contains. If it contains Arun, then str dot contains Arun. Contains will return what? Boolean value, either true or false. Is Arun available in this string text? Yes, it is there here. Since it is containing, this contains function of a string class in Java will return true, guys. But what this assertion is expecting? True only. Since it's also returning true and it's expecting true, the test will pass, guys. Okay, the test will pass. Just run this script and you see the test will pass because str actually contains Arun and that will return true and assertion is also expecting true. Hence, the test has passed. What if I say like Rajini? Okay, some Rajini. If I give Rajini here, is Rajini there here? No, right? So if I run this code, it will return false. Contains function of string will return false and it will fail the test. And you see assertion error will come. Expected true but found false and hence it has failed the test. Okay, the test got failed here. You see assertion error has come, expected true but found false. Okay, that's the thing. This is how it works, guys. In real time, how do we use that? For example, how do we use this? So I'll tell you how do we use this. For example, uh, let's type HP here. Okay, let's go to this application, type HP and click on the search button. And in the search results, whether this product is getting displayed or not, we have to check. Okay, we have to check whether we got a proper product, HP product in the search results or not. We have to check. Let me go back. So here I'll write the application automation script that is WebDriver manager dot Chrome driver dot setup. Then WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. For the mouse on WebDriver and import this. Even on Chrome driver and import this. Okay, so this will launch the Chrome browser from Selenium, guys, using Selenium. Now I have to maximize the browser window. For that I have to write driver.manage.window.maximize. These are very simple scripts I'm writing here. Then driver.get which application URL I have to open in the browser. That get command I have to queue. Okay, copy this URL and paste in the get command. It will open the application URL in the browser. After opening the application URL, I have to type HP text into the search box field. Inspect the search box field where I have to type HP text and this search box field has name locator. Doesn't have ID, but it has name locator. Copy this name and say driver dot find element by dot name and provide the name locator and say dot send keys. Send keys is a command for typing the text into the this particular field will locate the search box field and into that we are entering the text known as HP. Okay. After typing the HP text, we have to click on the. We can actually press enter key or click on the search button also. Anything is fine. So we can say there is an like two variants, guys, in send keys. Okay, you can give like this also HP keys dot. Let's try this out. Keys dot enter. Okay. So what it will do is after typing HP, it will press enter key there. Okay. You see, when I just type HP and press enter key, what is happening? Automatically search is happening. You don't have to click on the search button. It is another way of right. Like send keys can be used this way also. Okay, this is another way of using the send keys. So then what happens in the search results? We got this product. Okay, inspect this product, guys. Inspect this product. It is a link text. Copy this link text. It is between the anchor tags, so I'm saying it as link text. So here I'll say assert true, assert true, okay, assert true, driver dot find element by dot link text of that HP link product, okay, which got displayed in the search results dot is displayed command. Is displayed command is from Selenium, guys, which will return true if this particular product is displayed in the search results. If this element is available on the page, is displayed will return true. But here what we are expecting? Here we are expecting true only. If is displayed will return true after entering HP text and clicking on the enter key. Okay, now finally I'll say driver dot quit here. Okay, driver dot quit. Now let's see, guys, whether this will type HP and press enter, and then it will find this HP product, and then it should pass the test, guys, because when you type HP and press enter key, you should get this product in the search results, and that's the expected thing, and it should pass. This is displayed command should return true for this asset true, and the browser should quit. Okay, so this is what should happen. Let's run this and see that whether the code is running or not properly. This is how we use asset true in real time, guys. Okay, asset true will be used in real time like this. So let's see HP. You see, it got passed. What if I search for something like Honda here? Honda product is not there in this application, guys. When I say Honda here, you see HP product will not come if you search for Honda. Okay, if I am searching for Honda and pressing enter key, will you get HP product? No, right? The assertion will fail. This will return in false, and the is displayed will return false, and this will give assertion error, guys. For and driver.quit also will not be executed due to the assertion error. How to overcome this problem of quitting the browser in spite of the test being passed or failed is something I'll cover later. I told you already. So let's keep that open for the coming sessions. Okay. So for now, the browser also will not close because we are searching for Honda, which will not come in the search results. Okay, HP will not come when you search for Honda. HP is not coming here. You see, if the browser instance has not closed, and in the search results we already got the assertion error. Okay, no such element exception came, guys. Okay, unable to locate element having this HP LP something came. Okay, we can go to the console and see what came here. No such element exception came. Okay, because of the no such element exception, it got failed. From Selenium itself, it failed, guys. Here itself, it failed. Assertion, apart from assertion, it got no such element exception. Okay, before moving to the assertion itself, here this particular element is not there on the page. Hence, this has given no such element exception, and the test has failed. Okay. Okay. So this is what is the thing, guys. Okay, assert true is like this. We can use in the real time. Okay. So more we can explore later. Then assert false. We generally don't use this assert false, guys. Most of the cases we use assert equals and assert true. Assert false we generally don't use. Maybe where in very rare situations you may get a situation where you have to use assert false. You have to verify for something should not be there or something should not happen. Maybe at that time you will use assert false. For example, here string for I'll give a non-real time example. Okay, because I cannot give you a real time example for such kind of methods. Okay, so I'll give this now. Assert true boolean condition, that is str dot contains string dot contains what it should contain. For example, Arun. Okay, here I am expecting true, but this time I'll expect false, case. Okay, should not contain in that case. Okay, if it is returning true, if str dot contains Arun is there actually there, but it is expecting what assertion is expecting false, but contains is returning true. Since a wrong thing is being expected by the assertion, false is being expected, but true is being written by contains, it will fail the test case. Okay, so that's how it will work. It will fail the test because your assert false is expecting false, but str dot contains Arun is will return true. Okay, you'll get assertion expected false but found true, guys. Okay, but what if I say I'll give some other name like Rafik. Okay, Rafik. So this time str dot contains this particular text should not contain Rafik. That's what we are expecting. Okay, it should not contain this particular text should not contain Rafik. Then contains will return false and expectation is also false, and hence the test will pass. Yes, Rafik text is not there in the given text. Hence the test will pass. You see that test will pass here, and in the search in the TestNG results also you see passing is coming. This is how the assert false will work. That is completely opposite of the assert true, guys. Okay, and coming to the assert null and assert not null, we generally don't use these things in real time. Okay, during real time automation we generally don't use, but let me give you some non real time examples. Okay, Let me give you some non-real-time examples. Okay, so I'll say str. I'll not str and say 1 minute. Assert dot assert not null. Okay, here I'll give the object. The object is nothing but this string object. Is it not null? Yes, the text is there means object is created already. Okay, if I say string str is equal to my name is Arun Motor means object is already created for string, guys. It is already given here. Okay, assert not null will return. It's expecting not null. Here str is also not null. It has an object. It's not a null. Okay, when it is assigned with something, it is not null. If it is not assigned with something, it is null. Okay, since it is not null and we are expecting not null, the test will pass, guys. Okay, run the test and the test will pass. Since it is not null, the test will pass, guys. But what if I'll remove this part? I'll remove this part. In this case, what will happen? Okay, initialize variable with null. Now str is null, guys. Okay, it is not, it should not be null. Okay, there may be some situations where we have to verify it should not be null. Something should some some object reference or something should not have the null value, but here str has a null value here. That means nothing is stored in this str, but we are expecting something should be stored in str. In this case, it will fail the test. It should not be null, but it's you see failure is coming and assertion error. Expected object to not be null. Okay, there should be some object assigned to the str, some text or object to be assigned to the str, but it is not assigned, but not null, but null is coming. So that's why that's a problem. So other method is other assertion is assert null. In this case, what will happen? In this case, we generally don't use this in real time that much, guys. In Selenium automation or something via TestNG, we don't use null and not null much. Okay, maybe there will be some rare situations you may have to use it, but you should have the knowledge of. Not null already demonstrated. Null means it is expecting null. Okay, there should not be any object assigned to this str. If null is already there and you are expecting null, that test will pass. Test will pass, guys. Okay, this particular test will pass. You see, the test got passed. Okay. 2 times I clicked on that. That's the problem. Let me run it normally. You see, passed one and results also passed because it is expecting null and str is having null. What if I give something like my name is or something like this? In this case, it will fail the test. Okay, the test will fail because it is expecting null, but there is some object assigned to this str. Okay, there is string object, but okay, object reference is referring to some object which is having this particular stored text stored in the memory. But here we are expecting null, which is not correct. Okay, str is not null. Okay, so let's run this. This time the test will fail, guys. The test will fail. I cannot give you real time examples for this, but you should have an idea like how they work. Okay, so expected null but found my name is Arun Motori object. Okay, that's the reason it is failing. Hope you are able to understand. Finally, fail, guys. Okay, it is a customized way of failing the test, guys. It's a customized way of failing the test due to some conditions. If you want to fail the test, okay, due to some conditions, if something happens on the application, for example, when I search for Honda and if the search button is coming, I want to fail the test. Okay, very random condition, guys. Okay, let's say if I'm giving HP and in the search results I'm getting this HP product, then I want to fail the test. Let's assume that. Okay, due to some reasons you want to fail the test. Okay, you want to create a condition where something happens, you want to fail the test. Okay, in such kind of cases you can use fail, guys. Okay, it's a customized way of failing the test, guys. I'll show you. It's not correct, but there's no other way for me to show you, guys. Okay, if something that should not come is coming or something is happening, then I want to fail the test or something. Okay, like that. Okay, so what I can do is yeah, if $122 is coming, I want to fail the test. Let's say, assume, okay, if $122 is coming, I want to fail the test. So I'll write the automation code here. Web driver manager dot Chrome driver dot setup. So we generally don't use this fail in real time. Very rare cases. Most of the cases we use these two methods, guys. Assert equals and assert two will be more than enough, but remaining all will be based on your situations. In very rare situations, you may use that. So here I will be writing web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, web driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Put a semicolon over the mouse and import this web driver from Selenium and import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium and say driver dot manage dot window dot maximize, then driver dot get, and I'll provide this application URL here, this application URL, and Let's go to the application URL. Let's do something else. After going to this application URL, there are some featured products. Let's say this MacBook should not be MacBook should not come in the such this home page. Okay, should not be displayed on the home page. Inspect this MacBook, guys. It will be linked text most probably. If it is coming means that this should fail. Let's say okay. If I'll write the condition like this: if driver dot find element by dot link text, that is MacBook thing, MacBook related link text. Okay, dot is displayed. What I want to do when the MacBook is displayed, I want to fail the test. Okay, so what I will do is I will simply say assert dot fail. Okay, I'll simply say assert dot fail, guys. Nothing much. Now save this, and this will fail the test, guys. Okay, it will not close the browser. Even though you give driver dot quit also, it will not go, because here itself the assertion error will come, because MacBook will be displayed on the search in the home page, and it will fail the test. Assertion error will come, and the test will fail. Okay, now run this. It will fail. It will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and after that it will check whether MacBook is coming on the page or not. You see, it has found it like MacBook has come. That's the reason it has given assertion error mostly. So null is coming here. Okay, it's not giving me proper thing. So because why null is coming means we didn't give a proper message here. Okay, what's the reason of the failure? We have to give here. Okay, MacBook is displayed, hence failed. Like this, if you write here, that message will be carried forward. Okay. Instead of using a normal fail, if you say normal fail means null will come in the assertion as assertion error. But if you give this message along with the assertion error in the output, you will get MacBook is displayed hence failed. Okay, hence the test got failed. This time the test will fail, but we'll get a proper message in the assertion error. Okay. Earlier we got null in the assertion error message, but this time we'll get proper message. You see, assertion error. Why it got failed? MacBook is displayed hence failed. Okay. So, and also if you go here also same thing will happen. MacBook is displayed hence failed will come. Okay. So this is how, based on some condition, if you want to do an assertion failure, then you can go with fail, guys. Okay. And this is all about the different assertions in available in TestNG, guys, which we can access using the assert predefined class of TestNG, because these are static methods. Okay. So we can, for each and every method here, there is an overloaded method, guys, where instead of simply failing, you can pass an additional message for the reason of the failure. Okay. For example, normal fail you can use, or inside that you can provide a message. Okay. That's one thing. Similarly, we can do with other stuff also, like assert null, assert not null. You can put some messages, guys. For example, assert equals. I'll go with a basic example again. Non-real time example. String str1 is equal to, or I'll say string str2 is equal to string str2 is equal to, what to I'll give the semicolon here, and here I'll say assert dot assert equals. Okay, I'll scroll down and go with the string format. Okay, string, where is string, where is string? Sometimes it will be difficult. Let's go slow. It will be foundable. Somewhere string will be there. You can go with anything. You don't have to actually wait for the string thing, but I'm just finding it out. Is there or not? Yeah, string, actual string expected. And you see, you can give a message also here, guys. Okay, actual is str1, expected is str2. Okay, str2, if it is not equal, if this str1 is not equal, as expected is not equal to str2, then provide this message. Okay, str1 is not equal to str2, hence failed, hence test failed, or hence failed, whatever it is. Okay, like this extra message you can give, guys. It's optional, guys. This is part is optional. If you go with these two arguments also, it's fine. There is an overloaded method which can take the message also. Okay, so now run this and see that it will fail, and this message will be displayed in the assertion error. Just go here, assertion error, str is not equal to str2, hence failed. Expected this one, motory but found. Okay, this extra message is coming here in the, here also you will get it. str1 is not equal to str2, hence failed expected, motory but found around. Okay, this kind of things, this extra text that you give here, can be applied for all these assertion methods: assert equals, assert not equals, assert true, assert false, assert null, assert not null, fail. Okay, and everywhere you can give that as an extra argument, because we have this overloaded methods of these methods in the assert class of TestNG. Now guys, there is one more thing. Before I wind up assertions, I want to explain one more thing about these assert methods and all. You see, every time we are writing assert dot assert equals, can I write something like only assert? Is it possible to write only assert? You see, I'm getting error, right? You see, it's asking me to add static import for assert dot assert equals. Okay, for assert dot assert equals, it's asking me to add the static keyword. Okay, so how to do that? So here, assert dot, otherwise I'll say static assert dot. Let's give star here. Now you see the error is gone. Assert dot anything from the assert class. Okay, control shift O. Just see this statement here, guys. If I write this statement like import static or testng assert dot, instead of assert equals, if I give hashtag symbol here, it can anything. You can say directly write assert true here. Okay, assert true. Okay, str1 dot contains str1 dot contains Arun. Okay, this is also fine. You see, I can directly use the assertion methods. You don't have to use assert class here in the code if you make this assert static. Okay, if you make this assert and its method static. Okay, this import statement, if you add the static keyword and write dot asterisk, you can directly, you may be seeing some people writing directly assert equals assert true, because they may have added this import statement having the static keyword for this assert dot asterisk thing. Okay, so assert equals, assert not equals, assert true, assert false, assert not null, assert null, fail, assert fail. You don't. We can write all these assert things without any assert class. Okay, when you add this statement. Okay, directly you can say fail. Directly fail you can write. You don't have to say assert dot fail here. Okay, directly fail you can write. All this stuff is possible with this statement. Okay, where static keyword is added. Earlier it was static keyword was not there, and also after assert we gave dot asterisk. That means any method of this assert class, okay, can be directly accessed. Okay, can be directly accessed. So this is one of the ways, guys. Okay, add static import for assert equals, then replace assert equals with asterisk so that you can use any of the assertion methods of the assert class directly in the code. Okay, so because why I'm explaining this is some people may be using this kind of way, okay, to write the statements, and you will be confused what is this assert equals, where it is coming from. It's coming, it's directly written because static import statement of assert is there. Okay, this is what is all about assertions in TestNG, guys. Okay, so to verify whether a particular the TestNG test method is passing or failing, in TestNG we have to use assertions. These are the several assertions in TestNG which I have demonstrated. A few, for most of them, I gave you the real-time example. For something that we generally don't use or rarely use in automation, okay, it may be Selenium automation, or it may be API automation, or it may be APM automation for mobile automation, whatever it is. Okay, we may use TestNG and we may use this assert methods, but mostly we'll use assert equals and assert true most of the cases, and remaining all we don't use much. Okay, so but this is all about assertions. Okay, so hope guys you understood assertions in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another topic of TestNG. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 9 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use hard assertions and soft assertions. So let's get started. So what is the difference between them, and when we have to use hard assertions in our automation script, and when we have to use soft assertions in our automation script? Either it can be Selenium, or it can be REST assured, or it can be APM for mobile automation, or API automation, or UI automation. We may have to use this hard assertions and soft assertions from TestNG, guys, depending on our needs. In this session, I'll be using the example from Selenium, guys. Okay, so I'll take one example here. What I want to do here is I want to go with this example. That is, I would like to go with this website tutorialsninja.com/demo. Okay, and once I go to this website, I want to verify the title first. Okay, I want to verify the title of this website. Then I want to verify the URL of this website. And after that, I want to type HP here and click on the search button or press enter key, whatever it is. And in the search results, I want to verify whether the correct product is getting displayed in the search results or not. Three things I want to verify. One is title of the page. Next one is the URL of the page. And third thing is the product, whether the in the search results we got the product or not. This is what I want to automate, guys. Okay. So how do I write the automation script? I'll show you. Okay. I'll show you how do I write the automation scripts. So we generally, whatever the assertions I told you so far, okay, in the previous session, whatever the assertions I talked about or practically demonstrated, all of them will fall into the hard assertions category. Okay. The assertions that I covered in the previous session of this training series fall into the hard assertions category. Okay. So there's a problem with the hard assertions. Okay. In not all places we cannot use hard assertions, guys. Okay. For every verification of the test, okay, a single test may not have only one verification at the end, but may have multiple verifications. The examples here, real-time examples I showed you, I was having the assertions only at the end of the test, but that may not be always correct. Okay. In some tests, guys, there will be multiple verifications in a single TestNG at the rate test annotated test method, okay, where we write the automation code inside. In a single test, there can be multiple verifications. In that case, if you use hard assertions, there is a problem, guys. Okay, so there's a problem. What's the problem? I'll tell you practically. Okay, so when the hard assertions come, automatically the execution of the script will stop there itself. Okay, if you have three verifications in a single automation script, and if the first verification itself fails in the automation script, the script will not continue. The two more verifications will not happen. And what if those first verification that has stopped the script is not that much important, like verifying the title or URL of the page? Okay, you don't have to stop executing the script just for the case of those verifications, even though you have to do multiple verification in automation script. But just for verifying the title, if the title is not matching for the page, if you are stopping the script from execution and you are not doing the actual verification, that is a problem, right? So this is what is the problem with hard assertions, guys. Hard assertions are generally used with the main verifications. Okay, main important verifications in a single test. Even though the single test has multiple verifications, whatever the verification that is very important, and if that verification doesn't happen properly, then we have to definitely stop the execution of the script. Okay, so I'm not saying that we should not be using hard assertions. We also have to use hard assertions in the place they have to be used, and we also have to use the soft assertions wherever required. Okay, after I demonstrate it practically, guys, we'll understand when we have to use hard assertions and when we have to use soft assertions. Okay, let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll go to this Eclipse IDE, guys. Here I'll write the Selenium automation code. This project is already configured. Let's go to the pom.xml file of this project, guys, and see it's already configured with TestNG. It's already configured with WebDriver Manager. It's already configured with Selenium as part of the previous session I have done. So I'm directly writing the code of Selenium and all just for an example or sample case. Okay, WebDriver Manager dot Chrome driver dot setup. Okay, then the next line I'll say WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Hover the mouse on this WebDriver and import it from interface. Import this WebDriver interface from Selenium library and Chrome driver interface, Chrome driver class from Selenium library. Then say driver.manage.window dot maximize. Then I'll say driver.get. Here I'll provide the application URL, guys, that I want to browse. That is, this is the application URL I want to browse, guys. Okay, I'll copy this application URL and paste it here in the automation script. So once automation script has taken us to this application URL, okay, then I want to verify the title of the page. You see, this your store is the title of the page. Okay, using the automation script, how to retrieve the title of the page? Here I'll say string actual title. Actual title is equal to driver dot get title command. Okay, I have to say driver dot get title command. Okay, this will retrieve the title of the page and store into the actual title. Then what is expected title? What is the title you are expecting? So this one automation script is retrieving in real time, whereas this one is something that we always expect. This should be the title. Okay, your store should be the title we are expecting. Okay, that's fine. Now here I have to write an assertion. Okay, I'll go with a hard assertion, guys. Okay, assert equals, this is an hard assertion. Okay, from TestNG. Assert equals. Here I'll say actual title, and this side I'll say expected title. Okay, this is what is the thing. If they don't match, the test will fail. Okay, if the actual title and expected title match, this assertion will pass, hard assertion will pass, and it will continue the script. What if this assertion will fail? The script will stop execution here itself, even though you have some more thing to verify here. Now I want to verify the URL of this page, guys. Okay, I want to verify the URL. So to retrieve the URL, string actual URL is equal to driver dot get current URL. Okay, this is the command. This will get the current actual URL as per the automation script. Okay, then here I'll write string expected URL is equal to this is the expected URL. This is what I'm expecting. Okay, I'm saying assert equals actual URL, and this side expected URL. Okay, expected URL, actual URL, expected URL. Okay, now after all this, now what I want to do is I want to do one more verification where I want to type HP into the search box field. Inspect this, I want to press the enter key so that search will happen. So here name locator is, I'll copy this name locator. I'll simply say driver dot find element by dot name. I'll provide this name locator here, and dot send keys. I'll provide HP here. Okay, I'll type HP here. And also there's one more variation of the send keys where I don't even want to just not only HP, guys. After typing HP, I want to press enter key. If I press enter keyboard key along with the typing the text, you see search results happen. Searching has happened. So how to do that? Put a comma here and say keys dot. Okay, keys dot what is the enter key, right? Enter key will be pressed. HP will be typed into the search box field, and search box field only the enter key will be pressed, so that you don't have to click especially this search button, guys, to for the search to happen. Okay, anyhow, we got this product in the search results. We want to verify whether this product has been displayed in the search results or not. For that, I'll inspect this, and there is a link text here. Copy this link text and say assert true here boolean condition. I'll say driver dot find element by dot link text. I'll provide the link text, guys, and finally say dot is displayed. Okay, put a semicolon at the end, and finally here I'll say driver dot quit at the end. Okay, so here in this script, there are multiple verifications. Okay, you see here, if you see in the line 25, first verification is there. The line 30, second verification is there. The line 34, third verification is there. Okay, using the assert statements, assert methods or commands of TestNG, we are doing hard assertions. All these are hard assertions. Okay, whatever the type of assertions, assert equals and assert true, which are coming from the predefined assert class, they are called as hard assertions. Okay, so if this works fine, the script will continue, guys. If you see here, these three assertions will pass, guys. Okay, because actual title, whatever you are retrieving, will match with your expected title. So this assertion will pass, this verification will pass, hence it will go for the next verification, and this actual and expected URL will match, and this assertion also will pass, and it will continue the script. And here also uh, HPLP something, okay, this also will pass, and three hard assertions are passing, so the script will run smoothly, there is no problem. Okay, on one day the script was working fine because all the three assertions are fine, no problem. So let's see whether the script will pass or fail. The script will pass, guys. All the three assertions will pass. There's no need of worry. Okay, so you see it's got passed. Okay, no failures, guys. No failures. It got passed. Okay, it got passed. But there is a problem, guys. What is the problem? What if you see I'll intentionally provide ABC here. Okay, if one of the hard assertion fails, then remaining two assertions will not be executed because the script will stop here itself. Hard assertion will stop the execution of the script. Since the actual title is not matching with the expected title, the execution of the automation script will stop at the 25th line only. All the statements which are coming after the 25th line will not be executed. You just see that the test will fail, and only one verification will be done. Okay, only one verification will be done, guys. See that? You see this title is not matching. Okay, just wait for some more time. Maybe already got failed, guys. You see the browser is also not closing and the script is stopping here means already you see we already got an assertion. Your store ABC but found expected is your store ABC but found your store. That means hard assertion is stopping at this line itself, guys. Okay, which line? We can see here somewhere it will be mentioned. Uh, just see here. What is the okay. Yeah, demo test. Okay. 25th line itself, the execution has stopped because of this error, guys. In the TestNG also, you see only this one is there, but the execution of the script has not continued after that. That is the problem with the hard assertion, guys. But if you clearly think, guys, this kind of verifying the title or verifying the URL no need to be hard assertions. They don't have to be so much hard. The title is not matching. That's not a big defect, right? The script can still continue. This is a main verification, guys. Okay, when you type HP and press enter key, and if you are not getting the product in the search results, this is the main verification of this particular test, whether which should decide whether the test should pass or fail. But here, this get title is deciding whether the test should pass or fail. This is not a correct approach, because title, if there is a problem one day, if there is a problem where instead of one title, if actual title is not correctly coming, that should not stop the script from execution. The script should still continue. Okay, the script should still continue even though this verification is failed. Okay, so but you are using which type of assertion? Hard assertion. Okay, if you are using hard assertion, then the script will stop here itself. So, but for verifying the title or verifying the current URL, you don't have to use the hard assertions. But for verifying this, whether the correct product is coming in the search results or not, we have to use hard assertions. So, how to use soft assertions in place of these hard assertions? I want to convert this to uh, hard assertions into the soft assertions, because despite of their failure, the script has to continue and verify the actual verification. Okay, so that's what is the main intention. So let's how to convert this title thing and URL thing into the you know uh, like the continue of the script should happen despite of the failure of this assertions. Okay, for that we have to go for the soft assertion, guys. Okay, so in software sessions, guys, it will not stop the execution of the test. Okay. So instead, the exception will be thrown at the end of the test. Okay. Immediately, it will not be thrown, guys. The exception will wait for us till the end of the script, and once the complete code has been executed, then only these exceptions will be raised. Okay. It's not. I'm not saying that the exception will not be thrown, but they will be thrown, but they will not stop the execution of the script. By the end of the script only, once the complete script is executed, then only soft assertions will be thrown. Okay, in the results. Okay, so for that we have to use, instead of using the assert class here, we have to use soft assert predefined class from TestNG, guys. Here assert is also a predefined class from TestNG. The same methods which are available in the assert predefined class in TestNG, those same methods are available in the soft assert. Okay, but here for assert class, all these methods are static methods. Assert dot assert equals, assert dot assert true, assert dot assert false, assert dot not equals. Okay, you're using with the help of the class name. They are static methods, but soft assert is not like that, guys. Okay, if you have to access the same methods using the soft assert, we have to create an object for the soft assert. Okay, like this. You have to create. Okay, we'll be using the soft assertion for verifying the title and URL, but for verifying whether the correct results are getting displayed in the search results or not for the searched HP product, for that we'll be using the hard assertion. But here we have to create an object for the soft assertion class, guys. Here we don't have to use don't have to create an object because static methods of this assert class. But here the same methods are not static methods of the soft assert class. We have to create an object, guys. How to create an object? Like this, we have to create an object. Soft assert, soft assert is equal to new soft assert. Okay. So here, guys, here I'll create an object for the soft assert class. It's also from TestNG, guys. It's not from any other thing. Soft assert is equal to new soft assert. Okay, new soft assert. Put a semicolon over the mouse. Import the soft assert from TestNG. Okay, done. Now say soft assert. So here guys, in place of assert, I'm going to use soft assert. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. But you have to create an object, guys. But this assertion will not fail immediately. The script execution will still continue. Okay, soft assert that assert equals actual expected. And here hard assertion I'll keep. For the last verification, I'll keep the hard assertion. Even though this title is not matching, the script will continue, guys. But there's one more thing that I have to do. At the end of the script, we have to write soft assert dot assert. At the end of the test, we have to write soft assert dot assert all. Otherwise, these soft assertion, if there is any difference in these assertions, okay, if there is any difference between this title or any difference between this URLs, okay, actual URL and expected URL. For example, here if I give ABC, they also don't match. This assertion also will fail now. Okay, this soft assertion will fail. This soft assertion will fail, but they will not stop the script from execution. The script execution will continue. Okay, and finally, at the end of the script, we have to write soft assert dot assert all. Okay, here I'll write somewhere here I'll write soft assert dot assert all, and then I'll quit the browser. Okay, let's see what will happen. Okay, or shall I write it at the end completely? Here better, soft assert dot assert all. It will quit the browser and then it will assert all the assertions. Okay, recorded assertions will be thrown. Okay, the execution will not stop, guys. All the three assertions will be verified. This assertion will be verified, this assertion will be verified, this assertion, these two soft assertions are not going to stop the execution of the script. Rather, the execution will continue, but finally, in the results, the test will fail. Okay, even though it is a soft assertion, the test will fail, and just reportings of the reasons for the failure of this. Even though the real hard assertion is passing, but still soft assertions are failing. The reason for those failures will be displayed in the TestNG results. Okay, let's see that now. Okay, let's run this now. Now we have two soft assertions for the normal verifications like get title verification and URL verification. For the main verification, like verifying the proper product is getting displayed in such results, we are using hard assertions. Okay, you see, the test has still failed. The test has continued, guys. Okay, the test has continued. If you go here, you'll see the results. Okay, why it got failed? Two things: your store ABC, but it's expecting your store ABC as a title, but found your store. This software session has failed. It's expecting this website, but it's okay. The complete script got executed, guys. Complete script got executed till the end. Okay, till the end, the complete script got executed, and is the browser closed or not? I don't feel like. Let's run this script again and see whether the browser is getting closed or not. I think the browser is getting closed. Maybe that was a previous instance thing. You say two things, and okay, the browser is also closing means the script got executed till the end, right? Driver.quit also got executed. So finally, it's reporting this assertion, soft assertions, and failing the test. Okay. So here the only thing is that it will both hard assertions and soft assertions will fail the test, but hard assertions will fail the test, and also at the same time it will stop the execution of the remaining code. It will not run the remaining code. But coming to the soft assertion, okay, coming to the soft assertion, what will happen is even though they fail, they will not stop the execution there and will continue the execution of the script. And finally, at the end of the script, when you say soft assertion object reference dot assert to all, then only this reportings, the reasons for the failure of the soft assertions will be reported to TestNG and the test will fail. Here also test will fail, here also test will fail, but here it will stop execution of the code there itself, but execution will continue in this case of soft assertion. So hope guys you understood what is the difference between hard assertions and soft assertions of TestNG and how they in which situations we have to use hard assertions in our automation and in which cases we have to use soft assertions as part of our assertions we should be clear about. So this is all about the hard assertions and soft assertions, guys, and their difference and when we have to use hard and soft assertions in our automation script. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 10 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate about the different TestNG annotations. So let's get started. So there are different TestNG annotations. First of all, what are these annotations? Before I cover or show you the list of different annotations we have in TestNG, we have to first know what exactly are these annotations. Annotations, which are especially from TestNG, are mainly used to control the flow of the execution of the tests. Okay, you see the order in which the code that is written inside the projects is getting executed can be controlled with the help of this TestNG annotations. Okay, I'll practically show you guys by using this different TestNG annotations, we can change the flow of the execution of the code. Okay, we can decide the order in which the code that is written in the projects will be executed or need to be executed. Okay, that is the power of the TestNG annotations, guys. Okay, so many people have many definitions about annotations, but coming to the reality, this is what or this is why we use annotations. Okay, they change the control of the flow of the execution of the tests or code that is written inside the projects. Okay, different annotations will behave differently. Okay, some annotations will disable the code from execution. Some annotations will help us in repeating the same code to be executed multiple times. And some annotations will create a predict side code after code like that. Different ways the execution of flow of the automation tests or automation code or general code can be controlled with the help of these TestNG annotations. So hope you understood what are annotations, but with practical demonstration, this statement will be more clear for you. Okay. So for that to happen, I'll show you the different type of annotations that are available in TestNG. Okay. In TestNG, we have so many annotations, guys, starting with at the rate test annotation. Then we have before method, before class, after class, before test, before suit, after suit, before group, after group, data provider, parameters, factory, listeners, ignore. This many annotations are there in TestNG. But in this session, I'm not going to practically demonstrate all these annotations for you because that will become a very big topic. Okay. So I am listing down the annotations. That doesn't mean that I'm going to practically demonstrate each and every annotation in this session, but I'll be covering each and every annotations. Okay. Here, whatever the listed annotations are there, I'll be covering all these annotations for you in the upcoming sessions as part of the topic by topic. For example, in grouping test in TestNG. Okay. If you talk about grouping test, ignoring test in TestNG, enabling or disabling the test code. Okay. Uh, you see different annotations have to be used, guys. Okay. For different purpose, different annotations have to be used. For enabling, disabling, and grouping of the test and so on. Different annotations have to be used. Okay. So based on the topic, I will be covering all the annotations. But for this session or in this session, we have to focus more on the first three annotations, guys. At the rate test, before method, after method. Other annotations like before class, before test, before suite, after suite are not generally used in real time. Mostly in real time, we use at the rate test, before method, and after method. Rarely we'll use before class, after class. But after before class and after class, whatever the annotations are there, like before test, after test, before suite, after suite. Okay, these are not generally used. Okay, so, and these will be remaining annotations like before group, after group, data provider, parameters, factory, listeners, ignore, will be explained as part of the topic by topic, guys. Okay, based on the topics, I'll be covering this before group, after group, data provider, parameters, factory, and listeners, and ignore. For now, in this session, we'll be mainly focusing on at the rate test, before method, and after method. Okay, so and at a high level, I'll show you how this all these annotations still after suit from at the rate test to after suit are changing the flow of the execution code, not in real time, but in the dummy example I'll take and show you how at the rate test to after suit are working. Okay. For real time example, I'll take at the rate test before method, after method. For non real time example, I'll take from at the rate test to after suit. Okay. All these annotations I'm going to cover. Remaining annotations I'll be covering as part of the topic by topic basis. Okay. Based on the requirement in the topics, I'll be covering the other annotations. So guys, so let's start with the at the rate test, guys. It's a very important annotation that everyone uses as part of TestNG. As part of this annotation, guys, as part of this at the rate test annotation, okay, a normal method will be converted to the test methods. Okay, when you are going with TestNG, guys, when you are running the scripts using automation scripts using TestNG in Selenium or in REST assured API automation or in APM mobile automation, whatever it may be, when you are using at the rate test annotation before the methods, the normal methods will get converted to the test methods, and we can run those methods with the help of TestNG. We no more have to use any main method. Okay, in Java, we were using the main method to run the code. Without main method, we cannot run any code in Java. But when TestNG got introduced into these projects, okay, apart from Java, if the TestNG library is also used in the project, so instead of using main method, we are going to convert the normal methods into the test methods by providing @test annotation before them that you already know from the previous sessions, right? The previous sessions itself, we have used @test multiple times, okay? But let me cover it again in a real time fashion. So here guys, under the sample, I'll create a class known as login, okay? Login class, let that be login, okay? Login.java. And if you go to this pom.xml file of this project, it is already configured with, it's by default there with the Java library guys. Apart from the Java library, this pom.xml file is also adding here TestNG library. You see TestNG library. Apart from Java library, now we have TestNG library configured in this project, and we have the WebDriver manager which is required for Selenium, and yeah, we also have the Selenium library. So I'll be taking an example of real-time example of Selenium guys for this demonstration purpose. Inside this login class, I'll create a method public void verify user login with valid credentials. Okay, verify user login with valid credentials. This is what is the method I'm creating. But if I right click and run guys, I will not get any run configuration option. Okay, though TestNG Eclipse ID plugin is already installed, but this method is a normal method guys. Okay, here TestNG Eclipse ID plugin is already installed guys. If you go here and search for TestNG here, if you are getting TestNG option, that means we have explicitly installed TestNG Eclipse ID plugin. But still, when I right click on this code, I'm not getting the TestNG test option to run this particular method. The reason behind that is it is a normal method. I have to convert this normal method into the @test method. I have to convert this normal method into the @test method guys. Hover the mouse on @test and over the mouse on this @test guys, import this test from TestNG library. Now this method got converted into a TestNG test method. If you right click run here, run as here, you will get a run configuration option, that is TestNG test. I can run it. This particular method doesn't have any code, so it will pass directly guys. Okay, since there is no code, it will run and it will pass, simply it will pass. Okay, because there is no code to run, so it will directly pass guys. And here also you'll get a verify user with valid credentials is passed. But here I have not written any Selenium automation code so far. Let me now write the Selenium automation code. How to write the Selenium automation code? WebDriver manager dot Chrome driver dot setup. Then I'll write WebDriver driver. For now, we are using only one annotation in TestNG that is known as @. Slowly, we'll be using the other annotations of TestNG also during the demonstration based on our needs. Okay, so be with me. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Hover the mouse on the WebDriver and import this WebDriver from Selenium and import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium. Then driver dot manage dot window dot maximize driver dot get. I'll give this application URL guys. I'll give this application URL driver dot get. Then after going to this application URL, okay. So what I want to do, this particular test, as you can see, verify user login with value. We have to go to the login page. How to go to the login page? I have to inspect on this my account. I have to inspect on this my account. This HTML code of the my account will be displayed. Copy this my account and here span tags are there. Say Control F guys. /span. Okay. Text is equal to my account. Text is equal to my account. Okay. /span text is equal to my account. And here one of one is there. Copy this. Copy this locator, XPath locator for that my account and write the code here. Driver.find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath of that my account and say dot click guys. Click on the my account guys. It click on the my account. Then I have to select the login option. For that, I'll inspect the login option. The HTML code of the login option will be displayed. It's a link text guys. You see its anchor tags are there. Between the anchor tags, this particular text is there. So we can use that as a link text locator. Driver.find element by dot link text by dot link text and provide the link text, say dot click. Okay, say dot click. Click on this login, guys. You'll be taken to the login page. After you are taken to the login page, you have to enter the valid email address and valid password here. As part of the valid email address, I'll be entering this valid email address here. For that, we have to locate this field. So here we have an ID, guys. Input email is the ID. So write down here driver dot find element by dot ID by dot ID. Provide the ID of that email field. Provide the ID of that email field and say dot send keys. Provide the send keys here, guys. Provide the send keys and provide this. Copy this and provide this. And now write down here the password. Inspect this password field. Inspect this password field and say input password. Copy this input password from here and say driver dot find element by dot id, provide the id of the password field and say dot send keys. Okay, in the send keys you provide the password, guys, that is 12345. Let's say that is a valid password here. I'll give the password here in the password field 12345 and I have to click on the login button, guys. I'll inspect the login button. Here value attribute value, that is login, is there. Copy this, control F double slash input at the rate value is equal to login, enter. Okay, over the mouse and you see this is a login button. Okay, copy this and write down here driver dot find element by dot xpath of the login button and you just need to click on the login button, dot click. So after you click on the login button, we need to verify whether we have really logged in or not. Okay, these options that you are seeing here in the account page, that is edit your account information, change your password, all these options will be displayed only when the user is logged in. So I'll verify one of the option to confirm whether we got logged in or not. Okay, how to verify that? For that I have to use some assertions, TestNG assertions, which I have covered in the previous session here. Okay, assertions in TestNG. If not, you just go and watch the previous video. So I'll directly write hard assertion here, assert equal true, assert true I'll write. And here in place of this I'll write driver dot find element by dot link text. The link text of that particular option I'll write down. Okay, this is nothing but the link text, guys. Inspect this, it will mostly link text just between the anchor tags. Copy this and paste it here, guys. Paste it here. Okay, and have to make sure that it is displayed or not. Is displayed, I'll write is displayed. Okay, this is how I'll write the code, guys. Okay, this is how I'll write the code. So is there anything missing? No. Save this then. Yeah. So this is the code I have written, guys. And finally here, after verifying whether the with valid credentials the user is able to log in or not, we will quit the browser. Driver.quit is a statement I'll write. This is one of the tests. You see, this particular method got converted into the test method. It's one of the test case you have automated, guys, using say UI test case you have automated by converting this normal method into the test method with the help of which annotation, at the rate test annotation. Now if I run the code, you'll see that the test will run using TestNG. Okay, where it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL in the browser, open the application URL in the browser, click on the login, enter the email address and password, click on the login button. Okay, and finally it has closed the browser and it is passed, guys. Test got passed. You see, test got passed. Okay, with valid credentials, that edit your account information link has been displayed and the test has been, there is no exception here, it has been passed. That's fine so far, guys. Okay, that's fine so far. What if I create one more method here, or we'll talk about one more thing, that is uh or let's create yeah, so let's stick to one thing. Fine. So here there are different TestNG annotations, right? That is apart from at the rate test, we have at the rate before method, at the rate after method. I'm going to cover these two methods in a natural way. So guys, here only one test method is there, but if the test is passing, the browser is closing or not. If this particular test is passing, is the browser automatically closing? Is the driver.quit is being executed or not? Run this again, you'll see that, just clearly see when the test is running and after the test is completed, after the verification is completed, whatever the browser that is automatically opened is automatically getting closed because the test is passing. You see here, the browser has opened, the URL is being browsed and you see the browser automatically got closed. I didn't close it. Okay, driver.quit was working fine. What if there is a, if I add ABC intentionally here, what if this assertion fails? What if this particular test fails? In that case, will the browser close automatically? The answer is no. When the test fails, when the assertion fails, at this line 25 itself, the code will stop execution and 26th line will not be executed. Okay. Now, if you run this test, okay, if you run this test, guys, the test will fail, but the browser will not close. That's the problem because assertion error will come in the 25th line, and because of the assertion error, the code execution will stop there itself. You see, the browser has not closed, and instead you got an exception here. That is no such element exception. Okay, because of this exception, okay, the test has failed. The test has failed, and we got this exception details here. That's okay. But the problem here is not about the exception. The exception is correct only because we intentionally added ABC here. Because of that, no such element exception is coming. But is the browser closed when the test got failed? Here the test got failed, guys. Okay, you can see in the results. You see, one failed. It's not passed, it's failed now. When it is failed, the browser is not closing. What I want is, even though the test is failing, I want the browser to be closed. I don't want the browser to be open like this. I still want the browser to be closed. Whether the test passes or fails doesn't matter, but the browser has to close. That means that I cannot write this driver.quit in the same method where the failure is happening. I have to move this driver.quit outside this test method. How? Here, somewhere here, bottom or you can write it here or here, any place doesn't matter, guys. Okay, create a method like public void closure or tear down. Any name you can give here. A lot of people use tear down as the name. Some people also use closure. And I will annotate this method. I will use another annotation apart from the iterate test annotation of TestNG. I'll use another annotation of TestNG known as after method annotation. Okay, here I'll write after method and hover the mouse and I'll import this annotation from TestNG library and I'll move this line here, driver.quit. I'll cut this and paste it here. Okay, this is what I am doing. But the problem is driver is not, even though I moved this driver.quit outside this test method, you see driver object reference is not accessible here. Okay, the reason behind that is we have declared this driver inside this method. That means it is a local driver. I have to make this as a global driver. I have to copy this and directly declare this WebDriver directly under the class and remove the declaration of the driver from here. Okay, then it will become global and can be accessed across all the methods inside this class. After method, it can be accessed, the test method driver can be accessed and so on. Okay. So why I'm moving this driver.quit into the after method is there is a reason, guys. Whether this test will pass or fail. Okay. Whether let's say for example, let the test pass. Okay. I'll give a proper edit your account information link text here locator here and the test will pass this time. Even though the test passes, after the test method got executed, immediately after method will be executed. Okay, after the test method got executed, immediately after method will be executed. So automatically, guys, okay, run the test here. You see the test will pass and the after method will be executed, browser will be closed. The test will pass, guys. The test will pass this time. If it's taking time, just press enter. It is a demo application only. The test will pass. You see the browser got closed. Okay, when it is passed, the browser got closed automatically. Earlier, when the test got passed, earlier when the test got passed, uh, the browser was closing. But when the test got failed, here if I intentionally added ABC here, earlier in this case, the test got failed and the browser was not closing. But this time, guys, whether even though this particular test fails at this line 35 because of the assertion error, still after method will be executed and the browser will be closed, guys. Okay, though you get the results as failure in the test engine results, still the browser will close, guys. That is the advantage of moving this creating this tear down method, okay, which will do the closure part. Okay, run this. You see the test will fail but still the browser will close. That's the advantage of, that is the reason why I'm using after method here. Okay, after method annotation, after method annotation will run no matter whether the test method will pass or fail. That's the advantage, and it will run after the test method. You see, the browser got closed even though the test got failed. Despite of the test being failing, the browser got closed. Okay, here the test got failed and you got the no such element exception, but the browser got closed, guys. That is the advantage. Okay, so let's remove this ABC from here. Now you understood what is the use of this after method and why we are moving this driver.quit into this after method. That's the purpose, guys. Okay, now I'll create one more test method here. Okay, so public void verify user login with valid username valid username and invalid password. Invalid password. At the rate test. WebDriver manager dot Chrome driver dot setup. Okay, then driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Then driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get. Here I'll give valid username but invalid password, guys. I'll give valid username and invalid password. Copy this. I'll give valid username but invalid password 67890. Open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL. It will click on the my account. It will click on the login button. We will enter valid email address but invalid password. So when we click on the login button, what should happen, guys? For example, let's see here what is the expected scenario here when you give valid username and invalid password. For example, if I click on the login button and give the valid username, but here I'll give invalid password. Okay, I'm not giving 12345, rather I am giving 12345677890, which is an invalid password. Click on the login button, you will get a warning message here. You will get a warning message here. We have to verify whether we are getting a warning message or not. Inspect that, guys. No match for email address or password. We should verify this warning message is getting displayed or not. If it is getting displayed, then we are good. Okay, so how to verify that? You see, I'll start from here. I'll create an inside the div tag, this warning message is there, and div tag has a class which contains these three classes. One of the classes, this particular thing is one of the class here. I'll say double slash control F double slash div at the rate or contains. I'll say contains better. There are multiple classes, so contains at the rate class, one of the class as this class. Okay, and I'll create a proper XPath expression, and you see it is locating the warning message. That X between the warning message can be retrieved from this XPath with the help of get text. So I'll be using one assertion here. That is, what is assertion? I'll be using assert dot assert equals I'll take one of the assertion here. Here actual assertion I'll be writing first. I'll be writing driver dot find element, driver dot find element by dot that is XPath, right? XPath of that div tag. In between that the warning message is there. Dot get. Okay, here find elements got added, guys. So just change it to find element, otherwise you'll not get text. Get text. Okay, and what is expected warning message? What is the message we are expecting? We are expecting this warning message. Warning no match for email and password should be is expected. Okay, warning no match for email or password is expected. And after that, driver dot quit is already there in the after method. I don't have to write because this after method will be running after every test method. After every test method. So this is one of the test methods, the second test method, and also I'll give the priority, guys, so that they will be executed in some order. This particular test method will be executed first because priority is one. After this test method is executed, immediately after method driver.quit will be executed. Okay, whether the test will pass or fail doesn't matter. Okay, so here also after the second test method, this is another test method, guys. There are two test methods inside the same login class. After second test method got executed, after method will be executed and browser will quit. Okay, whether the test passes or fails, the browser will quit. Now I'll say run all here, run all, and here I'll give priority is equal to first. I explained about the priority in the previous sessions only. If not, if you have not gone through that, go through the previous sessions and you can understand priority attribute, guys. Here I'll click on run all, guys. The two tests will be executed one after the another, and whether they are passing or failing doesn't matter, guys. The browser is going to be closed. Okay, let's see that in action. Whether they are passing or failing, the browser is going to close. You see, first test is browser closed. Second test is getting executed. If it's taking a lot of time, just press enter because it's a demo application. Real time we should not be doing, but in demo application we can do. So here guys, after I click on the login button, it's actually waiting. The browser is not closing. Okay. What is the problem we have to see? Warning, no match for email address and password. Any exception came here. Both the tests got passed, but why the browser is not closed, I don't understand. Okay. The browser has to be closed actually. So is this a after method only? Yes. Tear down driver. Okay, here you see I forgot to remove this declaration. Okay, that is the problem, guys. Okay, it should be a global declaration. If it is local declaration, you got a wrong output. Okay, now run this again. This time you will see a proper thing. Should not be declaring the driver locally anywhere. Okay, that's what is causing the problem. You see, two tests got passed. Okay, two tests auto passed, and both the cases the browser got closed automatically because after every test method, after method got annotated method got executed. Okay, now I'll create one more test method, guys. Okay, I can create any number of test methods. Let me create good number of test methods. User login, verify user login with invalid username and valid password. Invalid username and valid password. So for this invalid username and valid password, what I will do here is I'll write the same code, guys. Mostly the same code will be there. Okay, because same warning message will come. You should not be able to log in because we are giving invalid username here. Okay, email address here. So here I'll give something like some extra text I'll give. Okay, here I'll give some extra text which is an invalid email address and valid password I'll give. Valid password. Not only this, guys. Again I'll make this at the rate test and priority is equal to 1. Okay, sorry 3, sorry 3. Okay, third priority. I'll create one more test method. I'll create good number of test methods. Public void verify user login with invalid credentials. That is both invalid username and passwords. Okay, in this case both credentials are invalid. I'll convert this method into the test method and I'll be writing the same code here. Same warning message should come because credentials are wrong here. Okay, here also the credentials are wrong. Let me write down the copy paste the code here. Let me copy paste the already copy pasted, and here in invalid email address I'll give some other invalid email address, and invalid password also I'll give 67890 like this, and yeah, the same warning message should be expected after every test method. Automatically after method will be executed. Here how many tests are there? There are, this is priority for four tests are there. Four tests are there. That means this after method will be executed four times. After every test method, this after method will be executed. Okay, first test, then after method. Second test, after method. Third test, after method. Fourth test, after method. I'll create one more test, guys. Final test, let's say, for this sample demonstration. Final test, verify user login without giving credentials. If you don't enter credentials and try to log in without giving credentials, what will happen? Same warning message should come. Invalid credentials warning message should come. Okay. At the rate test annotation I'll give here, and I'll copy paste this code and I'll remove the credentials. Okay. I'll not pass any credentials in this particular test. So simple it is. Uh, just see here and just remove this email address from this. You're not passing any email, neither you are passing any password. Blank credentials. With blank credentials, you are checking. Okay, with blank credentials, you are checking. Like that, how many tests are there? 5 tests are there. After method will be executed how many times this time? Whether the test will pass or fail, after method will be executed 5 times. Okay, for every test, it will run. Okay, it will close the browser no matter what. Okay, now run this. Let's run all these 5 tests. Okay, let's run all these 5 tests. 5 tests will be running one by one, and in all the cases the browser will be closing. All the tests will pass now. Okay, all the tests will pass because we are verifying the warning message. Okay, if the browsing is taking time, guys, okay, it's a demo application, just press enter so it will not waste your time. The first test is done. Valid credentials, invalid credentials, invalid or whatever that is, invalid password or now invalid email address, maybe invalid email address and valid password. And now fourth one is invalid email address and invalid password, fourth one. And finally, without giving any credentials, you are trying to log in, you will get the same warning message. You see, 5 tests got passed, guys. 5 tests got passed, and they got executed one by one. In all the cases, the browser got closed. Whether the tests are passing or failing, the browser will close because after method will be executed. But the problem with this methods is, if you compare all these five tests, guys, some set of code is same across all these five test methods from test 1 to test 5 here. Okay, from test 1 to test 5 here, if you see, this code is same, right? This code is same. You see, this part is nothing but the setup code, guys. So, okay, it is a setup code. Opening the application URL, till application URL, everything is same, guys. Okay, till application URL, everything is same. So what I will do here is I'll create one more method known as public void setup method, and whatever the setup code is there, which is same across all the methods, that is, I'll say before method, and I'll import this before method, guys, annotation from TestNG. And like after method will be executed after every test method, right? Similarly, before method will be executed before every test method. So in that before method, I'll be writing this setup code. I'll be moving this setup code from all the methods. Okay, here I'll be writing the setup code where I'll be opening the browser, maximizing the browser, and opening the application URL. Remaining will be related to the test code. Okay, here also setup code I will remove. Till opening the browser URL I will remove, guys. From here also I'll remove. Now here also I'll remove the setup code. Okay, so I don't have to duplicately write any code anywhere, and that setup code is part of the before method, and this before method will be executed before every test method. That means before every test method runs, it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and open the application URL in the browser. Then only the test execution code will run, and after the test got executed, immediately after method will be executed and the browser will close. Now before the second test method got executed, before method will be executed a second time, and the browser will be opened, maximized, and the application will be opened. And after the second test method got executed, after method will be executed, and so on till fifth test. Before this fifth test, before method will be executed, browser will be opened, application maximized, and application URL will be opened. And after the fifth test got executed, and finally after method, that is closing the browser, will be executed. Okay. Now if I run all, guys, you'll get the same output. It will run in the same fashion. Okay. So this is what is before method and after method. Okay. You don't have to duplicate the code. Okay. So for opening the browser and maximizing and opening the application, you don't have to duplicate the code. You can write that only in the before method, and all the test methods you don't have to repeat the code, guys. And also, whether the test passes or fails, you have to quit the browser. No matter whether the test will pass or fail, you have to quit the browser, guys. For that, we'll be using driver.quit. Okay, for that we'll be using driver.quit. That is after method. We'll be writing the driver.quit in the after method. You see, all the tests are closing, browsers are closing. Okay, executions are happening, and all those stuff. Okay. Let's see. Thing is missing here. One of the tests didn't get executed properly, it seems. Five passed, guys. Everything got passed, guys. Everything got passed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything got passed. That's okay. So this is what is advantage of the before method, after method. If I have to explain it again, if you have before method, after method, annotated methods along with the test methods, let's say 5 test methods are there. How the execution will be: first, at the rate, before method will be executed, setup code containing the setup code. After that, at the rate test one, let's say. Okay, one I'll say. Okay, then at the rate first method. Okay, first test method. Then after method will be executed. Then afterwards, again, before the second test method gets executed, before method will be executed, and second test. Then after method. Now similarly, at the rate before method, at the rate test 3, at the rate after method. Okay, then at the rate before method, at the rate test 4, and at the rate after method. Okay, at the rate before method, at the rate test 5, then at the rate after method. Okay, like this they will be executed, guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Before method test 1, after method. Before method test 2, after method. Before method test 3, after method. Before method test 4, after method. Before method test 5, after method. I gave you a real-time example here by creating 5 tests, and they having the before method and after method, and why they are required. Okay, now let's move on to the other annotations, guys. I told you already, at the rate test, at the rate before, and at the rate after are the 3 mainly used methods in TestNG as part of Selenium automation or API automation or uh, mobile automation. Whatever it is, you generally use these 3 test methods. Okay, 3 annotations of TestNG. for changing the control of the execution of the flow. But coming to the before class, before test, after test, before suite, after suite, we generally don't use. And they work according to the testng.xml file. Okay, if we have to see how this before class, before test, after test, before suite, after suite are working, you have to use the testng.xml file. You have to run the test using the testng.xml file. Just see here how it happens. So I'll right click on this and create, right click and select, right click on the project and select TestNG and say convert to TestNG. A sample TestNG.xml file will be created directly under the project. Okay, directly under the project with this XML code which contains sample.login, sample package.login. Okay, this XML, only one class is there containing 5 tests. Okay, click on finish, guys. TestNG.xml file is done. If you open the TestNG.xml file here, you will understand that this XML file at the top level contains suit, then it contains test, then it contains class, then it contains the particular class. If you don't want to specify only this particular class here, you can mention like this. Okay, slash class. Okay, there's other way of writing the class here. And here if you want to include the methods, you can say include method, sorry, I have to write methods here. So if I want to describe more, okay. Otherwise, it will take five test methods inside the class. If you want to customize which methods of the this particular class need to be executed, you have to go with the methods, guys. Okay. So let's write the methods for now. So I'll say include, guys. Include name is equal to. I'll give the name of the test methods that need to be included. So first method is this one. Where is that method? Verify user valid credentials is the first one. I'll include this here, and save all. I'll close one of them. Okay, so I'll open this again. Yeah, I'll copy paste this line. There are 5 test methods, right? I'll write this 5 times. Okay, 5 test methods. And what is the second test method name? Let's go with the second test method name. That is verify user login with valid username and invalid password. Okay, valid username and invalid password. Okay, then third one, guys. Third one, verify user login with invalid username and valid password. Verify user login with invalid credentials. Again, it got open. Save. Copy this till invalid credentials and open the testng.xml file. And there in the fourth one, you paste the name of the test method. Okay, came. Yeah, with invalid credentials came. Then fifth one, save this. And fifth one, guys, coming to the fifth one, verify user login without giving credentials. Okay, copy this test method, come back to testng.xml file and paste it here. Now, these annotated methods like before class, after class, before test, after test, before suit, after suit, all this from at the rate test to everything, guys. Okay, they will be running according to the testng.xml file, guys. Okay, before suit means before the suit gets run, before the suit execution starts, before suit annotated method will be running. Okay, before suit annotated method will be running. And after that, there is only one test here. One test tag is there. We can have multiple test tags. For example, I can put 3 of these test methods in one test. I'll just call this as test one, test one. I'll copy paste this test, guys. I'll copy paste. This is how we can do. I'll copy paste the test, and here I'll just name that as test two. In another test, I'll run only other remaining. The first test I'll be running first 3 methods. Let's assume that just for the sake I'm doing, guys. Second test I'll be running, sorry, last 2 test methods. Okay, first 3 I'll remove and last 2 test methods. Like this, you can create any number of test tags here. So before suit annotated method will be running before the suit tag starts, and before test will be running before these 2 test methods, 2 test tags. At the rate before test will be running, at the rate before test will be running before this test and also before this test. And similarly, before suit is over, before test is over. And after this, and there are methods here, right? And there are classes also. Before class, after class is there. So here, how many classes are there? Okay, here only one class is there. So before class, this before class will be executed. Before class will be executed. And here methods are there. Okay, before method. So for every test method, before every test method here, the before method will be executed. You already know that the setup code of this each and every test method is inside the before method, and before method will be executed before every test method that is mentioned here. 3 times it will be executed before method. And after that, and also after every test method, after method will be executed. After every test method got executed, after method will be executed. And after this class, after class will be executed. After this particular class is done containing these three test methods, after class will be executed. And after that, here first test will be completed. So after test will be executed after here. Then again the test will start here. Before test will run first, before test, and then before class will run, before class will run. Then for each and every test method, before every test method, before method will be running, and test method and after method will be running. Before method, test method, after method. After that, after class will be executed. After class will be executed. Then after test, then after test, then after suit. Like this, guys. Okay. Let me repeat that. Before suit, before test, before class, before method, test method, after method. Before method, test method, after method. Before method, test method, after method. Then after class, after test. Again before test, before class, before method, test method, after method. Before method, test method, after method. Then after class, after test, and after suit. Okay, like this. Like this. Based on the XML, guys. Here we don't have such annotations, guys. Okay. All the annotations are not there as per now, but I will be creating now. Just for dummy annotations, I will be creating. For now, here only we have 5 test methods, and after and before methods we have, but I will be creating all the type. Public void, I'll say before S. Before S means assume that it is a before suit. Okay, just giving some random name at the rate before suite. I'll say okay, before suite. Import this before suite, and here I'll print it out saying that system.out.println before suite. Okay, before suite. So that you will know that before suite annotated method has run. Okay, then I'll write public void after is after switch. After the complete suite got executed, after suite method will be executed automatically. I'll be writing here import this from TestNG. So system.out.println after switch done. Then I'll be writing public void. Then inside the suit we have what in the XML file? Test we have, right? If you see the XML here, a suit is coming. After that, test is coming. So let's write test related stuff. Okay, public void before T. I'll say before T. Before the test tags in XML, it will be running. I'll say before test annotation. Import this before test annotation, and here write down system.out.println before test. And similarly, I'll copy paste this one, guys, and I'll create the after test. I'll say after T, I'll say after test, and here also after test, and import this after test. Before test, after test are over. So now you understood, right? Before test will run before this test tag, and after test will run after this closing tag, after test closing tag. Then we have class here. Before class, after class we can write. Let's write the before class, after class now. Similarly, copy paste these two things. So just want to save the time. That's it. Nothing much. So and then I'll say before class here. Okay. Before class, I'll say before class, and I'll say C before class. Okay, import this before class, guys, and after class I'll write, and here I'll write C here after class. Here also I'll say after class. Import this after class, and after that, now you understood before class, after class, after class, and uh, before method, after method is already there. Before method, each and every before every each method, before method will be running. After every method got executed, after method will be running. So I think we are good. Okay, so I completed everything, right? Before class, before test, after test, before suite, after suite. Okay, till here I wanted to cover in this session. Remaining all based on the topic I will be covering, as these annotations also will be covered, but not now. Based on the topic I will be covering. For now, the mainly used annotations are at the rate test, before method, after method, and remaining all are based on the testng.xml. Okay, till after suit, based on the testng XML structure, they will be running. Just see now. Now, if I run this testng.xml file, you will see that before suit will be running, then after suit will be before suit will be running, then before test, before class, before method, test method, after method, before method, test method, after method, before method, test method, after method, then after class, then after test, before class, before method, test method, after method, before method, test method, after method, then after class, and then after test, and then after switch or suit. Okay, now run this code using testng.xml file. You will see the same output printed. Okay, so let me write some print statements here also, just to want to see when they are getting executed. Okay, so sorry, it's already there here. Here, guys, here down. This is before method, guys. Before method. Okay, and where is sorry, this is after method. Sorry, after method. Where is the before method? Yeah, here before method. So before method, I will be writing here so that you will know when they got executed and all. Okay, then here in the test, this is test one, right? I'll write test one here. I'll copy this uh, test one, then test two, then test three. Just for the sake, I'm writing some print statement so that you can see the order of the execution of the code. Okay, test 5, 4, 5. I think that's done. We are good. Let me run this code and see whether we're getting the order, the output. Right click on testng.xml file and run as testng suit, before test, before class, then before method, then test one will be running. Test one is running now. You'll see the output test one after method, before method, test two is running now. Okay, test two before method, test two after method and before method. This is taking time. You see test three after method, before test is running, because after three test methods, I have included those other two test methods in different test tags. Okay, one of them has not getting executed. That's fine. What is this extra thing? So 5 got executed. So anyhow, we'll see the order, guys. Before switch, before test, before class. Then you see three test methods are there in the before in the test tag. Okay, before method, test one, after method, before method, test two, after method, before method, test three, after method. After that, in another after class is coming, then after test is coming, then another test is starting here. Before test, before class, before method, then test 4 after method, before method, test 5 after method, after class, after test, after switch. At the last, we got after switch. Okay, these all, the order of the execution is all based on testng.xml file, guys. Those annotations are working according to the testng.xml file. That's what you have to understand. So with this note, guys, I am done with this session. I demonstrated the annotations that I wanted to cover in this session. There are other annotations I told you already, like before group, after group, data provider, parameters, factory, listeners, and ignore. All these kind of annotations I'm going to cover as part of the topics. Okay, as part of these topics. Okay. Till then, just follow these annotations, guys. In the next session, I'll be covering other TestNG topics for you. Okay. So that's all for this session, guys. That's all for this session. Those are the annotations I want to cover as part of this topic. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 11 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate parameters in TestNG. So let's get started. So what are these parameters in TestNG? Using the parameters in TestNG, we can pass values from the testng.xml file. Okay, if you want to pass anything to TestNG test methods from testng.xml file, we have to use parameters. Okay, in the testng XML file, we'll actually add a parameter tag containing the name and value. Okay, so that name we can use in the testng test methods. Though it sounds theoretical at this point of time, but I'm going to demonstrate this practically now, so you'll understand what exactly are parameters and how we have to use these parameters in testng, so that you can pass the values from the testng.xml file to the @test annotated test methods. Okay, so this is what you have to do in the testng.xml file. Okay, these are the steps. Okay, either at the suit level or test level. You can try the test level, guys. Okay, I'll explain at the suit level. So here I'll open the Eclipse IDE, guys. Okay, here already we have a sample automation test. Okay, this is a test, right? There's a normal method and which has @test annotation provided, so it becomes a TestNG test method. Okay, it will run. If you want to run, it can run, guys. Okay, so it will run, guys. It will run. But here we have hard coded the URL here. Okay, the URL is hard coded. So I don't want to hard code the URL here. So what I want to do is I want to pass this URL value from the testng.xml file to this test method. That's what is my requirement. So I'll open the testng.xml file. So either at the suit level, that is directly under the suit, we can provide the parameter, or if you have multiple tests here only one test is there. Okay, if you have multiple test tags like this, okay, for example, if I copy paste like this, test one, test two, test three, like this, multiple are there. Under the test also you can create the parameter. Okay, you can try the test level, guys. Okay, so if you provide the parameter and pass the parameters from the test level, only the methods which are included in that particular test tags, only those methods, these parameter values can be passed. Okay, not for the other test methods. But what if I create this parameter tag here at directly under suit level? It will be applicable for all the tests here. Okay, it will be applicable for all the tests here. Parameter name is equal to double quotes. I'll give the name as, for example, I'll give the name as URL, guys, and value as, I'll give this application URL value. I'll remove this application URL value from here, guys. Okay, I'll remove this application URL from here and paste it here. Okay, and give the value here, and I'll self close the tag. You see, this is one of only one parameter. Like this, you can create any number of parameters inside this testng.xml file. Okay, you can pass any number of parameter values to the test methods from this testng.xml file, and that too, this parameter tag is directly created under suit tag and outside the test tag. That means it can be accessible by all these test tags. Okay, all the methods included in the test tags. For now, we will not have all these additional test tags, but just for reference, I have taken that. Okay, so at the suit level, if I am creating this parameter, means all the tests which are there in the suit tag all the test methods which are there in the test tags of this suit will be able to access this parameter value with the help of the parameter name. Okay, so first I created a parameter here, guys. Now I'll go to the login.java. What I'm going to do here is on the top of @test, I'll add something known as parameters. Okay, annotation on the top of @test annotation, another annotation from TestNG known as @parameters. We have to add this from TestNG. You don't select BUEST. Okay, select TestNG. Okay, TestNG, and here provide circular brackets, and in this you provide double quotes. You provide the name of the parameter. What is the name of the parameter given here? URL. Okay, so to this test method, that value of this URL parameter from the TestNG XML file will be passed. Okay, where we have to capture the value that is received to this particular test method using the parameter. Here we have to access string. Either you can say URL or URL. Okay, you can it's not compulsory that this parameter name should be same as a parameter name here. Okay, inside parameters, this should match whatever that is there in the testng.xml file, but this can be anything, guys. You can, even I can give Arun also, not a problem, it will take. Okay, so for now I'm giving capital URL here, small URL is that this value of this parameter will be assigned to this parameter, string URL parameter, and this URL I'm going to use here, guys, in the get method. That's it. Okay, now what I have to run to pass the parameter value from the testng.xml file to this test method. If I directly run the test method, it will not work, guys. Okay, it will not connect the testng.xml file and it will not take the parameter value. Rather, I have to run the testng.xml file in which this particular test method is included. Verify user login with valid credentials. Verify user login with valid credentials. This method is included, right? So this test method will be called, and also when it is called, this parameter will be passed to the test method. So you have to run using the testng.xml file for this parameter value to be passed to the login.java file. Okay, right click, run as testng suite. Now you see the script will work fine, guys. Okay, the parameter will be passed to the test method from the testng.xml file. You see, it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, it will open. You see, URL is passed here, otherwise you will not get it. Okay, you see, test is passed, it's working fine. We are able to pass the parameter name and value to the test method, and we can use them in this process. Okay, so this what is the process, guys. You can also create this parameter tags at the test level also. Okay, this is at the scope is complete all the tests under the suit tag in the testng.xml file can access this parameter. That's fine. But if you write that parameter tag in the testng.xml file at the test level, in that case, only the test methods which are part of that test tags can access this parameter. Okay, and this is the syntax, guys. Parameter name, whatever you have written in the testng.xml file, or either under suit level or test level, that's fine. And at the rate test methods, you have to above the at the rate test method, you have to create at the rate parameters, and you have to provide the parameter name that you have created in the testng.xml file. And we have to create a parameter string here in the test method, the method declaration. Okay, you can give a different name, no need to be same, and use a parameter in the test method, which I already demonstrated. You can have multiple parameters also, guys. There may be situation where you can pass multiple parameters to the test method. Okay, username, password if you want to pass. Okay, so here let's say there is username, valid username, and valid password. This also I want to pass from the testng.xml file. In that case, what I will do here is, here I'll create few more parameters. Here only one parameter is there. I'll create multiple parameters. So here I'll say email, and here I'll say password. Okay, email password, and email value I'll give it as valid email. That is nothing but this valid email, guys. I'll take this valid email and provide. I am passing this email from the testng.xml file. Okay, so another parameter password, that is nothing but 12345, right? I'll directly write 12345 and save this and go to the login.java, guys. Here remove this double quotes, it's not required. Here also remove this part. Now I need to pass email into this send keys and password into this send keys. For that, I need to receive the parameters. How to receive the parameters? Multiple parameters. You have to provide curly braces. Okay, if you have multiple parameters to be received, you have to provide curly braces. That means here only one parameter, no need of curly braces. Now you need multiple parameters. So here I gave the name of the parameter as email in the testng.xml file, and other one is was password. Password. Okay, password. The testng.xml file I have to close with closing curly brace. You see three parameters I am expecting, and here only one parameter is there at the method level. I'll be giving string email address. Okay, string password text. Okay, password text. Like this, I am giving two parameters. This email address I'll provide in this send keys, and this password text I'll provide in this send keys. Okay. Now, if you have multiple parameters, this is what you have to do. And now we are passing this multiple parameter values from the testng.xml file. So you have to run using the testng.xml file. You should not run the login.java. It will not work. Okay. If you want this parameter values to be passed to the login test method inside the login.java, you have to run the testng.xml file. Okay. If you directly run the login.java and you expect the results, these values will not be passed. You will get errors. Okay. So right click on testng.xml file and say testng suite. You see, and everything will work fine. Okay, the URL will be passed to the test method, the email address will be passed to the test method. You see, the password has got passed and everything got passed. Okay, the test got passed. So this is all about the parameters in TestNG, guys. This is all about the parameters in TestNG and how to pass. Parameters are nothing but the values that you are passing from the testng.xml file to the test methods. Okay, either you can decide create that parameters at the suit level in testng.xml file or the test level, depending, and that decides the scope of the parameters. Okay, in which test methods you can use, that will be decided. Okay, so that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 12 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use optional parameters in TestNG. So let's get started. In the previous session, I covered how to use parameters in TestNG. Okay, if you have gone through the previous session, understanding the current session, that is this session, that is how to use optional parameters in TestNG, will be very easy. Okay, so if you have not watched parameters in TestNG session in the previous session, okay, go back to the previous session, watch it and come back, guys, so that it is a continuation, you can say. Okay, optional parameters is a continuation of the parameters. So as I already mentioned, parameters, what is the purpose of the parameters? If you want to pass parameter values to the TestNG test methods from TestNG XML file, then we have to use parameters in TestNG. Okay, from TestNG XML file, if you want to pass the parameter values instead of hard coding these values in the test methods, if you want to pass these values from the TestNG XML file, then we have to use the concept of parameters. We have to create parameter tag in TestNG XML file. At same time, we have to create @parameters annotation in TestNG test methods. Okay, that's what we have done. Now, what if we don't pass? We provide the, what if there is a situation where, for example, there is a situation where @parameters is mentioned here, but from the testng.xml file, if you are not passing any of these parameter values, then what will happen? The value will not be passed and script will fail. For example, here I'll do one thing. I'll open the testng.xml file. So I'll take the first parameter, guys. I'll not pass this. Okay. I have removed this, but the parameter is mentioned here. URL parameter is mentioned here. URL will be taken here and URL will be passed here. But am I passing the URL parameter value from the testng XML file? No. So if I run this testng.xml file, this time the test will fail because the URL parameter value is not being passed. Just see that it got failed. What was the reason for the failure? Okay, let's see the testng results and see the failure. TestNG exception, parameter URL is required by @test on method. So you're not passing URL from the testng.xml file. Okay, testng XML file, you are not passing the URL parameter which is required by this test method here. So there is another way, guys. What, even though you are not passing the parameter, okay, even though you are not passing the parameter from the testng.xml file, okay, still if you want this particular thing to work, what you can do is, before this string URL, you just mention an argument, an annotation known as optional, and provide circular brackets and give a space, guys. Okay, import this optional from TestNG library, and in this optional you provide, if you don't get the URL from this TestNG XML file, if you don't get this URL value from this testng.xml file, then use this particular application URL. For example, I'll give this, use this as an optional. Okay, use this as optional value if this particular parameter doesn't receive the URL from the TestNG XML file, then as an optional thing or as a default thing, use this URL. Okay. Now save this. Now run the testng.xml file. This time optional value will be given the preference. Run this. The script will run, guys. Okay. Even though the TestNG XML file is not passing the parameter value, but still the script will run because if it is not receiving, it is taking the optional parameter. Okay, it's considering the optional value that is mentioned here before this parameter of the test method. Okay, so what if there is a URL here? What if there is a URL here? Okay, but what I'll do is I'll go to the testng.xml file, and here again I will mention the, again I will mention the parameter here. Parameter name is equal to, if I give, if both are there, for example, if optional parameter is there at same time the value is being passed from the TestNG XML file, then which one will be considered? If you're passing the value from the parameter, actually, if you're passing the value from the TestNG XML file, and also here there is an optional parameter, then in that case, which value will be considered? For example, I'll be passing a different value. Let's say I'll pass login thing like this, login URL I'll pass. Okay, here also my account is there, login is there, so no problem. So copy this and paste this. Here login is the URL. Okay, so if in case we have this optional parameter value, at same time TestNG is also passing the parameter, in that case optional parameter will be given the preference, or this parameter value that is being passed from the TestNG XML file will be given preference. Simple answer is the parameter value that is passed from the XML file. Since this TestNG XML file is passing this particular URL as a value to this login test method, that will go and fall into URL, and here optional will consider this as optional, guys. It will not take this one into consideration. Rather, the URL that we are passing from the TestNG XML file will be considered here, and that URL only will be taken to. Okay, we can see that. Okay, that URL. The URL value which is passed from the testng.xml file will be given preference over the optional value. Okay, if it is not passed, then optional value will be given the importance. But if it is passed, it is passed from testng.xml file, testng.xml file parameter value will be considered. Okay, run this. You see, just observe the URL in the opened browser, guys. You can see that login URL will be there by default. It will open the login URL, and remaining things will all be same. Just you see login URL has been opened here, and again it will click on my account and all those stuff. Okay, click on my account, and then okay, the thing is like that. So hope you got the idea of the optional parameters, how to use optional parameters in TestNG. This topic is a continuation of parameters in TestNG, where if you don't pass the values from the test parameter values from testng.xml file, then at the rate optional parameter value will be considered. Okay, but if the test method has optional at same time, if you are passing the value from the testng.xml file to these parameters, in that case the testng parameter value will be considered or given preference over the optional value. It will be only optional value will be only considered when testng is not passing the parameter value. Okay. Okay. So this is what I mentioned. Preference will be given to the testng XML file passed parameter over the default parameter or the optional parameter. Okay. So this is all about the optional parameters in testng, guys. Okay. This is an example also I gave. Here at the rate optional, beside the test method we have to give at the rate optional and provide the value optional value. If the value is not passed from the testng XML file, then optional value will be considered. If the value is passed from testng XML file and if the still optional value is there, testng XML file value will be considered over the parameter value will be considered over the optional value. Okay. So this is all about the optional parameters in TestNG, guys. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 13 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to enable or disable the test cases from execution using enabled attribute in TestNG XML file. So let's get started. So there is a attribute that we can use in TestNG XML file that is called as enabled attribute. By using that attribute in testng.xml file, we can either enable or disable the test cases. Okay. So by adding this enabled is equal to false, the test will be disabled from execution. If you say enabled is equal to true, the test will be enabled. Or by default, if you don't specify this enabled attribute, by default enabled is equal to true will be okay. If you have not specified also, it is true only. Okay. But if you explicitly specify it as enabled is equal to false, then the test under the test tag of testng XML file will be disabled from execution. So let me practically show you so that you can understand all these things. Okay. Let me open the Eclipse ID. I'll open this login.java. Okay. There is one test, guys, one test method in this login.java file, that is verify user login with valid credentials test. Okay. I'll go to the testng.xml file. So here also it is included, guys. You see verify user login with valid credentials. The same test method that I am talking about here is mentioned in the testng.xml file. And if you see this test tag, there is no attribute mentioned as enabled. You see only two attributes are there, thread count. Don't worry about that now. And name is equal to, okay. But is there any other attribute like enabled here? There is no other attribute. Okay. In such cases, by default, enabled is true. Okay. If it's not specified, enabled is true. That means the test methods that are specified inside this test tags will be executed. Okay, run this code. You see the script will run, the test method will run. It will open the Chrome browser, open the application URL and all those stuff. Okay, it will open the application URL. So if it's taking time, guys, just press enter. This is a demo application, real-time application. You don't have to do that, but just for dummy, just to save time, I'm doing that. So it got executed, guys, no problem. If I go to testng.xml file and if I explicitly provide enabled is equal to false now, okay, enabled is equal to this is the attribute that I can provide in the test tags of testng XML file. And if I provide false here, in this case, what will happen is the test methods which are specified inside this text tag, okay, this is a test method, right? That is verify user login with, this will not be executed because this is part of the test tag, because enabled is called false. This particular test will not be executed now using the testng.xml file. Run testng.xml file. This time you see zero test will run. Zero test got run, zero got passed, failed and skipped. Okay, so nothing got executed. But what if I explicitly make it true? Okay, either if I don't provide it is also enabled is equal to true. If I provide explicitly as true also, it will be enabled. Okay, this particular test method will be executed now. Right click, run as testng suite. Just see here, the test is getting executed again, guys. Okay, the test is getting executed again. Done. Okay, it got passed. So this is how we can use enabled attribute, okay, in testng XML file to either enable the test methods which are inside this test tag or disable the test methods inside this test tag. For now, I'll remove this. Okay, I'll remove this so that it will not cause confusion for the upcoming scenarios or upcoming sessions. Okay. So guys, that's all about how to enable or disable the test cases from execution using the enabled attribute in TestNG XML file. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 14 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to enable or disable the test methods which are provided with at the rate test annotation using enabled attribute and at the rate ignore annotation. There are multiple ways for enabling or disabling the test methods using TestNG enabled attribute or at the rate ignore annotation that I am going to practically demonstrate in this session. So let's get started. So we can enable disable the test methods using enabled attribute or ignore method. There are multiple ways. Let's go with the first way of, okay, first way of enabling or disabling the test methods using this enabled attribute. Before that, guys, I'll open this Eclipse IDE where we have this login.java having one of the test method, and here we have the testng.xml file which is referring to that particular test method. Okay, verify user login with valid credentials. Here also in the login.java we have verify user login with valid credentials. If I run this testng.xml file, okay, if I run this testng.xml file, then you see the test will run. Okay, first see that before I apply that enabled attribute or at the rate ignore annotation, you see the test is running fine, right? See, test run one, passed one. So what if I go to the login.java and beside this at the rate test annotation of this particular test method, I'll provide circular brackets, and here I'll say enabled is equal to, should not provide double quotes here. Directly you have to say false. If you say true means it is enabled only. But if you say false, by default anyhow it is true only, right? If you provide or not. But if you provide false, this will be, okay, this test method will not be executed. That means it will be disabled from execution. So save this and right click on the testng.xml file and run as testng suite. This time the test will not run. You will get, you see, test run is equal to 0, passes is equal to 0, failure is equal to 0, skip. That means it got disabled from execution. What if I make it true here? This time it will run. Right click, run as TestNG suite. By default, anyhow, enabled is equal to true. You don't have to specifically mention that. But if you say enabled is equal to false beside the at the rate test annotation of the test method, then it will not run. Okay. So hope you got the idea. So there's one more way. That is by using the at the rate ignore, okay, annotation. What we have to do is I'll remove this part, and on the top of the at the rate test method, at the rate test annotation, I'll write at the rate ignore. A simple annotation, guys. Okay, looks like it is already 1 minute. Let me remove this and say Control Shift O. Now let me write at the rate ignore so that it will ask for importing. So it will ask you to import this ignore from TestNG annotations. Okay, I imported that. Once you have added this at the rate ignore on the top of the at the rate test annotation of this test method, same result you will get. Run the testng.xml file. The test will be disabled from execution. It will not run. It will be ignored, guys. That means it will be ignored from execution, so it will not get executed. Again, if I remove the at the rate ignore, okay, now it will run. Okay, now the test will run. Right click, run as TestNG. So the test will run now because we are removing the at the rate ignore from the top of the at the rate test annotation. Okay, the test will run now. So this is how we can disable the execution of the test methods either by using the enabled attribute that we can write beside the test annotation, or we can mention at the rate ignore annotation on the top of at the rate test annotation, and still we can disable the test from execution. Okay, these are the multiple ways of enabling or disabling the test methods using enabled attribute or at the rate ignore annotation in TestNG. So hope guys you understood how to enable disable the test methods using enabled attribute and at the rate ignore annotation in TestNG. So that's all for this session. The next session I'm going to cover another topic on TestNG. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 15 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to enable or disable the test methods at the class level using @ignore annotation from TestNG. So let's get started. In the previous session, I covered how to enable or disable the test methods using either enabled attribute or @ignore annotation. Here, we are only disabling or enabling a single test method. But here, we want to enable or disable the test methods inside the class. All the test methods which are annotated with @test annotation, which are created inside the class, at a go we want to disable or enable. Okay, enable means nothing but if you don't provide @ignore annotation, automatically it is enabled. If you provide @ignore annotation at the class level and all the test methods which are provided with @test annotation inside this class will be disabled from execution if you provide @ignore on the top of the class. Okay. Fine. So without any delay, I'll show you how to specify this and how this works out. Okay. So I'll open the Eclipse IDE, and here we have a single class known as login class. Inside this login class, there is only one method, one test method provided with @test annotation. Similarly, I'll create few more test methods. Okay. Public void, some dummy guys. Okay. I'll not create something like this like real time, but just for the sake, I'll be creating 2 or 3 more test methods. Okay. Verify title. Okay. Like this. Verify title. A very simple test I can write for verify title, right? So that's what I am doing. @test. I converted this test method into a okay. I've converted this normal method into a TestNG test method, test case or something you can say. I'll just copy this part. I'll just copy this part and paste it here. I don't want to do any hard work. I just want to simply say driver dot get title, driver dot get title, string actual title that is retrieved by the automation. Okay. So very simple script I'm going to write, guys. Okay. String expected title. I'm expecting the title to be your store, your store. Okay. If the title matches, the test will pass. Simple. Assert dot assert equals assert equals actual title. I'm comparing with the expected title. That's it. Okay, put a semicolon and say driver dot quit. Very simple script, automation script which will verify the title of the page. Now similarly, another test method. I'll provide the priority also because there are multiple tests. It's better to provide priority. In which order they will be getting executed. Okay, priority priority is equal to 2. Then one more test method, public void verify URL. Okay, URL of the application. And I'll convert this normal method into the test method by providing @test annotation of TestNG. Now here I'll write the same script. Till here it will be same. And I'll say string actual URL. Actual URL is equal to driver dot get current URL. Okay, this will get you the actual URL. What about the expected URL? Expected URL is equal to, I have to give it whatever I'm expecting the URL to be. That is most probably this one, tutorialsinjava.com/demo. Copy this URL and paste it here. This is what I am expecting. Okay. And I will assert whether the actual URL retrieved by the automation script is matching with the expected URL. Assert equals again. Select one thing, press semicolon here. Actual URL, copy here and paste it here. And expected URL, copy paste here. And finally say driver.quit. Now we have 3 automation scripts, 3 tests you can say inside this class, right? So what if I don't provide @ignore? Okay. What if I don't provide @ignore in this particular uh, class or any test method or something? You see all the scripts will run. Okay. Here I'll give priority is equal to 3 guys. Okay. Priority is equal to 3. Save this. Now I'll run the testng.xml file. Okay, I'll run the testng.xml file where only one test method is provided here. I'll provide all the test methods. 1, 2, 3. Second one is what? Verify title. Third one is verify URL. Okay, from the login class, verify URL is the third one. Okay, I'll provide that here in the testng.xml file. So three test methods got mentioned here. So three tests will run. So I'll right click on this testng.xml file and say run as testng suite. All the three test methods one by one, they will be running based on the priority that I have provided inside the script. First test will be running. Open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL, then it will log into the application and done. Second one, verify title. We'll just verify the title and done. Okay, it will be very fast. Verify URL, we'll verify the URL and done. Three tests got passed. Okay, three tests got run, three tests got passed. What if I provide @ignore? Okay, for the first test, I'll provide @ignore on the top of the @test annotation over the mouse and import this from TestNG. Only for one test, I am providing @ignore at the test level. Other two tests, @ignore is not there. In this case, if I run the testng.xml file here, the remaining two tests will run. Okay, the first test will not run. The remaining two tests will run. Verify title and verify URL will be running, whereas verify user with valid credentials will not run. Okay, verify title, verify URL. Okay, got run. You can see here, guys, in the TestNG results, you can see that verify title, verify URL, but verify login with valid credentials is not running. Okay, this one user login with valid is not run. What if I move this @ignore on the top of the class? Here, I'll say @ignore on the top of the class. This will apply, @ignore will apply to all the test methods which are there inside the class. This is what I call it the class level ignoring. Okay. So none of the test methods inside this login will run now. Okay. Zero tests will run now. Right click on the testng.xml file and say testng suite, run as testng suite. You'll see that zero tests will run now. Zero tests, because @ignore is mentioned at the class level, that will ignore all the test methods inside the class. None of the tests inside the class will be running. So hope, guys, you understood how to enable or disable the test methods at class level using @ignore annotation in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 16 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to enable or disable the test methods at package level using @ignore annotation. That means all the classes and their test methods under this package should get disabled using the @ignore annotation. How to use the @ignore annotation to disable these test methods at the package level? There may be multiple class files under the package level, and each and every class file may have different number of test methods. If you want to ignore or disable these test methods under this package at a go, how to do that in TestNG? I'm going to demonstrate in this session. So for that, here you see enabling or disabling the test methods at package level using @ignore annotation. How to do that? We have to specify @ignore at package level. So here, if you go to this project, guys, okay, I'll explain in detail, guys, okay, in detail what to do. You see, if you go to this project, you see under SRC test Java, there is a package known as sample. Under this package, I'll create two classes. I'll just name that first one class as class A, click on finish. And here, I'll create a method public void method A1, okay, then public void method A2, then public void method A3, okay, @test. Then here also @test, then @test. @test, @test, @test. Okay. So here I'll write down a print statement rather. Okay. instead of a real Selenium code or real API automation code or mobile automation code, I'll simply write this method A1 test. Okay. Here I'll write down system.out.println method A2 test. Then system.out.println method A2 A3 test. Okay, like this three test methods are in the class A. Okay, I don't want to disable this test at the class level. If I have to do that, I will simply provide at the rate ignore on the top of the class that will ignore or disable all the tests in this class. But here our requirement is to disable the test under a package. Here only one class is there under the package, but there is a possibility to have multiple classes under the package. So I'm going to create another class known as class B under the same package sample. Click on finish. Okay, so here I'll create few more methods. Public void method b1. Okay, public void method b2. Like this, I'll create two methods. Okay, for sample, and here I'll provide at the rate test annotation from TestNG. Import this annotation from TestNG library, and here also at the rate test to convert this normal method into the test method. And thereafter, I will write system.out.println method b1 test. Okay, then system.out.println method b2 test. Okay, method b2 test. Save this. There are two classes, class A and class B. Class A and class B. Okay, there are two classes. Now all the classes and their test methods under this class. You see there are three test methods under class A and there are two test methods under the class B. If I want to disable all these test methods from execution, okay, if I don't disable them and if I simply create right click on the project and select TestNG and say convert to TestNG here and create the TestNG.xml file directly under the project, you see there are two classes, class A and class B. Click on finish. The TestNG.xml file got created. Okay, if I don't disable anything, I'll just change the order here. I'll change the order here. Okay. Also, I'll give the priorities in the test methods. So here class A priority 1, I'll say priority is equal to 1. Here I'll say priority is equal to 2. Here I'll say priority is equal to 3 to, to change the execution order. Okay, I already covered priority related stuff in the previous session. Okay, previous sessions. So at the rate test, priority is equal to 1. Priority is equal to 2. Okay, in individual test priorities I mentioned, and also in the testng.xml file, first class A will be executed, class A test methods will be executed, then class B test methods will be executed. So till now I have not ignored anything. If I run the testng.xml file, you see all the 5 tests will run. 3 tests from the class A and 2 tests from the class B, which are from sample, will be run, and all these methods will be printed using method A1 test, method A2 test, method A3 test, method B1 test, method B2 test. Okay, so what if I want to ignore at the package level? You see here package name is sample. One of the class I'm going, let's say under the package there is class A and class B. I'll go to one of the class and I want to ignore the test methods inside this package. So in order to ignore the test methods inside the class, I have to provide at the rate ignore before the class declaration, right? Similarly, if you think that if you have to provide at the rate ignore before the package, if you write at the rate ignore like this, okay, it will give you a compiler error, guys. Okay, but the compiler error has a message. Just understand this message. It's not allowing you to import this ignore before the package. It's rather saying that package annotations must be in the file known as packageinfo.java. It's asking us to create a file known as packageinfo.java. Okay, either we can create this manually or there is a shortcut way, guys, using which we can create this packageinfo.java. Just not to waste time, guys. Okay, I'll just remove this ignore from the class level before the package, and rather I'll right click on the package and select new and select create package. Okay, select new package, create a Java package. Okay, when you do that, you'll get a checkbox option here without changing any of these details of the package details here. Select this checkbox option, create package info.java. You see this much easy it is. You don't have to manually create the package info.java as it is requested by the at the rate ignore annotation. When you provide that at the class level before the package, it's giving a warning message saying that giving error, compiler error saying that you have to create package info.java. The easiest way to create package info.java is to right click on the package and select, sorry, right click on the package and select new and select package here. And in the display dialog, simply select checkbox without changing anything and click on finish. You see, package info.java got created and automatically this package details got displayed. The sample package details, package name got displayed. And before this package, this is package info.java, guys. Whatever the file we are in is package info.java. Before that package, provide @ignore annotation. Now hover the mouse on @ignore annotation and import this from TestNG library. Okay, we have imported the ignore annotation. Okay, after this, no matter what you do, all the tests from these different classes, you see there are 3 tests under class A, 2 tests under class B. Because of we adding this package info.java under the same package, you'll not be able to run the testng.xml file. This time you will see that no test will be running, guys. Okay, 0 tests will be running. You see, 0 test run, because we have provided the @ignore annotation at the package level by creating this package info.java. Okay, so hope guys you understood how to disable the test methods at the package level using @ignore annotation. This is the process, guys. Okay, whatever the process I gave you is the best process, guys. Or if you want to go in a manual process, you can also manually create the, okay, that file known as package-info.java file. Okay, so but let's not go to that, because right click on the package, select new and select the package and select this checkbox. Automatically it is creating. What's the use of creating that? Okay, this is the best way of creating, guys. And then put the @ignore annotation and import that. After that, all the classes and the test methods under the package will be ignored from execution. Okay, other package methods will be executed, but sample package methods will not be executed, because in the package info.java you provided package name. Okay, and you provided package name, and this file is also there in the sample package. Okay, that's the reason. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 17 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to group the tests in TestNG using or by creating multiple TestNG XML files. As you already know, in a single project, we can create more than one TestNG XML files. Okay, the purpose of creating more than one XML files or multiple TestNG XML files, okay, the main purpose is to group the tests in TestNG case. Okay, different situations you will be asked to run different set of automation tests. Okay, so beforehand you will be creating this multiple TestNG XML files. For example, one TestNG XML file you may be using for running the smoke test. One TestNG XML file you'll be running you will be using for running all the scripts, whether it can be smoke, sanity, regression, doesn't matter. Maybe some TestNG XML files may be created based on the functionalities, guys. For example, login.xml, if you create, okay, when you run that login.xml, it will only run the test related to login functionality. Or there are many other ways we can categorize running our automation scripts based on our need or requests, or the work given for us from our clients. Okay, sometimes clients will ask us to run the smoke tests only, smoke automation tests only. Sometimes they will ask you to run only the sanity automation test, regression automation test. Okay, some functionalities only automation test, all automation tests, like that kind of requirements will be coming from the client, and we should be ready for that. And that is possible. One of the way to make that possible, okay, this grouping of the test is possible in multiple ways. One of the ways that people may follow is by creating different or multiple TestNG XML files for different purposes. So here, let's go here and understand this particular thing in detail. Grouping the tests in TestNG using multiple by creating the multiple TestNG XML files. Reasons for categorizing the test. Why we need to in a project, in an automation project, why we have to categorize our automation scripts is smoke tests. Suppose you have to run only the smoke automation test. Okay, how do you do that? Sanity automation test only. Functionality, that is login only, logout only, or register account functionality only, search functionality only. The client may ask you, okay, or a group of functionalities, login, logout, search. Okay, register account, like that. 4 or 5 functionalities the client will ask you to run, and remaining functionalities you don't have to run the automation scripts. That also may be a kind of requirement. Or functional automation test. Functional means uh, functionality, testing the functionality of the application. Non-functional means performance and security can also be automated, guys. Okay, such kind of requirement also may come where we can categorize our security automation tests. Okay, regression, mean regression. Okay, so as part of regression, what are the tests we have to run? We can run daily build every day when a new version comes. Okay, then which automation tests you generally have to run? Or weekly you may have to run more automation tests, okay, than daily. You want to run, do some extra checks weekly. Okay, compared to the daily, if time is not sufficient, you will be running only 100 or 200 scripts, let's say. On a weekly build, maybe you will be running 300 or 400 or 500 more automation scripts. Okay, but only once in a week you will be running that scripts. Okay, such kind of automation scripts, okay, you can categorize under weekly build and create an XML file, test in XML file. Okay, that's one of the way. OS based, sometimes you have to run your automation scripts on based on the operating system. Sometimes you have to run your automation scripts on Windows. The client asks you to run your automation scripts on Windows. Which automation tests need to run on Windows, and that, okay, category you can create an XML file, iOS or Linux operating systems. And sometimes all, you have to run all the automation scripts irrespective of everything. Okay, all the categories, whatever may be the reason. Here we have to group our automation test scripts according to the smoke, sanity, functionality, functional, non-functional, regression, daily build, weekly build, OS, and all such kind of categories. We have to group our automation scripts beforehand, before the client asks for this kind of requirement. So for this, one of the way of grouping these automation scripts is to create the multiple TestNG XML files for different category requirements, categories or requirements. How to create multiple TestNG XML files? If you go here, guys, already one TestNG XML file is there. I'll delete that, guys. I'll delete that. Okay, I'll freshly create if required. Okay, that was from the previous instant or previous session. Okay, for now, let's go to src test java, and just for a sample, just want to demonstrate that I'll create a package known as test package. Under this test package, okay, so under this test package, let me delete this, guys. Let me delete this. It's coming with a file. Again, let me right click on src test java and select new and select package. Earlier I selected this option, guys. Next time also it's coming as selected, but this should not be selected. Here I'll give the test package, but this option, make sure that this option is not selected. Click on finish. Now you see only the package came. Under the test package, I'll create a class known as login class. Here in this login class, I will be creating the automation scripts related to the login functionality. That I'll be creating the test methods for each and every test case of the login functionality. Okay. So if I go to one of the application like this, for example, if I go to one of the application like tutorialsninja.com/demo, if I have to create the login test cases, manual test cases, I'll be getting around 27 to 30 or 25 to 30 manual test cases I will be getting. So we have to automate them, right? We have to automate all those 25 to 30 manual test cases using our Selenium automation or whatever it is. But here I'll not be automating it, because you already know how to use Selenium for real time in the previous sessions I covered. But here I will create some dummy tests, guys. Like with normal print statements, I'll try to, because I don't want to waste your time. Public void, but test cases will be mentioned properly here. Login with valid credentials. This may be one of the test case, right? For login. Login with valid credentials. Inside that, I'll not be writing the real Selenium code. Here, I'll not be writing the real Selenium code. That will take time and waste our time. So our purpose is not to focus on the Selenium automation here. Our purpose is to focus on the way of grouping the tests, so that we can run in a categorized way. Okay, using the multiple TestNG XML files. That is the focus point. I'll import this TestNG annotation, guys. And here I'll, instead of writing the real Selenium automation code, just to make sure that this particular method is running or not, I'll just write a print statement saying login with valid valid credentials, login login functionality. Okay, so here, guys, one thing is that I'll give the priorities also. Okay, whenever I create something, right, it's a good idea or best practice to give the priority. Now I'll create one more thing: public void login with in valid email and invalid password. This is another test I can create under login. Like this, I'll create some sample test case, login, register account, search. Okay, like that I'll create something. Just wait. Mm, priority is equal to 2. I'll say here, I'll say system.out.println. I'll give the name of the method here better. In the print statement, I'll give the name of the method followed by hyphen login. Okay. Then I'll create one more public void login with invalid email, login with invalid email and valid password. Okay. Like this, another automation test at the rate test. I'll say priority is equal to 3, and here I'll write a simple print statement, and in the print statement I'll be printing the name of the test method followed by the name of the class, that is login. Okay, login related test cases in simple other words. Public void login with first one was with valid credentials with a valid email and invalid password, invalid email and valid password. This time invalid credentials, both are invalid, guys. Okay, invalid credential, login with invalid credentials means you, email and password both are invalid. So here I'll write at the rate test, then priority is equal to 4 from dot out dot println login with invalid credentials, login with invalid credentials hyphen login. Okay, hyphen login. Then public void login with without providing credentials. Okay, without providing these are all the test cases, guys. For each and every test case, for each and every test case of login functionality, I'm creating a test method. And in the test method, instead of writing the real Selenium automation code, just to save the time, I'm writing a sample print statement so that assume that that is a real Selenium automation code for now. But okay, since it will take a lot of time for me to create the automation script for each and every test case, that is not a good idea. So because our focus is on the other thing, as I already mentioned. Okay, so I'll just copy this name of the method, test method, followed by the functionality, login functionality. Okay, like this, 5 automation tests are there in the login. Similarly, I'll create another one. Right click new class register. Okay, register account or register, whatever you can say. And I'll go to the register, guys. I'll say public void register with only register by providing. You can give any name, guys, no problem. Providing only mandatory fields. Register by providing only mandatory fields. Here say at the rate test. Import this at the rate test from TestNG. And here also give the priority, guys. Priority is equal to 1. Now say system.out.println. I know this is a tedious process. Okay, even though I'm not writing the automation code also, still it is tedious. That's fine. There is no other way for me to make it more realistic for you to explain. Again, another one, public void register by providing all fields. Okay, it's not just mandatory fields. Instead, it is all fields. Okay, here again at the rate test, guys, at the rate test. Then priority is equal to 2. Okay, system.out.println. Okay, this test whatever I'm creating, guys, will not be useful only for this session but also for the next session also. This automation test that I'm creating will be useful. So let's take time in creating, guys. Okay, let's take time in creating because the upcoming 2 to 3 more sessions will be using the same test methods to explain the other stuff also. Okay, so let's create it with patience and let's be patient. Okay, register by not providing any credentials. Don't provide any credentials and try to create. Okay, register. Sorry, register by not providing any fields. Here I should not say credentials. Fields I have to say. Okay, so system.out.println. So without providing any details, if you try to register, what will happen? All the mandatory fields will be highlighted with the warning messages. That verification will be done in this particular test in real time anyhow. But for now, I am writing only the print statement. Then public void register by providing duplicate email address. So when you try to register with a duplicate email address, it will not allow us to create a account, guys. Okay, it will not allow us to register an account because it will treat that account as a duplicate account. Okay, email is a unique key here. So just try on the application that I talked about, Tutorials Ninja. If you try to create an account with the same email address, it will say that you are trying to create a duplicate account. Okay, so here also I'll give the priorities, guys. Okay, so priority is equal to 3. Priority is equal to 4, like this. I think this is enough for tests. You can create more, guys. Okay, there are a lot of test cases which come, but for sample, I will be breaking only 4 from the register. Then I'll create one more or two more, whatever it is. Login register. I'll name that as search, guys. Okay, login register search. Let's say. I think this will be enough, I guess. Okay, this search will be enough. Login register and search will be enough. If required, I'll create one more, but I am feeling that this will be enough. Public void. Okay, search for a valid product. This is one of the test case in search. Search for a valid product, guys. Either a test. Import. Here I'll say priority is equal to 1. System.out.println. Search for a valid product. Here I'll say search functionality. Then public void search for an invalid product. Okay, this time, for example, HP was a valid product. Okay, if you search in 2000 application for HP, you'll get a HP some product name in the search results. But if you try for Honda or something, you'll not get that in the search results. But because that was an invalid product. Okay, priority. Okay, then system.out.println. Search for an invalid product. Search for an invalid product and hyphen search hyphen search public void search without any search term. So without providing any details, if you try to search, like without giving in valid or invalid product, if you try to search, what should happen? Okay, it should say that either you have to provide the search keyword, or it should say that there is no results coming from your search because you have not provided anything, or whatever the message. Okay, the application owner decides that has to come. Proper warning message has to come. Okay, without providing anything. Search without providing anything, guys. This is also search functionality. For now, for sample, guys, let's treat this three as a sample test under the search functionality. Here we have three functionalities, guys. One is login. Then login has 5 automation tests for now. Register has 4. It can have many, but search has 3. It can also have many. But for sample, login has 5, register has 4, search has 3. Now, now let's get into the picture, guys. So assume that in real-time projects, your test package will be there, and for each and every functionality, there will be a functionality related class like login, register, search, and so on. Okay. There may be hundreds of functionalities in a complex application. For each and every functionality, there may be a separate file, and for in that each and every separate Java file, there will be multiple automation tests written like this. Okay. Okay. So depending on the number of test cases that are possible for that functionality that can be automated, will be written inside this respective classes. This is real time, but the requirements will come not in same always. Okay, sometimes what happens is, sometimes the client will ask you to run all the automation scripts. That means how many total automation scripts are there? 5 are there in the login, 4 are there in the register, and 3 are there in the search. 5 plus 4 is 9, 9 plus 3 is 12. Total 12 automation scripts. If you have to run that, I'll do one thing. I have to create a testng.xml file. Right click on the project and select new, and select sorry, we should not be selecting new, guys. Right click on the project and select TestNG here, and say convert to TestNG option. Okay, what we have to do, right click on the project and select TestNG and convert to TestNG, and automatically a refactoring dialog saying generate TestNG XML file will come, and this is the location where TestNG XML file will be creating directly under the project, or you can change the location under this project where you want. You can create a folder or source folder like src test resources, or different practices people follow, guys. For now, I don't want to make the things complex. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create this testng XML file, testng.xml file directly under the project itself. Okay. So I can change the name also. It's not compulsory that it has to be testng always. Okay. I can say all tests. Okay. All tests.xml. I can give a different name. Okay. You see login, search, and register. All the three classes, login has 5, then search has 4, and register has 4, and search has 3 automation tests. And I can change the order also, guys. So first let's click on finish, guys. So here all test.xml file got created. I have already changed the name here. I will open this XML file, all test.xml file I'll open. I can modify this XML file. So if I want to change the order of the execution of the classes here, first I want register classes to register test should run. Okay, there are 4 register tests that should run. Okay, after 4 register tests, I want 5 login tests should run. Then search after login, such test should run. Okay, this is the order I want. And internally, we already gave the order of the individual test by giving the priority. Inside the login, 5 automation tests are there, but each one has a priority according to the order they will be executed. That's all fine. But here, this is all test guys. One of the categories, the client may ask you to run all the tests in the project. Okay, so if you run this, or total 12 automation scripts should run. Okay, so it will not take much time because there is no need of any Selenium script I have not written. It simply prints out all the methods. Okay, method names. You see, from register, 4 automations: register by providing only mandatory fields, register by providing all fields, register by not providing any fields, register by providing duplicate email address. Okay, for login, you see 5 automation scripts: login with valid credentials, login with a valid email and invalid password, login with invalid email and valid password, login with invalid credentials, login without providing credentials. Here, search for a valid product, search for an invalid product, search without any search term. Okay, these 3 are search functionality. All the total 12 guys. Here you can see the number as 12, and you can also go to TestNG results and see from test.register you got 4, from login you got 5, from search functionality you got 3. Okay. Now tomorrow the client will say that I don't want all the automation scripts to run. Rather, I want only the smoke test to run. Okay, rather the client will say that I only want the smoke test to run. What you will do? This process will not work. This process will not work. What I will do is I'll copy this XML file, guys. I'll copy this XML file and paste it again. The project, it will ask for this time, let's say only smoke tests, only smoke. You can say test if you want. It's not compulsory. You can say smoke.xml also, or smoke test.xml. Just click on this. This is all test.xml file. This is smoke test. Open the smoke test.xml file. We'll modify that. It's a copy thing of the all test. So for now, it looks similar to the all test, but we are going to change it, guys. Okay. So how we are going to change this here, guys? I'm going to do one thing here. The test methods. I'm going to create 3 tests. Okay. There are 3 tests. Login is one thing, register is one thing, search is one thing. First one I'll say login, from login test. Second one is what? Uh, register test. Register test. I'll say register test. Okay. Third one is search test. Like this, I'll give the test names. And here, I don't have to provide all the classes, guys. Okay. I don't have to provide all the classes. So what I will do here is I'll provide only one class. Under login test, I'll provide only login class, guys. Register class I'll remove, and search class I'll remove, and that too, guys. And that too, I don't, all the tests in the login are not smoke tests. You see, this is smoke test. Let's say only the first test, login with valid credentials, is smoke test. Remaining all 4, that is login with the valid email, invalid password, login with invalid email, valid password, login with invalid. This is also smoke, guys. Okay, login with invalid credentials and login with valid credentials are smoke. So 2 test cases for now as part of smoke. 2 test cases as part of smoke. Okay, login without providing credentials. Yeah, we can ignore that for now. Login with valid credentials, login with invalid credentials. Let's treat them as a smoke. So what we can do here is we can customize this. Okay, here only one class is there now. I removed the register related class and search related class because this is login test. Okay, here instead of closing the tag here, I'll simply say slash class. Okay, slash class. Inside this, I'll say methods. Okay, I have to include only 2 test methods as part of smoke from this login. What are the 2 test methods? First test method is this one, login with valid credentials. So smoke test.xml, I'll simply say include name is equal, name of the test is equal to this one, and self closing tag. That's it. Okay, another include will come. Another smoke test is there from the login, right? That also I'll create here. That is nothing but login with invalid credentials is another smoke. Let's say these are the 2 smoke tests. Okay, like this I can create. Next one is second test. Okay, here register test. I'll remove the remaining classes, guys. This search and login and search doesn't belong to register. So for register, only register class should be there. And here in the register class, I'll be creating slash class and say include. Let's see the register and see which one is a smoke test. Register by providing mandatory fields. Register by providing all fields. These two fall into smoke, guys. Okay, these two fall into smoke. Remaining two doesn't fall into smoke. So first two test methods will fall into smoke. So I'll say include name is equal to, okay, again one more include name is equal to, okay, here I have to say methods, guys. I forgot to provide methods here. Methods, and in the inside the methods I have to provide this. Okay, I'll just provide tab here, tab here. Okay, so two, that's we have to give two, guys. How to give that? First one, let's go here, sorry, let's go to the register.java, and first name I'll give the name of the test and give that on the smoke test.xml file, and second one also register, I'll go, and second test is also smoke test, and I'll give that here. Okay, done. Then third test, search test. In search test, which is a smoke test, let's decide. Let's go to search.java, guys. Search.java. Here, search for a valid product is a smoke test. Remaining all are not smoke test. Only one test is a smoke test. Only this one is a smoke test. So I'll go to smoke test, and here I'll remove the remaining two classes. Register and login I'll remove, guys. Register and login I'll remove. Only the search I'll put, and here I'll say slash class, and here I'll say methods. Only one method I'll include. Only one method I'll include, guys. That is include include name is equal to, okay, like this you have to give. Search for a valid product is a smoke test. These are the you see, out of the 12 automation tests, how many smoke tests are there? One, two, three, four, just five smoke tests. Five out of 12. So when a client asks you to run only the smoke test, if the client asks you to run all the tests, you have to run this all test.xml file, right click, run as TestNG, so 12 tests will run. Just see here, all tests will run 12 automation scripts. You see 12 things got printed. Okay, 12 automation scripts, all 12 got passed. But if the client asks you to run only the smoke test, you just run only smoke test.xml file. You have already grouped the tests according to the TestNG XML file. This is called as grouping, right? You see only 5 automation scripts. Okay, 2 from login, 2 from register, and 1 from search. Like this, guys, we can create any number of groupings here. Okay, so for every group, you have to create if the client asks you to run only the login test, for example, if the client asks you to run only login test, what you will do? Copy this, guys. Copy this smoke test. Otherwise, copy paste this, and here say give the name as login.xml. Click on OK. If the client asks you to run only the login test, okay, already I created login.xml. Open that login.xml. It's a copy paste of the smoke test. So here only the login test, only this test I'll keep, and remaining all I'll remove. Remaining all tests I'll remove, and here also I'll remove the class also. Okay, this include and exclude I'll remove, because all the login tests, yeah, I'll put a self closing tag here at the class level. Okay, done. That's it. Only the login test will run. If you run this login test dot login login or login test dot xml file, login test, you can rename to login test if you want. Okay, if you want in the same direction, login test dot xml or login dot xml, anything is fine, guys. If you run this, only the login test will run. You see, only the class level login is provided. All the tests from the login will run. How many tests are there in login, guys? Five tests are there in login. Okay, let's run this login dot test dot xml file. Right click, run as SNG suite. 5 tests, automation tests from login will be running. You see, all the things are from login only. Login with valid credentials, login with in valid email and invalid password, invalid email and valid password, invalid credentials, login without providing credentials. Okay, different type of requirements will come from the client. Based on that, we'll create different type of different or multiple TestNG XML files having different names, and we'll run them according to the client requirements. This is called as grouping with the help of TestNG XML files. Requirements may come where you have to run only the smoke test, where you have to run only the sanity test, where you have to run all the tests, where you have to run only that particular functionality or a group of functionality related tests. Okay, functional tests, non-functional means performance or security test, regression test, daily build, weekly build, OS build, Windows related tests, iOS related tests, Linux related tests, like that and so on. Like that kind of categorizations we have to create different TestNG XML files for running the tests from different categories. This is one of the way. So hope, guys, you understood how to group the test in TestNG using multiple TestNG XML file. But this is not the only way we can group the tests. There are other ways. Okay, there are other ways by which we can group the tests. Even more flexible way is there, or better way is there. Even more simplest way, because for every category, if you keep on creating a separate TestNG XML file, the project size will become very big, because again, to categorize the different TestNG XML files, we have to create different packages, folders, and all those stuff. Okay, that's a other headache. Okay, in complex projects, there will be a lot of functionalities. For each and every functionality, if you have to create, for each and every requirement, you have to create a separate TestNG XML file. That will be too much hectic for us. Okay, so there is another best or simplest way that is possible than creating this sometimes creating multiple TestNG XML files is okay, but if in case it's becoming hectic for you to create multiple TestNG XML files for grouping the automation tests, then you can go for the other way of or the best or better way for grouping the automation tests, that is by using the groups attribute. Okay, that I'm going to cover in the next session. So for this session, guys, hope you guys understood how to group the automation tests in TestNG, which are divided across multiple classes using multiple TestNG XML files. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 18 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to group tests in TestNG using groups attribute. In the previous session, I covered how to group the tests in TestNG using or by creating multiple TestNG XML files. But I told you that there is a better way. The previous session, I told you that there is a better way for grouping the tests in TestNG rather than creating multiple TestNG XML files. That is also fine, guys. So I'm not saying creating multiple TestNG XML files is wrong. That's also one of the approach, but there is another better approach. Okay, when you're working in complex projects and all, creating good number of or large number of multiple TestNG XML files may not look good, and it will be difficult to maintain such a huge number of TestNG XML files. There, we'll go grouping the test in TestNG by using the groups attribute, which will simplify the process. Okay, so let me now practically show you how to group test in TestNG using groups attribute rather than creating multiple TestNG XML files. Okay, so let's get started. So how to group the test in TestNG using groups attribute. In the previous session, I explained grouping the test in TestNG using multiple TestNG XML files. This session is a continuation of the previous session. Okay, if you have not watched the previous session, I recommend watching this session before coming to the current session, guys, where I'm going to show you how to group test in TestNG using groups attribute rather than creating multiple TestNG XML files. Okay, so using groups attribute, okay, we generally use groups attribute with @test annotation. Okay, beside the @test as an attribute, we use groups and we'll provide the list of groups. Either we can provide a single group or we can provide, okay, a list of groups. Okay, here this syntax is like array syntax, guys. In arrays, you see, if you want to create one or more elements, if you want to store one or more elements into an array, we generally use curly braces, right? In Java, if you remember, okay, if you want to store multiple values into a single variable kind of thing, we generally use arrays. Arrays has a shortcut representation like this curly braces, okay, putting the curly braces. Either you have one element or multiple elements, you can still use the curly braces like this. Okay, I'll show you guys. Practically, it will be more understandable for you. So let me first go to the project. The previous session, I created this all tests, login tests, smoke test. Okay, separate test and XML files I created. Now I'll delete this, guys. Okay, I don't want that. I'll delete this stuff. Okay, let me delete all this stuff. We are not going to create multiple TestNG XML files in order to group the tests and all. Rather, we'll go inside the classes where the test methods are available. For example, login functionality related test automation scripts are provided inside this login class. So as you can see here, this is the first test automation test, second automation test, third automation test, fourth automation test, and finally 5 automation tests are there. So if I look into the first test case here, login with valid credentials. Okay, I can group this into the smoke test category. Okay, so not all automation tests will fall into the smoke test category, but few will fall into smoke test category. I'll say comma and say groups. Okay, since already one of the attribute is there, I'll put a comma. Groups is equal to provide these curly braces. Okay, in this curly braces, provide double quotes, and you can provide a single element or multiple elements, up to you. Here I'll for now I'll mark it as smoke. Okay, this is a smoke test. What about the second one? Login with valid email and invalid password. This may not fall into the smoke, so I'll ignore this. Login with invalid email and valid password, not smoke. Login with invalid credentials, I want to make this as smoke, so I'll say groups is equal to again curly braces. Inside the curly braces, I'll provide the double quotes and mention it as smoke. And the last one is also not smoke. Only two tests, automation tests are smoke. This one and this one. So I want to now to group this automation test not only into one of the category, but also multiple categories. Let's say all these 5 automation tests fall into the, let's say sanity category. Okay. Sanity. Here also groups is equal to, it's not smoke, but it's sanity. Okay. Here groups is equal to, here single element, you don't have to provide this curly braces, but that's okay to provide. Okay, it's optional, but better to provide, guys. Tomorrow if you want to add more elements, more values, more categories into these groups, you can add, still add. Okay, so I'll say sanity, which are not smoke or sanity, which are smoke are also sanity. Okay, so this one is comma sanity. As part sanity, I have to execute all this stuff, and here only sanity, it's not smoke, but it's sanity. Curly braces better. I'll provide sanity here, sanity. And coming to regression, guys, I also want all these 5 automation tests to be part of the regression, guys. So I'll say regression here, regression. I'll copy paste this one along with comma. And here also sanity comma regression, sanity comma regression, smoke sanity comma regression, sanity comma regression. Multiple categories. This particular test method fall into sanity category and also regression. But this particular test method fall into smoke category, sanity category, and regression category. 3 categories. Okay. And also one more thing, I'll say all category. Okay. Every test will have all, right? Before all, I'll say functionality. For example, all these automation tests belong to the login functionality. So I'll give a category like login. Okay. Login, login, sorry, login, login. This also login. Okay. And coming to all, I'll put all also, because all automation tests, not only login automation tests, sometimes the requirement will come where I have to execute all the automation scripts. So all will work out like this. Okay. The simplest way to resolve this all, but for now we'll follow this all here. Everywhere we'll put all. Okay. In all the login, register, and search, we'll put this all category. But login will not be carry forwarded to the register, because register will have the register category. But smoke, sanity, regression will continue in the register and search. Let's go to the register.java, guys. And here also, let's say groups is equal to, as one of the attribute of the at the rate test annotation, I'll say groups is equal to register by providing only mandatory fields. This is smoke. Okay, this falls into smoke. And next one here also, I'll say copy this. Better to copy this, and this also smoke. Groups is equal to smoke. But this is not smoke, guys. This is not smoke. This is also not smoke. So here I'll say comma. This is sanity. Along with that, it is also regression. Along with that, it falls into the register functionality. It's not login, guys. It's register. Along with that, it falls into the all category. Coming to the second one, this also falls into sanity, regression, register, and all. Copy all this stuff and paste it here just to save time. Now third one is comma groups is equal to curly braces. Here only it's not smoke, but sanity, regression, register, and all will come here. Okay, close. And coming to this one also same thing, guys. Copy this part and paste it here. Okay, the groups are sanity, regression, register, and all. Okay, register and all. Save this, guys. Save this. Smoke, sanity, regression. Fine. That's all. Search. Let's go into the search, guys. Coming to the search one, with a valid product is only sanity. Remaining all are not. Fall into smoke, but remaining all doesn't fall into smoke. First one only smoke. Remaining are not smoke. But this one has not only smoke but also sanity, regression, sanity, regression, comma. This one is not login, not register, but search. But it is also all. Okay. All tests will have all. What happened? Yeah, here. Okay, all. Now remaining all fall into this category: sanity, regression, search, and all. I'll say groups is equal to okay. I have to remove all this stuff, provide curly braces better, and paste now. Okay, now it will come. Now comma groups like this. That's it, 3 tests. Like this we categorized, guys. We provided multiple categories for each and every automation test. Now tomorrow, if you want to run only smoke related tests or whatever it is, first of all, let me create the TestNG XML file, guys. Okay. For now, all the tests have their own categories that is grouped. Okay. Groups mentioned with different categories. So whatever the requirement comes, we can achieve now. How? I'll tell you. Okay. First, we'll take that to the suit level. First, we'll take that to the suit level, or test level is also fine. Okay. Test level is also fine. So we'll do one thing, guys. First, we'll create the testng.xml file. Right click, testng, convert to testng. I'll get all this login, search, and register. Click on, if you want to change the path, you can change. Just click on finish, guys. That's enough. We got the testng.xml file here. Now only one testng XML file is there. So I want to create the groups at the test level. For example, here, login, I want into login test. Search, I want into the search test. Register, I want to take it into the register test. So what I will do is first I'll copy paste this one. These are the comments, guys. If you don't want the comments, okay, comments in TestNG will look like this. Okay, if you don't want the comments, you can remove the comments. No need of comments. Copy this part and paste it. Second, third, done. Now here only login. First one is, let's say, login test. First test is login test or register test. Otherwise register test. Okay, first one is register test. So here only register class will be there. Remaining all will not be there. Second one is, let's say, login test. So only login will be there. Remaining search and register classes will be removed from this test. And third one is search test. So only search will be there. Login and register will be removed. Okay. Login and register will be removed. Only search will be there. Fine. Register, login and search. Save this. Okay, fine, guys. So register, login and search. That's it. 3 items are there. Register test, login test and search test. Okay. 3 items are there. So what I want to do is, uh, you see, for this particular register test, in the register test, I want to run only the smoke tests. Okay. I'm going with the groups attribute. Okay. I'm going to run the groups, guys, but at the tag level. Okay. Groups tag. There is something known as here groups attribute at the rate, after the at the rate test, we gave the groups attribute with the different categories. But in the TestNG XML file, we have to give the groups tag. Okay. There's something known as groups tag. Either you can give the group stack under the directly under suit level, or you can give under the individual test for more customization. So here, let me first start with the tag level. Here I'll say groups, like this groups. And then inside the groups, you have to write a tag known as run tag. In the run tag, you have to say include name is equal to, what is the group name you want to run? Let's say only smoke test. In the register test, I want to run only the smoke test. For example, if you go to the register test, what are the smoke tests here? Here smoke is there, but it also has sanity and all, but it will ignore. If smoke term is there, it will take. So these two tests will have the first two tests have the smoke, remaining doesn't have the smoke. So in the first test here, at the tag level, test tag level, okay, if you are providing these groups in this particular register class, only smoke tests, only smoke category tests will run. That is the first two tests will run. Now let's go to the second test. The second test, we'll give again groups here. At the tag level, we are giving groups, guys. Groups. Okay. And I'll say run, and I'll say include name is equal to, I'll give them something as login group. Okay. If you go to the login.java, all the tests, okay, it's not just smoke, guys. I'm saying in the second test of this TestNG XML file, all the tests having the login category, login, 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 login. That is 5 automation tests will run. The second test. Third category, again, I'll give smoke, guys. Okay. Here again, I'll give smoke. Groups. The first and last tags, the first and last test tags, only the smoke groups will run. Smoke category test will run, but in the middle test, all the tests will run because login is there. Okay. The groups, I'll say class name is equal to name is equal to, sorry, here I have to say include, guys. Sorry, include name is equal to, here again I will say smoke only. Okay, smoke. Only smoke test will run in the search. Again, we have to, I forgot one thing here. I have to say run. And in the run, I have to say include. Okay. The run, I have to say include. Okay. That is the format. Then no errors will come. Yeah. Now save this, guys. Now save this. You see, from the first test tags, from the register test, there is a register class here. Register class is mentioned. Which test will run? Smoke related category test will run. Only two tests. First two tests will run from the register. You see, this one is smoke. This one is smoke. Register by providing only mandatory fields. Register by providing all the fields will run. But coming to the second test tags, again groups concept is mentioned and this class related test will run, but the category should be login. So in the login, all the 5 tests will run because all the 5 tests have the login category here till here. Okay. So all the 5 tests will run. In the third category, third test tags is related to search test, search.java file. Okay. Only smoke related test will run. If you go to search, only first one is smoke. First one is smoke, remaining all are not smoke. So only the first test will run. Total how many tests will run? In the first register, 2 tests will run. In the login, 5 tests will run. In the search, 1 test will run. 2, 5, 1. 5 plus 2 plus 1. Only 8 tests will run now. Okay. Now run this testng.xml file. Right click run as. Oh, it's already run, guys. Okay. So let me close this and let me run it properly, guys. Right click run as testng suite. Just see here, guys. 8 tests should run. 8 tests should run. Totally 8 tests got run, 8 tests got passed. From register, first 2 tests got run. From the login, all the 5 tests got run because login category I provided in the test tags. But in the last search class, only 1 test, which is a smoke test. The first register also smoke test, search also smoke test, but in between login test. Okay, like that. This is what is the advantage of providing the groups at the uh, test tag level. You can also provide the these groups. Okay, we can also provide the groups at the suite level. Before that, you can exclude the groups also. You can exclude the groups. Okay, excluding means we can include the groups. Here we have include the groups. Advantage is customization, guys. From every test tag you are running something, that is a customization. Just now I showed you. You don't have to go deep. Excluding groups is, instead of include here, we can use exclude tag. Okay, we can use exclude tag. For example, if I say include smoke, but exclude name is equal to, if I say name is equal to, what we can say, sanity, let's say. Okay, what will happen? So none of the tests will run here. If I write this exclude sanity means none of the tests will run. Why? There is a reason. If you go to the restart test here, you go to the restart test, you see smoke sanity is there. We are including the smoke but excluding the sanity. Since we are excluding the sanity, smoke also will be excluded. Here smoke is there, but if I don't give sanity here, for example, okay, smoke without sanity will run, but smoke with sanity will not run. That's what is the difference you have to see. So intentionally remove sanity from here. Okay, you see what I'm doing is include smoke but exclude sanity, I'm saying. So if you go to this register, first one has smoke, we have to include, we have included, so it has to run. But the problem is we have excluded sanity, so it will not run. This particular test will not run. Second, if you say we have included smoke, it has to run, but sanity need to be excluded. Since sanity is not there, this particular test will run. Instead of 2 tests, smoke without sanity is there, right? That particular thing will run. Remaining all will not run because sanity is there here, sanity is there here. Sanity with smoke also will not run. Only smoke will run. Okay, only smoke will run. Let's run this and see whether that is working fine or not. From the register, only the second one should run. Okay, register by providing all feeds should run because that is not falling into sanity category. Sanity is excluded. 7 tests will run this time. 7 will pass because from register earlier 2 tests were running, but this time register by providing all fields has only been run. Register by providing only mandatory fields has not run because it includes sanity. Okay, even though smoke is included, sanity is excluded. Because of that reason, smoke plus sanity is not considered. Only smoke will be considered. Okay, that's what is a exclude. This is how exclude works, guys. Okay, that's how excluding the groups. Okay, now we can take these group stacks from the test tag level to the suit level so that it will apply to the all the test tags. Okay, so at the high level, okay, global level, we are taking that. So what I want to do is I'll remove these groups, guys, from here. From the test level, I'll remove the groups. Okay, I'll remove the groups. Okay, from the test level, I'll remove the groups, guys, but I'll add the groups at the suit level and directly under suit tag. Outside the test tags, I'm writing the groups. Okay, if I say include, sorry, run, we have to write first. Run, inside the run, we have to say include. If I say include, name is equal to, we have to give the group name, guys. We have to give the group name. If I'm giving the group name as smoke, means from all the tests, from the register, from login, from search, only the smoke test will be running. If you get a client requirement where from all the Java files or Java class files having the test methods are there, only smoke test should be running if you get a requirement. In the register, how many smoke tests are there? 1 and 2. In the login, how many smoke are there? This is 1 and this is 2. 2 are there. And in the search, only one smoke test is there. Total 2 plus 2 plus 1 is 5 tests. Only 5 smoke tests are there. And we have moved the groups to the suit level. Okay, not at the test level. So these groups will be applied to all the tests, all the 3 tests, register test, login test, and search test. So here 2 tests, 2 smoke tests, here 1 smoke test, total 5 smoke tests should run. Run this, only the smoke test will be running, guys. That is 5 smoke tests will be running now. Just run this and see, only 5 smoke tests will be running, 5 passed. From register to smoke test, from login, that is register by providing only mandatory fields, register by providing all fields. Login with valid credentials, login with invalid credentials, only smoke test. Search for a valid product is also smoke test. All of smoke test has run. What if I give the group as include name is called login? That means I want to run the, you got a requirement where you have to run the test related to login functionality. Login related tests are there in the login class. Okay, that's the reason we provided the login here. Okay, login is only there in the login test inside the login.java. In the register, we don't have login. In the search, we don't have login. So in the login, we have 5 tests, guys. 5 tests. Login with valid credentials, login with valid email and invalid password, login with invalid email and valid password, login with invalid credentials, and login without providing. All these 5 tests will run. Register and search tests will not be running because at the suit level, we provided the category group as login. So only that category group will be running. Only the login test will be running, guys. Okay, this is another advantage. But if I say at the suit level, if I say all category, all group category, if I say in the login, I provided all for all the tests in the login.java, I provided all. See, the register also for all the tests, I provided all. In the search also for all the 3 tests, I provided all. Okay, that means 5 plus 4 plus 3, that is 12, right? 5 plus 4 is 9, 9 plus 3 is 12. Total 12 automation scripts should run this time. All the scripts should run, all the tests in all the classes should run now. Okay, this is the advantage of grouping, guys. You see, this way of grouping makes it more easy. Okay, rather than creating multiple test XML files, if you are able to categorize like this with the help of the groups attribute provided at the beside the test annotation, this will make the things more easy, guys. You simply modify the testng.xml file and provide this group stack either at the suit level or the test level for more customization, and name the groups you want to run. Okay, either at the test level or suit level. Okay, this group at the suit level. Okay, no, now you can add the groups at both suit level and test levels, guys. Okay, so what happens is adding smoke at suit level. If I give only smoke here, only smoke test will run. Okay, from this only 2 tests, from this only 2 tests, from this 1 test, that's 5 tests will run, as you already know. Only smoke test will run. Five tests will fall into smoke category. Only 5 tests will run. That you already know. From register to login to smoke test and search, 1 smoke test. That's fine. Now adding sanity for test 1. Okay. Sorry. What did I do? Smoke. Okay. So what if I do something like this? I'll go to testng.xml file. You see, at the suit level, I have added smoke, but for one of the tests, not for all the tests. For one of the tests, let's say register test, I'll add groups at the tag level also. Okay, at the test tag level. Okay, not at the suit level, test level. I'll add here run. So in this case, what will happen? If you have the group specified not only at the suit level but also at a particular test tag level, then what will happen? I'll explain. Okay, here plus sanity, I will say. So what will happen is here the combination of smoke and sanity for the first test from the register.java, not only smoke test will run, but also sanity test will run. If you go to the register.java here, not only smoke test, but also sanity also will run. Smoke will run anyhow, but this one is having sanity. So total four tests will run from the register. But if you go to the other test tags, there are no test level groups are not defined at the test tag level. So here only smoke test will run. Okay, only smoke test will run. That is only two tests will run from the test, and only one test will run. Only one smoke test will run from search. But from register, okay, both smoke test and sanity test. That is all the tests. That is all the four tests will run. 4 plus 2 plus 1. 4 plus 2 plus 1 is how much? 4 plus 2 is 6. 6 plus 1 is 7. 7 tests will run. Okay, right click, run as. Total 7 tests will run, guys. From the first test, that is register. Okay, all the tests will run, all the four tests. But here only smoke, from login only smoke, and from search only smoke. Here smoke plus sanity will run. That's why four tests got run. That is the combination, guys. And we can also add regression for group 2. Smoke plus regression will happen. Okay, for example, if you write something like this, like in one of the tests, if you write another group, okay, groups, here I'll say include. Here I'll say include register, but here I'll say include name is equal to sanity. Include name is equal to sanity. Here I have to say run, guys. I forgot to always forget to provide run here. Inside the run only we have to provide the include. Okay. Search. Okay. So what will happen here? We have provided smoke at the suit level. So from all the tests, smoke test will run. That's fine. But at test level also we have provided the groups. Smoke plus register will run here. Smoke plus sanity. But in the last one, only smoke. Here only one test will run. But in login, smoke plus sanity. Login, you just go here and smoke plus sanity. This one will run. Smoke is there. Sanity is there. It will run. Sanity is there. Smoke is there. It will run. Sanity is there. All the five tests will run. 5 plus 4. Okay. So here, smoke plus register is 4 tests. 4 plus smoke plus register is 4 tests. Smoke plus sanity from the second test level is smoke plus sanity. Group level is suit level is smoke, and test level is sanity. Smoke plus sanity is 5 tests, and the last one only smoke, that is 1 test. 5 plus 4 plus 1, that is 10 tests will run this time. 10 tests will run, guys. Okay, 10 automation scripts will run. You can see that in number here 10. 10 got passed. 4 from register, 5 from login, only 1 smoke from search. Okay, that's what is the. We can add the groups not only at the test level individually, not only at the suit level individually, but both at the suit level and test level. In that cases, the combination will work. Okay, smoke plus sanity, smoke plus regression kind of thing will work. So this is how we can use grouping of, we can do the grouping of the tests in TestNG using groups attribute. Okay, this instead of creating multiple TestNG XML files, we can create different groups categories like this at the test level of individual class files, and in the TestNG single TestNG XML file, we can give the groups tag either at the test level or group level, or both at the test level and group suit level, so that the required grouping will happen of the test will happen, and only that particular group of tests that you mentioned in the TestNG XML file will run. Okay, so this is what is all grouping. using the groups attribute in TestNG, which we have to provide beside the other test annotation of the test methods. Okay. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 19 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about meta groups in TestNG. What exactly are these meta groups? Meta groups are nothing but group of groups. Okay? We have created a lot of groups. In the previous sessions, we have created a lot of groups like smoke group, regression group, sanity group, all group, login group, register group, search group, and so on. But now, okay, we can also create meta groups, which is a collection of or a list of or a combination of one or more groups. Okay, I'll show you practically, guys. Okay, what exactly are these meta groups? You see, using the define tag in the TestNG XML file, we can create a group of groups. Here you see smoke is one group, sanity. You are combining the smoke and sanity into another higher level group or group of groups known as daily build. You gave a name to the meta group here. Daily build is meta group. Similarly, for smoke and sanity and regression, three items are there. Weekly build you have given. Okay, weekly build you have given, like that and so on. Okay, like that and so on. So this kind of meta groups we can create in TestNG XML file. Okay, so for this session to be easily understandable, you have to follow the previous two sessions, guys. Okay, first you have to know how to group the test in TestNG using multiple TestNG XML files, and then you have to know how to group the test in TestNG using groups attribute. Then you can understand the meta groups in a easiest way. Let me open the project, guys, in Eclipse IDE, and here login is there, register is there, search is there. You already know how the groups are mentioned using the groups attribute here. Smoke, sanity, regression, login, all. Like few things doesn't have. For example, here I'll remove the regression. Intentionally I'll remove the regression, guys. Only sanity I'll put. Okay, here sanity and regression I'll remove. Okay, so just for the sake I'm doing that, guys. Okay, just for the example I'm doing this. Okay, uh, so here, yeah, this is fine, guys. This is fine. Let's see how it works. Now let's go to the testng.xml file, and these meta groups need to be created at the test tag level. At suit level, it's not supported, guys. Meta groups are not supported at the suit level. So we have to go to the test tag level. For example, we'll go to the register test, one of the uh, here register.java. So I'll say groups here. Generally, guys, normal groups we will create like this. Okay, groups. Here inside this groups we will say run, and inside this run will include the group name, single group name. It's a normal process which we have already seen in the previous sessions. Name is equal name of the group, that is smoke. If I give smoke here, what will happen? Only the smoke test will run from the register, and from the remaining all the tests will run from login, and all the tests will run from search. So here also groups are mentioned. I'll remove these groups, guys. Okay, so all the tests will run from the search now, because I have not mentioned any groups here. Here also all the tests will run from the login. There is 5 tests from login, 3 tests from search. There is 8 tests will run from login and search. But from register only smoke test will run. That you already know because of the groups concept here. Okay, only I'm including groups, smoke group to run from the register test. Okay, that is only 2 tests will run mostly. Okay, run this 2 tests from register, and remaining 5 plus login, and 3 from search. 3 from search, 5 from login, and only 2 from register. Okay, only smoke tests from register are coming. Even though there are 4 tests in register, only 2 tests are coming. That is because of the we provided the include name as smoke. But here I want to follow a different approach. Instead of giving a normal group name here, I'll say define, guys. Okay, define. Using define tag we can create meta groups. Okay, name is equal to, here I have to give the meta group name. Let's say smoke and regression, I'll say. Okay, smoke and regression, and here I'll say include name is equal to multiple groups I'll provide inside the define tag. Okay, here I'll say smoke test you have to run. Along with the smoke test you have to also run include name regression, right? Regression. Okay, regression test you want to run. So similarly I'll create another meta group. In this I'll say smoke and sanity, guys. So smoke and sanity, here I'll say sanity. Here I'll say a meta group can only contain one group also. It's not compulsory that more than one group should be provided. Here only one group I will provide. All I will provide. All the tests from the register should run. Okay. Here I will mention first smoke and regression. Smoke and regression meta group name. Instead of providing a normal group name here in the run, I'll provide smoke and regression here. Now run this, guys. Run this. Smoke and regression test will run. Let's go to the register.java once and see smoke and regression. This has smoke, so it will run. It has smoke, it will run two tests. Then what? Smoke and regression, I told you, right? So regression, it has a regression, it will run. It has a regression, it will run. Okay. Smoke, regression. Here I'll remove one regression from here, guys. Okay, I'll remove one regression so that we should have a different count. Smoke. Here smoke is not there, regression is not there. This will not run. Here regression is there, it will run. So out of four, three tests should run. Okay, from register three tests, from login all the five tests, and from search all the three tests should run. But from register out of four, three should run because smoke and regression test only will run. Three tests from register. You see, only smoke and regression test has run. Now, if I want to change the meta group name here, go to the TestNG XML file. Instead of giving smoke and regression, I'll give smoke and sanity. Take this meta group name here and modify that here in the run tag. Now run this. Right click, run as TestNG suite. Smoke and sanity. So you see four tests are running smoke and sanity. Let's see. Let's go to the register and smoke. Here sanity is there. Here also sanity is there. All the four tests are running. That's the reason. Okay. If I say all here, if I give the meta group name as all tests here, all tests from the register will run. All the four tests from register will run. Let's run this. All the four tests from register will run. You see all the four tests from register as running, all the tests from login and all the tests from search. This is called as meta groups, guys. Just to simplify or conclude, meta groups are created using the define tag under the groups tag. Okay, you can create define tags and you can include multiple groups, one or more than groups inside the define tags, and provide that inside the run tag include statement that meta group name to run the combination of groups. Okay, from that particular test. You have to create this meta groups. Meta groups will work only at the test tag level. They will not work at the suite level. So hope guys you understood what exactly the meta groups, a group of groups, okay, which can be created at the test tag level in the TestNG XML file, okay, to run the combination of groups, test from the combination of groups. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 20 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about partial groups in TestNG. Partial groups are nothing but declaring the groups at the class level. So let me show you guys. So partial groups. If you are grouping the tests at the class level, that is called as partial groups. Okay, if you're grouping the tests at class level instead of the test method level. Okay, generally the test methods have at the rate test annotation. Instead of grouping them at the rate test annotation test method level, if you're grouping all the tests inside the class into a group at the class level, that is known as partial groups. Okay, so what we have to do to create the partial groups and all, I'll show you one example, guys. Okay, this is what is one of the example. Groups is equal to all that you are providing. This particular declaration you are going to add before the class in the automation script. Here, if you go to this Eclipse IDE, guys, if you go to one of the class, say login or register, whatever it is. Okay, let's go to register. Otherwise, you go to register, guys. You see in each and every at the rate test, you have all group. This is one of the group category, right? Groups is equal to all is there. Second test is also having all. Third test is also having all as a group. Okay, it's grouping the test into all categories somehow. So all the tests inside this class have the all. So what I will do here is instead of using this all at the test method level having at the rate test annotation, I'll remove all this stuff from here, remove all from here, and group all these tests at a class level. How to do that? Here, before the class declaration, instead of before the test method level, before the class declaration here, I'll say at the rate test, okay, provide circular brackets and say groups is equal to groups is equal to, in the curly braces you can provide if you want, and provide double quotes and say all. That's it. I don't have to provide all for each and every test here. There are 4 tests inside this register class. Okay, instead of providing all for each and every test, I can just move it to the upper level like this. And these called as partial groups, guys. Okay, if you're declaring the groups or specifying the group for a particular class tests at the class level. Okay, for all the tests inside the class, if you are declaring the groups at the class level, that is called as partial groups, guys. Now you see here this part will work. Okay, how? This belong to the register and provided the partial group known as all at the class level. I'll go to the testng.xml file. Still it's going to work, guys. So what I'm going to do here is here I'll write the group here, groups. Okay, at the test tag level I'll say groups and say run. Here still I can provide include, and still can provide include name is equal to all I can say. Okay, still I can say that. I don't have to mention all at test method levels. Rather, I provided this all group at the class level, which is known as partial groups. I can provide the partial groups like this, the same format that I have done for the normal groups. Okay. Now save this. All the tests inside the register, because all the tests will have all tags, so they will be running, guys. 4 tests inside the register will run, and remaining all will run as usual. For the remaining, I'll do one thing. I'll just groups, just to have a small difference. For the remaining, I'll say I'll not use the partial groups here. I'll use the normal groups. Okay, include name is equal to smoke. I'll say here. So only smoke test will run. Only 2 tests will run from login. All the tests will run from register. And similarly, I'll copy paste this one and paste it here in the third test also. Okay, and save this. Done. Now run this TestNG XML file, TestNG suite. From register, all the tests will run. You see, all the tests will run because we have included all groups. Okay, and which is a partial group in this case of register class. At the class level we have decided the group of all for all the tests inside the register class, and from login we have the smoke test, and from search we got one smoke test. So hope guys you understood how to create how to use partial groups in TestNG, and how to declare these partial groups at class level instead of declaring them for each and every test method inside a class. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 21 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to create subcategory groups in TestNG, and thereafter use regular expressions with the subcategories. So till now, that is till the previous sessions, I covered how to create the category groups, right? There are multiple ways to create the category groups. Okay, either using multiple TestNG XML files, or we can provide groups using the groups attribute. We can use in at the rate test annotated test methods, or at the class level we can do, right, where we can create the category groups, and we can further divide these category groups into subcategories. Okay, there is a possibility of dividing these categories into multiple subcategories. Those I am calling them as subcategory groups. Let me practically demonstrate, guys. You will understand what exactly are the subcategory groups. So, and also with the subcategory groups, how to use the regular expressions for our needs and requirements. That also I'm going to cover in this session. So let's get started, guys. Partial groups is completed in the previous session. Now current session is subcategory groups. Okay. So what are the subcategory groups? Here, as you can see here, this is not a single group. It is a subcategory. Under Windows category group, we are creating a subcategory known as smoke. Again, under the same Windows, we are creating another subcategory known as sanity. Under Windows operating system, that is which need to be run on Windows operating system, again we are going to create a subcategory known as regression. This is an example of a subcategory, guys. Okay, depending on your requirements, you will be creating the subcategories, guys. Depending on your requirement, you will be creating the subcategories. And how to work with TestNG XML file with the subcategories. All those things I'm going to cover. First, let's go to the Eclipse IDE where the project is available. Um, And guys, before going through this session, hope you have already gone through grouping of the tests using multiple TestNG XML files, grouping the tests in TestNG groups, attribute, meta groups, and partial groups. Okay, and once you are done with this, now you can easily understand what exactly are the subcategory groups. Okay, I recommend everyone to watch in a series rather than directly jump to the subcategory groups category. Okay, fine. Anyhow, so let's create this subcategory groups. If I open this login.java, here smoke is there, sanity is there, regression is there. For example, this one is, this test can be run on Windows. Okay, Windows, Windows.smoke I'll say. Okay, this is related to Windows.smoke I'll say. Okay, this test is specially will run on the Windows machine only. So I'm just giving a category known as Windows and subcategory known as smoke. Here Windows.sanity. Here Windows.regression. Okay, just for the example, guys, don't think much. Just understand, okay, how to use subcategory groups and all. Okay, Windows.login like that I'm giving. And here again Windows.sanity I will say. Windows.sanity. Okay, here also Windows.login. So here I'll say iOS.login. Here also I'll say iOS.smoke, iOS.sanity, iOS.regression. Okay, like this. Here last one. Here I'll say Linux.sanity, Linux.regression. Okay, like this I gave. So you see, some of the tests are going to be run on Windows, some of the tests are going to be run on iOS, some of the tests are meant for Linux machine. Similarly, in other tests also I'll do the same thing. Here I'll say iOS.smoke, iOS.sanity, iOS.register, regression. Sorry. Here Linux.smoke, Linux.regression, and here Windows.sanity. Okay, Windows.sanity. Here also Windows.sanity. Okay, so randomly I'm giving some Windows, some iOS, some Linux. Okay, here in the search also I'll do the same thing. I'll say Windows.smoke, Windows.smoke. It is a category and smoke is a subcategory. Okay, Windows.sanity, Windows.sanity, Windows.regression. Okay, some places I gave regression, some places I gave that's all. That's fine, no problem. Windows.sanity, Windows.regression. Okay, then here I'll say Linux.sanity, Linux.regression like this I gave. Okay, so in all the classes there are some Windows related tests. Okay, so what if I have to run only Windows smoke, the test which has to run on a Windows operating system, and the two they should be smoke. So I have a subcategory now. So I'll go to the testng.xml file, guys. Okay, so here there are multiple tests. Okay, so I'll try at the group level, guys. Okay, suite level, to see like if it will be applied or not. I'll write groups here. Groups at suite level I'm trying this. Okay, the concept is same, right? So you can apply at the suite level or the test tag level, anything is fine. Run tag, you just provide the run tag and say include. When you're trying to include, earlier you are only providing the category name like smoke or sanity, like that you are providing. Earlier you are providing like smoke. This time I'll be providing windows.smoke. Okay, windows.smoke only you have to run. Only the tests from this login, register, and search which are related to the Windows operating system, and that too they are of smoke type, those only should be running. For example, if you go to login here, this is Windows smoke. So here this is not smoke, so it will not be considered. And this is iOS, it will not be considered. Only one test will be running from the login. If I go to the register, guys, anywhere Windows smoke, it is iOS smoke, so it will not be work. Linux smoke, Windows sanity, no. Windows sanity, no. No test will run from register because that category is not there. But in search again, Windows smoke is there. Second test. Overallly, there are only two tests which fall into this category and subcategories. Okay. So I'll run this. I'll right click and run as test in the suite. Just see here what will happen. Only two tests. One Windows smoke test from login and one Windows smoke test from search. And what if I give Windows.sanity here? I want to not only include smoke, but also I want to include Windows sanity this time. Sanity. Okay. So this time, all the tests which are related to Windows operating system, which can run on Windows operating system, but belong to both subcategories like smoke and sanity will run. More tests will come this time. More tests will run this time, but all should be related to Windows, guys. Okay. You see, from register two tests, login two tests, and such two tests, okay, are related to Windows. Let's find it out whether that is the same thing or not. So let me close this so that it will come up. So you see Windows Smoke, Windows Sanity, two tests. This is iOS and Linux, they will not be considered, only Windows related. Here iOS not considered, Linux not considered. Windows Sanity will be considered Windows Sanity. Two more tests from register and from search. Windows Smoke, Windows Sanity, two more tests. That means total six tests. In the output, let's see whether we got six tests. Yes. Okay, two from register, two from login, two from search. And what if I want to just give me a second, guys. Let me go. There is a spelling mistake here somewhere. Windows regression is fine. Login anywhere. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Let's go to the register. So here S is missing, guys. Okay, let me add S, proper S. Uh, this is also regression. Okay, small spelling mistake in this register file. In search, yeah, it's fine, fine, fine. Okay. So this time I want to also include Windows related. I'm not running something related to iOS or something, guys. Okay, only the things which can run on Windows operating system from different subcategories like smoke, sanity, and regression. I am running. Okay, multiple things. Okay, multiple things. Now this time smoke will run, sanity test will run, regression, but all should belong to Windows. iOS and Linux test will not run. Okay, we have to exclude the iOS and Linux. Only Windows related smoke, sanity, and regression will run. Again, the same six tests came. Let's find it out. Here Windows Smoke, Windows Sanity, and remaining are iOS related and Linux. So only two tests will be running here. This is iOS. So Linux Smoke, sorry, will not run. And Windows Sanity and here Windows Regression. Let's say, okay, they are running. Only two tests from here also. Last two tests. And coming to the search, Windows Smoke, Windows Sanity. These two tests are running. Here, this one is Linux. What if you want to here multiple here guys I have provided multiple include tags. Instead of doing that, we can follow a regular expression where instead of writing this many, I'll just provide dot hashtag symbol, hashtag symbol, star or hashtag, whatever you call. That means any subcategory, but the test should run on Windows. Okay, only the it can be smoke, it can be sanity, it can be regression, or it can be anything, but the test belong to the Windows main category and subcategory can be anything. Okay, there we are going to use the regular expression. This much is enough of learning the regular expressions in TestNG, guys. Okay, all the six tests as usual. Two from register, two from login, two from search will run. What if you want to run something from Linux? Then Linux dot hashtag, it can be linux.smoke or linux.sanity or linux.regression, whatever it may be. It will be running now. Run this. How many tests will run? Let's see. Three tests, guys. Okay, let's see. Let's go to the login. Close this. Let's go to the login and see how many are from login Linux. This is Windows, Windows, iOS, iOS. Only one test is from login. Yeah. So in the output, let's see whether only one test from login came. Yes, login without providing credential. Last test. That's correct. Register. For register, we have iOS. This is okay. This is Linux, so it will run Linux dot anything, guys. Linux dot anything. Only one test from register, guys. That is register by providing all fields. Register by providing all fields has been run from register, and from search, Windows, Windows, Linux. Search without any search term. Search without any search term. Okay, that's came. Similarly, iOS also you can do, guys. iOS simply say iOS dot asterisk. Here say iOS dot hashtag, save this, run this. Right click, run as TestNG suite. Okay. So register login. Okay. So you see for iOS, iOS test may not be there in search. That's why we didn't get from login. Here one iOS, second iOS, two tests got run from login. From register, first test is iOS. So only one test from register. Okay. One test from register, two tests from login. That's fine. And from search, there are no iOS, only Windows and Linux are there. So no test from search. This is how we can create subcategory groups. Okay. And Also, we can use regular expressions in the subcategory groups. If the subcategory can be anything, then we can provide a hashtag symbol here. That's what I am talking about. So hope guys you understood how to create subcategory groups in TestNG and how to use regular expressions in place of subcategories and how to run the different automation tests annotated with the test annotation in TestNG before the methods. Okay, how to run them selectively by using the subcategory groups. Okay, that I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 22 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to implement test dependency in TestNG using depends on methods attribute. So let's get started. So how to implement the test dependency in TestNG using depends on method attribute that I'm going to cover in this session, guys. So in order to implement the test dependency, okay, in order to implement this test dependency, we need depends on methods attribute. Okay, I'll take a real-time example, guys. I'll take a real-time example and I'll use Selenium automation as part of this. Okay, demonstrating the real-time example, I'll be using the Selenium automation. Okay, where I'll show you why the test need to depend on another test. Okay, why a test has to depend on or need to depend on another test, and that is a process where we have a requirement of implementing the test dependency, and for implementing the test dependency we need depends on methods attribute. Okay, anyhow I'll practically demonstrate, guys. Let's talk theoretical thing less here in this particular session. Especially let's talk the theoretical thing less. Let me directly take you to the practical demonstration where you will understand why some of the test methods, okay, in TestNG need to be dependent on other test methods, and which is possible with help of depends on methods attribute. Okay, implementation of test dependency is possible with help of test depends on methods attribute. So I'll start with the practical demonstration. For that, I'll directly take you to the Eclipse IDE where we have a sample project. Here under src test java, under the test package, I'll create a new class. Okay, what is the class name I have to give? For this to understand, for this class name and everything for you to understand, I'm going to show you what I'm trying to automate first. Okay, I will take you to this application, guys. Okay, we'll open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and open this application URL. After opening this application URL, first test is number one test is I want to log into the application. Okay, I'll verify whether you're able to log into the application. How to verify whether we got with valid credentials I'm able to log into the application or not? I'll check one of the link which is not possible or visible without the user gets logged in. Okay, if the user gets logged in only, you will get this edit your account information or change it. I'll verify one of this option, and the first test will be done. First TestNG test annotation method test will be done, guys. Okay, then what next I want to do is I want to type HP. First test is completed. I want to type HP here and press enter key, and in the search results I'll get this product, and immediately I'll click on add to wish list, and then I'll click on this wish list link. And the second test, I'll verify whether we are taken to this my wish list page or not. Okay, whether we are taken to this my wish list page or not. Second test I'll verify. Third test is I'll click on this remove button and verify whether the product got really removed by verifying this particular test, or this particular text, that is your wish list is empty. This is the third test. These are the three tests I want to do, guys. Okay, these are the three tests I want to automate. So initially we'll start with the home page, right? So for that, let me write the automation code. So I'll just name this class as wishlist class. You understood, right? What are the three tests I'm going to automate? Now I'll create the wishlist class. Using Selenium, I'll automate this. Okay, I'll give a real-time example. Public void user login. Okay, user login, or verify user login or user login. Anything is fine, guys. I'll just give user login for now. At the rate test, I will say. Over the mouse on at the rate test, this project is already configured with TestNG, so I'll import this TestNG test at the rate test annotation from TestNG. Here I'll write the automation code WebDriver manager dot Chrome driver, because I want to open the Chrome browser, so I'll set up the Chrome driver here. Then I'll say WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, this will open the Chrome browser. This statement or this constructor in this statement will open the Chrome browser. I'll import this WebDriver from Selenium library. Selenium library is already configured in this project. So, okay. So in the previous sessions, I already showed you how to configure Selenium in these projects and all. Okay, this session is a continuation of the previous sessions. So you have to learn in order, guys. Otherwise, you'll not understand. Driver.manager.window.maximize. Driver.window.maximize. This will maximize the browser window. Then I'll open the application URL using the get command. What is the application URL? This is the application URL. Okay, I'll copy paste this application URL here. After copy pasting this application URL, guys, after copy pasting this application URL, what I want to do is I want to log into the application. For that, I have to click on my account. I'll inspect this my account option. Here, I'll get this my account. Copy this. I'll create an XPath for this. A span tag is there and text my account is there. Okay, I'll copy this text. I already copied this text, guys, and I'll say Control F /span text is equal to text function in XPath. Okay, I'll create an XPath expression. It's called my account. Okay, this will locate the my account option. Using this locator, I'll take this locator from here and say driver dot find element by dot XPath locator of that my account option dot click. I'll say, okay, this will click on the my account. This will click on the my account and you'll get these options. Now I have to click on the login option. I'll inspect this login and this looks like a hyperlink and this is the text. I'll copy this text. I'll copy this text between the anchor tags and I can create the link text locator. Driver dot find element by dot link text. I'll provide the link text of that hyperlink, text between the tags of the hyperlink and say dot click. Okay, I'll say dot click. So after this, login option will be clicked and you'll be taken to this login page where I have to enter the email address and password. I'll inspect this email address, guys. It has an ID. I'll take this ID as a locator. I'll say driver dot find element by dot ID, provide the ID and say dot, okay, dot send keys. I have to type the email address. Okay, I'll type the valid email address, guys. Okay, for now I'll type the valid email address. I'll copy this valid email address and paste it here. And similarly, after this statement, I have to type the password. So for that, I'll inspect this password field. Inspect this password field. This password field also has an ID, guys. I'll copy this ID, and here I'll write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of that password field, and say dot send keys. I'll give the valid password here. That is 12345 for this account. Put a semicolon. So I'll just give 12345 here. Now I have to click on the login button, guys. I'll inspect this login button, and this is the HTML code of the login button. By looking at this HTML code, I'll take the value attributes value, copy this value attributes value. I'll create an XPath expression. Input tag is there, /input @ value is equal to login. I'll type /input @ value is equal to login. I'll type and press enter. You see, it will locate the login button. Locate the login button. I'll copy this and simply I'll write the code here. Say driver.find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath of that login button, guys. XPath. Provide the XPath of the login button and say dot click. Okay, say dot click. Click on the login button. Then I have to verify whether I got really logged in or not. How to verify? I have to verify one of this option is displayed or not. Okay, I'll check whether this option is displayed. If this option is displayed on the page means I got logged in. Okay, so I'll inspect this option. This is the link text. You see anchor tags are the link text. So I'll simply write down the assert statement in TestNG. Assert dot assert true. Assert dot assert true. Okay, here I'll say driver dot find element by dot link text. This particular element is displayed or not, I'll check. Okay, dot is displayed. Okay, if it is displayed, the test will pass. If it is not displayed, the test will fail, whatever it is. Okay, now this is one of the tests, guys. This is one of the tests. I'll not close the browser here because I have one more test to write here. I have one more test to write here. After logging into the application, I have to search for HP and click on the add to wish list and then go to the wish list page and verify whether I have landed on the wish list page or not, my wish list page or not. Okay, so add product to wish list and view. Okay, something like this. Okay, add product to wish list and view wish list. Okay, view wish list or whatever it is. Okay, view wish list. Like this, I want to do. I will write @ test here, and I need to continue this. You see, after this particular test, I want to continue this test, guys. These tests are not independent tests, guys. These tests are continuation tests where I have to write the driver dot. I have to enter, inspect this. I have to enter the name locator driver dot find element. But here already driver is giving me the error. The reason behind that is it's declared locally. I'll make it global first. Okay, I'll make it global and remove the double declaration from here so that I can access the driver here now. Driver dot. Now you see find element by dot name locator. I'll provide the name locator of the search box field, that is this name locator value by dot name search dot send keys. I want to type HP guys, HP text into the text field, comma, I'll say keys dot enter. I want to press the enter key. Okay, when I type HP text and press enter key here, what will happen in the search results? I'll get this product. Okay, now on this product, there is a add to wish list option. I need to click on this add to wish list. Inspect this, and here FA heart is coming. On the top, you see button type is equal to data toggle tooltip on click wish list dot add to, data original title add to wish list. Okay, so this is nothing but button add to wish list. Okay, so copy this guys, copy this text, or copy the otherwise copy this part. Okay, data original title is equal to add to wish list, right? So I'll create an XPath here, double slash button at the rate that attribute name hyphen, otherwise I'll say press enter. Now there may be multiple things here. There may be multiple things. This one is add to wish list. I'll copy this add to wish list guys here. Is it okay? What is this actually? Is equal to add to wish list. Okay, like this I'll give. If I press enter, it is locating only one element, that is add to wish list option. Using this XPath, I am locating this add to wish list. I want to click on this add to wish list now. So here I'll simply say driver dot find element by dot XPath, provide the XPath of that add to wish list and say dot click, dot click. After clicking on that, what will happen after clicking on this? You'll get a notification, but this notification is not immediately coming, guys. This okay, this is not immediately coming. This is taking some time to come. So I'll wait for this wish list option and then click. I'll inspect this. It's nothing but the hyperlink, guys. Hyperlink. So, but I will wait for the hyperlink to be displayed. Okay, I will wait for this link text to be displayed. This wish list link text. How to wait for that? WebDriver wait. Wait is equal to new WebDriver. I will explicitly wait. Here I have to say driver comma duration dot of seconds. I'll give 10 seconds max. That is more than enough for that notification to come. I'll import this WebDriver wait from Selenium, and here this is a waiting mechanism in Selenium, guys. If the options are not immediately available, you'll get no such element exception. So to avoid that, I am doing this wait out until till where Selenium have to wait till that option is displayed. That is wish list option is displayed. Here I'll write expected conditions. If you already know Selenium, this will be easy to understand. I'll say dot expected conditions dot visibility of element located by. Here I have to say by dot link text. What's the link text that I have to wait for to be displayed on the page, to be visible on the page? Link text is nothing but this wish list, guys. I'll copy this wish list and paste it here. That's it. Okay. So, and also this until will return you the web element, guys. So I'll say web element wish list element. I can say like this. Okay, it will return you the wish list element, and I'll import this web element from Selenium, and I'll copy this wish list element, and so I'll simply say wish list element dot click. Okay, after we are waiting for this wish list to be displayed, wish list link to be displayed, then we are clicking on the wish list. That's what we are doing. Then we have to verify whether we are landed on this my wish list page or not. How to do that? Simple, guys. I'll say assert dot assert true, assert dot assert true, or assert equals also we can use. I'll get the title of this page. Driver dot get title. Driver dot get title dot equals. It should be equal to what? Should be equal to my wish list. So I'll type this manually, my wish list. This confirms that we are landed on the wish list page. Add product to the wish list and view wish list page. Okay. So the second test is also done, guys. Now I'll go with the third test. That is, I want to remove this and verify whether this product from the wish list got removed or not. That is the third test. Public void remove product from wish list. This is the third test. Okay, I'm creating the real-time test, guys. There are three tests which have to run in a sequential order. First, this test should run where we'll log in. After login, we'll search for the product and add to the wish list. Okay, if you don't log in and try to do this, okay, I'll remove this for now. I'll show you what will happen. If I don't log in, for example, if I don't log in, I have not logged in, let's say, okay, I have not logged in, but if I search for HP here without logging in, now at this moment the account is not logged in. Without logging in, if I try to add to the wish list and click on this link, am I taken to the wish list page? No. First we have to log in. First we have to log in. That's why I have written this test first, user login. If you log in only, okay, if you log in only, you'll be taken to the wish list page, guys. Otherwise, you'll not be taken. You see, you are not taken to the wish list until you log in. Okay, that's why we logged in first. Then we are taken. Then I'll remove it. Okay, this is what is the process. First, we have to log in, guys. Okay, so this test should run in a sequential order. First, this test should run where we have to log in. Then second test where we have to add the product to the wish list and go to the verify whether we are on the landed on the wish list page or not. Then I have to remove the product from the wish list and verify the product got removed or not. First, I will log in. That is the first test. And as part of the second test, after verifying whether we got logged in, as part of the second test, I will type HP and click on the add to wish list and wait for this wish list link to be displayed. Then click on this link. Then I'll verify whether we have landed by using this title. Okay. Now, as part of third test, I have to remove the product from the wish list, guys. For that, I'll inspect this remove button. And where is the remove? Yeah, data original title. It's anchor tag and it has remove text here. It has remove text, as you can see, it has remove text. So I'll say Control F /A. Okay, I'll provide the attribute. I'll provide the attribute is equal to remove. Okay, remove. If I create this X path, you see it's highlighting only one element, that is remove button. I'll copy this X path of the remove button and come back here and say driver.find element by dot X path of the remove button and say dot click. When I click on the remove button, what will happen? When I click on the remove button, what will happen? The product will be removed from the wish list, and here you should get a message known as to confirm whether the product has been removed. We have to verify whether this particular text is displayed on the wish list page. That is, your wish list is empty, should be displayed. Inspect this, your list is empty, and here I'll start with this ID and I'll go with the paragraph tag. So here I'll write assert statement. You just see here how I'm writing this. Assert dot third test, guys. Assert true. Okay. Then I have to verify this element. So for that, I'll create an XPath, guys. This one has an ID. Under this, there is a paragraph. So I'll say Control F, the div tag is there, /div @ID is equal to provide the ID, guys. So then you'll be there here. Under that paragraph is there /p. If I say get text, the text between the tags will come. Copy this XPath and simply write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath of that text and say dot get text sorry, dot get text. I have to say dot get text and say dot equals. It should be equal to the retrieved text should be equal to what? Your wish list is empty. Okay, this particular text should be displayed. I'll try to copy from here. If not, I'll copy from there. Otherwise, I'll just copy from here. Yeah, your wish list is empty should be displayed. If it is there, if the retrieved text is equal to your wish list is empty, that means the product has been successfully removed. Here I'll convert this into the normal method, into the test method. Now 3 tests are there, and each and every test is dependent on another test. Okay, so if this is the situation, guys, if this is the situation where I have written 3 tests, first test, second test, and third test, these are 3 tests I have written. First, user login should happen, then add product to wish list and view wish list page should happen, then remove product from wish list should happen. If I run all this test will not run in a particular order what we are thinking. You just see here what will happen. Okay, this test will not run in a sequential order. That's the problem. Okay, one of the tests is running, that's okay, but what about the remaining test? It's not running. The reason behind that is, you see, the first 2 tests, first test add product to wish list and view wish list is running. I thought user login will run in first, and there this one, then this one. But what happened? TestNG tried to run the test based on the alphabetical order. As you already know from the previous sessions, the test will be running in the alphabetical order. Here, you will not come first. A will come first. Alphabetical order or ASCII, internally ASCII order. Okay. So here, alphabetically this lowercase a will come first. So this test is being running first, but this test is actually dependent on login test. This test is actually dependent on login test. Without user login, this will not be verified. So this test is running, then this test is running, then this test is running. Only one test is passing and remaining two tests are failing here. You see, two tests are failing here. The reason behind that is the order is not correct. So as you already know, to correct the order, we can do one thing. That is here, beside the @ test annotation, provide priority is equal to 1 for this user login. Okay. Here also for this second test, give priority is equal to, this is one of the way to order the test, right? This is one of the way to order the test, test execution, order the test execution. Here I'll give priority is equal to 3. Okay, then it will be fine, I guess, right? First login test will run. Since login is completed, then search will happen without any problem. Since search is happening, remove will happen without any problem. This time all the three tests should pass without any problem. All the three tests should pass. Just see here what is happening. Using priority attribute, we are solving this problem where first login test should run. After that, search test should happen. Then add to wish list and view. You see, removing of the product from wish list is also happened. Now all the three tests got passed, guys. All the three tests got passed without any problem. First user login, then add product to wish list and view wish list, and remove product from wish list. But there is a problem, guys. What if this particular test fails due to some XYZ reasons? What will happen? The order is good, but if this first priority one test fails, for example, here I'll give ABC here, guys. Okay, invalid email address I'll give intentionally. So this particular test will fail, guys. This particular test will fail. When the particular test fails, guys, no such element exception will be displayed in the 30th line. So when this particular test fails, what about the other tests? They will also run. They will run and they will fail. Okay. When this particular dependent test fails, remaining two tests which are depending on this test also will run. Okay. When this particular test fails, this test should not run. But what's happening here? When this dependent test fails, okay, when this test to be dependent on is failing, the remaining tests should not actually run because there is no use of running without login. But in this case, with the priority attributes, what's happening is even though this test is failing, the tests which are depending on this particular test are running. Okay, irrespective of this particular test failing or passing, these tests are running, guys. That's not a correct approach. Run all, you will see that first test will fail because of no such element exception, and because even though it fails, the remaining tests will try to run. Okay, and they will also fail. You see, login didn't happen and remaining tests are trying to run, but they will fail. There's no way of going to the wish list without logging in, and there is no way of removing the product from the wish list page without logging in. Okay, here logging in is a problem. So as you can see here, all the three tests got failed. So when user login fails, I don't want this particular test to be executed. But with priority attribute, the problem here is with priority attribute, the problem here is even though the test is failing, the remaining tests are okay. The remaining tests which are depending on this test are also executing. To avoid this problem, guys, these were the requirement or the attribute that I'm trying to explain as part of this session is meant for test dependency in TestNG. We should not be using priority attribute, guys. Okay, priority attribute is not helping us here because the tests which are depending on the dependent test are still running when the actual or main test is failing. Then other tests should not run. They are dependent on the main test, login test. Okay, the wish list related test should not run if the login test fails. That's the problem. So priority is failing here. Okay, it's unnecessarily running the tests which are depending on the main test when the main test has failed. So we have to use depends on methods attribute. We have to use depends on methods attribute, guys. How to use that depends on methods attribute? I'll show you. Okay. So priority is not working out. So I'll remove the priority from here, guys. I'll remove the priority from here. Priority concept is not working at all. So in place of the priority, for the second test, I'll say depends on methods. It's not method, guys. It's methods. Okay. Methods means you can add multiple methods. This particular test can be dependent on multiple tests. Okay. Here I can put an array like this. Okay. Array of tests. But here I'll put only one test here. Only one element in this array I'll say, that is user login. I'm simply saying that before running this test, you have to run user login test. Okay. In order for this, but you say TestNG will definitely try to execute this test in alphabetical order. As per the alphabetical order, since priority is not there, it will try to execute this the test name which is starting with A first. But before running this test, it will check whether there is an attribute like depends on method. Since it is there, it will go to user login first and run the user login. Then only it come back to the add product. Similarly, this remove product from wish list not only depends on login, but also depends on add product to wish list. Without adding product to wish list, how you can remove it, right? So here depends on methods is equal to, I'll provide two tests here. Okay, I'll provide two tests here, guys. Depends on methods is equal to, depends on methods is equal to, I'll write two tests here. First one is a user login test. I'll give the user login test. And second one is a second test. That is, I'll give add product to wish list, this particular test. This third test is depending on first two tests. Okay. So what will happen this time is, if this particular test passes, if this particular test passes, no problem. Okay. If the particular test passes, you see first it will try to run this test, but depends on method is there. It will control will go to user login and it will login first. Then it will come to this method and it's not depending on any other test. So it will run this. It will add the product to the wish list and go to the wish list page and verify. And then it will go for this test. And then it is depending on these two tests. Already these two tests are executed. So it will run the third test. Okay. This is how depends on methods attribute will work. So when everything is fine, everything is passing, it will work in the, it will simulate like the priority attribute only. Okay, but the priority attribute, there was a problem where if the one of the main test fails, the dependent tests are also running. Okay, they should not run. Dependent test should not run if the main test, you see, everything is working fine. All the things got passed. User login, add product, and this is order. Without priority attribute, we have achieved this. And what if I give, if I intentionally fail by giving ABC here, still what will happen is this particular test will fail and the dependent tests, the tests which are dependent on user login will not be executed. They will be skipped, guys. There is no use of running when the main test fails, right? So run this. This is what is the difference between priority and depends on methods, guys. You see, the first test will fail and the other two tests which are depending on the first test will not run. They will not run, guys. You see, here only it is stopped. The remaining two tests got skipped, guys. They will be skipped. You see, skips is equal to 2. User login got failed. And because of this reason, the tests which are dependent on the user login test are not executed at all. This is what is advantage of using depends on methods attribute on when compared with the priority attribute. If you can see here, depends on method has more advantage over priority because the dependent test will not run when the actual or main test which these tests are dependent on fails. But priority will still run the other dependent tests even though the test on which these test methods are dependent are failing. Okay. So that's why we have to use depends on methods wherever that is possible, guys. Okay. And also, guys, what if I use both priority and depends on methods? Is there any effect? There is no effect, guys. Okay. What if I give the this one as priority 1? Priority is equal to 1. Does it change the order? Does it run this test first? Because I'm changing to priority 1 without a test that is depending on, is the test will run first? No, guys. Okay. So I'll give the priority as 3 here. Okay. Last, first one, it should run first, but I'm giving priority 3 here, guys. But still nothing will happen. When you use depends on methods, nothing will happen, guys. Okay. Okay. I'll give 2 here, 1 here, 2 here, 3 here. Reverse order I'm giving. Or I'll give here 2 and here 1, guys. Okay, completely reverse order. Whatever that should be executed first, I'm giving 3. Whatever that should be executed last, I'm giving 1. But this will not be, mm, this will not work, guys, because the more priority will be given to depends on methods. Okay, when priority and depends on methods attributes are used, the priority will be given to depends on methods, not the priority attribute. Even though priorities are mentioned in a wrong way here, okay, even only when this particular test, okay, okay, they will run in a sequential order only, depends on according to depends on methods only, it will run, not based on the priority, guys. Okay, depends on methods attribute will override the priority attribute, guys. Click on run all, you'll see that when you click on run all, guys, you'll see that it is working based on the depends on method only. You see all the 3 tests got run. Okay, it's not running in whatever the priority. I gave the remove product from wish list as first priority, but it got still got executed last. That means depends on methods attribute is given more priority over the priority attributes. This is depending on these two test methods, so it has executed last. Whereas this method is dependent on user login, so it got executed second. And whereas this one is not dependent on anything, so it got executed first. Even though we have provided the priority attributes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, guys. Okay, because depends on methods attribute overrides the priority attribute. Now, let's make it simple, guys. What I will do is I'll just remove the priority, guys. There is no need of putting the priority now. That's just for the explanation I have given. Let's make it simple. Okay, I will simply depends on methods attributes. The test will run. That's fine. What if you already have seen? What if the main test fails? The main test, which is test are depending on fails, means the other two tests will be skipped. That's all we already seen. Okay, again I will be failing and running again. Just for recap, you see if the main test which other tests are depending on fails, the remaining two tests will not run, guys. They will simply get skipped. Okay, I'm showing you again because I have to take other cases also. Okay, so if this particular test fails, the remaining two tests, okay, here login failed, so the remaining two tests will get skipped. They'll not be running. Okay, this you already have seen that. Okay, now what if I'll put @ignore on the top of this. What if I ignore this particular test? What if I ignore this particular test? If this is ignored, then what will happen? The tests which are depending on the this particular test, will they run or will they doesn't run? I'm ignoring the test means it will not be executed. You will get an exception from TestNG, guys. Okay, because you intentionally made this other two tests depending on the test, and now you are saying you are disabling the test from execution. That is not allowed, right? That's why if you do such kind of activities, TestNG will simply give an exception known as some kind of exception saying that this particular test, other tests are dependent. You cannot mention @ignore here. Okay, just see here, you will get a simple TestNG exception. Okay, you see you got a TestNG exception, and you see this particular test is depending on this particular test. You cannot mention, you cannot ignore this particular test it is saying. Okay, okay. So this is what is the reason why you are getting the exception, guys. You cannot use @ignore. So if you use @ignore, you will get an exception there. Or what if this particular test doesn't exist at all? And I am saying that these two tests are depending on the user login, but user login doesn't exist here. Then what will happen? The same exception you will get, guys. Okay, if you are making some test depending on a test which is not exist at all, you will get the same TestNG exception. You'll get the same TestNG exception, guys. You'll see that TestNG exception. It is depending on the non-existing method. Okay, there is no method uh, as stated here. That's why we are getting a TestNG exception. So this is all about depends on method attribute and how to implement the test dependency in TestNG, and how depends on method attribute overrides priority attribute, and what is the difference of using the priority and depends on method. Everything I covered in this session in a detailed manner, guys. Okay, ignoring the main test and using the ignore annotation, and deleting the main test and then running. You'll, in these two cases you will get exception, guys. And in this case, depends on methods, when you are using both attributes, depends on methods attribute will override the priority attribute. Okay, and coming to this one, priority versus depends on methods attribute. Okay, you already have seen that, right? This will run the test, dependent test, even after the main test is failing, but depends on methods will skip the dependent test when the main test is failing. Okay, and also I showed you a practical demonstration of how to use depends on methods with a real-time Selenium automation script example. So that's all for this session, guys. So that's all for this session where I practically demonstrated how to implement test dependency in TestNG using depends on methods attribute. Okay. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another topic or another concept of TestNG. So see you in the next session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 23 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use always run attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. So what is this always run attribute? This session is a continuation of the previous session. Okay. So if you have gone through the previous session, you understood how to use depends on methods attribute. Okay. There may be multiple methods which will be depending on a method. Okay. if that particular method passes only, these dependent methods will be executed. If that particular method fails, the dependent methods which you are using depends on methods attribute of that particular method which got failed will be skipped from execution. I'll show you this first. Later I'll show you how to use always run. Okay. For example, here guys, this is a same example I have taken in the previous session. Okay. We have three tests here. Test one, user login test. Okay. So this is a user login test, and there is another test which depends on user login test. That means if this test passes only, then only this particular test will be executed, right? And also there is one more test which depends not only on the user login, but also this particular second test also, that is add product to wish list, okay, and view wish list, okay. This particular test is dependent on two tests. That means if this particular test passes, this particular test will run. And if this both test methods passes, then only this particular test will be executed. Okay. I'll show you how. I'll show you guys. Okay. I'll click on run all. If the first test passes, first user login will run. If the user login passes, then remaining two tests will run without any problems. This I have already demonstrated in the previous session, guys. You see, the first test is pass, so the remaining two tests also got executed. And if you go and see the results here and come back here, you see all the three tests got passed. First user login is the test which should pass. Then the dependent test got executed, and these two got passed. So the dependent test on these two tests also got executed and passed. Okay, this is what is the scenario. Now, what if I intentionally fail this? I'll just add ABC here. I'll get no such element exception in the 30th line, and this particular test will fail. When this particular test fails, the remaining two dependent tests will be skipped from execution. They will not be executed, guys. Okay, they will not be executed. They will be skipped from execution because the main test which this particular tests are dependent on is failing. Hence, they will not be executed and they will be skipped. Just see here. This also I have demonstrated in the previous session. If you have gone through the previous session, you have known this particular thing. Okay, let's run this. The first test will fail, guys. The first test will fail. You see, it is not logged in, and the dependent test will be skipped. Okay, nothing is going on. Okay, it got failed and nothing is going on. If you can see here, the first test, main test got failed, and remaining two tests got skipped, guys. And here, if you come here and see the results in TestNG results, user login got failed, hence the remaining two tests got skipped, skip. Okay, skipped is equal to 2. Fine. What if there is a situation where even though this particular test either passes or fails, I want to run the dependent tests. Okay. Even though the tests are dependent on this test, and even though this particular test fails also, I want to run. In such situations, we have to use always run attribute. Okay. I'm going to practically demonstrate this always run attribute. Dependent test won't skip this time because you are explicitly stating to run even though the dependent uh, the test that is this particular tests are dependent on is still failing also, will be running the executing the dependent test. Okay, if your requirement is such where even though the main test on which this dependent tests are main test is failing, on which this dependent tests are dependent on, still if you want to run the dependent test even after this main test fails, okay, then you have to use always run is equal to true. That means no matter what, whether this test will fail or not, even though this particular test is dependent on this main test, still it will run, guys. Okay, it will not get skipped, it will be executed. If it has to fail, it will fail. Okay, so you are explicitly or forcibly, okay, mentioning them as true. Okay, always run as true. Though these tests are dependent on this main test, if the main test passes, there is no problem, guys. If the main test fails, still they will be running instead of getting skipped. Okay, so if you have such kind of real-time requirement, you can use always run, guys. So it's not generally used, but if you are in a kind of situation where even though the dependent test fails, still if you want to run the tests which are dependent on the main test, okay, always run is equal to true should be provided as an attribute. Okay, you see still they are running. Okay, three tests are running, but they will be failing, guys, anyhow. You see, user login got failed, and this time they got, even though they are dependent on the main test, they are not skipped, rather they are run because we are using always run is equal to true attribute. So this is what is always run attribute, nothing much, guys. Okay. So hope guys you understood how to use always run attribute in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 24 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use ignore missing dependencies attribute of TestNG. So let's get started. What is this ignore missing dependencies attribute? I'm going to practically demonstrate this. But before that, guys, you have to watch the previous session. Okay. This is one of the previous session you have to watch to understand ignore missing dependencies. Okay. Because I covered a lot here. Okay. And this particular session is dependent on this particular session. Okay. Test dependency in TestNG using depends on methods. This concept is related to dependencies, guys. Okay. So I'll tell you what exactly this is. Very simple concept only. You already have watched this. This is very simple concept. Okay. So just go to the, okay, just go to this Eclipse IDE where we already have 3 tests which have demonstrated in this particular session here. Okay. As part of this, I already demonstrated. If this particular test passes, then the dependent test will run. The second, you see this particular test which is depends on method user login. So if this passes, this will run. If this fails, this will be skipped, right? That's the thing you already know. And also, if this passes and if this dependent test also passes, then there's another test which is dependent on above 2 test methods, user login and add product to wishlist and view wishlist. Okay. If these 2 test passes, then the third test will also run. Okay. So at this moment, guys, I didn't provide any invalid input or something. So first test will pass. So the remaining dependent test will also pass. Run, they will be executed and they will be passed. Okay. I'll click on run all here. You will see all the 3 tests passing. First user login will run and it will pass. And the second dependent test, which is depending on the user login, will run. And after that, the third test, which is depending on user login, and another test will run. Okay. See, it will, you see, all the 3 tests got run. All the 3 tests got run and they got passed, guys. You see, passed is equal to 3. So first user login got run. The dependent test, which is depending on user login, got executed and it got passed. The dependent test, which is dependent on both user login and add product to wishlist and view wishlist, also got executed and passed. This is what is a good case. Now, what if I put @ignore here? I covered this already in that previous session, guys. Okay. So if I import this ignore, I am disabling this particular test from execution. But the problem here is there are some tests which are depending on user login, but I am disabling the test from execution. So this test will not be executed. So what is the situation of this dependent tests? They will be, they will not be executed, guys. Rather, you will get an exception, some TestNG exception saying that these tests are dependent on, the dependent test is not available, like that. Okay, this particular test on which these particular methods are dependent is not available, like that. Some exception will come. You see, just click on run all. I'm ignoring this test from execution, so immediately you will get a TestNG exception saying that add product to wishlist and view wishlist is depending on method user login. If this is ignored, then how can we run the dependent test? It is saying simply. That's the thing. Or you can delete this also, guys. The same exception will come. But what if, irrespective of whether this particular test on which other test methods are dependent on is either ignored or deleted, still if I want to run this dependent test, what I have to do? So let's say this particular test method I still want to run even though the user login is not available. Okay, then what I have to do? Here I have to provide this particular attribute known as ignore missing dependencies. Okay, ignore missing dependencies. Dependent tests will still run despite of the test their dependent is ignored or missing. Okay, so earlier we got an exception here when the test on which the dependent tests are missing, this particular method is missing and the dependent tests are giving this particular exception saying TestNG exception and these methods are dependent, hence we are giving the exception kind of. But now I want one of the test method which is depending on the this particular ignore test should still run. Okay, should still run. Then here ignore missing dependencies. Attribute I will use. I'll mention as true, guys. Okay. Only for one of the tests I'm saying. This one I'm not saying. This will be skipped, guys, because anyhow, if this particular test doesn't run and directly this will run, this will fail. And since it is failing, this particular test is dependent on this one. This will get skipped, guys. Okay. Third one will get skipped. Second will be executed irrespective of whether this particular thing is missing or ignored. This second test will still run. That's the purpose of the ignore missing dependencies. And third test will fail because I have not used ignore missing dependencies here. Okay. Rather, this test is dependent on this particular test, hence it will skip. Okay. This test will fail and this will skip. Okay. That's what we are seeing. That's what we are going to see. So first one is ignored, it will not be executed. Second one will fail because it is still running despite of the main test being available. It's not available. And third test will be depending on this one, and hence it will get skipped. Okay. Or it's also dependent on user login. It may give you an exception also. Okay. May give you an exception. So let's run this anyhow. Let's see what will happen. Yeah, we got an exception, guys. That's okay. TestNG exception because the last one, remove product from wish list, is depending on the method that is not available. But this one, ignore missing dependencies is equal to true, is mentioned only for one of the test methods that got executed. Okay. Where are the results, guys? Nothing. There are no results here. Somehow no results here. Okay. Results of running wish list failed test summary. Nothing is coming here. Let's see. Uh, by adding this ignore missing dependencies true here. Okay. I'll just put here also. Let's see what will happen this time. I'll say run all. Let's see what will happen. We are ignoring the missing dependencies. Let's see what will happen. You see, this time they got run. Uh, Only two tests got run, guys, because the user login got ignored. So it will not run. Second thing is the ignore missing dependency test got failed. Okay. And hence the third test got skipped. Okay. Third test got skipped. This is what happens, guys. Okay. Irrespective of whether the test on which this particular dependent tests are depending on is missing or ignored or not available or deleted, still the dependent tests are running. One of them is failing, and since one of them is failing and this particular test is dependent on this particular failing test, this got skipped. Okay, because it is depending. If it is failing, it will get skipped. Simple, you already know that. So this is all about ignore missing dependencies attribute, guys. Okay, how to use this ignore missing dependencies attribute in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 25 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate depends on groups attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. So depends on groups attribute in TestNG. So before this, we already have gone through depends on methods, but here depends on groups. Here the dependent tests will run based on the @test annotated test methods. But here the dependent tests will run after the dependent groups got executed. That's what is the difference, guys. Okay. But how to use this depends on groups attribute? It's very simple as depends on methods. In place of depends on methods, we will use depends on groups. And also regarding the groups, I covered a lot of sessions here, grouping the tests. Okay, grouping the tests using groups attribute. Okay, we'll be grouping the tests using groups attribute, and we'll be using this attribute known as depends on groups. Okay, it's a combination. If you have the previous knowledge of these sessions regarding the grouping the test in TestNG using groups attribute, and also depends on methods attribute like that, it is very easy to understand depends on groups attribute, but I'll practically demonstrate. It will be more easy for you. Okay, here test methods are going to depend on the tests which belong to specified groups. Okay, here test methods which are going to be dependent on the tests which belong to the specified groups, guys. We have to write the syntax like this: depends on groups is equal to smoke sanity, like that. Okay, the tests which are categorized into smoke and sanity to should run first before running the test methods which are depending on these groups. Okay, I'll show you practically, guys. It will be more easy. I'll create one of the class, say a class login. Okay, login, click on finish. I'll not write the realistic Selenium code here. I'll write some dummy code, but test cases will look real. But inside that, I'll put some print statements instead of the real Selenium automation code or any other automation code. Public void login with valid credentials. This is one of the tests. Okay, login with valid credentials is one of the tests. I'll put that as @test annotation. Import this @test from TestNG, and I'll group it actually. Okay, I'll say groups is equal to circular brackets. I'll provide randomly. I'll provide some groups, guys. For this one, I'll provide smoke as a group. Okay, here system.out.println. I'll just copy this test method name just for the sample thing, and class name login like this. Now one more test I'll create. Public void login with valid email and invalid password. This is another test. Okay, this is another test. I'll just name this as @test, and I'll just add it to the groups. I'll add it to the groups known as instead of smoke, I'll add it to sanity here just for a sample case. System.out.println. Here I'll say login with valid email and invalid password, and I'll say hyphen login. Now I'll go to another method. I'll create one more method. Login with invalid email and valid password. Okay, invalid email and valid password. @test groups is equal to, for this also I'll say sanity. System.out.println. Login with invalid email and valid password hyphen login. Now one more test. Public void login with invalid credentials. Login with invalid credentials. I'll write here. I'll write @test, and I'll group it into groups is equal to, I'll say here as smoke again. Okay, here I have to put in double quotes, guys. Double quotes are missing. Now here system.out.println login with invalid credentials, which falls into the smoke test category, hyphen login. Next one, next test, public void login without providing credentials. Without providing credentials. Login without providing credentials. So here I'll say @test groups is equal to regression. I'll say system.out.println. Okay, login without providing credentials hyphen login. Now public void login without using mouse. Okay, and by using keyboard keys. Like this, I'll create one test method. Okay, just for sample case, guys. Don't take it seriously which group these test methods are falling into, why they are falling into. I'm just grouping some tests into some groups, and right? That's what I'm doing. Running something. I'll stop it. Yeah, here I'll say, now we got the time. System.out.println. Say login. Here I'll say login. Okay. So with the keyboard keys is the thing. Here I will not use groups here. Already for a lot of test methods I have used groups. You can see here, first test method login with is smoke, and second login with valid email, invalid password is sanity. Login with invalid email and valid password is sanity. Login with invalid credentials is smoke, and the next one login without providing credentials is regression. And this one I'll use this an attribute known as depends on groups attribute. Okay, so here I'll write depends on groups attribute is equal to, provide this curly braces. If only one group, you don't have to, it's not compulsory, guys. For only one group, you don't have to mention this. If you are providing multiple groups, You can mention this. For single group also you can mention, that is optional though. Okay, here in double quotes I'll say smoke, guys. Okay, I want this particular test to run only after the smoke test. Okay, I want this particular test to run only after the smoke test. Let's see how this execution will happen now. Okay, few of the test methods are smoke, few of the test methods are sanity. Okay, few of regression. Now but this test method should run only after the smoke tests are completed. Here two smoke tests are there: login with valid, login with invalid. After these two are completed, then only this uh, test method should run, because it is depending on groups, which is smoke for now. Okay, now save this and say run all and see the output, guys. Let's see the output, how it is working. After all the smoke tests are completed, then only after all the smoke tests are completed, then only. So just to make it more clear, guys, what I will do here is I'll say login smoke. We'll get some idea like which are smoke and which are not smoke. Okay, this one is sanity, right? Sanity. And this one I'll say it as smoke, and this one is regression. This one I didn't categorize into any group. Let me run it again so that it will be easy for us. After smoke tests are run only, that other test which is depending on the group smoke should run. Okay, let's see here what is happening. These are the tests which got executed, guys. You see, first login with invalid credentials, smoke test got executed. Then login with invalid email and valid password, sanity got executed. Login with valid credentials, smoke is done. Then login with valid email and invalid password, smoke is completed. Then after two smoke tests are done, then only this one has been completed. Okay, I'll do one experiment here. Intentionally I'll add a here. That means alphabetically it will come first. Just see here, after two smoke tests only it will be executed. Okay, so just run this. After the smoke test only, that depends on methods will be executed, guys. Okay, where it is coming, still it is coming at the end only, right? Okay, why it's login without using mouse and keyboard keys? Did I provide it properly? The name is not updated actually. A login. Okay, here I'll say a login, right? Okay, so depends on groups is smoke. It's taken to the bottom actually. After two smoke tests are done, then only this will be executed. Okay, but it's coming at the end only still. Is there any other way? I'll just give this as a some priority or something. I'll say priority is equal to 1. I'll say. Let's see what will happen. Okay. Let's see what will happen if I give the priority as 1. What will happen? Let's see. Still, it is coming at the end. Yes. You see, it depends on groups. Methods are coming at the end. Looks like after smoke. First, it is going there, guys. Actually, it is going there. Okay. It's going there. Okay. First, what's happening is, first it is going there, but it is finding that depends on groups will override this priority is called 1. Anyhow, we know from the previous sessions, whether you put priority is called 1 or not doesn't matter. First it will try to run this a login only, but the problem there is it is depending on smoke. So first it thought of executing. If I remove this part, for example, if I remove depends on groups here, then you will understand, guys. First this method will be executed. Okay, the flow, this method will be executed. Just see here, you see, a login without using mobile and using keyboard keys will be executed. But the problem was this particular method was depending on groups. So even though it has to be executed uh, after groups, it got postponed, guys. Okay, first the control came to this method only when this depends on groups was not there, but since it is depending on group, so it's postponed to the last. Then smoke test got executed. Then whatever the order it got, all the smoke tests got executed. Remaining all test methods got executed. Finally, the depends on groups, which is depending on smoke group, is getting executed. Okay, so that's how it is coming on the last. Okay, so anyhow, it is running after two smoke tests got executed, but it's coming on the last because it is being interfered in the first, but that didn't happen. Okay, so anyhow, okay, so depends on groups, smoke. Is there any other way we can actually do this? Login with without. Mm, Okay. So let's see the default order. Let's see, guys. Once let's see the default order. Okay, let's see the default order how they are getting executed. After that, we'll change. I'll do some experiment. Run this. First one is okay. Actually, it is coming on the last only. Okay, it's coming on the last. Though it's now not depending on the groups, but still it is coming on the last, guys, because uh, login without is there. Withouts are coming at the last. Okay, here U is the last. So what I'll do, I'll just put A here. What will happen? Let's see. Before U, I'll put A intentionally and see what will happen, how the order will change. Let's see. Run all. So here you see, this one came a bit before because I just added A here. Okay, here in the print statement, I didn't add A, but here I added A. So if you want to do that, I'll add A here. It will be more easy to understand. Now run this. You see, last regression got last, and this one got okay. So this one is login without providing credentials is coming last. That is regression. So now at this situation, when this order is like this, now I'll add depends on groups here. Now what will happen? Let's see. I'll just stop this. Okay. Okay. 1 minute. Now if I say, is there any order difference? Let's see. After smoke, this should run. Let's see. Smoke, sanity, smoke, smoke. Anyhow, it's going to the end only, guys. Okay. It's tripping on to the end. After because when the term comes, are there any smokes left out? It is seeing and it's pushing to the end. That's okay. We can't do anything about that. Depends on groups. We can also add more groups, guys, like after sanity, after regression, like this. After all the group related tests are done, after smoke, sanity, regression tests are done, then only you have to run these groups. Okay, like this also we can give. This is another way. And let me run this. Run all. After smoke, sanity, and regression tests are done. Finally, this login without using mouse and keyboard will run. Okay, after all smoke, sanity, and okay, this is another way of doing. So here we have explicitly provided 3 group names. That means the tests which are categorized into smoke, sanity, and regression should run first before running this particular test method. What if any of these test methods fails? Okay, before this test method, which is depending on groups run, any of the test method fails. For example, regression fails here. What will happen? If regression fails here, let's say I'll say int a is equal to 5 divided by 0. This will give you arithmetic exception. This 38 line will give you arithmetic exception and this particular test will fail. And also this particular test will be skipped because this particular test is depending on these groups. Okay. Regression group is also included now. If one of the tests inside any of these groups fail, this particular test method will not be executed, guys, because this test method is depending on all these groups. Okay, in one of the groups this test method is depending on, I intentionally added this 5 divided by 0, which will give you arithmetic exception and the test will fail. Hence this will be skipped from execution. Run this. Let's see what happened in the TestNG results. Where are the TestNG results? Okay, here you see login with the valid, everything got, and once this regression related test got failed, and you see the last test method which is depending on all these groups, one of the tests, you see out of all the tests, one of the tests in the groups which is this particular test is depending on failed, hence this got skipped. But still if you want to get run, what we have to do, you already know this. Okay, if you see one of the tests fails from these groups that are mentioned here, but still if you want to run this dependent test, this depending on these groups, then you have to say always run is equal to true. Okay, that you already know from the previous sessions. Irrespective of whether any of these tests from the groups fail also, this dependent test will depending this test which is depending on all these groups will run. Okay, even though it fails also it will run. Just see that always run is the attribute that I have explained in the previous sessions. Let's see. You see this has still run, guys. Okay, it didn't get skipped because I have used the attribute known as always run is equal to true. Okay. Anything else left out here? Test methods depends on tests which belong to specified group, depends on groups. Any of the tests from dependent groups fails, then the test will be skipped. Always run if you use will run the dependent test despite of the test fails from the groups. Okay. So this how earlier the depends on methods were depending on the particular test method. Okay. We are giving the test method name. Here we are giving the group names on which that particular test method is depending on. It can be single group or multiple groups. For multiple groups, this uh, starting curly brace and closing curly brace are important. For single group, if you want to mention, then you don't have to. It's optional to provide the closing and opening and closing curly braces. Okay, the syntax. This is what is all about depends on groups attribute, guys. Okay, and there's one more thing known as groups depending on groups, which I'm going to cover in the next session. Okay, here tests individual tests are depending on the groups, right? Whatever I showed you is individual tests are depending on the groups, but in the next session a group can depend on other group. After one group, you can execute that is related to other group. That I'm going to cover practically in the next session. So that's all about depends on groups attribute in TestNG, guys. In the next session, I'm going to cover another topic on TestNG that I have just now mentioned. So see you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 26 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how come a set of tests which are categorized into some groups depend on other groups using dependency stack and also by using depends on attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. Okay, for this concept to be clear, I have to practically demonstrate, guys. So let's get started. So earlier, guys, some test methods were depending on other test methods. But in this session, I'm going to show you how come a group of tests will dependent on or depend on other group of tests. Okay, in the previous session also depends on groups. Here test how come it test methods depend on the groups. Okay, after the group related tests are completed, then the depends on groups test methods will be running. Okay, dependent tests will be running. Here groups will be depending on groups, guys. Okay, here tests are depending on group. Here tests are depending on other tests. Okay, that is the difference, guys. Okay, if you have to see properly, in the previous sessions, what I covered is tests depending on other tests. Okay, we will provide the depends on methods and provide the name of the test. Okay, that means after these tests are executed only, then this particular test will be executed. Okay, and later I showed you how come the test will depend on groups. Okay, after the test related to a particular category of groups, this particular tests are depend on are executed, then only this test will be executed. Now, what I'm talking about is how come a set of tests which are related to one group or groups will depend on execution of the tests which are related to other groups. After the tests which are related to other groups are executed, then only the tests related to these groups will be executed. Like for example, if you want to execute the smoke related tests first, then sanity next, then regression next. How to do that? Okay, here all these are groups. Here tests related to sanity or dependent or regression. After tests related to sanity or dependent on smoke. Okay, tests related to regression or dependent on sanity, let's say. Okay, like this, guys. Okay, so after smoke test related tests are completed, then sanity related group tests should be executed, then regression test related group should be executed. That's what we are going to discuss, guys. Groups depending on groups. Okay, test a set of tests related to one group depending on other tests which related to other groups. After they got executed, then only these groups will be executed. And previous things were tests are depending on tests depending on groups and so on, but now groups depending on groups. How to do that? For that, guys, we have to go to group for groups depending on groups. We have to use two things. One is dependency stack and other one is depends on attribute. There are two things, guys, dependencies and dependence on attribute. For that, we have to create a TestNG XML file. We can use this dependencies tag and depends on attribute only inside the TestNG XML file. So before that, guys, I'll show you this Eclipse ID where we have the sample project. Under the test, we have this login.java. Here there are 5 tests, 5 to 6 tests are there. One is smoke. This particular test belong to smoke, and this particular belong to sanity group. This particular belong to smoke, and this particular belong to sanity. First smoke, then two are sanity, then fourth one is smoke, and fifth one is regression. Okay. So how many groups are there? Three groups are there: smoke group, sanity group, and regression group. This five tests can be categorized into. Now what I want to do is I want to right click on the project, select TestNG, and say convert to TestNG. And this kind of TestNG XML file will be created directly under the project with this XML code. Click on finish, guys. A TestNG XML file got created here. Open the TestNG XML file. Here at the test tag level, what I'm going to do is here, if I run this, all the five tests will run, guys. Okay. Let's see in which order they are running. Let's see. Okay. If I run this by default, if I run this testng.xml or testng XML file by default, in which order the tests are running, let's see. After that, we'll decide. Okay. You see, first smoke is running, then sanity is running, then smoke is running, then smoke is running, then regression is running. Okay, there is a mistake. It looks like here this is smoke, this is sanity, guys, not smoke. Okay, that is the problem. That's why we got three smokes there. Now run this. Right click, run as. By default, how the tests are running. First, smoke is running, then sanity is running, then smoke is running, then sanity is running, then regression is running. I want to change the order, guys. First, I want smoke to be running, then sanity to should be running, then regression should be running. Okay. For that, what I will do is I'll go to testng.xml file, and at the test tag level, I'll add something known as dependencies tag. Dependencies tag. Okay, like this. Starting and closing dependencies tag. Inside this, I'll add depends. Sorry, inside that, I'll add something like this. The lag level, we have to add under the dependency, we have to add groups, guys. Okay, group. We have to specify the group that you want to run first. Group name, you have to say name of the group. What is the name of the group? Let's say name of the group is uh, sanity, which depends hyphen on smoke. That means after smoke test got executed, smoke group related tests are executed, then only sanity test will be executed. I'll just close like this. Then another group I'll create. Group name is equal to regression, and this regression group related test will depends on sanity, guys. After sanity test got executed, then only regression test need to be executed. That means for smoke test related group test related test will be executed, then sanity related group related test will be executed, then only regression, because regression are depending on sanity group tests. Okay. So is there any problem with the test? Multiple annotations find at this line. The content test must match. Yes, it is matching here. But dependencies class, is there any problem? Let me save this once and close and open. Yeah, the error is gone, guys. Sometimes it happens when you restart the, again it's coming, guys. Okay, again it's coming. Let me check what is the problem here. Dependencies is starting here, dependencies is ending here, group is starting here, group is ending here, group is ending here. Then classes, test is ending here, but it's not identifiable. Let me see groups, dependencies, group. Okay. Okay. So let me check what is the problem here. I forgot one thing, guys, here. That is nothing but uh, this should be part of the groups actually. Okay. So here, if you clearly see here, above the dependencies, there is groups actually. Okay. I didn't provide that. Okay. That's a mistake. Here we have to start with groups, guys. Groups. And under these groups, dependencies need to be provided like this. Okay. I'll remove this. Under the groups, we'll have dependencies. Under the dependencies, we'll have group. Okay. A set of groups which are depending on other groups. Okay. This is the format, guys. Okay. I forgot to provide the groups here. That's why we got the error here. That's fine. Now let's run this and you'll see that. Now you'll see that first smoke test will run. Smoke related group test will run. Then sanity group related test will run. Then regression group related test will run. Okay. Run this. Right click, run as TestNG suite and see what will happen. First smoke, then sanity, then regression. They are executing, they are getting executed in an order. And don't forget to provide groups, guys. That is a mistake I have done. That's okay. It happens. So hope, guys, there's one more thing I need to explain. What if any of the tests from the dependent groups fails? Remaining all will be skipped. Okay. For example, here Here regression is depending on sanity. Sanity is depending on smoke. One of the tests in smoke let me fail intentionally. Okay. For example, this particular smoke, I'll fail it. Int a is equal to 5 divided by 0. So what will happen here? You will get arithmetic exception and smoke group related test will fail. What about the remaining groups which are depending on the smoke group? They need to be skipped from execution. Let's run this. Right click run as TestNG suite and let's see what will be skipped. Only one smoke got executed, guys. Second smoke didn't get executed because it got an exception. Because of that, there is a one pass is the smoke and other smoke got failed, and remaining three tests from other groups like sanity and regression, sanity and okay, got skipped. Okay, got skipped. So we didn't get any results also properly. Okay, what's happening here? Let me close this and yeah, this is another thing. Don't take it properly. So right click on TestNG XML file and run as TestNG suite. Let's see. Okay, three skips are there. Uh, Here nothing is coming, guys. Okay, here nothing is coming. I think I'm clicking on run button. That's why it's running. Okay. Login with valid credentials got failed and okay. So 1 minute, one. Let me run it again. Small problem here. Okay. I'll click here. Now you will see the proper results. You see login with invalid credentials smoke test got run first and which got passed, whereas login with valid credentials smoke test got failed, because of which the sanity test got skipped and regression test also got skipped. Regression group all test related things also got skipped. Okay, that's what will happen, guys. Remaining tests will skip. Okay, because these are depending on the groups. Okay. So hope guys you understood. Any test from the dependent groups fails, remaining all will be skipped. Okay, that you already know from the previous sessions also, but explicitly related to groups I demonstrated again. But this what is the syntax, guys? Groups, under that we have to provide dependencies in TestNG XML file at the test tag level. Group name, and which is depending on other group names. Okay, here we have used dependencies tag and depends on attribute along with the in the TestNG XML file. Okay. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to part 27 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to execute the TestNG tests at package level in TestNG XML file. So let's get started. So how to execute the test at package level by providing the details in the TestNG XML file is something that I'm going to practically demonstrate in this session, guys. First, we have to create this TestNG XML file, and in the TestNG XML file, we have to provide this kind of structure. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this for you with with a kind of example, so that you will get habituated how to use this one and all. Okay, so I'll open the Eclipse IDE, guys. Here we have a sample project which is already configured with TestNG and all those stuff as I already covered in the previous sessions. And here under SRC test Java, we have a package known as test package. Under this test package, I'll create a new class known as login class. Click on finish. Inside the login class, I'll create some tests. Public void. I'll create some dummy tests, guys. Dummy tests, guys. It's not real time tests. They're dummy tests. Okay. I'll not write any Selenium code, but I'll put some system.out.println statements in Java, like in place of the real Selenium code. Okay. Our focus is mainly on how to add that packages thing and how to execute the test at package level from the TestNG XML file. For that, we are creating all this stuff. Okay. Public void login with valid credentials. I'll say login with valid credentials. I'll say at the rate test. I'll give the priority also. Priority is equal to 1. Okay. I'll import this at the rate test from TestNG library. And here I'll say system.out.println sample print statement I'm printing. I'll copy this name of the test. Double quotes, I'll provide the name of the test hyphen the name of the class from which it got executed, login. Now next test, public void login with login with valid login with valid email and invalid password. Okay, invalid password. And here again at the rate test, priority is equal to 2. Okay, here I'll write a print statement system.out.println. Login with valid email and invalid password hyphen login. Okay, done. Next one, public void login with invalid email and valid password. This is the third one. I'll say at the rate test priority is equal to 3 system.out.println system.out.println. I'll write login with invalid email and valid password. I have to provide this in double quotes, guys. Here I have to provide double quotes first and hyphen login. That's it. Now few more tests I'll create. Public void login with invalid credentials, both invalid email and invalid password, invalid credentials. Then here I'll say at the rate test priority is equal to 4. Okay. Now system.out.println login with invalid credentials hyphen. Okay, what is happening? Hyphen login. Then last one, last test for this particular class. You can create any number of tests, but here login without providing credentials. Without providing credentials, I can create any number of test cases, but for sample in this login class, I'm creating only these 5 tests and also specifying the priorities, guys, in advance so that they will be executing in a this priority order. Okay. So here also same thing. System.out.println login without providing credentials hyphen login. Okay. Now save this, guys. Login and 5 test methods got completed. I'll similarly under the test package, I'll create one more thing known as I'll create one more class, right? Like new class known as register class. Click on finish. I'll create some test methods here. Some 4 test methods I'll create here. Public void register with mandatory fields, register with mandatory fields. Here I'll say the test. Over the mouse, import this. Now here I'll say system.out.println. Here I'll give the priority also, guys. Priority is equal to 1. Register with mandatory fields hyphen register class. Okay, done. Then public void register with all fields. Second test method. So here at the rate test priority is equal to 2. Now here system.out.println the double quotes give the name of the test followed by hyphen register class. Then another test public void register without providing any details. Third test, and here also at the rate test priority is equal to 3, and here system.out.println register without providing any details hyphen register. And one more test public void register duplicate account. Okay, register duplicate account at the rate test priority is equal to 4, and here system.out.println double quotes register duplicate account hyphen register. Okay, 4 tests in this register having the priorities set. Now I'll create one more class. I'll say search.java. Click on finish, and here I'll create some 3 test methods. Public void search with valid product, and here at the rate test priority is equal to 1. Import this at the rate test from TestNG. Now here system.out.println search with valid product hyphen search class. Next text public void search with invalid product. Another test case here at the rate test priority is equal to 2. System.out.println search with invalid product hyphen search. And one more test, public void, search without providing any product, without providing any product. Here write at the rate test, and here priority is equal to 3. Priority is equal to 3. System.out.println, system.out.println. Yeah, I'll say search without providing any product. Hyphen search. Done. Okay, 3 tests done, guys. Now here we have login, register, and search. I'll now right click on the project and select TestNG and say convert to TestNG. And here a TestNG XML file will be created directly under the project with this particular text XML content. Open the TestNG XML file. Here class level classes are provided. So whatever the class you provided here, okay, in the TestNG XML file, that classes will run. But I don't want to run at class level. Rather, I want to run at the package level. What is the package? Test package. Instead of providing individual classes like this, I'll remove this part, guys. I'll remove this part. In place of that classes, class, and all those stuff, I'll write something known as packages. Packages, guys. Okay. If you have multiple packages having multiple classes, this will be useful. Packages, and give something known as package name is equal to what is the name of the package under which login, register, and such is a test package. Give the test package here and say slash done. Okay. This is what you have to do, guys. Executing the test at the package level, guys. Okay. Instead of executing the test at class level, I am changing it to package level by providing the package name. All the tests under the package, all the classes and having the test methods under the package will be running, guys. Here login, register, and such related tests are under the test package. So here 5 tests, 4 tests, 3 tests. Okay, 5 plus 4 is 9, 9 plus 3 is 12. Total 12 tests should run from this package, from test package. Right click on testng.xml file and run run as a testng suite. All the 12 tests should run, guys. You see, 12 tests got run, 12 tests got passed. And if I go to the TestNG XML TestNG results also, you can see from login 5 tests, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From register 5 tests, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And from search 3 tests, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And also in the output, as you can see, the proper output has been displayed here. Okay, login with valid credentials, login, 4, 5. Till here is 5 tests. And register, 4 tests. And such, 3 tests. Okay. So this is how we can execute the test at the package levels in TestNG, guys. So hope guys you understood how to execute the test at package level in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another topic of TestNG. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 28 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate about TestNG parameterization, which is possible with the help of data provider annotation and data provider attribute. Okay, by using this data provider annotation and data provider attribute, this data driven testing automation is possible, which is otherwise called as or known as TestNG parameterization in TestNG. Okay, so we are going to automate the data driven testing with the help of TestNG parameterization, which is possible with the help of data provider annotation and data provider attribute. So everything will be clear for you when I practically demonstrate this thing for you. So let's get started. So TestNG parameterization with the help of data provider annotation and data provider attribute, and which is in turn will automate the data driven testing. Okay, before you understand what exactly is this TestNG parameterization and how to use this data provider and data provider annotation and attributes, we have to understand what is this data driven testing first. Okay, we have to start with the data driven testing, guys. So I'll take an example of a school website and I'll tell you what exactly is the data driven testing, not in automation way. Okay, we'll start with the manual way first. Okay, so guys, let's say there is a school website. There is school website. I'll just write down school here. The school website has a login functionality. Login functionality is there. So different users need to be able to log into the school website, right? So admin team, there will be not one admin person, there will be multiple admin people, right? The admin team need to be able to log into the school website and they should be able to access this is the output. Whether they are able to log into this application or not is the output. Okay, similarly, not only the admin team, now different teachers, okay, different teachers who are teaching different subjects across different classes in the school need to be able to log into the website, school website, and should be able to log in. Okay, the output should be they should be able to log in. This is another thing. Okay, this is another thing. Now there will not be only admin team, there will not be only teachers, but school website also has students. For each and every student across all the sections and classes in the school need to be able to log into the school website, and they should be able to log in. That is, output is they should be able to successfully log in. Okay, this is a login functionality I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the entire school website. I'm only login functionality I'm talking. Not only that, guys. Now the parents of these students also should have a account, right, with the school website, and they also need to be able to log into the school website, and login should be successful for them. Like this, if you see in a single school itself, okay, in a single school itself, there will be lot of accounts, right? Lot of accounts. For each and every admin person, there will be an account. For each and every teacher, there will be an account having some username and password to log into the website. For each and every student, there will be an account, that is username and password credentials for login to the website. For each and every parent of the students also has credentials. Okay, like that there will be thousands of credentials, guys. Okay, for example, these are admin. I told you, right? This is admin. These are assume that here only three is represented, but in real time there will be a lot of admin people. In real time there will be a lot of teachers. There will be a lot of students, and there will be a lot of okay parents. So admin team, teachers, students, and parents. So admin team, teachers, students, parents, using their credentials, they will log into the school website, and they should be able to log in. Okay, output should be they should be able to log in. Here, here, login functionality is only one, but the credentials, these credentials are nothing but the admin team credentials, that is username and password that admin team uses for logging into the school website, the username and password the teachers will use for login to the website, the username and passwords that students will use for login to the website, the username and password that parents will use for logging into the website is called as data, right? Here, how much amount of data is there? If the school is very big, there will be thousands of credentials. There will be thousands of credentials, guys, using which the users will be able to log into the school website. Okay. So, if this and this kind of situation is called as data driven, if you're testing, for example, if you're manually testing each and every credential of each and every admin person here and checking whether each and every person from the admin team is able to log into the school website or not, if you're manually checking each and every teacher who is associated with the school is able to log into the website or not, each and every student who is studying at the school is able to log in or not manually, if you are checking. Okay, parents of the students are able to log in or not, if you are manually checking each and every credentials is working or not. This is called as data driven testing, guys. Okay, if you are a software tester and you are asked to check whether all the admin team, all the teachers, all the students, and all the parents are able to log into the website, we call this kind of testing. Functionality is only one, guys, but data is more. So here data is driving the testing, and this testing is called as data driven testing. Since data is driving this testing, since more data is there, and it's taking more time for testers to test this, because how much amount of data, that many times the tester has to log in, log out, okay, and check whether these credentials are able to, all these credentials are able to log in or not of this admin, teachers, students, and parents. That is called as data driven testing, guys. And in order to automate, this data driven testing, TestNG will help us, guys. Okay, there is an option with the TestNG. Suppose I am automating this data driven testing using Selenium. Selenium by itself cannot help us in data driven testing, in automating the data driven testing. Selenium will take the help of the TestNG library. Selenium library by default doesn't have the capabilities of the data driven testing. Selenium library will take the help of the TestNG library to perform this data driven testing. To automate the data driven testing, Selenium and TestNG both are required. TestNG, there is a concept in TestNG known as TestNG parameterization. Okay, with help of this TestNG parameterization, okay, Selenium or any other tool like APM, or it can be uh, rest assured for API automation, any of these automation tools, if they have to automate the data driven testing, they have to take the help of this TestNG. Sorry, I wrote parameters. It's not parameters. This is TestNG parameterization. Okay. So either it can be Selenium or it can be rest assured for API automation, Selenium for UI automation, or it can be APM for mobile automation. Any of these tools have to use something, have to take the help of TestNG parameterization to automate this data driven testing. Okay, fine. So now we understood what is data driven testing with the school website, and now how TestNG will help Selenium or APM or rest assured to perform this data driven testing or to automate this data driven testing with help of TestNG parameterization. TestNG will do that. So TestNG parameterization comes with one annotation known as data provider annotation, another one known as data provider attribute. Using these two, we can achieve the automation of this data driven testing. Okay, in TestNG. So fine. I'll take a example. Okay, so I'll launch Eclipse ID here, guys. I'll launch Eclipse ID. Let me launch Eclipse ID. And so first I'll take a example, guys. What example I want to take is I cannot take the school website example here, but for automation. But I'll take this example of this tutorialsninja.com/demo. Okay, let me launch it. Meanwhile, so I want to go to the login page, and here I want to check whether this login functionality is working for different credentials. Okay, at least 3 credentials I'll check. If you are able to check for 3 credentials, you can check for thousands credentials. Okay, so here only one automation test will be there. Okay, only one automation test will be there, but data will be more. You see, I will be able to log in with amotori cap9 at the rate gmail.com. This is one credential. I'm able to log in or not. After checking whether this option is coming, I will confirm that login is successful. I'll log out and then I'll log in again with a different credential this time. Amotori cap1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and log in and see whether other credential is also able to log in. So do you have to write the test automation script for login functionality multiple times for each and every credentials? You have to write a separate test method. That is not a good approach, guys. Okay, what we are going to do here is in test automation or using Selenium or whatever APM or rest assured, what we are going to do is we are going to write a single test automation script for login and we'll parameterize that. Okay, we'll parameterize that to receive the data from external source. We'll parameterize the test method to receive the data from the external source, and that external source is going to pass the multiple sets of data like amotori cap9, amotori cap1, amotori cap7 or whatever it is. Okay, it will supply the data. How many sets of data? Maybe this is not working, guys. So 3 I'll take. Let's see. Yeah, 3 is working. 1, 3 and 9 are working. So we'll take those as examples. Okay, I'll show you guys. I don't have to write 3 automation scripts. The 3 test annotated test automation test methods I don't have to write. Instead, I will be writing only one, but we'll parameterize that test method. Okay, to accept the parameters, to write the parameters in the methods for that test method, and that parameters will receive the data from the a supplier method. Okay, the supplier method can supply any amount of data, guys. Okay, you have 1,000 credentials, that supplier method will supply the data. This is what we are going to achieve, guys. Okay, since I already have, okay, let me close this. So let me close all this stuff and let's start fresh here. uh, Under src test java test package, I'll delete all these files, guys. Okay, they are related to the other previous session, so let me delete that. Whatever necessary only I'll keep, whatever not necessary, testng xml file also I'll delete for now. Okay, now we don't have anything. Now freshly under test package, I'll create a new class known as DD, data driven testing demo. Okay, DDD demo. Click on finish. Some demo class I created. Inside this, what I will do is I'll create a method, guys. Okay, public void verify login. Like this, I'll create a test method. Okay, verify login at the rate test. Put the mouse on at the rate test and import this from TestNG annotation. Fine, that's good. Now let's write the code for Selenium code. I'll take a realistic code here. WebDriver manager dot Chrome driver dot setup. As you already know, these libraries are already there for a WebDriver manager and all. Okay, from the previous sessions, you can refer if you are not aware of WebDriver manager or whatever it is related to Selenium. WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. This will open the Chrome browser in Selenium. I'll import this WebDriver from Selenium library and I'll import this Chrome driver from Selenium library, and then I'll say driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then I'll say driver dot get. I'll give the application URL that I was talking about till demo only. I'll give. I'll copy this URL, guys, and I'll write the automation script casually. Now I'll click on the my account link, inspect this my account, and in the HTML code, I have to create an XPath. The span tag is there. Text between the tags is my account. So I'll say Control F / span text is equal to my account. Okay. If I give like this, it will locate the one of one is coming here. It is locating the my account option. Copy this XPath. Come back here and say driver dot find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath of that my account and say dot click. Okay, I'm just creating an example scenario here, guys. Example test here, for which data driven testing automation is required later by doing the TestNG parameterization with the help of TestNG parameterization by using the data provider annotation and data provider attribute. We are going to achieve that soon. But first, we'll write a sample script and we'll parameterize this method and then supply the data to this method. Okay, that is upcoming. Okay, once you click on the my account, you have to click on the login. Inspect this login, guys. Okay, here anchor tags are there. Text between the anchor tags we can use as a link text. Driver dot find element by dot link text. Provide the link text and say dot click. That's it. I clicked on that login option. Once I click on that, I'll get this email address and password. I'll inspect this email address. Here ID is there. Copy this ID, guys, and simply say driver dot find element by dot ID. By dot ID. Provide the ID of that email address field and say dot send keys. So here I'll hard code the data for now, guys. Okay. In the first, before going to the TestNG parameterization and the data driven testing automation, right? I am writing a sample script which generally looks which works only with one credentials. Okay. Which is not parameterized, which only works with one credentials. I'll give only one credential here, emotree cap9. Okay. So send keys and then next one, minimize this so that you can see this complete screen. Inspect this password field, guys, and here also we have an ID. Copy this ID and simply say driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of this okay thing and say dot send keys. Provide the valid password, valid credentials I am going to give, that is email and password. After that, I have to click on the, after giving 1 2 3 4 5 here, I have to click on the login button. Inspect this login button, guys. Here value attribute login is there, so input tag is there. So I'll create an XPath here. Control F input @value attribute is equal to login. Okay, enter. So one of one, it's locating the login button here on the UI, as you can see. Copy this and write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath, guys, of that login button and say dot click. Say dot click. Okay, once you click on this login button, guys, once you click on the login button, you have to verify whether this option is coming or not. Okay, so that how can we be sure that we got successfully logged in? We have to get this option. Inspect this. If any of this option, guys, edit your account information or change your password or modify your address book or modify your, if you get this kind of options, these options are only available for the users who got logged in. These options are not available for non-logged in users. I will verify only one of the option, guys. Any of the options you can pick here from here, but I will take this edit your account. It is a link text. So here I will simply write the code, right? Just for verifying assert dot assert true, assert dot assert true, driver dot find element by dot link text of that edit your account information dot is displayed. Okay, is displayed. Okay, and then finally at the end I'll put a semicolon. This will verify whether the user has been logged in or not. And finally driver dot quit, guys. Okay, driver dot quit. I'll quit the browser. I'll quit the browser. Okay, done. So this is the thing, guys. Verify login. Only one sample script. This is not a data driven test. Only one credential we have used here. Data is not driving this particular test. Okay, only for one set of credentials I have created this test method, and I am just checking whether this is going to work or not. Let's click on the run button, guys, and see whether the script will pass or fail. Okay, it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and open the application URL in the browser. Then it will click on the my account, click on the login to take us to the login page. If it's taking too much time, guys, just press enter. It's a demo application, guys. You should not be doing that. Okay, it's okay. It entered and it's verified. It passed, guys. Okay, so pass one. So the script has worked, and you see verify login has worked for this particular hard coded credential. Here credentials are hard coded, guys. Okay, no one is applying these credentials. But what if I have multiple credentials? We have to write this test method multiple times. For example, for let's say verify login one. Okay, I'll copy this and create one more test method for another credentials. Verify login two, and here I'll give one more credential, that is cap 3. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Then another test. If I have three credentials, I have to rewrite the same method. Same method I have to reuse how many times? 3 times. For three credentials, I have to write 3 times. Same test method, I have to repeat how many times? 3 times for three credentials. If you have 1,000 credentials, if you have 1,000 credentials, then 1,000 times, right? 1,000 times I have to write the same test method. Is it a good idea? This will run. This process or approach will work. If few number of credentials are there for each and every credentials, if you are writing the test method, that's okay. But you have 1,000 credentials, can you write 1,000 test methods here inside this GDT demo class? Is that a good approach? No, right? If you have 1,000 credentials, if data is driving the single test, single automation script, okay, where you're hard coding the data also at the same time, is that a good idea? No. Okay. What's the problem? Chrome driver was started successfully, but nothing is happening. Let me stop this and run it again, guys. Sometimes it may be a temporary glitch. Okay, so anything is missing. Let me cross check. I think everything is fine. Login 3, login 1, verify login 2. I think it should work. Let's run it again. Open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, open the application URL. It's taking time, just press enter, guys. Just press enter if it is taking time. That's okay. Aim to recap 9. Second test is running for second credential. Okay, it's working fine. Okay, one of the tests is failing. 3 is working. I think I have to choose one more thing. I think I don't know whether one is working or not. Yeah, one is working actually. Fine. Okay. So that's fine. So like this, guys, we have to create a test method for each and every test. Okay. Here I'll give one here, guys. So there are three credentials. For three credentials, three test methods. For 1,000 credentials, 1,000 test methods. That's not a good idea, guys. Rather, what I will do is I'll remove all these tests, all these extra tests. I'll keep only one test, only one test method, and I will parameterize this. How? String parameterization means what? Creating the parameters for this test method. I have to receive this username and password data from an external source. So for that, I'll say string email, string password. Okay. I'll write like this. Now, here in place of the email address, you don't have to hard code this, and you can directly pass this. Whatever the data that is coming to this email, you're passing here. Whatever the data that is coming to password, okay, you are passing here. But who will pass the data to this email and password parameters of this verify login method? Verify login method, only one method is required here because I parameterized. Okay, here parameter whatever the data that is being received to this parameters, right, that will be passed in this statements, and the script has to work. So who will pass the data to this particular test method? For that, guys, we have to create one more method here, public void. Okay, you can give any name for this method. I'll say data supplier. Okay, or get data. any name you can give. I am just okay with the data supplier. And here, which annotation you have to provide? You should not be providing at the rate test annotation. At the rate test annotation is only for the test methods. But here, I am going to provide some annotation known as at the rate data provider annotation from TestNG. I'm officially making this data supplier method a method in TestNG which is going to supply the data to the test methods. But is the connection established between this method and this method? No. You simply market this method as a data provider which is going to supply the data to the test method. But to which test method you are going to supply the data? This data provider method is going to supply the data to which particular test method? That we are not sure. So how to make the connection? Here guys, beside the test at the rate test annotation, use an attribute. Here data provider is an annotation. Here I am using attribute. Data provider attribute. Data provider is equal to in double quotes, give the name of the method which is marked with at the rate data provider, right? Give that name of the method. Now the connection is established. Now we know that this, okay, now we know that this data supplier method is going to, okay, supply the data to this test method, because you see you marked it as data provider, and here who is going to provide the data to this particular test method? A data provider method which is having data supplier as a name. Name of the method is data supplier. That particular method is going to supply the data. Okay, like this we have to make a connection. Then how to supply the data? How to write the code here to supply the data? Very simple guys. You have to create something known as a two-dimensional object array. Okay, you have to create something known as two-dimensional object array. What is this object? Object is the parent class of all the classes in Java guys. Okay, so you can also create two-dimensional string array also. Two-dimensional string array also you can create, no problem. Okay, but when we have to go for object array, I'll tell you. Okay, for now let's why to confuse, let's use a string array. Everyone knows about string, right? Two-dimensional string array I'll use, and I'll say data is equal to, here arrays concept in Java guys, arrays concept in Java I'll provide. So it is a two-dimensional array, right? It is a two-dimensional array. So how do we represent a two-dimensional array? Shortcut representation. Inside the curly braces, again we have to provide multiple curly braces. How many sets of data you want to pass? That many curly braces you have to provide. That means each and every inner curly brace is a single dimensional array. It's an two-dimensional array is an array of single dimensional arrays. Okay. Here in the single dimensional arrays, you have to provide two double quotes. One is for user email and other one is for password. Okay. Email and other one double quote is for password. One is for email and other one is for password, like this. Okay. Here I'll pass the email address guys. What is the email address? I'll go here and then get the email addresses which are working fine. As we already have seen, this 9 is working. So I'll give the 9 here, emo to recap 9, and password will be 12345. If you are going to the next, you can also get it to the new line. That's not a big deal. And 3 is working guys, 3 is working. So copy this and paste it here and say 12345. And this one also I'll move to the new line. And here, emo to recap 1 is also working. So I'll give 1 here. How many sets of data are there? 3 sets of data are there. Okay, 3 sets of data are there. This array is a set 1. This array is a set 2. This array is a set 3. Now what is the thing? Thing is, you have to simply say return data. That's it. Okay, you don't have to create an object array because both the username and password are provided in the form of strings, right? So that's okay, guys. Okay, they are passed in the form of the string. That's okay. Okay, so why we have to put object array, I'll tell you later. Okay, why we have to put object array here, I'll tell you later. For now, for this example, string array, string two-dimensional array is enough. So here, what is the return type of this data? The return type of the data is nothing but string two-dimensional array. Instead of providing void here, we have to provide string two-dimensional array. That's it, guys. You don't have to do anything. So what happens now is when you are returning this data, which is a two-dimensional string here, okay, the first value, okay, first set of credentials will be passed. So when you run this test guys, when you run this test, what will happen? The control will start from the test, and beside the editor test annotation, data provider is called data supplier is there. It will immediately connect to the data supplier method and take the first set of data. This first set of data will be taken into consideration. that is amotoricap9@gmail.com, and 12345 will be taken. Okay, and in that, the first element of this array will be passed to this email, and second element of the array will be passed to this password. Okay, first element will be passed to the email, second element will be of the array will be passed to the password. And once the this test method runs with the first set of data, and after that is completed, now again this test method will collect the data from the next set of data will be taken into consideration. This email will go into this email, and second set of password will go into the password, and test will run for the second time. The test method will run for the second time. Now after the second test is completed, second run is completed, then third set of data will be taken into consideration, where email will go into this email and password will go into this password. Okay, and that's how the data provider method will work with the at the rate test annotation test method. Okay, when you parameterize it like this. Fine, guys. So let's see whether this test method will run three times with every time with three credentials of data or not with this approach. Let's see that. Okay, run this, run all, or you can run this test method also. There is only one method. Three times the test method should run with the multiple sets of data being provided by the data provider method. Here we have used data provider annotation and data provider attribute also at the same time. Okay, to connect the data provider with the data supplier with the test method. Okay, second test, it's taking time, just hit enter, guys. Second test is running. The demo application you can hit enter, but in real time don't hit enter. Okay, you see three tests got run. Only one test method is there, but it got run three times. You can see the TestNG results for more clarity, guys. As you can see, verify login functionality has been run. Same test method, that is verify login, has run how many times? 1, 2, 3 times. First time it has run with first set of data, amotoricap9@gmail.com 12345, which is supplied from the data supplier method in this example. Second time, same test method has run with another set of data, amotoricap3@gmail.com 12345. And third time the same test method got run with the third set of data, that is amotoricap1@gmail.com 12345. So here we have automated the data driven testing with the help of TestNG parameterization. We have parameterized the TestNG test method. Okay, and we have used some annotation known as data provider annotation for the method before the method, which is going to supply the multiple sets of data. How many sets of data you are supplying from this method, that many times this test method is going to run. And at same time, here we have used data provider attribute to connect this test method to collect the data from this data provider method. Okay, how can the test engine know that which test method this particular data supplier method should supply the data? We have to provide a connection here. We have to provide a connection here using the data provider annotation by giving the name of the supplier method, which is going to supply the data to this test method. How many sets of data is there? That many times the test method will run. So hope you are able to understand how to automate the data driven testing with the help of TestNG parameterization and with the help of this at the rate data provider annotation and data provider attribute. Okay, fine. Anything is left? Let's see. Data provider object array. I'll tell you later, guys. I'll cover this later. Why we have to use object array. There are a lot of topics left out. I'll just cover that later. Here I'll cover. Okay, the time will come when I explain about the here. For now, we have used string array, guys. In place of string, we have to use object class. Uh, all those details I'll cover as part of the other session, guys. Coming sessions. Okay. So why we have to use object array or the string array, I'll tell you later. Okay. For now, it will work for fine with the string array because all the credentials I'm passing to the test method are nothing but string type. Okay. So I explained about the data provider annotation at the rate data provider annotation of TestNG. I explained about data provider attribute, okay, which we have to write beside the test annotation of the test method to connect the data provider supplier method with the data provider test method. Okay, so passing data to the test method. So with this, both data was passed to the test method. How many sets of data are there in the data supplier method? That many times the test method got executed. We have seen that. Have done the practical demonstration. For this session, this is much, guys. Okay, this is enough. But there are a lot of topics related to, okay, this test engine parameterization or this data provider thing. Okay, so what are the pending topics we have? We can separate the data provider method, guys. That is one topic, and a lot of other topics also here I mentioned. Okay, reading data from Excel files into the data provider method, we can achieve that. Multiple ways of returning data from data provider method, partially passing the data from the data provider method using indices attribute, separating the data provider method into separate classes. Okay, this is already there here, separating the data provider method. Okay, the same thing, I think it got repeated, separate class, and many more are there, guys. Okay, I just have to remove this actually. Separating the data provider into separate class. Okay, so fine, these are the pending topics, guys, which I'm not going to cover in this session, but don't think that the topic is completed. This topic has just started, guys. Okay, and the main important concept has been explained for you. Okay, so more I am going to cover here. Okay, more I am going to cover here. Different ways, different things are there that we can work on with this data provider and data driven testing automation, that is TestNG parameterization. For now, this much is enough for this session. So guys, that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic, as I already explained in this session, what topics I'm going to cover next. So that's all for this session. Thank you. See you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 29 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to name a data provider method using name attribute. So let's get started. This session is a continuation of the previous session. So here in the previous session, I explained and demonstrated about TestNG parameterization using at the rate data provider annotation and data provider attribute. Now in this current session, okay, I'm going to name this, okay, I'm going to name this data provider method, which is provided with at the rate data provider annotation using name attribute. In the previous session, I have not done that. This current session, I'm going to do that, guys. It's a very simple session, guys. Simple practical demonstration is there. I'll quickly open up the code which have demonstrated in the previous session, where we have a data provider method which is going to supply the multiple sets of data to this test method, because they are connected with this at the rate data provider annotation. The method that is going to supply the data is provided with the at the rate data provider annotation, and the method test method that is going to receive the data from this data provider method is provided with this attribute known as data provider attribute, and and uh, it is provided with the name of the method. Okay, it is provided with the name of the method, that is data supplier here. Okay, the attribute value is nothing but the name of the method. But what if you want to have a different name other than the method name? Okay, for this data provider, method name, you don't want to provide the data provider method name here. You want to define your own data provider name, and that name you want to supply to the data provider annotation here. In that case, we have to use an attribute known as name attribute. Provide circular brackets beside this at the rate data provider annotation, and say name is equal to, okay, some get data. I'm just naming this as get test data otherwise. Okay, name is equal to get test data. Now here we can either use the name of the method, or we can now provide the name of the data provider. That is, instead of giving the name of the data provider method, we are going to give the name of the data provider itself, which we have given using the name attribute of the data provider annotation. Just directly give that here. Data provider is equal to get test data. Fine. Now let's see whether this particular thing, after naming this data provider with a different name other than the method name, and if I pass that data provider name as a value to this data provider annotation, will this script work in the same fashion as I have demonstrated in the previous session? Whether this test will run 3 times for 3 sets of data or not? Okay, let's see that in action now. Let's click on run all here, or you can click on run also, because only one test is there. You should get the same result, guys. Same test method should be executed 3 times, because 3 sets of data is being passed by the data provider method, which is now named with a different name, and that name is provided to the data provider annotation, guys. Okay, it's working fine. As you can see here, one of the tests, one time the test got executed, the same test is now getting executed second time. Now the same test will be executed third time. Okay, for the third time also it got executed and everything got passed. Okay, and you can see the results also here. Verify login. Same test method got executed 3 times and with different sets of data, guys. Okay, fine. So after naming this data provider with the name attribute, and if I provide that data provider name as a value to the data provider attribute rather than providing the name of the method, it is still working fine. Okay. So this is a better way of doing the stuff, guys. Okay. You better provide the name to the data provider and then provide that name of the data provider to the data provider attribute of the @test method. So hope guys you understood how to name a data provider method using the name attribute in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 30 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to parameterize the test methods with array parameter. So let's get started. This session is a continuation of the previous sessions where I have explained about the TestNG parameterization concept where one of the test method which is annotated with @test annotation receives the data from the data provider method in the form of multiple parameters like string, email, string, password. But instead of using that string, email, string, password, can I use an array parameter in place of that? Is the main thing about this session. Let me practically demonstrate this for you so that things will be more clear for you. Okay. So parameterizing the test method using array parameter practical demonstration. Let me directly jump onto the practical code so that you will understand what is this array parameter and what it is actually replacing in the previous things. Okay. So if you see here, guys, the code, okay, here we have the data provider method, which is going to supply the data to this particular test method because we connected the data provider with this, you see, the name of the data provider is mentioned as a value to this data provider attribute of this test method. So there are three sets of data. First set of data, second set of data, and third set of data. But how this test method is parameterized using TestNG? By providing two parameters. Why we have provided two parameters here? First parameter represents the first value in the, that is email. This email as part of the first set of data, okay, this array will be sent to this test method as part of the first time when the test method is called. This first set of data will be sent to this method, and this email address will go into the email feed, email parameter, and this password will go into the password parameter. And after the execution is done, now second set of data will be passed to this test method where email address will go into the email and password will go into the password. Now third set of data, after the second time the test is executed, email will go into third set of data, email will go into the email and password will go into the password. That's fine. Here a limited amount of data is there for every set. Only two two data is there. Okay, for every set of data there are only two values that need to be passed. What if there are a good number of values like 10 values? Is it a good idea to create that many number of parameters here like string, email, string, password, string something, int something like that? Can you create that many number of parameters? Is that a good idea? No, right? So there is a way. If you have large list of, okay, here in this example there is no large list of, every set of data has two data. Okay, two count of data is 2 in every set of data. Every time the test method is called, a count of 2 of data is being passed. But if the count of this data for every set of data is 10 or more than 10, for example, imagine here you have to create 10 parameters. But in that kind of situations, okay, normal situations, you can go with this approach, guys. You can, if there are less number of count of data in the each set of data that is being passed to the test method, you can go with this approach of parameterizing the this test method with the individual parameters. That's fine. But if you get a situation in real time where you are passing more sets of more count of data in a single set of data that is being called when it is being called the test method, in that case this is not a good approach. Okay, in that case, here instead of creating multiple parameters like that, you just create here what is being passed for every iteration. For a data provider is passing a single dimensional array. Okay, a single dimensional array for every test method calling. In second, after the first set of data is called, another single dimensional array is being passed to this as a data to this test method. Then third single dimensional array. And so here simply you can understand that single dimensional string str, if you say, it is also fine. You don't have to give so many number of parameters. If this for every set of data there are good number of count of data is there, then no need to create multiple parameters for that. Simply create a string array here, because you are passing the string data here, string array, and that's all. You just copy this str, and in place of the email you say str of 0, array at the index 0. That means this first data will be passed. This will be given 0th index in the array. This is the first index in the array. Here password is at the available at str1. If you have 10 count of data passed as part of this data set, in that case str of 0, str of 1, str of 2, parameter is only one string array parameter. But here you can use str of 0, str of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like that. Okay, if you have 10 count of data in this data set, you understood when we have to use string array. Okay, this is one of the things you have to understand, guys. You don't have to give individual parameters always. There may be some situations where the count of the data in this single set of data that is being passed by the data provider to the test method may be more. In that case, you cannot create that many number of parameters to receive the data from the data provider method. Simply you can create a string, the kind of array. It can be object array, it can be string array, it can be integer array, whatever the array, and then use array elements like this wherever needed. str of 0 will contain the email in this str, and str1 will contain password, and still this is going to work. Okay, this is another way of parameterizing the test method with array rather than creating individual parameters for receiving the data. But use it only when it is needed. When you have more count of data in a single set of data that is being passed to the test method, this approach is beneficial. Okay, but not always. So it's taking time to load. This demo application, guys, I can hit enter, but in real time, don't hit enter. So whenever the application page is taking time, I'm just pressing enter just to save the time of your execution. But in real time, you should not be doing this. Sometimes it will load fast, but sometimes it will take time, guys. There's no other way of manually intervening here in this case of demonstration. You see, all the 3 tests got passed, and okay, and you can see here verify login, verify login, verify login. Even after accepting the data in the form of string array, still the verify login test method got executed 3 times. For every time it passed. str of 0 is email, str of 1 is password, str of 0 is email, str of 1 is password, str of 0 is email, str of 1 is password. Okay, so this is what I wanted to demonstrate, guys. Okay, parameterizing the test method with array parameter. But the better way here in this case, if you ask me what is the best way of parameterizing, means I will not take the array, guys. Okay, I'll take the old format only. That is better, because the count of data in every set of data that is being passed to the test method is only 2. Why to go with the array in this case? Okay, so better go with that email and password system only for okay. So only required you just go with that array approach. Okay, otherwise I'm changing it back. I'm changing the code back. Okay, fine. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 31 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to separate data provider method into a separate class using data provider class attribute. Till now, we have the test methods and data provider, that is data supplier methods, inside the same class. So no problem. What if you move this data provider method into a separate class? Whether the test method will be able to receive the data from these data provider methods, which are separated into a separate class. Okay, test methods are in a separate class, data provider method is in a separate class. Is it possible to transfer the data between the classes? Whether the data provider in one class can supply the data to the test methods in other class? Is it possible? Yes, it is possible, guys, with help of this data provider class attribute. So let's get started, guys. We are going to separate the data provider method, which is along with the test methods in the same class, into a separate class, and still data provider method should be able to supply the data to the test methods in the other class. And that is possible with the help of this data provider class attribute, guys. So here is the code, guys. I'm going to follow all these steps. Okay. So here is the code where the test method is inside the same class and data provider method is also inside the same class. Now the tests are running fine. Okay. If you run this code, if you run this test, the test will run fine. The data, three sets of data are being supplied to this test method, and they both are in the same class, guys. So there is no problem in this. Okay, we have not separated the data provider method into a separate class. It's working fine. You see, one of the test has completed. One set of data is complete. Second set of data is completed. Same test, but multiple sets of data. Okay, third set of data test is completed and everything got passed. If you see the results here, verify login. Same test got executed 3 times with different sets of data. Okay, it's working fine. What if I move this data provider method into a separate class? Not always the data provider can stay in the same class where the test methods are there, right? In real time, you may have the data provider methods in separate classes. Okay, so I'll just name this as sample data class or something, whatever the name you wanted to give. Okay, sample provider or something. Okay, sample provider. Like this, I'll give some name, guys. Sample provider is the name of the class I'm giving. You can give any name for this class. Click on finish. And into the sample provider class, okay, that I randomly created the given the name, I'll move this data provider method as it is. I'll cut from here. You see, no more. The data provider method is inside the same class where test method is there. Now I'm moving that into the separate class known as sample provider class. Okay. Now, now guys, what will happen if I run this test? Will the data provider method in a separate class known as sample provider class can supply the data to this test method, because here data provider get test data is there, get test data is there, but data provider is part of another class. Will the test method will be able to locate the supplier of the data? Let's find it out. If you run this, you will get an exception, guys. Okay, this test method will not be able to find the data provider method, and because of that, you will get an exception known as TestNG exception saying verify login, which is a test method at the rate test method, is requires a data provider method named as get test data. Okay, which is not foundable. You see, get test data related named data provider method is not foundable. That's what, and the tests are unable to run. Okay, the data is not getting supplied to this test data. The problem here is we provided the data provider name. Okay, we provided the name of the data provider, either the name of the method or name of the data provider we have provided. But did we provide to this test method from in which class this data provider method is available? Did we provide to this test method that in which class this data provider method is now currently available? We didn't provide. So what we have to do is we have to put a comma here. After the comma, we have to use the attribute that I was talking about, that is data provider class attribute. Okay, so data provider class attribute is equal to, we have to give the name of the class. Sample provider is the name of the class under which this data supply that method is available. Okay, data provider method is available. So sample provider is a class name, and also you have to end this with dot class. So here you are telling to the test method that this particular data provider, which is having the name as get test data, is available in a class known as sample provider. This is a format, guys. Okay, you have to end with dot class, guys. Don't forget, otherwise you'll get error. Now the test method knows what is the data provider method name and also in which class it is available. Now it should work. Yes, it has to work now, guys. Okay, run this and see that the test will run seamlessly now without any problem. The data will be supplied by the data provider method from a separate class, because the test method knows now in which class this data provider method is available. We have mentioned in the test at the rate test annotation, circular brackets, the location of the class where this data provider method is available. Hence, it is working fine, and which is only possible with the help of data provider class attribute. Okay, you see all the things got passed. The same test got repeatedly run 3 times because 3 sets of data are there. Okay, it's working fine. Now this is working fine because even after separating the data provider method, it is working fine because we use this data provider class and located the class in which this data provider method is available. So hope guys you understood how to separate the data provider method into a separate class using data provider class attribute. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 32 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to create and use multiple data provider methods. So let's get started. Till now, that is till the previous sessions, I only have used a single data provider. Either it is inside the same class or it is separated into a separate class. But there was only one data provider method used. But can we use or create multiple data provider methods inside the same class or separated into a separate class? Yes, it is possible, guys. I'm going to demonstrate the same for you in this session. So for this guys, let me take a new class. Let me create a new class. Okay. So I'll not be using a realistic Selenium code here, but I'll be using some dummy print statements. Okay. I'll just name this class also as a demo class. So inside this demo class, I'll create a test method, public void. I'll just name that as sample, nothing much. So this sample method is provided with @test annotation and over the mouse import this, and this particular sample method need to receive the data from a supplier method known as data provider method or methods. Okay, so let's say I would like to receive three sets of data. Okay, here string 1 I'll say, string 2 I'll say, string 3 I'll say. Okay, some three sets of data I want to receive. Okay, now whatever the data I'll receive to this particular method, I want to print it out. 1 plus, I'll just use concatenation operator to concatenate what I will receive here and just simply paste in the output. That's it. Okay. Whatever I receive, I just paste it in the output so that it will prove that the data has been passed to this method. Okay. Every set of data is containing 3 count of data. Okay. This is a test. One of the test method guys I created. Now I would like to create a data provider method which is going to supply the data to this test method. Public void, I'll say supplier one, and here I would like to, you see all these are strings, right? String. So I'll create a, what I will do, I'll create a string array, two-dimensional string array. Data is equal to, I'll provide like this. How many sets of data I want? I want to pass some three sets of data here, let's say. So here three sets of data. In every set of data, guys, in every set of data, count should be 3. Let's say this is Arun. This is some my last name, and let's say some color I'll give. Okay, so randomly I'll give some fruit name, otherwise fruit name apple or something. Okay, just give something, guys. Okay, it may not be just it should be a string, nothing much. Then here I'll say Varun, Dawat. I'll say mango fruit. Okay, one more. One more set of data is to be sent. Okay, 3 sets of data, guys. Every set of data contains 3 data counts. Let's say Tarun, Bhaskar, and here I'll give another fruit, guys. Let's say pineapple. Okay, now I want to return the data. What is the return type? Two-dimensional string array. Okay, that should be the return type. The error will be gone, and I need to connect this. I have to first provide this with the data provider annotation, and I would like to name this, guys. Name is equal to, name this data provider as supplier 1. Okay, supplier 1. Import this data provider from TestNG. Now How this data provider is going to supply the data to this test method? Simple guys. Here beside the test annotation, at the rate test annotation, provide data provider attribute is equal to the name of the data provider you just provide. That's it. Now if I run this test will be running 3 times because 3 sets of data are there, and this Arun will go into 1, Moturi will go into 2, Apple will go into 3 in the first time when the test method is called with the first set of data, and that Arun hyphen Moturi hyphen Apple will be printed in the output. For second set of data, again the test method will be called, same test method will be called. Okay, Varun Dawat Mango will be printed, Tarun Bhaskar Pineapple for third set of data. Okay, run this 3 times, the same test method has to run, but only one data provider is there. You see, 3 tests. Arun Motor Apple, Varun Dawat Mango, Tarun Bhaskar Pineapple, as we have thought it. You see, same sample test sample method, same sample test method got executed 3 times with different sets of data. That is Arun Motor Apple, Varun Dawat Mango, and Tarun Bhaskar Pineapple. Now my question is, here only one data provider is there. Can I have multiple data providers? That is what is the session is all about, right? Current session is all about. So what I will do is public void. I'll say supplier 2. Okay, I'll say supplier 2. I'll provide this with a data provider annotation. This is another method which is also a data provider. I'll just name this data provider as supplier 2, guys. Okay, supplier 2. And here similarly I'll copy paste this code. Okay, so, I'll copy paste this code, and the return type also I'll mention as string 2-dimensional array here. And here I'll just change the things. Okay, let's say what we can give. Let's give different names otherwise. Okay, Kishore, Ravi. I'll give some colors like blue. Okay, I can give anything, guys. I'm giving blue. Okay, Rakesh. Okay, Rakesh. Anything we can give? Rakesh. Karan or some. Karan is again a name. Rakesh Sevat or something. Rakesh Rathod otherwise. I'll give green. Then okay. Then again one more name I have to give. Otherwise I'll just pass only this 2 sets of data, guys. Why to give 3 sets of data? Only 2 sets of data this particular supplier 2 method has. Okay, first set, second set. But supplier 1 has 3 sets of data, supplier 2 has 2 sets of data. Let's keep it simple. Now guys, you see we have 2 data provider methods inside the same class. Now this test method is using which data supplier? Either it can use this supplier or this supplier. Okay, this provider or this provider. Currently it is using supplier 1. When I run this, Arun Motori Apple, Varun Dawat Mango, Tarun Bhaskar Pineapple will be printed. Okay, as you can see here, Arun Motori Apple sample method got run with this sets of data. What if guys, I want to use a different data provider? Okay, this test method don't want to use this data provider but want to use other data provider. So just copy this name of this data provider and replace the supplier 1 with supplier 2. Now this time what will happen here is, this data provider is going to supply the data to this test method instead of this data provider. Okay, because we changed the data provider from which the test method has to receive the data from. Okay, only 2 sets of data, Kishore Ravi blue, Rakesh Rathod green. Okay, run this. Kishore Ravi blue, Rakesh Rathod green. Okay, Kishore Ravi blue, Rakesh Rathod green. Only 2 times it got run. And now one more question arises, whether this data providers can be part of the same class or can be separated into a separate class. Yes, they can be separated as usual. Okay, so I'll create a class, guys. Okay, I'll just create a class, sample provider class, sample provider. Okay, some random name I'm giving. I'll just move this data providers. I'll just move this data providers into that separate class, multiple data providers into this separate class. Okay, and yeah, now come back. Now the problem here is, the test method knows which data provider, that is sample 2, but it doesn't know where this data provider method is available. It is part of the other class. So it cannot find, it tries to find this supplier 2 named data provider in the same class. When you run this, you will get a TestNG exception. because data provider is not part of the same class. Okay, you see it is not able to find. Sample test method is not able to find the data provider which is having the name as supplier 2, because now it's part of the separate class, guys, separate class, supply 2 here. Okay, so how to overcome this problem? You already know from the previous session that here we have to put a comma and we have to use an attribute known as data provider class attribute is equal to, give the name of the class, sample provider is the name of the class, sample provider is the name of the class, say dot class. Okay, don't forget to provide dot class. Now that's it. Now we have told the test method, okay, to receive the data from this supplier to named data provider method, which is available in which class? Sample provider class. This is possible with the help of data provider class attribute, guys. Now run this, it is going to work. Two times it will run. Sample method Kishore Ravi blue, Rakesh Rathod green. Okay, only two times. Okay, sample method got executed two times. Or you can change the supplier here, supplier one. Here the sample provider has two suppliers, supplier one. Now save this. Now run this. From sample one supplier, three times. Three sets of data are there. Arun Motori apple, Varun Dawat mango, Tarun Bhaskar pineapple. Okay, right? Okay, I think somewhere. Okay, okay. Same test method got executed three times with supplier one named data provider. Okay, so either this multiple data providers can be part of the same class or can be separated into separate class, guys. So hope guys you understood how to create multiple data providers and use them, okay, to supply the data to a test method. Test method need to decide from which data provider it has to receive the data. This is possible in TestNG, guys. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 33 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to create and use multiple data provider methods across multiple classes. So let's get started. Till the previous session, we have created multiple data provider methods in the same class or a separated class, but a single class. Now, I am saying that we can create multiple data provider methods across multiple external classes. What does it mean? Let me practically demonstrate that for you. Okay, how to create multiple data provider methods across multiple classes, not a single class but multiple classes. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate that for you so that it will be easy for you to understand. For example, in the previous session, what we have done is we have created demo.java, guys, where we have a test method and we have separated the data provider method into a separate class known as sample provider class. Okay, here there are two data provider methods. Here multiple data provider methods are there, which are part of the sample provider class, which is an external class for this test method. So here, whether you have to use supplier one data provider method or supplier to data provider method, you have to provide the name of the data provider method here. Okay, for example, here there are two data providers having some name mentioned as supplier one. This data provider has a name as supplier one. This data provider has a name as supplier two. Okay, beside the test method, using this data provider attribute, we are providing the name of the data provider method, that is supplier one or supplier two. Okay, if I provide supplier one, that's not enough, guys, because these data provider methods are part of a separate class known as sample provider. They are not part of the same class. The demo class, we don't have the data providers. Rather, they are separated into a separate class known as sample provider. Okay, so here, apart from providing the name of the data provider, we have to provide the class name in which this data provider methods are available. That is, by using the attribute known as data provider class, we can provide the class name, that is sample provider in which data providers are available, say dot class. Supplier one data provider method in the sample provider class. Now if I run this, the data will be retrieved, okay, supplied by the supplier one method in that sample provider class. You see, first data provider, okay, the supplier one data provider method is supplying the data to this test method. This test method got executed three times. This sample test method got executed three times with three sets of data. You see, the first data provider is passing the three sets of data here, as you can see. Arun Motori apple, Arun Motori apple, Varun Dawat mango, and Tarun Bhaskar pineapple. Okay, these sets of data. What if I want to change the provider name? Instead of supplier one, if I give supplier two, what will happen? From the same sample provider class, if I give supplier 2 here, the supplier to data provider in the sample provider class has only two sets of data, that is Kishore Ravi blue, Rakesh Rathod green. Okay. So if I run this, test method here, this time this test method will be running two times. Kishore Ravi blue, Rakesh Rathod green. Only two tests will be running, guys. You can see here what happened. I just clicked on it. Let's go here and see. Yeah, sample method, test method got executed two times. Two sets of data has been passed by this data provider, that is supplier to from the sample provider.java. Now my question is, here only one external class containing two data providers is there. Is it possible to create one more class containing other data providers that can supply the data to this test method? Yes, it is okay. So let's create that. Okay, let's create one more class. I'll say sample provider 2 class. Okay, you can give any name here. I'm just giving some sample provider 2. In that, I'll create the data provider methods. Public void. Okay, I'll say sample 3, sample 3. Okay, otherwise supplier 3, I'll say it will be looking good. Supplier 3, which is part of another class, guys. Not the same class as sample provider. It is sample provider 2 class. We have this data provider. It's the red data provider. I'll name that using the name attribute. I'll just name this as supplier 3. Okay. For the mode on this data provider, import this, and here try to supply the data in the string format, two-dimensional string array. Data is equal to, provide the curly braces. How many sets of data you want to pass? From this, I want to pass, let's say 4 sets of data. 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'll just divide like this so that it will be easy for me to write down. 1, 2, 3. Second set of data, third set of data, fourth set of data. First set of data, I'll just give something like I'll give some names, guys. Okay, Bhaskar, Alluri. Okay, here I'll give some object name. Otherwise, I'll say table. Okay, just give some random data, guys. Nothing much. Okay, this is a sample only, right? You don't have to give any realistic data. Okay, Kiran, over. Here I'll say pen. Dinesh. Okay, Dinesh, Sagu, book. Okay, Praveen, something, some random thing. Bottle. Like this, you gave some random stuff and then simply return the data, guys. Return the data. Okay. Return type you have to mention two-dimensional string array. Similarly, you can create one more data provider which only passes one set of data. Let's say don't want to complicate this. Let's say this is supplier 4. Supplier 4 name is supplier 4, and here I only want to pass one set of data, guys, not multiple. Only one set of data. So I'll say this one as I'll give some names. Okay. So Deepti, Deepti. Okay. Conadella or something. And here I'll give some, let's say gold or something. Okay. Just give some random thing. That's it. Now, as you can see, there are two sample provider classes now. Sample provider 2. Okay. In this sample provider, there are two data providers. It can be multiple data providers, guys, not just two. You can have even 10 data providers if you want. But here one more class is also there, which contains another set of multiple data providers. It can be 1, 2, 3, 4, anything. It number doesn't matter here. Okay. For example, I'm creating two data providers in the sample provider and two data providers in this sample provider 2 class. Now, if this particular test method has to receive the data from any of these data providers in any of these classes, is it possible or not? From multiple classes, multiple data providers are there. this approach is possible or not? Yes, it is possible, guys. Okay, you just have to give the data provider name and the class in which this data provider is available. For example, if you give supplier 1, this supplier 1 data provider is available in the sample provider class. So sample provider dot class, data provider class is called sample pro. So it will run 3 sets of data will be there, and the test method will run 3 times, guys. As you can see, the test method will run 3 times. Three prints got you see 3 tests got passed, and you'll get the output like this. Sample test method got executed 3 times. Arun Moturi apple, Varun Dawat mango, Tarun Bhaskar pineapple. Okay, what if I give supplier 2 here, which is also from the same class, sample provider dot class. Okay, so this supplier 2 has 2 sets of data. The supplier 2, as you can see, has 2 sets of data, Kishore Ravi blue and Rakesh Rathod green. So how many times this test method will run? Only 2 times. Okay, same class. I don't have to change the class. Only 2 times it will run. 2 print statements will be there. 2 tests got passed. And you can see here, sample test method, same sample test method got executed 2 times. Kishore Ravi blue and Rakesh Rathod green. Okay. Now I want to go to another class. I want to use the data providers from another class. So I'll just change it to 3, guys. Okay. Supplier 3 method, data provider supplier 3 method I'm giving. But this is not from the same class. It's not from the sample provider class. Rather, it is from sample provider 2 class. So what I have to do here, I have to change the class name. Data provider class is equal to sample provider 2.java. Okay. 2 dot class, sorry, 2 dot class. Okay, I have to give the proper class name, otherwise it is not going to work. Okay, now how many sets of data are there here? 4 sets of data: Bhaskar Alluri table, Kiran Power pen, Dinesh Sagu book, and Praveen Jangam Batil. Okay, so 4 sets of data are there. If I run this data provider method will be considered from this sample provided to class, and the test will be same sample test will be running 4 times with 4 sets of data. You see, 4 sets of data, 4 passed, and you can see here same sample method sample test got executed 4 times with different sets of data. 4 sets of data: Bhaskar Alluri table, Kiran Power pen, Dinesh Sagu book, and Praveen Jangam Batil. And there is one more thing, like what if I give 4 here? Supplier 4. Supplier 4 is also from the same sample provided to class. Okay. Here only one set of data is there. Okay. From supplier 4, only one set of data is there, that this Deepthi Coonadella gold is there. So this test method will only run one time, guys. Okay. Just run this. Class I don't have to change. This will run only one time, only one print statement, Deepthi Konadella gold, and only one test. And as you can see, sample test method got executed only one time with this one set of data, that is Deepthi Konadella gold. So this example proves that you can create multiple data provider methods across multiple classes in TestNG. Okay, you don't have to create all the multiple data providers in a single class or the same class. You can create multiple data providers across multiple external classes where the test method is not available, and still make it work such that these methods from the different classes, these data provider methods from different classes can pass the data to the test method. If we can do that, okay, this example proves that. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 34 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate why we have to use object class array to return the data from the data provider methods. So let's get started. So why we have to use object class array to return the data from the data provider methods is something we have to understand from this session. For that, I'll practically demonstrate, guys. Okay, I'll practically demonstrate, then you will understand why we have to use object class array to return the data from the data provider methods. First, I'll go to the Eclipse IDE, guys. Here I'll create a new class. Freshly I'll create a new class known as demo class. Click on finish. For a sample, I'll create a test method and a data provider method just for sample. Public void. Okay, public void, I'll say sample, guys. Okay, I'll just name the test method as, otherwise I'll simply say sample test. This will look more good and better. Okay, sample test, at the rate test, over the mouse on at the rate test, and import this annotation, import this at the rate test annotation from TestNG, guys. And now here parameterize this particular test, guys. Okay, parameterize this particular test method so that it can receive the data from the data provider methods or data supplier methods. So I'll simply say string a comma string b. Okay, two parameters I created. I parameterize this test method, and this test method is going to receive the data from a data provider method. So whatever the data that this particular test method will receive, right? Whatever the data that this particular test method will receive, right? Okay, that will be okay. That I'll be printing here as it is, nothing much. Okay, I'll be printing this. Whatever the data that is received into this parameters of this test method from the data provider methods, right? Okay, so multiple sets of data will be passed to this test method by the data provider methods, and whatever that multiple sets of data will be received by this test parameterized test method will be printed here. That's what is the output. I am not writing a realistic Selenium automation code or REST assured API automation code or APM mobile automation code. I'm just writing a sample print statement. Our focus is mainly on understanding the why we have to use object class array to return the data from the data provider methods. That's the focus point, guys. Okay. So public void, I'll create a data provider method. I'll say data supplier. I can give any name, guys. I can give any name. And here I'll say at the rate test. Sorry, at the rate data provider, guys. Okay. I have to provide this TestNG annotation known as data provider annotation. Import this data provider annotation from TestNG. And here I'll name this data provider method as a supplier. Okay. Supplier, otherwise, yeah, supplier. Okay. Supplier will be enough. Now here, I need to connect this data provider with this test method so the data provider can, this particular test method can receive the data from this supply data from this data provider method. For that, I have to use an attribute. As you already know from the previous session, we have to use an attribute known as data provider is equal to the name of the data provider, that is supplier. Okay, just provide that here. Now this test method and data provider methods are connected, guys. Now what I want to do is I want to provide the data. Here, which type of data is being received by this test method? The data provider can supply string data, right? String A, string B. So what I will do is I'll create a two-dimensional string array. I'll say data is equal to, I'll provide the curly braces, shortcut representation of the array. I'll say in this, let's say I want to supply some three sets of data, some three sets of data. Okay. So I'll just give that here. So every set of data should contain two data count because here two parameters are there. Every set of data that is being supplied by this data provider method should contain the count of two data. Okay, I'll just give my name, first name and last name. That's it. Okay, like this. Here also two counts of data in this second set of data. Okay, I'll just give Varun. I'll say Dawat. Then I'll give Tarun. I'll say Bhaskar. Three sets of data, guys. Okay, and all these three sets of data in the string format only. So string array is okay. String two-dimensional array is okay, guys. I'll return the data now. Return data. When I try to return the data, guys, the return type should be string two-dimensional array, as you already know from the previous sessions, right? So now if I run this test method, what will happen? This test method will receive the data from this three sets of data from this data provider method in the string format, because the parameters are also in string format and the data that is being supplied also in the form of string format. Okay. So Arun will go into the string A, Motori will be going into the B, string B. Okay. Varun will go into A, Dawat will go into B, Tarun will go into the A, and Bhaskar will go into B, and this test method will be running three times because three sets of data are there in this data provider method. Run this, guys. It will be test method, the sample test method will be running three times with three sets of data. For each and every set of data, it will be running three times. You see, Arun Motori, Varun Dawat, and Tarun Bhaskar, three times it got run, passed three. If you go to this TestNG results also, you can see that sample test method got run three times. Okay, Arun Motori, Varun Dawat, and Tarun Bhaskar. So I'll do one thing. What I will do is, what I will try to do is, here, instead of passing strings, I'll pass some numbers, guys. Okay, 9, 5, 9, 5, 7, 3, 6, 2. Is it accepted? You see, I'm already getting the compiler error saying that this is a string two-dimensional array. How can you pass the integer values? So if you can remember, guys, there are wrapper classes in Java. There are wrapper classes in Java. Okay, what are these wrapper classes? For each and every primitive data type, what are the different primitive data types in Java, guys? Int primitive data type, Okay, short, byte, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. These are the 8 primitive data types. For each and every primitive data type in Java, there is a wrapper class. For int primitive data type in Java, we have integer wrapper class. Okay, if I have to explain it clearly, just see here, there is a concept known as wrapper classes. Before that, there are primitive data types: byte, short, int, long, float. Okay, if you know Java, these all okay that you already would have known. Okay, byte, short, int, long, float, double, char, boolean. Okay, these are the different primitive data types. These are not object oriented, these are primitive data types. To convert this object, sometimes we have to use this primitive data types as object oriented. That's why Java has given us some wrapper classes for each and every primitive data type. Here Java has given as a wrapper class known as byte. Okay, you see, it is a class, guys. It's an object oriented class. Here byte is not a class, it's not object oriented. For short, it is short. For int, it is integer, guys. For long, it is long. Long. For float, it is float. For double, it is double. And for char, it is character. Character. And for boolean, it is boolean, guys. Okay. For boolean, it is boolean. Like this. Okay. Primitive data types. And okay, this side wrapper class, associated wrapper classes. So here for storing this two-dimensional integer values, I'll be using the wrapper class. These are integer values, right? I'll be using the wrapper class known as integer. Here also I have to return type as integer. And here also I have to say integer a wrapper class, integer b. Like this I have to store. Instead of string class, I'll say integer. Okay. Now it will work fine. Okay. It will work fine, guys. Okay. 3 times this test method will be called every time. You see, integer values will be, you see, 957362 got run. Okay. The sample test method got executed 3 times, this time with integer values. Okay. Similarly, what if I want to do something different where this part, okay, I'll give more parameters here. I'll just give more parameters, integer c, like this. 3 parameters. For example, first parameter I'll give as Arun. Second parameter I'll give as 5. Third parameter I'll give as uh, some true. Okay, some true. Boolean value true. Okay. First set of data is containing 3 types of data here. Okay. One is string data, other one is integer data, other one is Boolean data. Second also same thing I'll do. I'll say Arun, Varun, 3 comma false, I'll say. Okay. Then here also I'll say Tarun, 2 comma again true, I'll say. Okay. But you see, can I store different type of data into a variable of integer 2-dimensional array? It's not possible. Here each and every set of data is not sticking to either string type or integer type. So this is string, this is a number, this is a Boolean value. So what I will do is, instead of providing either string class or integer, I'll just provide object, because object class is the parent class of all the classes in Java. Now you see errors are gone. I cannot put it either string. If I put it string, I'll get error. You see, if I put it string class, I'll get errors here. You see, 5 and true are giving error, 3 and false, 2 and true are giving errors. If I give integer here, integer, here also I'll get errors with the strings and Boolean values. Arun true, Varun false, and Tarun true are not accepted. But if I give object, any type of data can be accepted, because object class is a parent class of all the classes in Java. That means object class is also the parent class. If object class is a parent class of all the classes in Java, object class is also parent class of all these wrapper classes in Java. Hence, any type of data can be stored into the object class. Even string is also a class in Java, guys. Okay. Apart from this wrapper classes, string is not a wrapper class, but it is also a predefined class in Java. Along with this wrapper classes and string class, all these classes have the parent class as object class. If I have to show you practically, let me take you to the library of Java. Java 8 API or something I'll type here. You'll get this link. Just take anything, guys. For example, if I take you to the string class, okay. Let me take you to the string predefined class in Java. This is a string predefined class in Java. This is the library of the Java, guys. As you can see, the parent of the string predefined class is object class. Not only this one, guys, randomly pick something. System tooth tip UI. You see, system tooth pick UI is also having some grandparent as object class. Or go to this timer. You see, timer is also having the object class. If you go to the wrapper class, say integer wrapper class, it also has the object as a parent class. So no matter what class you will take, object class is the parent class of all the classes in Java, including these wrapper classes and the string classes. Hence, any type of data, if you give multiple types of data in a single set of data, okay, which is being passed from the data provider to the test method, you can just name it as object class, guys. Okay, okay, you can name it as an object class, and here return type also should be object class, because object class can store any type of data, because this will be converted into the wrapper class objects, and ultimately wrapper class objects are the child class object class. Hence this different type of data can be stored into the object class. Okay, and here you see, here I'll say object A, object B, object C, like this. Okay, they can accept anything. It don't have to be string or integer, or it don't have to be boolean. You can simply say object A, object B, object C, and here I'll say plus, use concatenation operator and say plus C. This time you say it will work. That's the advantage of using object array. Okay, now save this and run this test. This test will run 3 times, no matter which type of data you are passing from the data provider method to the test method, it will accept because object class is there now. Okay, run this code. The test method will run 3 times. You see, Arun 5 true, Varun 3 false, Arun 2 true. Okay, and the sample test method got run 3 times, and different type of data for different sets of data it has been run. Okay, 3 sets of data having different type of data. Same thing, guys. If you go to the previous example, in the one of the previous session, I explained here, I was using string email, string password here, and here, okay, here I am returning the data, guys. I am returning the data. So no matter whether this data is a string format or integer format, better to like, you will see that whenever people write data provider, right, they will be using object class no matter what. Okay, whether you are giving string or integer or whatever it is. Okay, they use object class because they don't have to worry about the type of the data that they are passing, that they are storing into this two-dimensional object array, and they are passing to this test method. Okay, here string email, string password, the conversion will happen, I guess. Let's see whether it will happen or not. Okay, let's save this. Okay, so even though you're passing this in as an object array, here string email, string password is there, string, still it should work. Let's see whether the selenium test method will run. Okay, but the return type I am just using as two-dimensional object array, guys. As you already know, any type of data can be stored into the you see it's working fine. Okay, the conversion is automatically happening, guys. That's the reason we use object two dimension. That's why we use object array, guys. Okay, to return the data from the data provider or data provider methods. Okay, so whenever you see all the 3 got passed, and you see verify login test method got run 3 times. Here you are returning the data in the form of object array and receiving the data in the form of string parameters. That's okay, guys. That's okay. Okay, and using the parameters here. Okay, so this is the reason, guys. Hope you understood. Like okay, I did a practical demonstration just now before you, why we have to use object class array to return the data. Okay, whenever you get a chance to return the data from the data provider, instead of using string two-dimensional array or integer two-dimensional array, simply use two-dimensional object array, guys. That's enough. Even the real-time people also will be using the two-dimensional array, even though what type of data they are passing, that doesn't matter. They simply blindly go with the two-dimensional object array, okay, while returning the data. So hope, guys, you understood why we have to use object class array to return the data from the data provider methods in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 35 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate the different return types of data provider methods. So let's get started. Till now, till the previous session, we have used a two-dimensional object array as a return type of the data provider. For example, if I show this Eclipse IDE to you, where we have this sample script created as part of one of the previous sessions, there is a test method and there is a data provider method. If you clearly observe this data provider method, it is returning you some data. The data type of this data is two-dimensional object type. Okay, two-dimensional object class type. You see, what is the return type of this data provider method? Two-dimensional object array. Okay, and then we are receiving the data to this test method. But is this the only way or only return type using which the data provider can pass the data to the test method? The answer is no, guys. There are multiple ways. What are those multiple ways using which we can return the data from the data provider method to the test methods. There are multiple ways. So here are the types. We can use two-dimensional object array. We can use single dimensional object array. We can use iterator of object as a return type. We can also use iterator of object array as a return type. These are the other ways of returning the data from the data provider methods to the test methods. So in this session, I'm going to practically show you how to use these types. Okay. I'm going to practically show you how to use these types. Okay. I'll not take any realistic Selenium example or something, but I'll create some sample test methods, sample data provider methods which can pass the data to these test methods, and I'll use simple print statements rather, okay, instead of writing the Selenium code, so that your focus should be on the concept, not rather than on Selenium automation or something, guys. So I'll go with this. So here, guys, I'll close this class, okay. I'll create a new class. I'll just name this class as demo class, guys. Click on finish. And first I'll create a test method which can receive the data from the data provider methods. Public void sample test, I'll say, as usual, and I'll convert this normal method into a test method using @test_TestNG annotation. Import this. Done. Then what else? Have to parameterize, right? Have to parameterize. I'll say string a comma string b. Okay, string a comma string b like this, and here I'll print it out saying system.out.println a plus some hyphen plus b. Okay, some sample data I have written. So who is going to pass the data to this test method? For that, I have to create a data provider method. So this is example for the first type, which I already covered as part of the previous sessions. That is a two-dimensional object array. Public void, okay, data supplier, I will say data supplier. And here I'll provide the annotation known as data provider annotation. Hover the mouse on the data provider and import this, and then here I'll just give a name to this data provider, that is supplier. I'll say supplier. I'll copy the supplier, and here I'll create a data provider annotation attribute. Sorry, data provider attribute, and provide the. I'll connect the this name of the data provider here. Okay. Now these two test method and data provider are connected, guys. Data provider E will now supply the data to the test method, but in which form the data supplier method has to decide. First, we'll try to return the data in the form of two-dimensional object array. So I'll create a two-dimensional object array, guys, like this. Data is equal to. Here I'll create a two-dimensional object array, shortcut representation of a two-dimensional object array. So 3 sets of data I want to send. So in the first set, I'll give my first name Arun and last name Motori. And in the second set, I'll give first name Varun, last name Dawat. And in the third set, I'll give first name as Tarun. Okay. 2 counts of data for every set of data is there, guys. Okay. As you already know. Here Bhaskar, I will say Tarun Bhaskar. Done. Okay. Now if I say return data, it is nothing but we are returning a two-dimensional object array type of data. So here also the return type should be changed to two-dimensional object array. Now what happens in this format is when you return the data in the form of two-dimensional object array, this particular, there are 2 counts of data here. The first data will go and fall into this A automatically, and the second data will go and fall into this B. The first test will run, the same test will run for second time. Second set of data will be activated where data provider will pass Varun to A and Dawat to B. And in the third run of the test method, okay, sample test method, Tarun will pass to A and Bhaskar will be passed to B. And here, as usual, the print statement will print those data. Okay. Now run this, guys. Run this. You'll see that the test method will run 3 times for each and every set of data here. That is 3 sets of data. Okay, and we are returning the data in the form of a two-dimensional object array. Okay, this is one of the type of returning the data to a test method from the data provider method. As you can see here, it was very fast, and Arun Motori, Arun-Motori, Varun Dawat, Tarun Bhaskar, 3 tests got run. You can clearly see here sample test method got executed 3 times. Every time it got executed with different set of data. Fine. So this you already know, guys. Okay, this you already know. Okay. So next thing is single dimensional object array. Okay. So what if here I have only one parameter, string A. I don't have multiple parameters. I just have single parameter. And here I want to return only single dimensional object array. Here also I want to create the single dimensional object array. Single dimensional object array will only be like this, right? So here I'll say Arun, Varun, Tarun, Naveen, Gopal. I can give a different names, guys. Okay, I can give different names. Okay, 5 sets of data are there now. Okay, how many sets of data are there? Arun is one set of data. Varun is second set of data. Tarun, Naveen, Gopal. For every set of data, here we are not passing a two-dimensional object array. We are returning a single-dimensional object array. That means only one data will be sent. Arun, the data provider will supply Arun to this test method. Test method will run first time where Arun will be passed to A and Arun will be printed. And then the again data provider will invoke this, will pass this Varun to the test method and done. Okay, Tarun, then Naveen, then Gopal. How many times this method will be running? 5 times. Okay. Here single dimensional object array, guys. When you have to pass the single values, you can go for single dimensional object array. Okay. You see Arun, Varun, Tarun, Naveen, Gopal. How many tests? 5 tests. 5 tests got run, 5 tests got passed. And if you can see here, the sample test method got run 5 times. Okay. Every time a different set of data. So hope you understood two-dimensional object array return type from the data provider method and also single dimensional object array return type from the data provider method. Now let's go with the iterator of object return type. Okay. So what I will do here is I will say, yeah, I'll just change it to void for now so that I have to start from scratch. So here I'll say list of object. I'll say list of object type. It can store any data. This list can store any data. That's the reason. List is equal to new array list. I will say array list. Okay, array list. Here I have to provide less than greater than symbol. This collections framework in Java, guys. If you already know, you understand this list and array list concepts. Import this. Done. Now I can say list dot add of. I'll just give my name here, Arun. Okay. Then list dot add of. I'll just give a number, say 9. Because it is object, right? It can store around, it can store all the strings, it can add all the strings into the list, or it can have different data types also. This dot add of let's say boolean value. Okay, so 3 sets of data are already there. I'll simply say return list. Okay, and here I'll say list of object. But this is not correct approach, guys. I'll tell you why. Okay, so here different data types are there. So here better to provide, instead of string we have to provide object here, because sometimes you are getting string, sometimes you are getting number, sometimes you are getting boolean. Means you cannot go with string parameter here. Object class parameter we have to provide, but still it will not work. Guys. Okay, there is a reason. So why it is not working, we'll find out from the error, and after the error is displayed, I'll explain you what you have to change here. Okay, run this, you will get a TestNG exception. You see, TestNG exception, as I mentioned, got. You see, what it is saying is data supplier, that is data provider method, must return any of these 4 return types. It should be either, return type should be either a two-dimensional object array, return type should be either a single dimensional object array, or return type should be a iterator of object array or iterator of object. Okay, but here what is the return type? List of object. You cannot return the list. It is saying clearly you have to return the iterator. How to return the iterator? If you say list, means the data type of the list is list.object, list of object. It can only return the list of object. But how can you return the iterator of object? You see, in collections framework, if you know properly, either this list or hash set or array list or hash set or whatever it is, they have a, using the object reference, you can call a method known as iterator method. The return type of this iterator method is iterator interface. So here now I can say iterator of object. Over the mouse, import this iterator interface from Java. Done. Now the return type is matching. You see, the third return type is iterator of object. So either list or set, whatever we can use. We cannot return list or set, guys. Okay, the object reference of the list of or set, we cannot uh, make that as a return type. Rather, we have to return the iterator of object. How can you do that? List dot iterator you have to say. Okay, this list dot iterator or set dot iterator you have to say. The return type of this iterator, if you hover the mouse, you see is iterator interface. So iterator of object will be there. Now it will work fine. Now it will print, guys. These objects will be taken into consideration because the return type is matching. That the data provider method can now pass data to this test method, and things will be working fine. Okay, run this. Now we'll not get that exception. You see, different types of data. Arun 9 true got printed 3 times. The test got run because here Arun is one set of data, 9 is another set of data, true is another set of data. Sample test method got executed 3 times. First time it got executed with string data type. Okay, object will take anything. So 9 integer data type and third boolean data type. Since object class is there here, it can consider any type of data, as you already know from the previous sessions. Okay, this is one thing. Okay, now one more thing is there. What is that? Another thing here, set is also there, guys. We can also go with the set. What if I just clear all this stuff and just change it to void, and in the form of set I want to return the data? Let's see what will happen. So I'll say set of object, set is equal to new has set. Okay, in collections we have also a has set concept. Okay, which will store the data in the random format. Okay, like unlike array list will store the data in a sequential fashion. Okay, the first when you say a list dot add, right, that element will be stored in the index 0 and all. Here indexing concept will not be there, and the data will be stored in the hash set in the form of random format. Import this asset from Java. First of all, anyhow, go to the basics of Java, guys. If you're not good with Java, you can go with my other videos on Java and get some knowledge on this collections and all if you are new to that concept. Okay, now simply I'll say set dot add. Here same add is there, but you see it will not store at the first location. It may store at any different location. Okay, I'll give Arun here. Arun may not be stored at the first location in the memory. Okay, it may be in random order, guys. Set is all about surprises because we don't know it in which order it will be stored. Okay, sometimes it may store in the same order, sometimes it may store in the random order. Okay, I'll give different names here. Five sets of data I'm giving here, but this is a hash set. It's not a list, guys. It is a hash set. Hash set. Okay, object of the hash set is assigned to the variable of the set interface. Okay, so here I can keep it empty or I can keep it object also, no problem. Anything is fine. Now return the data, guys. Return. Now return. Now return this. Return. If I say set, guys, that's the problem. Okay, if I say return set, that's the problem. So if I say set of object, again the same error will come. Okay, if I say set of object, the same error will come, guys. The reason behind that is, okay, the reason behind that is, you know, right? Only four return types are possible. That is two-dimensional object array, single dimensional object array, iterator of object, or iterator of object array. But here we are trying to return a set of object, which is not possible. You will get the error. TestNG exception will come saying that data provider cannot have a return type of set of object. Okay, data supplier or data provider must return only any of these four types. Okay, so then what I will do? Same thing. Whatever we have done with the list, we have to do the same thing, guys. Set dot iterator we have to call. Okay, even set using the object reference of the set interface. Also, we can call this iterator method whose return type is iterator. Okay, here iterator. Just see the errors are gone. The return type of this iterator method is iterator interface, guys. Iterator of object is accepted. You know that. The output, as you can see, iterator of object is acceptable for this as a return type. Now this is going to work, guys, but the order may not be same, guys. Okay, so this data provider may not pass Arun as the first set of data. Okay, or Varun as a second set of data. We don't know. The order may change. Okay, run this. Let's see whether Arun, Varun, Tarun, Bhaskar, Gopal are coming in the same order or different order. Let's see. You see, they are not coming in the same order like a array list. You see, Tarun is coming first. Arun was in the first position, but Tarun is coming first now. Bhaskar, Arun, Varun, Gopal. Okay, that's what is the difference between the list and set asset. Okay, random order they will be stored, and the random order the data will be passed to the test method. 5 times it got uh, 5 times it got you know, right, it got run. Let me run it again. Run this. Let's see the TestNG results here. Sample test method got run 5 times, each time with different set of data, but the data has not been passed in the same sequential order. Rather, it has been passed in a random order to the test methods. First, Tarun got executed, then Bhaskar, then Arun got passed, then Varun got passed, then Gopal got passed. Okay, there is a difference between the array list and hash set. Okay, random order is a hash set. Fine. Now, finally, we came to something known as iterator of object array. Okay, here how many counts of data for every set of data is there? Only one count is there. But if you want to have multiple counts of data for every set of data you want to pass to this, then what I have to do? Then guys, have to go with here. I'll just change it to list for a while. Okay, list is easy compared to this. Array, I'll say array list of object. Okay, instead of object, I'll say that as object array. Here also object array, I'll say. Okay, now here I'll say list, guys, list dot add of here I want to pass an object array. Okay, that means I have to say something like this: new object array having the values as multiple values. You can have single value also, that's fine. Motori. Okay, now here list dot add of. Okay, the return type is going to be the iterator of object array, guys. Okay, you'll see that. Okay, I'll say change it to wide for now. Here I'll say new object. So multiple counts of data for every set of data if you want, then Varun, Dawat. Okay, just close the array. Tarun. Again the same thing, guys. New object array. Curly braces Tarun, Bhaskar. Tarun, Bhaskar. Then I think this much is enough, guys. Okay, 3 sets of data, but all the 3 sets of data have 2 counts of data. Okay, for every set of data, there are two counts. That means this test method will be called 3 times by the data provider method, and every time it will pass Aruna and Moturi here. And here also I'll say object A, object B, because 2 are there. If there are many values here, then you can say you can actually create an object array here, and because creating that many number of parameters may not be good. You already know this concept from the previous sessions I covered, guys. Okay, when you have more elements, okay, count of data in the set is data set is higher, that is 10 or more, like 50, 10, 25, like that. In that case, you should not be doing like this. You have to create an object array. But here only 2 is there. That's fine, guys. We can create 2 parameters. That's not a big deal. Okay, here I'll say list dot iterator, same thing, list dot iterator only. But what is the return type? Change the return type to iterator of object. What is the return type of iterator? Iterator interface. This iterator method, this is the return type of the iterator method. Method is iterator interface, and it should be object array. It's not simple object. It is an object array. You are returning iterator of object, not just object, guys. You are returning object array. Okay, object array. For every item, you are passing an object array. 2 values are there. This Arun will go into A and Motor will go into B. No matter what type of data you are passing, that doesn't matter. So the return type here is iterator of object array. That is last return type of the data provider that I wanted to explain as part of these sessions. Okay. Like this, you have to add the list dot add and return that, and return type will be also iterator of object array. Okay, as you can see here. Now run this. The test method will be running 3 times, and Arun. So, but I am not printing B there. Okay, only Arun, Varun, Tarun got printed because the problem was the print statement, guys. Here I have to give some hyphen or something and say plus B so that you can would have seen the difference. Or space is also fine, but hyphen will be better for now so that you can differentiate the count of the data. Run this. Now Arun hyphen Moturi, Varun hyphen Dawat, Tarun hyphen Bhaskar will be printed. Okay, Arun Moturi, Varun Dawat, Tarun Bhaskar. 3 tests. You see, sample test, Arun Moturi, Varun Dawat, Tarun Bhaskar is the data. Okay, so I have demonstrated all the different return types that the data provider can return the data by using which. Okay, the test method can receive the data from the data provider methods. Okay, these are the four ways in which there is not only a single way, guys. Everyone thinks that there is only two-dimensional object array in which we have to pass the data to the test method from the data provider method, but everyone is wrong, guys. There are other ways using which we can pass the data to the test method, that is single dimensional object array, or it can be iterator of object, or it can be iterator of object array also. Okay, these are the different ways. And in place of this object array, two-dimensional object array, you can keep string two-dimensional object array, string integer single dimensional object array. The data types doesn't matter, guys. Okay, if you want to store different type of data, then you are going for object class. Here in place of the object class, you can use wrapper classes or string class, whatever it is. Okay, here also iterator of string can be there, iterator of integer wrapper class can be there. Here iterator of integer array wrapper class can be there. That's all up to your creativity. Okay, what you want to pass and how you want to restrict the data, that's all up to you. Okay, so with this, guys, we are done with this session where I practically demonstrated the different return types of data provider via which the data providers can pass or return the data to the test methods in different ways. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye.